Although he thought about it, Feng Shan still respectfully asked, "General, what orders do you have for me?" "Shanzi, sit down," said Master Chu softly. Feng Shan was taken aback. He hadn't heard that name in a long time. He was a student of the old Master Chu, coming from a poor background and studying hard for 10 years to rise from the mountains. The master and the Chu brothers never looked down on him. He had practiced martial arts for a few years with a crazy monk in the mountains, but the monk didn't teach him much. He loved martial arts and learned on his own. In the Chu family, he got along well with the second master, who had also trained in martial arts since childhood. His skills were developed with the second master's guidance. Back then, both the old master and the second master used to call him Shanzi. After joining the army with the second master, due to their superior-subordinate relationship and the many eyes in the camp, the second master stopped calling him Shanzi. He also no longer called the second master Ruigur, but when they were alone, he would still refer to him as the second master. "Second master." Feng Shan called out, his voice trembling. "Shanzi, sit down. It's been a long time since we drank together. Let's have a good time tonight." Feng Shan felt uneasy. Something seemed off about the second master today. But he obediently sat down. After finishing a bowl of wine, Master Chu said softly, "Shanzi, do you remember what we talked about when we first arrived in the western region?" Feng Shan bit his lip. How could he forget? After a while, he looked up and said, "Of course I remember. We stood on the hill by the camp, and you told me, 'Shanzi, look over there. That's the barbarian king's court, and behind us are the people of Dachi. We must guard the western gate and protect our people's safety." Master Chu drank another bowl of wine, suppressing the bitterness in his heart. Yes, back then we were not yet 20. Despite the many provocations from the barbarian king's court over the years, they have not taken a single grain or inch of our land. The people of Dachi can live and work in peace at home, and all our hardships are worth it, because this is our mission. Feng Shan's eyes began to well up. The scenes of battle flashed before his eyes, along with the cheers of the soldiers after their victories, echoing in his ears as if they were happening now. Feng Shan lowered his head, and suddenly, a tear fell into his wine bowl. Could he turn back? He couldn't turn back. They couldn't go back. Feng Shan clenched his fists, and at that moment, he began to understand. The second master must have discovered something. What should he do? "Shanzi, I didn't do well enough. You are my subordinate and my brother. I may have neglected the younger siblings and the children, thinking that being in the capital, under the emperor's protection, they would be safe. But I underestimated the dangers of human nature." After saying this, Lord Chu looked at Feng Shan with eyes like sharp swords. Feng Shan's face turned pale instantly. He saw disappointment and heartache in the eyes of his former good brother. "I thought you would treat me as a brother and tell me when you faced difficulties, but you didn't. Shanzi, can you blame me? I just captured a man named Zhongli, Lord, it's all my fault. I deserve to die." Hearing this, Feng Shan suddenly knelt on the ground, his head heavily on the floor. "You deserve to die. How could you conspire with the Li family to plot against the Western camp? Do you know that right across from the Western camp is the barbarian king's territory that has been eyeing us for years? I may be worthless, but have you thought about the lives of tens of thousands of people in the Western camp?" Lord Chu kicked over the table, and the guards hiding behind the screen jumped out, pointing their swords at Feng Shan. Feng Shan was already in tears, with a faint taste of blood in his mouth. "Lord, I did send messages to Zhongli a few times, but the defense map I gave to the Li family was fake. I really want to save my daughter, but compared to the lives of tens of thousands in the Western camp, even if Xinger dies in a brothel, it would be worth it." "Gao Ping, come in," Lord Chu called out, and Gao Ping quickly entered the tent. "Go, send a message to the capital to rescue General Feng's family and arrange for them to be taken to a safe place." Feng Shan sat weakly on the ground, his lips trembling as he said, "I thank General for your great kindness. Do as you see fit. Keep your life to fight the barbarians. I am saving your family because this child, Xinger, calls me uncle. It has nothing to do with you. Feng Shan thanks Lord Chu for sparing my life, allowing me to kill the barbarians." At this moment, Fengshan didn't know how he felt inside. According to military rules, he should be executed for betraying military secrets, but Lord Chu spared his life and allowed him to die cleanly, preventing the Feng family from being labeled as traitors. Lord Chu took a small box from the shelf, inside which lay a black pill. Without hesitation, Fengshan reached out and placed the pill in his mouth. This was the Chu family's secret medicine. For those who betray, after taking the pill, they must endure excruciating pain every midnight until they die from it, with no remedy. Lord Chu stood with his hands behind his back, and Fengshan bowed deeply 3 times before retreating. Master Chu looked at the entrance of the big tent. He spared Fengshan's life out of a bit of selfishness, as Fengshan was his father's favorite student. If the old man found out that Fengshan teamed up with the Li family, it would be a huge, and he didn't dare to take that risk. At the same time, he didn't want the Feng family to be labeled as traitors because of Fengshan. Master Chu sighed heavily. They could never go back. Old friends and brothers in arms. Even if Fengshan's defense plans were fake, they could not return to how things were. The only thing he could do was ensure that Fengshan died honorably on the battlefield. After Fengshan left, Master Chu didn't waste any time and worked overnight to adjust the defenses of the western camp. He also sent Zhongli to a safe place, as he would be useful in the future to take down the Li family. Although the defense plans Fengshan provided were false, he needed to be fully prepared. So, early the next morning, the entire western camp was in motion. The generals in the camp were unaware of the situation. Military orders were absolute, and they simply obeyed. That evening, Luonan learned the whole truth from Qing Yi and couldn't help but feel emotional. Fengshan earned his military achievements through hard work, but now he made one wrong move. However, he was an adult and made his own choices. No one forced him. Luonan didn't ask her second brother about it, as military matters were not something she could casually inquire about. But knowing her brother was in a bad mood, she borrowed the kitchen to prepare something tasty for him. Once they arrived at the camp, the second prince also recognized that the girl was busy and felt bad about asking her to cook again. However, Master Chu specially invited a skilled chef from a nearby town to cook for Elder Bai and the second prince. Although he wasn't as good as Luonan, he was much better than the camp cooks. Elder Bai didn't mind, but the second prince was quite picky. Fortunately, he accepted it. Luonan noticed the second prince's reaction and smiled brightly despite his unhappy expression. In contrast, the second prince was so frustrated that he kept challenging others in the camp to spar. The young men he chose often found themselves overpowered by him. However, the second prince was careful, only giving them minor injuries while claiming he was helping General Chu enhance their daily training. Luonan never forgot about the second prince and occasionally prepared special meals for her brother, the second prince, and the chef. After half a month of hard work, the emergency medical training in the Western camp was completed, and the soldiers gained an important life-saving skill. At the same time, a large number of first aid kits were sent from the capital to the camp, distributed to every soldier, providing them with extra protection for their lives. What excited the Western camp even more was the establishment of a field hospital about 3 miles away. Even though Luonan and the others would leave soon, the field hospital would remain at the Western camp. The military doctors in the camp were more excited than during the New Year. They were learning from the skilled healer, Old Bai, who generously shared his medical knowledge. These doctors felt that the past half-month had resolved many difficult issues that had puzzled them for years. Originally, there were not many doctors in the camp. Following his sister's advice, Lord Chu recruited more doctors from nearby towns and promoted some soldiers with a talent for medicine. It was important to use the right people in the right positions to maximize their value. No one expected that the field hospital would prove its worth before Luonan and the others left, becoming a strong support for the Qi army. One day, Luonan was organizing information about the field hospital in her tent. She wanted to prepare detailed documents to help the medical team when they moved to the next border camp. A few days earlier, General Ding Chun from the northern camp had sent a message. It read, "Dear Nisanin, I am your uncle. The medical team should come to my place next. If you don't come, The day I return to the capital will be the day of your father's showdown. After reading the letter, which was included with the official correspondence from the northern camp to the western camp, Luonan felt both amused and helpless. She knew that Ding Chun was a close friend of her father. The next stop was indeed supposed to be the northern camp, so she quickly wrote a reply to Uncle Ding without wasting any time. The western camp would be ready to leave in a few days. While Luonan was busy, her assistants in green and blue were helping her. Suddenly, a soldier sent by her second brother came in to report that the general was asking for her. Luonan quickly set aside her work, gave a few instructions, and followed the soldier to her brother's tent. "Second brother, you wanted to see me?" Luonan asked as she stepped inside. Sitting behind the desk, Lord Chu smiled broadly, pointing to the side. When Luonan turned, she saw a young general smiling at her. Her mind suddenly raced, and she exclaimed, "Lian Shengge." Lian Sheng quickly reached out to catch the little girl, lifting her up and spinning her around in the big tent. Luonan giggled, reaching up to pull off the mask on Lian Sheng's face, and he let her playfully mess with it. They had fun for a while, with Luonan circling around Lian Sheng, who had grown into a confident young man. "Haha, Lian Sheng, did you miss me?" Luonan asked, blinking her big eyes and playfully hitting his shoulder. As expected, Lian Sheng's ears turned red, but he firmly replied, "Yes, I missed you a lot."
Oh.
Now it was Luonan's turn to feel shy. She had intended to tease him but ended up being teased instead. Elder Chu watched the two kids with a smile. "You two haven't seen each other in a long time, so talk for a bit. I'll go check around the camp. Don't worry, there are guards outside." After saying that, he stepped out of the tent. Luonan covered her warm cheeks with her hands, too shy to look at Lian Sheng. Lian Sheng shook his head helplessly, took her hand, and led her to sit down. He fought the urge to hug her.
No.
He couldn't act that way, and was still young and didn't understand such things. Just holding her hand was already nice. After a while, Luonan's heart calmed down, and they began to share what had happened during their time apart. Although they often communicated, there was still much to say. Luonan knew about Lian Sheng's struggles along the way. He always shared good news, but kept the bad to himself. The secret guard camp in the valley and the seemingly simple shop in the capital took a lot of his effort. Especially in the western camp, even with his brother's support, Lian Sheng worked hard to carve out his own path. Otherwise, his brother wouldn't have formed the elite cavalry unit for him, where he became the commander. Not far from the western camp, a small village hid one of Lian Sheng's secret guard teams, always ready for his orders. "Lian Sheng, please stay safe, especially on the battlefield. By the way, did the guard team get the first aid kit?" Luonan asked softly. Seeing the concern in her eyes made Lian Sheng feel as if his heart was in a sweet place. "Don't worry, little manager. Everything is arranged for Yu. But you, now that you have caught the Emperor's attention, there are many people watching you. Not all of them have good intentions. And those young masters in the capital may seem polite on the outside, but they can be quite scheming. You should keep your distance from them. My little girl is too outstanding. Just her work with the field medical team, the first aid manual, and the little white building in the capital are enough to make others envious. Plus, with her impressive family background, I suddenly feel a strong sense of crisis. Can Luonan not understand Lian Sheng's feelings? Oh dear, why is this child lacking confidence? Why would I want those weak young masters from the capital when I have such a promising talent? Am I crazy? If I thought that way, my mother would surely scold me. Luonan seriously held Lian Sheng's hand and said, "Lian Sheng, among the vast waters, I only want to drink from your cup. Lian Sheng, if I let you down, may my heart be punished." Just as they returned to the entrance of the tent, Lord Chu almost stumbled upon hearing their vows. "Luonan, could you please learn some culture? What does it mean to drink from your cup?" "Su Lian Sheng, are you deaf?" Well, Luonan can't read, and Su Lian Sheng treats her like a treasure. Lord Chu mentally noted a fault with Rongju, thinking it's not fair to blame Anan for her lack of education. It's all Rongju's fault. When the soldiers saw the general return, they loudly announced, "General." This also served to inform the two children inside. The soldier opened the tent door, and Lord Chu stepped in. Second brother. The two little ones called out in unison. Lord Chu smiled warmly, and I need to hold an urgent meeting now. You go play for a while. Second brother, are we going to war? Luonin asked excitedly. Recently, the barbarian royal court has been very active. They must have obtained the so-called defense map of the Western camp, which is why they are so bold. Lian Sheng was aware of General Feng Shan's situation. After a moment of thought, he said, Second brother, let's take this opportunity to eliminate this threat once and for all. Lord Chu nodded. That's exactly what I mean. Luonin understood the seriousness of the situation. She needed to consult her master as well. Once the war started, the field hospital would be essential, and this would be a chance to test its effectiveness. You all discuss. I'm going to find my master. With that, Luonin ran out. Soon, Gao Ping invited several generals, and the atmosphere in the camp became tense. Everyone knew that a great battle was imminent. The meeting in Lord Chu's tent lasted deep into the night, while Luonin encouraged everyone at the field hospital. The head of the field hospital was Dr. Hu. He was the most experienced and skilled doctor among the military medics in the Western camp, and he was respected for his integrity. This battle was not only a great opportunity to test the field hospital, but also a challenge for the medical team. Moreover, the second prince had not left yet, representing the emperor. Dr. Hu and the other doctors were determined to do their best, using their skills to support the soldiers at the front lines. Indeed, 3 days later, the first warrior of the barbarian kingdom, Alida, led an army of 100,000 toward our western region. Lord Chu had already prepared a defense plan, just waiting for Alida to fall into the trap. In the camp, the sounds of battle drums and horses could be heard from the front lines. Big sister. Little Mu Yang tightly grabbed Luonin's sleeve. At just over 6 years old, it was normal for him to be scared. Don't be afraid, Mu Yang. Your second brother, Lian Sheng, and many other brothers are fighting hard to protect our people. You need to grow up quickly. Luonin patiently comforted her brother. Little Mu Yang nodded vigorously. Big sister, I'm not afraid. I want to grow up fast, just like my brothers. Luonin was also very worried. She had never experienced war, especially not the kind fought with cold weapons. But worrying and being afraid wouldn't help. Her loved ones, the people she cared about most, were at the front, so she had to stand tall and do her part. The medical team moved to the front lines for emergency care, and those needing further treatment would be quickly transported to the rear. Villagers from nearby communities also came voluntarily. Since the field hospital was established outside the military camp, villagers could come for treatment. Now that they knew a battle was happening, they wanted to contribute to the efforts of the Great Qi. The villagers gathered at the field hospital, asking Dr. Hu for tasks. Luonin saw this and quickly came up with a plan. Dr. Hu, Master, I think the strong young men and uncles can help carry the injured, while the other women can boil water or assist in any way needed. Dr. Hu and Old Bai both agreed that this arrangement was excellent. This is what it means for the military and civilians to be like one family. Soon, the villagers began to work diligently according to the plan. Groups of injured soldiers were brought to the field hospital, allowing Luonin to witness the brutality of war in the cold weapon era. Little Mu Yang went from being scared at first to helping treat the injured without showing fear. As the only male in his family, he couldn't be afraid. If he was, how would his sister manage? Seeing Mu Yang busy like a little adult, the second uncle nodded in approval and joined a group of palace guards to help. Doctor, please save my brother. While treating a wound, Luonin straightened up and saw 2 people running toward her, carrying an injured man on their backs. The nearby medic quickly took over her task. Luonin stepped forward. What happened? The young man calling for help was Delin, who recognized Luonin from training. Miss Lu, my brother Ernyo's arm was cut off by the barbarians. We did emergency care, but the wound is too severe, so we had to bring him back. Quickly take him to rescue room 2. Luonin instructed. Delin hurriedly carried Ernyo into rescue room 2, and Old Bai and Doctor Hu rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Master, The arm is completely severed. It can't be reattached. We can only stop the bleeding completely, or he will lose too much blood and be in danger. If infection occurs, it could lead to sepsis. Given the poor medical conditions and environment of this era, Luonin discussed with her master and decided to use a simple but harsh method, heating metal tools to treat the wound. Old Bai agreed. They gave Ernyo a sedative. He quickly lost consciousness, but when they used the heated tool on his wound, he still struggled in his unconscious state. The atmosphere in the rescue room was somber. Old Bai looked at everyone and said, "Losing an arm is better than losing a life. At least he is alive, and as long as he lives, there is hope. As medical practitioners, you will witness many lives and deaths, so you must practice your skills well. Saving one life plants a seed of hope, and that seed will eventually take root, blossom, and bear fruit." Doctor Who added, "Old Bai is right. We must continuously improve our medical skills to save more lives." The medics in the rescue room lowered their heads in shame. They were indeed seeing so many injured soldiers for the first time, especially someone like Ernyo, who had lost the use of his limbs. It was hard for them to bear the thought of him staying in the military camp. Luonin noticed everyone's worries and said slowly, "You don't need to worry about Ernyo's future. Soldiers like him have served General Chu for many years, and the general will take care of them." "Mrs. Wright, our general has never abandoned any of his brothers," Dr. Who agreed with Luonin. Luonin didn't know much about the compensation system for soldiers in the Qi army, but she believed the government would have ways to help disabled soldiers like Ernyo. At least he would be able to survive after returning home. Seeing her disciple looking gloomy after treating Ernyo, Elder Bai asked, "Anan, are you worried about Ernyo's future?" Luonin sighed, "Master, there are many soldiers like Ernyo in the field hospital these days, not to mention elsewhere. Once they recover, they will have to go home. If they don't receive enough compensation, their lives will be difficult. If they don't get support, who will want to join the army and fight in the future?" Luonin thought about having a good talk with her brother after the war ended. She felt limited in what she could do, but she wanted to help Ernyo and others in meaningful ways so their families could make a living after they returned home. In recent days, Luonin had been very busy. She organized several village women to work with the military cooks to improve the soldiers' meals. Since the soldiers couldn't return to the main camp for food, Luonin arranged for large baskets of duck eggs to be pickled into salted duck eggs the day after she arrived at the western camp. They mixed the steamed rice with salted duck eggs, formed rice, and transported them to the front lines in large willow baskets. The soldiers could grab a few bites during breaks in the fighting to regain their energy. These rice mixed with salted duck eggs were warmly welcomed, especially since they were made by the general's sister and the villagers. The soldiers' morale was even higher. Of course, the generals, led by General Chu, did not receive special treatment. They also enjoyed the salted egg rice. As expected, the battle progressed quickly. The fierce warrior Alida from the barbarian kingdom failed to achieve his goal and was easily defeated by the Western army. Alida was confused. What happened to the defense map of the Western camp? Why wasn't it effective at a critical moment? It was completely different from the defense plan. The first warrior was suddenly thrown into chaos. He was already a defeated general under Lord Chu, and this time he relied on the defense map to make a comeback, but reality dealt him a harsh. After 2 days of fierce fighting, Alida was defeated. Fengshan died on the battlefield. In this battle, the Western army drove Alida out over 100 miles beyond the border, expanding the territory of the Great Qi. Luonin received the news of the army's great victory in the camp, and she was so happy that she jumped with joy. But before her excitement could fade, she was hit with a cold splash of reality. "Miss, Lord Second and the others have returned." Qing-yi rushed into the tent.
"Ah?
"My second brother is back. I'll go greet him." Luonin ran out, followed by Bai Lao and the others. Everyone poured out of the camp to welcome their heroes. Villagers from several nearby villages also gathered along the road, shouting loudly to welcome their soldiers home. Banners waved, horses neighed, and the sound of hooves thundered, raising dust that shimmered like golden smoke in the sunlight. Second brother. Luonin spotted Chu's second brother riding a warhorse from afar and ran joyfully toward him, waving her arms. Chu Eryi bit his cracked lips, wondering how he would explain things to his sister. Lord, how do we explain to the young lady? Gao Ping asked quietly beside him. I don't know, Chu Eryi replied dryly. Soon, Luonin reached him, and Chu Eryi quickly reined in his horse and jumped down. Welcome back, second brother. Luonin opened her arms to give him a hug. At that moment, Chu Eryi was in armor, and he worried that the delicate girl might get hurt. So, he simply reached out and lifted her up, easily placing her on the warhorse. Ha ha ha, little black horse, you've worked hard. Today, you get an extra treat. Luonin giggled, patting the horse beneath her. Everyone was puzzled by the mention of an extra treat. Do warhorses eat treats too? Chu Eryi suppressed his discomfort and smiled as he held the reins for his sister. Seeing this, everyone realized how much the general spoiled the young lady. The few generals who understood the situation felt uneasy, wondering how the general would explain things to his sister later. The camp entrance was lively and no one noticed these details. However, Luonin casually glanced back and spotted Gema from the vanguard camp. With the army returning victorious, Chu Eryi had already sent someone to investigate the matter regarding the birth. At the same time, they needed to gather several main leaders to discuss matters concerning Lian Sheng, which is why Luonin saw Gema and the other leaders, all of whom she recognized. Second brother, where is Lian Sheng? Luonin couldn't help but ask. Bai Lao, standing nearby, also perked up his ears. Yes, all the leaders were present. But where was that young man? Once Lian Sheng established himself, Lord Chu no longer hid his relationship with Lian Sheng, and everyone knew that Lian Sheng was the future brother-in-law of their general. When Lord Chu heard his sister mention Lian Sheng, he paused. Seeing the expression on her second brother's face made Luonin's heart ache for no reason. Second brother, are you hiding something from me? Sister, I'm not. Lian Sheng has something to take care of for now, but he'll be back in a few days. Don't worry, he is fine. The more he said this, the more Luonin felt confused. Second brother, you are lying to me. Your expression tells me that you are definitely hiding something. Luonin sat on her horse, her bright black eyes fixed on Lord Chu. Lord Chu pressed his lips together, looked up at Luonin on her horse, and said slowly, Sister, Lian Sheng has encountered a little trouble. Don't worry, I promise to bring him back. Luonin was taken aback, then smiled. Lian Sheng must be fine. He said he would marry me when I grow up.
How could he leave me? He wouldn't leave me, right?
You're joking, aren't you, second brother? Miss.
Girl.
Qing Yi and Bai Lao shouted in unison, sensing that something was off with Luonin. Luonin kicked the stirrup hard and pulled on the horse's mane, while the reins were in Lord Chu's hands. Xiao He felt pain and thought, Miss, you're being too rough. You're hurting the horse. Xiao He was unhappy and neighed loudly, suddenly rearing up, almost throwing Lord Chu off balance. Taking the chance, Luonin grabbed the reins and shook them forcefully, charging out. This startled everyone, and they quickly chased after her, but no one could catch up to Xiao He. Seeing this, the second elder realized he couldn't hide his abilities any longer. With a swift move, he left only an afterimage behind. Before long, the second elder returned with the unconscious Luonin on his back, and Xiao He was also captured. Qing Yi and Lu Yi stepped forward to carefully take the young lady back to the tent. Only then did Bai Lao have time to ask Lord Chu what was going on. After the army's victory, Lord Chu arranged for the soldiers to clean the battlefield and set up a defensive camp at Duanping Mountain, 100 miles away. Just as they were preparing to return, they received news from the cavalry camp that their commander, Lianxing, had gone missing. Sanlei immediately sent people to search for him, but Lianxing seemed to have vanished without a trace. Lord Chu ordered his men to dig deep to find him. However, with a vast area of 100 miles, no news came for a while, so Lord Chu had to return and discuss the situation. The atmosphere in the main tent was very tense. Lord, our young lady has woken up. came the voice of Qingyi from outside the tent. Everyone hurried to Luanin's tent. A few generals felt awkward entering the young lady's tent, so they waited outside while Lord Chu, Old Bai, and the second uncle entered the main tent. Luanin sat cross-legged on a military bed, her face expressionless, with green clothes and little Mu Yang standing guard beside her. "I'm sorry, Anin. It's my fault for not protecting Lianqing," Lord Chu said, feeling very guilty. What would he do if something happened to Lianqing? "Brother, this isn't your fault. On the battlefield, anything can happen, and it's not related to you," Luanin said, wiping away her tears. "Don't worry, we will find him and bring that rascal back," said the second uncle, turning to leave. "Second uncle? You?" Luanin tried to stop him. She couldn't let him go search for someone. "Child, you've been good to our family. No matter how tough we seem, we are not made of stone. We have no sons or daughters, and we hope to rely on you when we grow old. It's settled." With that, the second uncle vanished in an instant. With the second uncle taking action, everyone felt more at ease, knowing his strength. They had already sent out everyone they could, so all they could do now was wait patiently for news. After a moment, Lu Anin left the tent. There were still many things to handle at the field hospital, and she needed to check on the injured soldiers. Qingyi and Green Clothes tried to stop her, worried that if something happened to her while Lianqing's fate was uncertain, they wouldn't be able to bear it. Old Bai spoke up, "Let her go. It will help her focus on something else instead of worrying. You all need to stay strong. The sky isn't falling." Everyone reluctantly returned to their tasks. Qingyi buried her head in organizing the battlefield hospital's documents, while LVY followed closely behind the girl, and Old Bai took Xiao Muyang to check on the patients. Finally, by evening, the matters at the battlefield hospital came to a close. The injured soldiers just needed to rest and wait for their recovery. Lord Chu was so anxious that he developed blisters on his lips and lost his voice. It had been almost a day, and everyone felt heavy-hearted. The battlefield hospital also had soldiers from the cavalry, and these young men were aware that their general was missing. No one wanted to stay in the hospital. They all gathered at the camp entrance, tiptoeing and gazing into the distance. No matter how much Doctor Hu tried to persuade them, they refused to go back. In the end, Doctor Hu had no choice but to call for Luanin. Luanin ordered them to return to the hospital to rest. Otherwise, even if the general returned, he would scold them, and the battlefield hospital had to take responsibility for their health. Since Lianqing could not reveal his surname was Su, everyone thought his surname was Lian, so they called him General Lian. When everyone saw Luanin come to persuade them personally, they reluctantly returned to the battlefield hospital, looking back every few steps. Luanin gazed at the distant mountains, her heart aching. Seeing the young girl's straight posture, everyone felt a deep sense of sympathy. Qingyi and LVY were secretly wiping away their tears. The girl had come such a long way, and it was truly heartbreaking. May heaven protect the young master and keep him safe. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed from afar, especially clear at night, and it was more than one horse. "Is the young master back?" Qingyi blurted out.
"Let's go see,"
Old Bai said, turning and striding away. Hearing the news, Lord Chu and several generals rushed out as well. Soon, several horses approached, and everyone saw that it was indeed Lianqing returning. He jumped off the horse, holding a dark cloth bag, and no one knew what was inside. Upon seeing Lord Chu, Lianqing knelt on one knee and said loudly, "General, I have brought back the head of Alida."
"What?"
"Alida? The first warrior of the barbarian king's court was taken down just like that? Good job, get up." Lord Chu reached out to help Lianqing up and patted his shoulder hard. "You should have sent a message home. We were all worried sick. If anything happened to you, the old man would have broken my legs." Given Lord Chu's temperament, he really could do that. "Second brother, the situation was too urgent at that time, and I didn't have time to send a message home. If I had waited even a little longer, Alida would have disappeared, and it would have been hard to find him again. I heard from Uncle that everyone at home was almost going crazy with worry, all because of Lianqing." After Lianqing finished speaking, he quickly bowed. All right, you young man, save some energy to explain things to Anin later. Everyone laughed upon hearing this. Luonin stepped forward and bowed to Uncle, saying, "Thank you, Uncle, for your hard work." Uncle laughed heartily and clapped his hands. "You're too polite, girl. Lianxing has a bright future ahead. The second master is a lucky man." Everyone was very happy, and the camp was lively. Since Alida had happily stepped down, it was expected that in a couple of days, the barbarian king's court would send someone to negotiate peace. Second Master Chu instructed the generals to gather in the main tent for a meeting. Since Uncle was here representing the emperor, he should also be involved in this matter. Uncle had previously only followed Old Bai and showed no interest in military affairs. Although he was a prominent figure close to the emperor, he was very careful in his actions. However, this time, since Lianxing had taken Alida's head, the barbarian king's court was like a tiger without teeth. They were no longer a threat. The barbarian king's court would definitely seek peace. Even if they wanted to take a moment to catch their breath, it would take them at least 10 years to recover. Moreover, 10 years was enough for the Great Qi to rise several levels. Uncle needed to understand the situation and report this information to the emperor. The court would send someone to negotiate, and it was likely that the old prince and Duke Rong would be part of the negotiation team. Lianxing didn't have time to say much to Luonin. He just handed her a hairpin and quickly went to the main tent for the meeting. Luonin took a look at it. It seemed to be a hairpin made by Lianxing himself. The green hairpin was polished very delicately, with a lotus flower at one end. Upon closer inspection, there was a small inscription on it. "A lifetime of true love, together forever." Luonin smiled and casually pinned it in her hair. "Qingyi, LVY, let's go make some food to send to second brother, and the others later." "Okay." The two girls replied cheerfully. Everyone then dispersed to get back to their tasks. Luonin, along with Qingyi and LVY, arrived at the cooking camp. As soon as the cook saw Anin, he hurried out to greet her. "Miss, what can I do for you?" "Master Lu, I need to borrow the kitchen for a bit. The generals are in a meeting, and I want to prepare some food for them." Lu DePeo, the cook, quickly said, "No problem, miss, I'll help you cook." After that, he went with Luonin to the kitchen. "Miss, I heard that General Yen cut off Alida's head. Is it true?" Lu DePeo loved gossip and asked while working. Luonin nodded vigorously. Yes, Alida's head was quite big, with a big beard. He looked fierce. Even if he looked fierce, it didn't help him. He was still cut down by our General Yen. Ha! That's satisfying. The barbarian king no longer has their top warrior. They've been provoking us for years. Let them see what happens now. The kitchen was lively with conversation. Luonin didn't make complicated dishes, just big bowls of knife-cut noodles, large pieces of meat in sauce, some refreshing side dishes, and spicy chili flakes drizzled with hot oil. Gao Ping was standing at the entrance of the big tent. When he saw his lady bringing food, he knew she was there to deliver meals. He hurried into the tent to report to Second Master, "General, our lady has come to bring food." Everyone in the tent was excited to hear that the lady had come with food. Someone's stomach growled, and everyone burst into laughter. Second Master Chu laughed as he patted his stomach. "Let her in quickly." Gao Ping happily ran back outside, and soon Luonin entered the big tent with her helpers. "Brother, I made some simple noodles for everyone to fill their stomachs. Tomorrow, I'll cook meat for everyone. Miss Anin, we've been coming here to share meals with the general." "You've worked hard," a general said with a smile.
Old Fu, how can you say that?
"You always come to report to the general at mealtime." Someone teased General Fu nearby. "That's not my fault. It must have been a coincidence."
General Fu laughed artily.
Lianxing stood up to help serve the food. The big bowls of knife-cut noodles were as large as small soup bowls, and the aroma of the meat sauce filled the entire tent. Everyone forgot everything else and eagerly dug into their big bowls, enjoying the meal so much that even the second master couldn't look up. "Brothers, don't rush. There's more," Luonin said busily from the side. "Oh, there's more, miss. I need another bowl," General Fu said, chewing on meat and eyeing the big pot. Second Master Chu shook his head with a smile, eating his noodles slowly. His sister's cooking was really good. Luanin also remembered Gao Ping, who was standing guard outside the tent. At that moment, Gao Ping was happily slurping his noodles. The group served another bowl of noodles to the generals. General Fu patted his belly and said contentedly, "Miss Inen, what are we having to eat tomorrow?" "Hey, old Fu, you just finished eating and you're already thinking about tomorrow's meal? Not only are you ordering the general's sister in front of them, but you're also doing it in front of her fiancé. What about your manners?" Everyone burst into laughter. General Fu glared, "Gama, don't start with me. Last time you said you wished you had such a good sister, didn't you?" The crowd laughed even harder. Luan and Lian Sheng exchanged smiles. "Big brother Fu, what do you want to eat tomorrow?" Luan asked loudly. General Fu's eyes lit up. "Sister, I want dumplings." "All right, we'll have dumplings tomorrow." General Fu laughed heartily and patted Lian Sheng on the shoulder. "Brother Lian Sheng, you must treat Nen well in the future, or Fu Dahai, won't let you off the hook." "Big brother Fu, don't worry. If I let her down, I won't deserve to be reborn." The meeting with Lord Chu lasted late into the night. There were still many follow-up matters to arrange, and military documents were urgently sent to the capital overnight. The next day, Lu Anan woke up early. They were having dumplings today, and with so many people, they needed to make a lot. They couldn't do it alone. So, early in the morning, several aunts and older women from the villages were invited, along with staff from the town's food shop. The Western camp had won a great victory, and the so-called First Warrior had been defeated, so everyone was happy. Many young men were eager to join the army. The townspeople brought their best food. Some even brought a big fat pig, making the camp lively, like a festival. A row of large tubs was set up for mixing dough, chopping meat, and cutting vegetables, and soon the area in front of the camp was bustling with activity. With many hands, they quickly lined up plump little dumplings neatly on a large cover. The soldiers watched from a distance, swallowing their saliva. One said, "I smell dumplings. Even though it's not New Year's Eve, we can still enjoy dumplings." Another said, "You Northerners like dry dumplings with vinegar, while we Southerners prefer soup dumplings." "I heard this time it's soup dumplings, made with broth from big bones. It smells delicious." Soup dumplings are fine. I've been in the South for several years now, and have gotten used to the food here. As long as it's dumplings, I'm happy, Before I joined the army, we only had dumplings during the New Year, and there wasn't much meat. My mother made them by hand, and I haven't had them in years. I really miss them. This time, you really got to enjoy them. Our girl went to the village early this morning to invite the aunts and ladies. They have worked hard these days. No matter what the soldiers said, they all wore satisfied smiles. Today felt like a holiday to them, lively and serious. The fire in the big stove blazed brightly, and the large pot simmered with creamy bone broth, while plump dumplings jumped into the soup like little penguins. Before long, the cook filled the soldiers' big bowls with soup and dumplings. The soldiers gathered in groups of 3 or 5, squatting to eat heartily, soon breaking into a sweat. A young man, while eating, suddenly shed a tear. The old soldier noticed and understood the young man was feeling homesick. "Missing home, huh?" The young man wiped his tears clumsily. "These dumplings remind me of how my mother makes them. I miss her." Indeed, at home, there are parents, siblings, and some soldiers even have wives and children. After being away for years, who wouldn't miss home? Young man, work hard, and one day you'll return home in glory. The old soldier tried to comfort him. Luckily, his home wasn't too far from the western border, but he hadn't been back in over a year. In the big tent, Lord Chu and several generals not only enjoyed dumplings, but also had special dishes, including a large plate of braised meat and fresh wild vegetables. However, drinking alcohol was not allowed in the camp. Otherwise, the dumplings would taste even better with some wine. The meal of bone broth and dumplings truly gave everyone a festive feeling. As expected, just after they set down their chopsticks, the barbarian royal court sent officials for peace talks, led by the barbarian prince, showing their determination for negotiation. In wartime, messengers are not harmed, especially when they are the prince. Lord Chu followed the rules. The visitors' intentions were simple: They wanted to sign a friendly agreement and requested that Lord Chu's army retreat to the previous defensive line. Naturally, Lord Chu disagreed. They had already taken control of hundreds of miles of territory. It made no sense to retreat just because they wanted to negotiate. If they wanted to talk, they needed to show sincerity. Otherwise, there would be no discussion. The defensive line of the Great Qi in the west was at Dwanping Mountain. If they didn't comply, then they would have to fight again. Seeing Lord Chu's firm stance, the prince put away his own thoughts and returned to report honestly. Lord Chu then waited calmly for the negotiation team from the court to arrive. Luonan is about to set off with the medical team to Baiqing in a couple of days. After spending nearly 2 months in the western region, the first battlefield hospital of the Great Qi has successfully established itself. In the battle against the barbarian kingdom, the battlefield hospital made significant contributions, saving countless soldiers' lives. Of course, Lord Chu wants to commend his sister for her efforts. The second prince also acknowledged Luonan's achievements in a secret letter to the emperor and sent the palace guards back to the capital, as he plans to accompany the medical team to the next stop. The time together is always short. Today, the medical team is departing. San Lei and Si Dian have already seen their sister, and they are unsure when they will meet again, so they feel a bit reluctant. Lord Chu also feels sad to see his little sister go. Liansheng personally sent the young girl off from the camp and walked for half a day before returning. While Luonan and her team head to Baiqing, the capital is particularly lively today. The emperor received 2 urgent letters from the western region. One is from Lord Chu, and the other is from the second prince. Today is not a grand court meeting, so the emperor immediately summoned the officials to discuss matters after reading the letters, specifically inviting the old prince. When the old prince arrived, the officials knew something significant was happening. Otherwise, he wouldn't be there. However, seeing the emperor smiling, they felt more at ease. It seemed like it wasn't bad news, especially since the emperor was trying to suppress his laughter. But one person was missing: the prime minister. He couldn't attend the court because he received news that Alida's troops had been defeated. Prime Minister Li was so furious that he spat blood. The officials supporting the Li family felt even more uncertain. Emperor Renzong noticed the expressions of the officials and frowned, thinking to himself that it would be better if the old man never returned, to avoid his anger. When the emperor arrived, everyone quickly knelt and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" Emperor Renzong sat steadily behind the royal desk, glanced at the Grand Prince, who understood, and bowed to read the memorial aloud.
What?
The bravest warrior of the barbarian kingdom was defeated by our Great Qi's commander Liansheng? The barbarian kingdom is asking for peace? Our territory has expanded by 100 miles? Heaven bless our Great Qi. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. The officials shouted in unison, and Emperor Renzong laughed heartily. There is nothing that makes him happier than winning battles and expanding territory. Good job, Lord Chu. The emperor has high hopes for you. The officials were also very pleased. The emperor immediately decided to have the old prince, the Duke of Ronghua, and several important ministers represent the court to visit the Western Front and comfort the troops, while also negotiating with the tribal leaders. The old prince nodded, eager to take a big bite out of the tribal territory. After discussing the negotiations, Emperor Renzong said, "Ada, draft an edict. The young general who took down Alida is a promising talent. Chu Heir has good judgment. Promote him to General of the Dragon and Tiger. The young general named Liansheng will be promoted to General of Dingyuan." The emperor rewarded the relevant individuals in one go. It goes without saying that Chu Heir, who went to battle at just 12 years old, has achieved great military success. But the young General Liansheng unexpectedly became famous overnight and was promoted to a third-rank general. The emperor seems to favor him too much. Rong Ju was quite surprised. The emperor continued, "Lord Rong, your daughter has also made significant contributions. A battlefield hospital has been established in the Western Front. Even if the sanitation team leaves, the hospital will provide reliable support for the 100,000 troops." The hospital played a crucial role in this conflict. It's the first time I've heard a heir praise someone. When your daughter returns to the capital, I will surely reward her generously, haha. I thank your majesty on behalf of my daughter. Rongju quickly expressed his gratitude to Emperor Rinzong. The ministers looked at Rongju with envy, admiring how capable his daughter is at such a young age, equal to any boy. Unfortunately, it was said that she was already betrothed, otherwise, they could have tried to match her with their own sons. Many officials secretly thought about this. Your Majesty, General Lien is truly talented and stands out among the youth. I humbly request that you arrange a marriage for my granddaughter, who is still unmarried at 18, to General Lien, said elder son, a respected official. Emperor Rinzong glanced at Rong Er with a mischievous smile and said, Elder, you should ask Lord Rong if he is agreeable. Elder son was taken aback. Why should I ask Lord Rong? I am foolish, he said. Ha ha ha. Emperor Rinzong laughed heartily. Elder son was confused. He looked at Rongju and saw the anger in his eyes. What's wrong? Is Lord Rong upset? I'm asking the emperor for a marriage for my granddaughter. Why is he angry?
Wait.
Not just Rongju. What does Lord Rong mean? And Duke Ronghua. Why are you staring like that?
Oh.
Duke Ronghua has a daughter too. Does he want to marry her to General Lien as well? I can't allow that. Old minister's son quickly said, Your Majesty, please grant a marriage for my granddaughter. She is beautiful and well known in the capital for her talents. Surely she is worthy of General Lianqing. Minister, I just said to ask Lord Rong, the emperor replied. The minister rolled his eyes and chuckled. Lord Rong, I know you have a daughter, but she is not yet of marriageable age. Besides, she is already promised to someone else. If you are unhappy with that engagement, there is nothing to be done, ha ha ha. Lord Rong's expression turned cold as he huffed. There's a saying that fits you well, minister. There are many talented young people in the capital. Is your granddaughter unable to find a husband? Must you take my son-in-law? Are the sons-in-law of the Sun family all taken by force? Lord Rong, please be careful with your words. Careful? You are trying to take my son-in-law. Lianqing, my son-in-law from the Rong family, has been engaged for a year, just waiting for my daughter to come of age. Do you understand? Minister's son took a few steps back. If he didn't, Lord Rong's finger was almost poking him in the eye. Everyone was listening intently.
Oh.
So General Lianqing is Lord Rong's son-in-law. Why does the Rong family get all the good fortune? Unbelievable. Minister's son was stunned. He glanced at the emperor, who was now munching on some seeds. The emperor was enjoying his snack while watching the scene unfold. Your Majesty, did you already know that General Lianqing is from the Rong family? Minister's son asked through gritted teeth. The emperor nodded. Didn't I tell you to ask Lord Rong? I made it very clear, yet you still don't understand? Minister's son was nearly furious, but he dared not show it and sulked quietly. The other officials didn't dare to laugh, but they were internally criticizing the emperor for enjoying the drama while Minister's son was nearly driven to madness. The impromptu court meeting was lively, and the emperor's smile never faded, while the officials were also chuckling. After returning home, Minister's son told his wife about the court meeting. Mrs. Sun felt it was a pity that such a promising young general was engaged to someone from the Rong family. Her granddaughter was beautiful and talented. Why couldn't she attract a young man like Lianqing? Sun Xiangxiang, Minister Sun's granddaughter, heard about this from a servant and became interested. She had always looked down on Lu Anan, a village girl raised in the countryside. What great skills could she possibly have to compare with her? And she even went to the border.
My goodness.
What kind of place is the border? A group of rough men, and a little girl with no shame at all. She grew up in the capital, received the best education, and her family did not need her to go out and do business. So, what if Luanan is the young lady of the Rong family? She's just a merchant's daughter. Why would a young general, praised by the emperor, marry Luanan? Does she deserve it? Elder son did not know that his usually well-behaved granddaughter thought this way. Sun Xiangxiang was also raised with care. Anything she wanted, no matter who it was, she would take for herself. So even though she had never met Liansheng, it didn't stop her from thinking about him. Within a few days, Rumors began to spread in the streets. One day, Granny Jean stormed into the Duke's residence. "Granny, what happened?" Z quickly came forward to help Granny Jean sit down upon seeing her angry face. Since Lu Yu arrived in the capital, she rarely went out. A few years ago, she had some close friends, but after returning, she mostly stayed at home or visited an inn-shop. So she was unaware of the recent rumors. "Madam hasn't left the house these past few days, right? You must not know about the rumors outside." "I came today to inform you," said Granny Jean. "What rumors?" Lu Yu asked, confused. Z had been helping her with accounts and hadn't gone out either. Coincidentally, her sister-in-law and Huanyan also hadn't gone out. Granny Jean sighed heavily and said, "I don't know who spread the word, but they're saying our young lady is involved with some shady characters in the village and has connections with wealthy merchants. They claim she was once robbed by bandits and is no longer pure, and that the third young master's former fiancé was also affected by her." "That's nonsense. Who is spreading such lies about my son?" Lu Yu was furious and threw her teacup to the ground. "Madam, please calm down. I came to prepare you for this. Many eyes are watching the young lady. The emperor praised her, which has upset some people. We need to be cautious. Ba Do is investigating the source of these rumors. He found this information, or we wouldn't even know." Granny Jean said seriously. The capital was a complicated place, and since her lady was soft-hearted and not skilled in family matters, she had to keep an eye on things for the young lady. "Granny, once Ba Do finds out who is spreading these rumors, tell me immediately. I will confront them for an explanation. No need to inform Rongju. This is a matter for me to handle. I suspect this information was leaked by a woman." Granny Jean agreed. Such news shouldn't be something a man does. It looks more like a woman's way of jealousy. However, the girl is still young, so who would care? She first thought of Li Lingxue, but then dismissed it. If Li Lingxue were involved, it wouldn't be so childish. She would go straight for the kill, just like last time when the girl fell into the water. Recently, Li Lingxue has been staying quietly at home, and Ba Do checked the rumors, confirming they did not come from the Li family. "I understand. In a couple of days we will have news and then we can plan our next steps." Soon, Madame Su also learned about it. Unsurprisingly, she was furious, thinking the Lu family, could be easily bullied. Did they think they could just step on one and slap another? Madame Su quickly arranged for 7 or 8 strong women, all skilled fighters who could easily tear apart anyone's dress. When the time comes, if she doesn't make them regret it, she won't be surnamed Su. Before 2 days passed, by the next afternoon, Ba Do brought news that they had found the source. It turned out that these rumors were spread by Sun Gelau's granddaughter, Sun Xiangxiang. During a morning meeting, Sun Gelao wanted to ask the emperor to arrange a marriage for Sun Xiangxiang, and the person he had in mind was Lian Sheng, who had taken down Alita. Sun Gelao didn't know that Lian Sheng was the future son-in-law of the Rong family. Once the truth came out, he gave up on that idea. But somehow, Sun Xiangxiang learned about it and became fixated on Lian Sheng, leading her to spread the rumors. Her goal was to ruin Lu Anin's reputation. Hearing this, Lu Yu narrowed her eyes. How dare they underestimate her? She would show her claws and make them regret it. At this moment, the Sun family was unaware that their obedient granddaughter had dug a big pit for them. The door of the Sun family was banged loudly, and an angry servant opened it, ready to question, but was pushed back. Lu Yu stormed in with a group of women, while Madame Su stayed behind. Someone quickly went to report. The group entering said nothing, wielding short sticks and smashing anything in sight, completely ignoring any conversation. Soon, the front yard of the Sun residence was in chaos. Sun Ge-Lao's elderly wife and eldest daughter-in-law rushed over, panting, and were shocked by the scene. Who are you, and what do you want? Gu Shi, the head matriarch, stood her ground. Lu Yu scoffed, who am I? I am Lu Anin's mother. Lu Ruyu, have you lost your mind? You actually brought your ways from Kaoshan village to my Sun family. You are the sister of the Duke of Rong, but my Sun family is not to be messed with. Elder Sun shouted loudly. Old lady, what Do you want me to fight with the Duke of Rong's household? Madame Su slowly stepped forward, her face dark as she looked at Elder Sunday, Duke of Rong's wife. You are being unreasonable. You came to my house and started smashing things. Today, I must have an explanation, or I will report you to the Emperor for bullying us with your power. Oh, I'm so scared. You old thing, I'm not afraid of you. Let your granddaughter's son Xiang come out, ruining my daughter's reputation everywhere. I'll tear her mouth apart. Lu Yu rolled up her sleeves, hands on her hips, pointing and scolding the Sun family. Upon hearing this, Gu was confused about why Xiang was involved. She glanced at the maid beside her, who nodded and ran off. Before long, Sun Xiang came out. She had no idea what had happened in the front yard, but a maid had rushed in to inform her of the commotion. Hearing this, Sun Xiang became anxious. Was Luanin's mother causing trouble? She quickly ran out of the courtyard and met the maid looking for her, so she wasn't slow in her arrival. Sun Xiang, being spoiled, was furious to see the courtyard damaged and her grandmother and mother being insulted. She stepped forward to push Lu Yu, but Zi blocked her path. Sun Xiang pointed at Lu Yu and began to insult her. You Lu, what are you going crazy about? Have you had enough fun in Kaoshan village and come back to Beijing to continue? After letting some country bumpkin sleep with you for 10 years, you still want more? Why don't you just hang yourself? Her words were hurtful, and just as Lu Yu was about to respond, Lu Huanyan couldn't stand by any longer. She couldn't let her aunt get involved. Being of a similar age to Sun Xiang, she felt it was fine for them to fight. Lu Huanyan stepped up and slapped Sun Xiang twice, leaving her face askew. Sun Xiang, did your mother give birth to you in the outhouse? Is your mouth always this foul? You have nothing better to do than ruin my sister's reputation, and my sister doesn't even know who you are. Your grandfather can't get a marriage from the emperor, so you resort to these lowly tactics? Is this a family tradition of the Sun family? Sun Xiang, feeling heated, retorted, why should Lu Anin marry General Lian? She's just a country girl. I'm the only one qualified to marry him. At this moment, quite a few people had gathered at the entrance of the Sun family. The front yard was in chaos, and the servants of the Sun family couldn't close the main gate because it had been forcefully taken apart. Onlookers understood that Luanin was suffering from an undeserved misfortune. Everyone in the capital knew that Elder Sun had asked the emperor for a marriage proposal. Elder Sun didn't realize that General Lian was the son-in-law of the Rong family, but once the truth came out, he naturally let the matter go. Unexpectedly, Miss Sun was still thinking about it. Luanin and General Lian probably didn't even know who Sun Xiang was. This Miss Sun was quite overbearing. When the old lady of the Sun family and her daughter-in-law heard about it, they understood that their child was in the wrong. However, Madame Gu was protective of her daughter and couldn't stand by while her daughter was being mistreated. What are you doing? Is what my Xiang said wrong? General Lian is a third-rank general. How can he marry a girl raised in the countryside? A general should marry a lady from a noble family. My sister may have grown up in the countryside, but she is the daughter of the Rong Marquis and a young lady of the Rongwood Duke's family. How can you slander her?
Bah.
So what? That doesn't change the fact that she was raised in the countryside. My Xiang is a true lady of a noble family. She wouldn't even be worthy to carry my Xiang's shoes. The old lady of the Sun almost fainted. Madame Gu was truly embarrassing the Sun family. Lu Yu, upon hearing this, charged forward and started hitting Madame Gu. Although Lu Yu had a gentle personality, she had built strength from 10 years in the countryside and was not as delicate as Madame Gu. Madame Gu was caught off guard and stunned. When the maid saw her mistress was in trouble, she rushed in, and Sun Xiang didn't run away either. Madame Gu's dress was torn. Sun Xiang was also unable to fight back. If it weren't for the maid desperately protecting her, she would have lost her dress too. The maids didn't care whether Sun Xiang was married. They just knew that they had to defend their mistress and young lady. The men who rushed oversaw the scene and were horrified. The Sun family was in disarray, and the women were nearly stripped of their clothes, with the main gate lying on the ground. Can someone tell me what is going on? Elder Sun felt dizzy. Lu Yu sat down on the steps of the main gate, pounded her legs, and started shouting. The Sun family is bullying a widow and her child. Not only are they trying to take my fiancé, but they are also slandering my daughter, saying she is not pure. Oh heavens! Open your eyes. The Sun family is a nest of thieves and scoundrels. Elder Sun felt a throbbing pain in his temples. The old lady of the Sun fainted, and the Sun family was in chaos. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lu Huanyan slapped Sun Xiangxiang's face again, but no one saw the small fragrance pouch hidden in her palm. The servants of the Sun family hurriedly carried the old lady into the inner courtyard. Rong Ju glared at Elder Sun, saying, "Elder, you need to give the Rong family an explanation. I'm still alive, and your Sun family is too arrogant." Dad, we didn't say anything bad about Luonin. It was Lu Yu who brought people to our door. We also want an explanation from your Lu family and the Rong family. The other women of the Sun family certainly would not accept this. Madam Lu, you have no proof. My Sun family has been innocent for generations. How can you assume it was us? Elder Sun looked displeased at Lu Yu.
Bah.
How can you say your Sun family is innocent for generations? If your family were innocent, even pigs could climb trees. You should ask your granddaughter, Sun Xiangxiang. Lu Yu glared fiercely at Elder Sunday. Rong Ju blinked at Lu Yu, thinking his wife was amazing. Lu Huanyan pulled Sun Xiangxiang closer. Miss Sun, let's settle this face to face. If we wronged you, I, Lu Huanyan, will kneel at the Sun family gate for 3 days and nights. If you are lying, you will kneel at my Lu family gate for 3 days and nights.
How about that?
Sun Xiangxiang's eyes widened in shock. Xiangxiang, is it true what you said? Speak honestly. Grandfather will support you, so don't be afraid. Elder Sun was also getting angry. The Duke of Rong's family was too arrogant. If they truly wronged Xiangxiang, he would seek justice. Sun Xiangxiang fixed her hair and adjusted her clothes, glancing at Lu Huanyan. Yes, it was me who arranged for people to say that.
What can you do about it?
Why did you say that about my sister?
Why?
I don't like her. Isn't that reason enough? When she wasn't back, I was the #1 in the capital, but now she's back, opening a shop and even forming a medical team. She stole my spotlight. I just can't stand her. You've never met General Lian. He is my sister's fiancé. What does that have to do with you? It has nothing to do with me. I just can't stand a country girl marrying General Lian. She doesn't deserve him. You want to ruin my sister's reputation and destroy this marriage? Exactly, you are right. Sun Xiangxiang raised her chin, staring intently at Lu Huanyan. Elder Sun was about to speak, but suddenly found himself unable to make a sound. Everyone listened intently. Last year's flower banquet, Miss Zheng Rui from the Zheng family accidentally fell into the water and was saved by a man. Her engagement was called off because of this. Did you know about it? Of course, I planned it.
Huh?
Everyone was shocked, their eyes wide open.
They knew about this.
Miss Zheng fell into the water and was saved by a stranger. Her future in-laws canceled the engagement because they thought she had lost her honor. Miss Zheng was so upset that she almost harmed herself. Over a year has passed, and she still hasn't recovered from the. So it was done by Sun Xiangxiang? The eldest daughter-in-law of Lord Gao from the Ministry of Rights was pregnant 2 years ago but lost the baby after a fall. That was her first child. You were behind that too, weren't you? Yes, I was.
Why?
Why would you target a pregnant woman? What conflict do you have with her? Because I like the eldest son of the Gao family. I didn't want another woman to have his child. I was too young and should have used medicine, so she could never have children. The second princess chose a prince from the general's family.
How did you ruin that? Oh my.
Everyone was stunned. The Sun family members were too shocked to speak. Is this their obedient young lady? Elder Sun felt faint but was more alert than anyone else. Madame Gu wanted to cover Sun Xiangxiang's mouth, but she was held back by several strong women, her mouth blocked, shaking her head vigorously, tears and snot all over her face. I only told the third prince that the second princess liked a performer and didn't return to the palace one night. Why did you do that? Because the second princess plays the zither better than I do. I absolutely cannot allow anyone to be better than me, even if she is a princess. Aren't you afraid it will be discovered one day? I'm not afraid. The Sun family is not easy to mess with. We have a special protection from the late emperor. Lu Huanyan scoffed and said loudly, Gentlemen, I have finished my questions. I ask you to be witnesses. Uncle, the rest is up to you. Please help my sister get justice. After saying that, Lu Huanyan stepped aside. Rongju nodded, just about to speak, when someone rushed in from the crowd, crying out, Sun Xiangxiang, I will make you pay for what you did to my daughter. Everyone looked, surprised at the coincidence. It was Madame Zheng, Zheng Rui's mother. Elder son, let's go find the emperor. The Gao family and your Sun family cannot coexist. Lord Gao from the Ministry of Rights pushed through the crowd and pulled elder son away. He was brought here by someone who said that 2 years ago, the eldest daughter-in-law had a miscarriage due to someone's actions, and he didn't even have time to tell his eldest son before being brought here. Just now, outside the crowd, what did he hear? Was it true that Sun Xiangxiang, the granddaughter of Sun Galao, was behind all this? His poor eldest grandson didn't even get a chance to see the world before he was gone. The eldest daughter-in-law had just recovered and was pregnant again. If this child knew the truth, wouldn't they cry? Madame Zheng didn't care about any of this. She went up and slapped Sun Xiangxiang, who had already been hit once. This time, it was even worse, and she was left in a terrible state. Lord Zhang from the Jingzhou prefecture also arrived. The crowd outside the Sun family's door was not just ordinary people. Many officials had come along with Rongju and Sun Galao, and everyone was listening closely. Everyone heard what Sun Xiangxiang said just now. The Sun family couldn't deny it. Sun Xiangxiang was recovering from the shock of being hit. She was confused about why Madame Zheng was hitting her. In a panic, Miss Sun exclaimed, Madame Zheng, are you crazy? Why are you hitting me? Is Luan and your child with Rongju? Sun Galao stepped forward. You foolish girl. He could finally move and speak. With a slap, he knocked Sun Xiangxiang back. He must have owed her in his past life, and now she had come to collect. The Sun family was in serious trouble. Because this involved the second princess, Lord Zhang cleared his throat. Everyone, let's go to the palace. Only then did Sun Xiangxiang understand. Grandfather,
Please save me.
crying, she clung to Sun Golao's leg, feeling scared. What had she said? Why did they need to go to the palace? Lu Huanyan, you set me up. It was you, wasn't it? You led me to say those things? For once, Sun Xiangxiang was being clever. Sun Xiangxiang, what can I do to you? Aren't those things all you're doing? Your family has a death exemption, so what are you afraid of? I didn't do anything. Sun Xiangxiang shouted. Lord Zhang chuckled coldly. Miss Sun, if you haven't done anything wrong, you shouldn't fear the truth coming out. I hope you can stay strong when we get to the palace. How did Lu Huanyan know all this? It was because Badu had informed her in detail about what to ask, and the sachet only contained some powder that could make someone speak their mind without defenses. The condition was that Sun Xiangxiang had indeed done these things, as discovered by Badu and the others. Sun Xiangxiang had revealed everything, and so many people had heard her. She had no chance to take it back. The Zheng family, the Gao family, the Lu family, along with the Rong family, brought the Sun family to the emperor's attention. Deputy Minister of Justice, Chu Heng, also arrived with relevant witnesses. These witnesses were found by Bado, and they all pointed to Sun Xiangxiang as the one behind the schemes. Emperor Renzong was furious. The second princess was his own daughter. Although she was now happily married, she had been wronged in the past, and how could the emperor not be angry? The previous emperor's death exemption could save lives, but it couldn't spare them from suffering. Elder Sun returned home to enjoy his retirement, while the Sun family's officials were demoted by 3 ranks. Sun Xiangxiang was exiled to the border, and the Sun family was suddenly pushed out of the noble ranks. It would be difficult for them to make a comeback. Luanen had been away for several months, but she could always receive the latest news about the estate and the shop. The situation at the border of Bai City had also concluded smoothly. In other areas, Master Bai was personally leading the team because the strong winds signaled it was time to harvest the sweet potatoes. This was a major event, so Master Bai urged his young disciple to return first, leaving the rest of the work to him. Luonan didn't hesitate. Little Mu Yang would follow his adoptive father and return to the capital with the sanitation team. This journey had helped the child grow a lot. His little face showed more determination, and he had gained much experience. Luonan didn't hide anything from the second prince. It was better to tell him the truth than to let him find out on his own. Over these days, Luonan had confirmed one thing. The second prince had extended an olive branch to her, and accepting it meant having a powerful ally. Sweet potatoes? Even the well-informed second prince was puzzled. What kind of crop is this? Can it be eaten? The second prince had a difficult childhood, nearly starving to death, but was fortunate to be saved by Emperor Renzong when he was still a prince. He fought alongside several other princes, so he was very particular about food. Yes, sweet potatoes are a type of crop that grows in the ground and are a kind of grain. They can be eaten raw, steamed, or roasted, and they taste very sweet. The key is that they have a high yield per acre, Luonan explained in detail. This is a major event. We need to hurry back. If what you say is true, my girl, you will have done a great service for our duchy. The second prince wished he could fly back immediately. Luonan didn't waste any more time. After arranging everything, she quietly left Bai City with the second prince, Qingyi and Lui. They traveled swiftly and soon arrived at Xiangyang Mountain Villa. A strong wind received the news early and arranged for Lu He and a few others to wait at the entrance of the villa for the young lady. When the second uncle saw the villa, he exclaimed, "What a beautiful sunlight villa! It truly has a thriving atmosphere." Although it was already mid-November, the villa was still bustling with activity. "Greetings, young lady. Greetings, young lady," everyone said in unison. Luonan nodded and quickly introduced the second uncle to everyone. They all hurried to pay their respects, and the group entered the villa, heading straight to Linglong residence. Aunt Pang had already prepared warm water for washing up, and everyone went to freshen up before enjoying a bowl of hot noodle soup. The warm soup helped them shake off days of fatigue. After resting for a moment, they headed to the sweet potato field. Luonan arranged for County Magistrate Fan to join them. Initially, the strong wind had arranged for 20 acres to be trial planted. Since the sweet potato vines could be cut and replanted, and with over 500 acres of wasteland at Sunlight Villa now cleared, the cut vines were moved there. This resulted in a total of 120 acres being planted. The trial area of 20 acres was well taken care of by Old Man Dong and his team, who monitored it day and night, as if it were a treasure. The villa's head steward, Tian Gui, was also keeping an eye on the Sunlight Villa area. Luonan felt secretly pleased, believing that the sweet potatoes would yield a great harvest. The group soon arrived at the field, and Luonan noticed that most of the sweet potato vines had turned yellow, and the timing was just right. "Young lady, I see the vines are yellow. Earlier, you mentioned the signs of ripe sweet potatoes. It should be time to harvest," Old Man Dong said, bending down to tug at the vines. Luonan nodded and turned to the second uncle, saying, "Second uncle, would you mind digging the first scoop?" The second uncle smiled, thinking how endearing this girl was. He had already decided that when he could no longer wield a tool, he would come to rely on the nearby village for his retirement, and this girl had certainly won his heart. "All right, I'll dig the first scoop," he replied, taking them from the strong wind, rolling up his sleeves, and tucking his shirt into his belt. Following Old Man Dong's guidance, he dug down with effort. In an instant, he unearthed a cluster of 7 or 8 red, fist-sized objects. The second uncle picked one up and shook off the dirt. "Is this sweet potato?" he asked with a smile, while Magistrate Fan watched closely. "Yes, Qingyi, take these sweet potatoes back to Linglong residence and tell Aunt Pang to roast them over charcoal so that the second uncle and Magistrate Fan can taste them." "All right, young lady." The girl quickly took the sweet potato and ran off. "Everyone, let's get to work." "Be careful, everyone." The second uncle waved his hand, and the crowd responded loudly, rushing into the field. Some were digging, some were packing, and others were weighing the potatoes. Everyone was busy, but organized. Lord Fan rolled up his sleeves and joined the sweet potato collection. The second uncle personally watched the weighing at the edge of the field. He wanted to record the data, so he came along to see how many sweet potatoes were produced per acre. He heard from the girl that if the yield was indeed high, she would report the planting method to the court, which would benefit the country and the people. So, the second uncle needed to get the first-hand data. With so many people on the farm, nothing was more important than food. Soon, all 20 acres of sweet potatoes were harvested. Old Dong had his little grandson lead a group of children to check for any missed potatoes, making sure not to leave any behind. The edge of the field was piled high with baskets. When the second uncle looked at the numbers he recorded, he was stunned. 20 acres produced over 25,500 pounds, with a yield of 1,275 pounds per acre. He calculated again, and it was correct. Old Dong also saw the numbers in the second uncle's hands and immediately knelt down, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, the people will never go hungry again." The crowd cheered loudly, and the children jumped up and down, shouting with excitement. "Congratulations, Lord Fan. We will report this news to the Emperor right away." The second uncle smiled at Lord Fan, noting that this first batch of sweet potatoes was grown in Lin County, which was Lord Fan's territory. "Second uncle, I owe this to the young lady, haha." Lord Fan understood the second uncle's meaning. The promotion of sweet potatoes would start in Lin County, and as its leader, this would be his achievement. Luanin lifted her bright little face, smiling with her eyes curved. "Second uncle, Lord Fan, there's another farm with 100 acres. Quickly arrange for people to dig there." If it weren't for his position, the second uncle would have run around the sweet potato field in excitement. "Second uncle, don't rush. That small farm will be ready a few days later, probably in 5 or 6 days. Young lady, this is a big deal. We must report the situation to the Emperor. Once he knows, he will send people over, so be prepared." Luanin nodded. She was already ready. The trial planting of sweet potatoes was very successful. Dafu prepared detailed reports, and later, everything, including the selection of the best seeds, will be sent to the court. The people now have another source of food, and Luanin feels that all her hardships were worth it. She left the field matters to Lu Jiang and his team and accompanied the second prince and Lord Fan back to Linglong residence. Dafu made 3 copies of the reports, 1 for his daughter and 2 for the court and Lord Fan. Luanin handed the detailed sweet potato planting information to the second prince and Lord Fan. That evening, these reports, along with Lord Fan's memorial, were urgently sent to the capital by the second prince through special channels. Luanin thought the court would reward her, but she never expected the reward to be so great. She also didn't anticipate that sweet potatoes would almost lead to a fight among the ministers at the Grand Court meeting. At the Grand Court meeting held every 7 days, the ministers saw the smiling Emperor Renzong again today. Everyone hoped the Emperor would always be cheerful, as it would ease their pressure. The Emperor was so happy because the negotiation team from Deqi had achieved great success. Duke Rong, Lu Rufeng, argued fiercely with the barbarian representatives. If it weren't for the old prince's intervention, Duke Rong would have sent the barbarian representatives back in disgrace. The barbarian prince was so angry that he spat blood. They couldn't defeat Lord Chu or outsmart Lord Lu. Without the old prince's help, Lu Rufeng single-handedly brought them down. Last night, Emperor Renzong received the news and was so delighted that he couldn't sleep, spending the night playing chess with the Grand and the third prince. The fourth prince accompanied the negotiation team, and this news came from him. So today, as soon as Emperor Renzong entered the court, he couldn't stop talking and was especially kind. The ministers felt like they were dreaming. The barbarian court signed a 30-year agreement to avoid war, and they would also provide a batch of war horses to Deqi every year, along with other conditions. No wonder the barbarian prince was so upset. The ministers were also very pleased, especially about the annual supply of war horses, as horses are crucial on the battlefield. A country with many cavalry often has superior combat power and can intimidate others. Naturally, Emperor Renzong was excited. Lu Rufeng had done an excellent job and had not disappointed his years of training. Ministers, Lu Rufeng has made great contributions to Did Qi this time. I think we should make him the next assistant. With this statement, many ministers' expressions changed. The next assistant? The second in command, just below Prime Minister Li Rini. The emperor is finally going to take action against Li Rini. The loyal officials in the hall, especially those close to the Rong family, were naturally pleased. Lu Rufeng's abilities are well known. He was a top scholar in his youth, skilled and intelligent. This time, he single-handedly defeated the barbarian royal court, and the young general who beheaded Alida is his nephew-in-law. Everyone could guess that, given the emperor's years of support and training, the position of future prime minister must belong to him. While some were happy, others were not. Lord Shan, the Minister of Personnel, stepped forward. Your Majesty, Lord Lu is talented, but promoting him from a Hanlin Academy scholar to second in command all at once seems inappropriate. It might be hard for others to accept. As soon as Lord Shan spoke, those from the Li faction quickly agreed. Hard to accept? Lord Shan, you've held the position of Minister of Personnel for many years. While you haven't made any major mistakes, you also haven't achieved anything significant, have you? How can you criticize him? Rong Ju would not let him off easily. Lord Shan's face turned red. Lord Rong, be careful with your words. What should I be careful about? I'm just speaking the truth. This matter is for the emperor to decide. This matter is settled. If you have objections, keep them to yourselves. With the emperor's words, everyone fell silent. At that moment, the third hurried into the hall, carrying a large basket. Your Majesty, urgent news from Lin County. The emperor was startled. The third placed the bamboo basket in front of the emperor and presented a secret letter from the second. The emperor took the letter and began to read it carefully. Everyone focused on the emperor's expression. Wait, is he smiling again? The emperor reached into the basket and pulled out 2 sweet potatoes. Seeing that they were about the same size, he could barely hold 2 in one hand and burst into laughter. Wonderful! Wonderful! Lord Rong, you have a wonderful granddaughter. Hearing this, Lord Rong quickly stepped forward. Your Majesty, what is the good news? Ah, San, show everyone what I have. With that, the third hurried over with a basket, showing each official. I'll tell you, this is a new crop called sweet potato, which can yield over 1,200 pounds per acre. It was grown by that girl Luinen. We don't have this crop in our territory. It can be used as food. It tastes sweet and delicate. Ah, San, have the kitchen steam it quickly so everyone can try it. What? A new crop? Yielding over 1,000 pounds per acre? Instantly, the hall was in an uproar. My goodness! The wheat yield is only about 1 stone per acre, but this thing called sweet potato can reach over 1,000 pounds? Your Majesty, is this true? The first to speak was Minister Lu, his eyes shining and hands trembling with excitement. The Ministry of Revenue manages the country's land, households, taxes, and finances, making it the treasury of the court. Minister Lu has been in the ministry for many years and is known for being frugal. During the previous emperor's reign, the country was quite wealthy at first, but later it nearly ran out of money. After the new emperor ascended the throne and implemented a series of measures, the finances slowly improved, so how could Minister Lu not be careful? Before the emperor could respond, someone else spoke up. Your Majesty, although Lord Rong's daughter is clever, she is still a child. Can she really have such great abilities? This matter needs thorough investigation. If she deceives Your Majesty, it would be a wasted joy. Lord Tong, what do you mean? Are you suggesting my daughter is deceiving the emperor? My daughter, who has not even reached adulthood, has already gone to support the border with a health team, while your daughter, who is 18, is still fighting over a trivial matter. And here you are, shamelessly talking nonsense. Someone in the crowd chuckled. Lord Tong, from the Li faction, turned pale with anger. Lord Rong, you're going too far. What has my daughter done to you that you would tarnish her reputation? What are your intentions? What intentions? My daughter is not even 14, and you accuse her of deceiving the emperor. I think you have ulterior motives. You are envious that my daughter can grow the new crop of sweet potatoes, hoping the people will go hungry. You. Lord Tong was so furious he trembled, pointing at Rongju, but unable to catch his breath. Emperor Renzong slammed the table, and everyone fell silent. This secret letter is written by A heir himself. He personally witnessed the sweet potato harvest. It also includes a report from the county magistrate Fan Qingshan, so it cannot be wrong. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. If it involves the second, then this matter is indeed serious. The emperor's 4 trusted eunuchs only answer to him, fearing no one else, not even the empress or the crown prince. The Lu family's daughter does not have the ability to bribe the second. Lu Qing, this is your responsibility. You go investigate. I accept the order. Minister Lu was thrilled and planned to set off after the court session. He could hardly wait. Additionally, Luonan has formed a health team and set up a field hospital at the border. In the recent battle with the barbarian kingdom, the field hospital made significant contributions. They also cultivated sweet potatoes, providing the people of Deqi with another food source. Please draft a decree to grant that girl the title of County Princess, Princess Annal, and designate Qingyu Town in Lin County as her fief. Please have Lord Lu take the rewards with him. Lord Rong and Rongju were pleased and quickly knelt to express their gratitude. The people in the hall reassessed the position of the Rong family's children in the emperor's eyes. They then resumed their discussions. At that moment, the Grand entered the hall with a large food box, and the kitchen had cooked the sweet potatoes. The Grand took a piece of sweet potato, broke off a small piece, and tasted it. His eyes lit up. Your Majesty, it tastes sweet and soft. The Grand peeled a piece of sweet potato and presented it to Emperor Renzong. The Emperor took a bite and nodded repeatedly, confirming that it was indeed, as A heir said, sweet and tender. You all should try it. This is steamed, but it can also be roasted over charcoal, made into desserts, or turned into noodles. Your Majesty, what are noodles? Emperor Renzong laughed heartily. I don't know either. We will wait for Princess Annal to tell us. Your Majesty, I may stay a bit longer this time, waiting for Princess Annal to make the noodles. Granted. 10 days later, Lu Ren and his group arrived at Luanan's location. Lu Ren worked hard for the sweet potatoes, resting only when necessary, and managed to reach Lin County in just 10 days. He almost wore himself out, but he didn't feel tired at all. County Magistrate Fan received the news of Lu Ren's arrival immediately and went to the county gate to welcome him, asking Chiu to inform Luonan as well. Lu Ren wasted no time and headed straight to Xiangyang Mountain Villa. The harvested sweet potatoes were transported to Xiangyang Mountain Villa, as it had enough space to store them. Luonan indeed planned to make noodles and starch. The value of noodles and starch isn't very high, but once sweet potatoes are widely cultivated, others will quickly start producing them too. However, being the first to strike gold is still quite valuable. The noodle processing workshop had already been established. After Lu Ren arrived at Xiangyang Mountain Villa, he exchanged a few pleasantries with the second, and then presented the imperial decree. Everyone quickly prepared the incense table to receive the decree. Lu Ren publicly read the decree. Princess Annal? The young lady has been officially named a county princess by the emperor, and he has granted her the town of Qingyu as her territory? Oh my! Qingyi and Dafu are overjoyed, but the happiest is County Magistrate Fan. What incredible luck he has. The daughter of Lord Rong is now a county princess in Lin County. Truly, he feels like he's been blessed. Luonan is also very happy. With the title of county princess, she can truly show her abilities. Although the princess has a territory, she only receives the tax revenue from it and does not participate in anything else. The taxes don't matter to Luonan since she already has money, but she definitely wants that title. Everyone invited Lord Lu into the main hall, and the maids served fragrant tea. After taking a sip, Lord Lu directly asked, Princess, I didn't expect such a high yield of sweet potatoes. Where did you get them? Currently, there are no sweet potatoes grown in the entire Deqi, so Lord Lu is very curious and asks directly. Luonan smiled, Sir, You serve in the same court as my father. He has told me you are an honest official. Just call me Anan. There are no outsiders here. Lord Lu nodded with a smile. All right, Anan. Your grandfather and I have a bond as well. I'm a few years older than your father, so you can call me uncle. Lord Lu is quite pleased. He just heard the second prince call her Anan so affectionately. All right, I won't hold back anymore. Lu Anan cheerfully called out, Uncle, and then added, the sweet potatoes were obtained by my partner for merchants. The merchants travel everywhere, not just within Dachi, and I learned the planting method from them. I tried planting some, and, to my surprise, it worked. This statement is partly true and partly false. Mao Zedong did indeed get the sweet potatoes from merchants, but the planting method didn't come from them. Lu Anan can't reveal the truth, otherwise, people might think she's a witch. Lord Lu nodded. It wouldn't be surprising if other countries outside Dachi had sweet potatoes. And shall we go see the sweet potatoes? Sure, uncle, follow me. Everyone followed Lu Anan to the large storage room. Upon entering, they were amazed. There were piles of sweet potatoes, all quite uniform in size. Lord Lu picked one up and weighed it in his hand. It was at least half a pound. Girl, I want to take some as seed potatoes. I'll try planting them in the suburbs of the capital next spring. What are your plans for this? Uncle, I have already saved the sweet potato seeds. Next year, I will plant 2 more seasons. The cooperative in Kwaishan village will also set aside some land to grow sweet potatoes. I will collect their sweet potatoes to make sweet potato flour. Lord Lu looked at County Magistrate Fan and said, Magistrate Fan, you have the advantage of being close to the source. Lin County can be a pilot project for promotion next year. If you succeed here, the whole of Dachi can plant it on a large scale, giving the people another source of food. Magistrate Fan nodded. I plan to do just that, and have already made a detailed planting plan. He then took the plan from his assistant and presented it to Lord Lu. Lord Lu carefully reviewed it and nodded repeatedly. Go ahead and implement it. Make sure to record the entire process and personally oversee this matter. Magistrate Fan assured him he would follow through from start to finish. Meanwhile, the county magistrate of Qi County was also keeping an eye on this project. He wanted to plant sweet potatoes too, but there weren't enough seeds. Qi County would have to wait until Lin County finished its first season next year before they could plant. However, the Qi County magistrate was not in a hurry. The Lu family's girl, Lu Anan, had her Julite Mountain villa in Qi County, so he felt he had an advantage and needed to stay close to her. Girl, when can we start making that sweet potato flour? I promised the emperor I would return to the capital after you produced it. Lord Lu was eager about this matter. Uncle, the workshop is ready, and we can start tomorrow. It's getting late today, and you've had a long journey. You and the other officials should rest well, if that's all right. Along with Lord Lu were several officials from the Ministry of Revenue, and upon hearing this, Lord Lu agreed without hesitation. Lu Jiang had already arranged the guest rooms and personally guided Lord Lu and the others to rest. Magistrate Fan did not return to the county office and stayed at Xiangyang Mountain Villa. That evening, Lu Anan personally cooked to welcome Lord Lu and the others. Although the meal wasn't extravagant, it was well-balanced and delicious, and Lord Lu enjoyed it very much. Lu Anan also presented the villa's homemade grape wine, which made Lord Lu's eyes light up. He wasn't a heavy drinker, but he enjoyed good wine. This grape wine could only be found at palace banquets, so he was surprised to find it made here by Lu Anan. Once again, Lord Lu marveled at how fortunate Rongju was to have such a lovely daughter. The meal was a joyful occasion for everyone. The next day, Lu Anan woke up early and took Zhuangzhuang out for some morning exercise. She hadn't brought Zhuangzhuang with her during her time away, which had upset him. On the way back from Baicheng, Lu Anan arranged for someone to pick up Zhuangzhuang from the capital. When the little guy saw Lu Anan, he opened his mouth wide and cried sadly. Lu Anan comforted him for a long time before Zhuangzhuang calmed down. She needed to make breakfast, so she handed Zhuangzhuang over to a little girl named Xiaoyuan, whose job was to look after him. Xiaoyuan carried Zhuangzhuang on her back. By the time Lord Lu and the others got up and finished washing up, breakfast was served by several maids. There was thick millet porridge, pumpkin porridge, golden scallion pancakes, and the fried dumplings that the second prince specifically wanted to eat yesterday, along with braised meat, pickled vegetables, crunchy radish strips, and sour green beans, all beautifully arranged on the table. Just looking at it made one's appetite grow. Lord Lu had heard that ever since the second prince left the capital, Luonin had been treating him well. No wonder he didn't want to return to the capital. He didn't want to go back so soon. He wanted to eat like this every day. Luonin didn't expect that just a few meals would make Lord Lu accept her. It wasn't just about the meals, but Luonin's sincerity. She was not proud because of her noble background, nor was she pleased with her title as a county princess. This rare innocence made Lord Lu genuinely accept this child. Of course, Luonin being named a county princess stirred quite a reaction in the capital, with some happy and others envious. Those who were envious forgot one important thing. The sweet potato planting in the battlefield hospital was all thanks to Luonin. Empress Dowager Li even smashed a set of her favorite tea set. She had wanted the emperor to name Li Lingxue as a county princess, but the emperor didn't agree. Now, he had named a child from the countryside, which must have made Empress Dowager Li feel upset. Luonin didn't know any of this, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. After breakfast, she needed to make sweet potato noodles, as Lord Lu was eagerly waiting. The manager and workers at the noodle workshop had already prepared everything according to the young lady's requests. Several large baskets of cleaned sweet potatoes were peeled and cut into suitable pieces. After Luonin arrived, she got to work. The large grinding stone was cleaned, and the cut sweet potato pieces were placed into the grinding hole. Soon, sweet potato juice flowed into the wooden bucket. Since it was her first time, this batch of sweet potatoes was enough to show the whole process clearly. The rest would be up to the workers. They poured the ground sweet potato juice into a fine cotton cloth to filter out the pulp. The liquid directly falls into a large vat to settle, then the water on top is scooped out, leaving a layer of powder at the bottom. After adding clean water and stirring, it settles again. The clear water is poured out, and the settled sweet potato powder is taken out and placed in a wooden frame lined with fine cloth to dry outside until fully dried. On this day, Luonin explained the process of making raw powder to the workers in detail. This process is not very complicated. It just takes some time, so the workers learned quickly. The sun was shining brightly, and the air was fresh. By tomorrow, the sweet potato powder would be completely dry. The longer it is dried, the whiter the powder becomes. The next day, the sweet potato raw powder was indeed thoroughly dried, feeling fine and pure white to the touch. Luonin told everyone that this is sweet potato raw powder, which has many uses. It can be added to dishes and soups, and it is nutritious enough to provide energy even when eaten alone. The people in the sweet potato raw powder workshop had already learned, and today they would make noodles from the raw powder. A portion of raw powder was mixed with water to form a paste, then boiling water was added while stirring until it became transparent. A suitable amount of alum was added, and finally, more dry raw powder was kneaded into a non-sticky, stretchy, and smooth dough. Luonin pulled a piece of dough and said, "As you can see, when the dough is lifted, it flows down in strands continuously. This is the right consistency. If it breaks, just add some more raw powder." The workers nodded and took note. The next step was to form the noodles. The dough was placed in a special tool and slowly pressed, allowing thin noodles to fall into a pot of boiling water, resembling rain falling from the Tian Shan Mountains. Mr. Lu and his group watched closely, with some even taking detailed notes of each step. The noodles solidified upon heating, and Zheng Cheng, the workshop manager, quickly picked them up and placed them in a pot of cold water to cool rapidly. After cooling, they were bundled with clean bamboo sticks and soaked in sour liquid, then taken out to cool completely before being rinsed with clean water to prevent sticking. Finally, they were hung on bamboo rods in a well-ventilated area, but not in direct sunlight, to dry thoroughly. Throughout the process, Luonin explained everything very carefully, and the workers listened attentively. After demonstrating once, Zheng Cheng and the others quickly took over the work and got started energetically. The storage room kept enough sweet potato seeds, while the rest of the sweet potatoes needed to be processed, so the workshop was busy these days. However, everyone was very happy. After watching the entire process, Mr. Liu curiously asked, "How many days does it take to dry? Can this sweet potato noodle be made all year round?" Luanin thought for a moment and said, "It depends on the weather. Usually it takes about 2 to 3 days. It's best to make the noodles when it's cool, otherwise, in hot weather, flies and mosquitoes can make them unhygienic. So, it's better to make them when it's cooler. Also, the noodles shouldn't be exposed to direct sunlight, as that can cause them to dry out too quickly, affecting their texture and taste." Looking at the young girl in front of him, who still had a hint of innocence, Mr. Liu felt a bit uneasy. This child was too clever. They say that children from poor families grow up fast. This girl had endured too much hardship and had to mature quickly. It seemed she knew more than her peers, but that knowledge was forced upon her. After all, which girl at her age worries about such things? Most are thinking about how to dress up. Unlike other girls, her delicate hands even had a few calluses. The sun had been nice these past few days, not too harsh, with a gentle breeze blowing. Strands of noodles hung neatly in the yard, soaking up the sunlight. By the afternoon of the day after, the noodles had dried to about 90%. Luanin took some to taste before they were completely dry. This time, she made 3 types of noodles, one very thin, similar to modern vermicelli, a regular type, and a wide one like wide noodles. Using the 3 different types of noodles, she prepared several dishes with the help of a few older girls and Aunt Pang, making it much easier. They made pork noodles, ribs with wide noodles, ants climbing a tree, stir-fried bean sprouts with noodles, deep-fried noodle, cold noodles with sauce, and braised noodles with cabbage and pork scraps. They set up 2 tables in the yard and the main room. Luanin also thought of the tenant farmers in the village. Sweet potato noodles were a new treat, and since everyone had worked hard recently, they should all get to enjoy it. So, each family received a large bowl of pork noodles, and Lu Jiang and a young helper delivered them from house to house, along with a big bunch of cut-dry noodles, explaining the simplest way to prepare them. When the second uncle tasted the noodles, he couldn't stop praising them. "These sweet potato noodles are really good, just to our liking. They're soft and chewy. I didn't expect sweet potatoes could be used for so many dishes, and the noodles taste great too. I'm truly benefiting from this girl's talent, haha." Mr. Liu was so happy that his eyes squinted into slits. Without exception, the new sweet potato noodles were loved by everyone. A meal was very enjoyable for everyone, and I really liked the noodles. When Magistrate Fan left the county office, he took 3 large bags of noodles with him. Luanin also had Chingy pack some noodle and chive dumplings. The magistrate's father is over 60 and would surely enjoy these noodles, so Magistrate Fan thanked Princess Annal multiple times. A few days passed, and Lord Liu successfully completed his task and was ready to return to the capital, along with the second prince. Luanin would stay a little longer to handle some matters. Before leaving, Lord Liu not only brought plenty of sweet potato seeds but also a lot of flour and noodles, along with a few bottles of grape wine, which made him very happy. These items were to be presented to the emperor, and he also brought gifts for the other officials who traveled with him. Chingy would return with them. Sweet potatoes, flour, and noodles, along with many gifts collected by Luanin on her journey out of the capital, were sent back with Chingy to give to her family. Little did Luanin know that when she returned to the capital, a little peach blossom was waiting for her. One afternoon, Luanin finally returned after several months away from the capital. Before reaching the city gate, she saw someone getting off a carriage by the roadside. Chingy was sitting on the carriage, and Zhu was driving. This time, the steward De Feng also returned to the capital. De Feng rode a horse beside them. Chingy turned and said, "Miss, the Marquis has come to pick you up." Luanin and Zhuang were sitting in the carriage. She opened a small window and saw her father standing by the carriage not far away.
"Dad."
Luanin called out, waving her hand excitedly. Her father, Rongju, smiled and quickly ran over. Zhu stopped the carriage steadily, and Rongju bent down to enter the carriage. Today, Zhuang was wearing a bright blue outfit and was very well behaved. When Rong-ju entered the carriage, Zhuang gave him a big smile. Rong-ju gently ruffled Zhuang's little head, as he also liked having his daughter as a little companion. Zhuang jumped to the window and reached out to Defeng. Defeng understood and carefully lifted Zhuang and placed him on the saddle. Inside the carriage, it was just the father and daughter. "Dad, did you miss me?" Luanin playfully hugged her father's arm, tilting her head and blinking her big eyes at him. Rong-ju felt warm inside. "Ungrateful girl, you were gone for several months. How could I not miss you? Look at your little face. It's gotten thinner." Rong-ju was truly worried. Uncle Lu Rufeng returned from the western region and shared details about Luanin's situation there. He mentioned that his daughter often worked late into the night and sometimes even nonstop. How could he not feel concerned? "Hey, Dad, I'm just growing taller," Luanin said, noticing that she had lost her baby fat recently. Her small face looked more refined, and she seemed to have grown a little taller. "Dad, do you like the things I had green clothes bring back?" "I do. On the day green clothes returned, I personally delivered the gift from your grandfather of the Chu family. He was very happy, and that Chu Xian was so anxious he kept stomping his feet. Just wait, he will definitely come looking for you today." Luanin giggled, knowing her third brother would be impatient. The business of selling raw flour and sweet potato noodles was quite good, and she didn't plan to leave her third brother from the Chu family behind. Even Sheng Ji's grocery store would sell raw flour and sweet potato noodles, as long as they kept separate sales areas from her third brother. Luanin chatted with her father about her experiences on the journey, but she had one more thing to discuss with him, which she would save for when they got home. Soon, they arrived at the Rong residence. Luanin jumped down from the carriage and ran into the courtyard. "Grandfather, I'm back." Mr. Rong knew his granddaughter was returning to the capital today, and old heir had gone to the city gate to meet her. Hearing her cheerful voice, Mr. Rong quickly came out of the hall. Luanin dashed up to him like a little cannonball. Granddaughter pays her respects to grandfather. Mr. Rong reached out to pull his granddaughter close, looking her over with a smile that couldn't be hidden. "Haha, let me see my precious granddaughter." Luanin spun around a few times, making Mr. Rong very happy. "Girl, you must have had a tough journey. Look, your little face has gotten thinner." Luanin felt warm inside. This was what it meant to be loved by family. She helped her grandfather as they entered the hall together. Rong-ju followed them in, and they all sat down to chat. Before long, Aunt Lin arrived and asked Luanin what she wanted to eat for dinner. Luanin didn't hold back and quickly listed several of her favorite dishes, making Aunt Lin smile as she went to prepare them. "Grandfather, I have something I'd like your opinion on." What Luanin wanted to discuss was the tax revenue from her fief. Qingyu Town was now her fief, which included 18 villages. Some villages had over 100 households, while others had fewer, totaling nearly 1,500 households and almost 5,000 acres of farmland. In addition, Qingyu Town has several cooperatives, and everyone's lives have improved a lot. However, Luanin feels that the people in the fief should have some burdens lifted. "Grandfather, I think we should exempt the people in the fief from taxes for 3 years. Do you think that's possible?" Both Lord Rong and Rong-ju understood the girl's intentions immediately. The children of the Rong family are truly endearing. "Is this girl providing a guarantee for the people in the fief?" Lord Rong asked with a smile. Luanin nodded. "Grandfather, I like money, and I have many ways to earn it, but I also want the people in the fief to have better lives. That's why I have this idea. You will support me, right?"
Great.
"No wonder you're a child of the Rong family." "Of course, I support you. Go ahead and do what you want. Just remember that your family is always behind you." Luanin smiled. She rested her head on her grandfather's broad shoulder. Nothing gives her more peace than the unconditional support of family. Her aunt was preparing for the family dinner that evening. Rong-ju personally went to invite Duke Rong and the Chu family. During Luanin's absence, Luyu had visited Lord Rong a few times. Luyu realized she didn't need to avoid Rong-ju, especially since they had a daughter in between them. Besides, the Rong family treated her very well, and that bond still existed. Instead of letting others speculate, it was better to interact openly. After all, She had been as close as sisters with her sister-in-law Lin. Hiding away wouldn't stop others from talking. Rong-ju was naturally pleased, but he had never been alone with Lu Yu. He didn't want to damage her reputation. After Xue Jiang's wife, Chung, settled in the capital, she also started spending time with Lu Yu, and they met often. Lu Yu, coming from a prestigious family, quickly blended into the circles of the capital. Those who knew Lu Yu before felt she had changed. She became more confident, and besides her innate nobility, she now carried a sense of calm and ease. As soon as Lu Huanyan saw her sister Inan, she rushed forward and hugged her tightly, not letting go. Inan's absence from the capital had made her feel quite bored. Chu Sanshao's eyes sparkled with jealousy as he pulled Lu Huanyan away from Lu Inan, quite forcefully. This made Lu Huanyan shout in frustration. Lu Huan and Bao laughed from the side. The little boy from the Chu family, thinking he was younger and of a lower rank, went up to hug Chu Sanshao's leg, trying to compete for his aunt's attention, but he had to get past him first. The other younger kids also rushed in. Watching the children playing together, several elders couldn't help but smile and pretended not to see. After all, there were older kids watching over them. Soon, Mrs. Lin, along with the servants and maids, brought the dishes to the table, filling 2 large tables in the dining hall. Of course, the elders' table also had wine from Xiangyang Villa, while Chu Sanshao and the younger ones, including Lu Inan and Lu Huanyan, could only drink fruit wine. The Rongwa Duke's residence, the Marquis' residence, and the Chu family all had plenty of grape wine, which Lu Inan had specially provided for the households. No one could miss out on their family's wine. Everyone knew that grape wine was expensive, so it was only brought out on special occasions and was usually saved for later. Halfway through the meal, Qingyi hurried in from outside, looking strange as she handed a card to the young lady. Lu Inan took it and glanced at her father. Yong-ju sensed his daughter's disapproving gaze and quickly asked on Bao, "What's wrong? Who's the invitation from?" Lu Inan slammed the invitation on the table and snorted, "Xiao Taohua." Yong-ju felt a chill run down his back. He secretly glanced at his wife, Lu Yu, who seemed unaware and was happily chatting with her 2 sisters-in-law, showing no reaction at all. This made Yong-ju even more uneasy. His relationship with his wife had just started to improve. He hoped nothing would go wrong. Chu Sanshao quickly snatched the invitation, mumbling, "What's this Xiao Taohua? Let me see. Qiulian?
Who is Qiulian?
Mrs. Lin trembled, dropping her chopsticks on the table. The situation she feared had finally arrived. "And if you don't want to go, you don't have to. Just ignore her. I'll handle this," Mrs. Lin said. She knew Qiulian was not someone to be taken lightly, but she had underestimated Qiulian's persistence. It had been difficult for Ryue to improve her relationship with the second son. Even though they only exchanged a few simple words during visits to her father-in-law, it was better than not visiting at all. Besides, they had a daughter together. Mrs. Lin was now furious with Qiulian. "Aunt, it's fine. Since the invitation has been delivered, I can't pretend I didn't see it, and I won't use my title to bully her. I will go to this flower viewing," Lu Inan said, handing the invitation back to Qingyi. After dinner, everyone chatted for a while before going their separate ways. Lu Inan returned to the Rome Kingdom's residence with her mother. They hadn't seen each other for months, so they had a lot to talk about. As they were leaving, Lu Inan gave her father a meaningful glance. Lord Rong and Rongyu both sensed that the second son seemed a bit nervous. "Second brother, come here." Lord Rong's expression turned serious. Something was definitely wrong. In a tense gathering, Rong-ju faced his father, older brother, and sister-in-law, who all stared at him with disapproval. "Dad, brother, sister-in-law, let me clarify, I don't know Qiulian at all. I don't even know what she looks like. This has nothing to do with me." Madame Lin sighed, wondering how she ended up with such a complicated relative. "Dad, let me explain. Qiulian is my sister-in-law's niece. She is 25 and still unmarried. Qiulian has admired the second brother for years. Previously, with Qi Yanran around, she was careful about her reputation. Now that Qi Yanran has passed away, and with the current situation, Qiulian might feel this is her chance, and is trying to approach Anan. Lord Rong shot a fierce glare at Rongju. Flies don't buzz around an empty egg. You better come clean, or if Ryu gets truly upset, you're out. Dad, what do I need to confess? I haven't done anything wrong. Don't blame me. Did you not see the look my daughter gave me when she left? It was like she wanted to kill me.
I'm innocent.
Rongju protested, insisting he wouldn't take the blame for something he didn't do. Dad, I can prove that what the second brother says is true. Xiaolian has always had unrequited feelings. She has met the second brother, who is a marquis and a general, but they have had no real connection. Madame Lin hurried to defend the second son. Now that you know Xiaolian's feelings, be very careful. Don't fall into her trap and create another situation like Qi Yanran. If that happens, you and you will really be in trouble. Just so you know, we and Anan will not support you then. Lord Rong coldly poured cold water on him. Dad, am I really your son? Rongju felt more miserable than ever. Not only did his daughter seem to dislike him, but now his own father was turning against him too. Lord Rong sneered. You are indeed my son, but we will still choose Anan and Ryu. You need to understand your place in this family. The eldest brother's wife will have the former general's residence cleared out tomorrow, ready for him to move in at any time. Madame Lin responded with a smile. Rongyu shook his head helplessly, standing up to pull his younger brother outside. All right, I know you're feeling wronged, but what your father said is true. You need to be careful of Xiaolian, in case she uses underhanded tactics to force you to marry her. You've already been hurt once. You can't let it happen again, or we won't be able to help you. Rongju was fuming and didn't say anything. A second time? He would lose all face. He might as well find a tofu block to end it all. Xiaolian, this trouble should be dealt with sooner rather than later. Besides, Luanin and Mother, Uncle's family returned to the Duke of Rong's residence, and Aunt Sue was worried about Xiaolian. She knew Xiaolian had always liked Rongju. Duke Lu Rufking wasn't aware of all this, but he didn't miss what his niece said at the family banquet. He needed to get to the bottom of it. Anan, come here. The Duke called his niece over. Aunt Sue, feeling uneasy, followed along. Lu Yu returned to her own courtyard. She remembered who Xiaolian was. But it wasn't her concern. If Rongju wanted to remarry, that was his business, as long as it didn't affect her daughter. If anyone tried to hurt her daughter, they would have to face her wrath. Xiaolian has secretly liked Rongju all along?
How did I not know about this?
The Duke widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Lu Enan and his wife. You, a grown man, wouldn't understand women's matters. Aunt Sue shot her husband a glance. What does Rongju mean by this? The Duke's expression turned serious. If he wants to remarry, I won't oppose it. But if he harms Yue or Anan, I won't let him off. No one is allowed to step over my sister to gain power. The Duke's stance was clear. He hoped his sister could have her own life in the future. If she could reconcile with Rongju, that would be best. If not, he would support any decision she made, but no woman should step over his sister. That was his bottom line. Do you really think Rongju has someone in mind? He's either climbing over walls or sneaking around Yue's window at night. If it weren't for you and the guards, our home would be a stage for martial arts every day. Luanin couldn't help but laugh. The Duke's face turned red, glaring at Aunt Sue. Why are you saying this in front of the children? All right, leave this matter to the women. Let Anan check things out first. If that doesn't work, I'll go to the Chiu family and have a good talk with the head of the family. Aunt Sue naturally protected her own family. Uncle, my aunt is right. You don't need to worry about this. The flower viewing event is the day after tomorrow, and I'll understand everything when I go. Xiaolian wants to be my stepmother, but she isn't qualified. If she wants to take my father, she needs to be better. If my father didn't have my mother in his heart, I wouldn't interfere. He could marry whoever he wanted. But my father loves my mother, so I must care. I selfishly hope my parents can reconcile. Luanin felt that her mother, upon knowing the truth, wasn't as calm as she pretended to be. Her mother still had feelings for her father. She just didn't want him to have any flaws. Besides, her father's manipulative ways and cleverness made it hard for her mother to compete. Eventually, her father would bring her mother back home, and then they might have a little brother or sister, and their family would truly be together. Moreover, Xiao Muyang also liked her father. She wasn't unaware. Her father had secretly won Xiao Muyang over. She even heard Xiao Muyang call him dad in secret. Her father had given Xiao Muyang warmth, allowing her to feel a father's love for the first time. Her mother worried about Xiao Muyang's thoughts, not knowing that Xiao Muyang had already sided with her father. Similarly, the Qiu family was not at peace. Qiu Lian's grandfather, who was the father of Lady Lin's sister-in-law, once held a significant position, but later the Qiu family had no outstanding men. Qiu Lian's father was well-educated and currently worked in the Imperial Academy. Qiu Lian, the daughter of Qiu's elder brother, was already 25 and still unmarried. Her parents were quite anxious, but no matter how they tried to persuade her, Qiu Lian refused to marry. A maid secretly told her mother that their young lady had someone in her heart. However, no matter how much her parents asked, they couldn't find out who it was. Eventually, they pressured the maid and learned that their daughter liked Rongju. At that time, Qi Yanran was still around. Qiu Lian's parents were stunned. The person she liked was already married, and Rongshu was several years older. How could that work? But Qiu Lian wouldn't listen to their advice. After the matters of the Qi family were revealed, the Rong family and Lord Rong made it clear they only recognized the first wife, Lu Ruyu. Qiu Lian's parents gave up completely. Their daughter wanted to be a concubine, but the Rong family wouldn't agree, so they tried to persuade Qiu Lian again. Yet Qiu Lian remained stubborn. Seeing that Qiu Lian was stuck in her ways, the Qiu family decided to stop interfering, only reminding the maid not to let her do anything outrageous. This was like the family had given up on Qiu Lian. In the past few days, Qiu Lian has been waiting by the tea house on the roadside, which is right on the path that Rongju takes to return home. She secretly watched him ride by from behind the window. That familiar face, which she has longed for over the years, made her heart ache. She didn't want to wait any longer. She was already 25. So, she decided to send an invitation to Luonin, the county princess, asking her to come to the Manhwa garden outside the city to enjoy the chrysanthemums. She hoped to use this opportunity to get closer to Luonin and leave a good impression. She also wanted Luyu to know that someone was always thinking about Rongju. If Luyu didn't plan to return to the Rong family, she shouldn't stop Rongju from marrying someone else. Usually you say that Rong Ho is such an outstanding man. I've waited for him for so many years, and now that Qi Yanran is gone, he still won't accept anyone else. What's so special about Luyu? She has been with a man and has a child. How can someone like her be worthy of Rong Ho? Yuji, her main maid, was unsure how to respond. She could only advise carefully, miss. Although Rong Ho and Lu Foran have been apart for many years, Lu Foran was harmed by a villain, and they have the county princess as their daughter. They may not be a couple anymore, but they are still family. They are not a couple anymore, and Luyu isn't returning to the Rong family. Why should she cling to Rong Ho? He has the right to remarry. Luyu is being shameless. Qiu Lian's tone was so fierce that it startled Yuji. Miss, please don't say such things outside. Otherwise, the county princess will be upset. Lu Foran is the younger sister of the Duke of Rong. Yuji didn't want her mistress to get into trouble. If this reached the Duke's household, not only would the county princess be angry, but the Duke's wife would also come knocking. The Duke's wife had already caused trouble for a married lady from the Qiu family. It wouldn't be a stretch for her to confront an unmarried girl from the Qiu family. Qiu Lian remained silent, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Before long, it was time for the flower viewing event. This time, they would be admiring chrysanthemums, and the event was held at the Manhwa garden outside the city, which belonged to the old prince. The old princess loved flowers, and different flowers were planted in different seasons, allowing for year-round flower viewing and regular flower events. Anyone could attend the old princess's flower viewing, whether they were nobles or commoners. As long as they registered and went through security checks at the entrance, they could enter the garden. Unless a noble reserved the entire garden, in which case a sign would be posted at the entrance indicating the reservation, and others without invitations would not be allowed in. Today, the venue is not reserved. Those who booked it finished their events a few days ago, so everyone can come in freely. Luonan arrived on time at Manhwa Garden with Qingyi and Lvy. She traveled in a carriage from the Duke of Dinggua's residence, which had the family's emblem. Yuji was waiting at the garden entrance with Qiu Lian. Yuji spotted the Duke of Dinggua's carriage right away and said to Qiu Lian, "Miss, that carriage belongs to the Duke of Dinggua. It must be Princess Annal." Qiu Lian turned her head, and soon the carriage came to a steady stop. Qingyi was already at the front, and after Zhu parked the carriage, Qingyi jumped down to set up the footstool, while Lvy opened the carriage door to help Luonan down. Qiu Lian had never seen Luonan before, only heard many stories about her. Seeing her in person made Qiu Lian feel a bit envious. Luonan was incredibly beautiful, with a delicate face and sparkling eyes that resembled stars, her lips slightly curved upwards. Qiu Lian quickly stepped forward and smiled, saying, "Are you Princess Annal?" Luonan, returning the smile, replied, "Yes, and you must be Miss Qiu?" Qiu Lian greets Princess Annal. Qiu Lian gave a slight bow. Although Luonan was younger, she was a princess, so Qiu Lian felt she should show respect. Luonan lightly gestured, "Miss Qiu, there's no need for such formalities." "Princess, shall we go inside and chat while we walk?" "Sure." Luonan understood Qiu Lian's polite demeanor, and since there was nothing inappropriate, she smiled back. The group then entered Manhwa Garden. The garden was quite beautiful, especially with the chrysanthemums in full bloom. Many visitors were enjoying the flowers and chatting in small groups. There were also several pavilions for resting where people could drink tea and eat. Luonan thought the garden resembled a modern park. Could the old princess have come from another time? Actually, the old princess was not from another time. However, she came from a noble background and had plenty of money. She enjoyed having visitors in the garden, where they had to pay for tea and meals, showing that her ideas were quite advanced. Qiu Lian was quite chatty, and Luonan responded easily. Before they knew it, they had been walking for over half an hour. Just then, they came across a small tea house, and Qiu Lian said, "Princess, shall we stop for some tea and take a break?" Luonan nodded in agreement. A few people entered the small tea house. Yuji chose a window seat, and the waiter brought fragrant tea and a few plates of snacks. Yuji stood behind Qiu Lian. Luonan looked at the girls in blue and green. "You two, don't just stand there. Go get a pot of tea and some snacks." After saying this, she took a small pouch from her bag and handed it to the girl in blue. The girl happily accepted it and went to sit next to the girl in green. They couldn't stay too far from the young lady. They knew what Qiu Lian was up to and needed to protect her well. Qiu Lian smiled and said, "The county princess is really good to them. They treat me sincerely, so I naturally want to return the favor." Qiu Lian took a small sip of tea and slowly said, "Today, besides enjoying the flowers, I truly want to befriend the county princess. Although I am much older than you, I genuinely wish to be friends. May I have this opportunity?" Luonan did not respond immediately. She took a small sip of the fragrant tea, looked up at Qiu Lian, and smiled politely, though her smile did not reach her eyes. "Miss Qiu Lian, there is quite an age difference between us, and we are from different generations. While there are indeed many friendships across ages, we barely know each other, so there is no bond between us. If you have something to say, please be direct. I don't like beating around the bush." Qiu Lian did not expect Luonan to be so straightforward. She thought they could smoothly become friends, allowing her to visit the Rong family openly. How could Luonan not understand Qiu Lian's intentions? She refused to give her that chance. Inviting trouble while pretending to befriend her, knowing Qiu Lian's feelings for her father, was absurd. If Qiu Lian were a good person and her father had no feelings for her mother, she wouldn't mind helping her father find a new partner. After all, if her father had another child in the future, it wouldn't threaten her. She had never cared about the Rong family's wealth. But given the current situation, how could she let Qiu Lian have her way? Yuji quietly listened from the side, thinking that the county princess was not easily fooled and surely understood the young lady's thoughts. Julian gritted her teeth and expressed her true feelings. County Princess, I won't hide my feelings any longer. I've liked Lord Rong for many years. Before, I kept my feelings hidden because of Qi Yanran, but now that she has passed away, I can openly like Lord Rong. You are still young and already engaged. Can you bear to let Lord Rong be alone for the rest of his life? He should have a caring woman by his side to look after him and live his life. That's why I am willing to be near him, even as a secondary wife. After saying this all at once, Qiu Lian felt relieved. She didn't care what Luonin thought. These were her true feelings. Luonin admired Qiu Lian's honesty. She certainly didn't want her father to be alone forever. I admire your straightforwardness, Miss Qiu. You are right. I wouldn't want to see my father alone for life. Qiu Lian's eyes brightened. You think I'm right? You don't oppose my feelings for Lord Rong? Luonin smiled. Why would I oppose it? Your feelings for my father show how wonderful he is. I knew the county princess would understand and not oppose Lord Rong remarrying. Qiu Lian felt even happier. If that was the case, she could confess her feelings to Lord Rong directly. Luonin found Qiu Lian's excitement somewhat amusing. Qiu Lian wasn't completely misguided, so she wanted to offer some advice. If Qiu Lian continued down a harmful path, especially one that hurt her mother, she wouldn't hold back. Miss Qiu, you mentioned being willing to be a secondary wife, but do you really mean that? Qiu Lian bit her lip. Yes, as long as I can be by Lord Rong's side forever, I am willing to be a concubine. Yuji was shocked. Was the young lady out of her mind? If the master and mistress found out, they might be furious. Miss Qiu, as my father's daughter, I need to tell you something. Qiu Lian quickly replied, Please go ahead, County Princess. First, I don't oppose my father remarrying, but you should know that he has always held my mother in his heart. My brother, Rong Shu, was born after Qi Yanran tricked my father. How Qi Yanran entered the Rong family is no secret. Although she has passed, what happened is real. That was the only time my father was with Qi Yanran, and he never touched her again. Qi Yanran was never officially recognized in the family and remained a mere concubine until her death. I want to tell you that my father only has my mother in his heart. No matter if my mother returns to the Rong residence or not, my father will not remarry, and that is true. So I advise Miss Qiu not to waste time on my father, not to think of any means to force him to yield, and definitely not to harm my mother. That is my bottom line. As Luonin spoke, Qiu Lian's face gradually turned pale. She understood. Luonin was warning her that if she made any moves, she would take action. Thank you, Miss Qiu, for the invitation today. The scenery here is nice. Miss Qiu, life is long, so please do not harm others or yourself. Don't forget about Madame Qiu. After saying this, Luonin stood up, and Qingyi and Levine immediately followed her out of the tea house. Qiu Lian's expression was very unpleasant. Luonin was warning her and threatening her. Madame Qiu was her aunt. How could she forget that? But she was unwilling. Why should Lu Ryue monopolize Rongju's heart? She had a child with another man and could still shamelessly occupy Rongju's affections. This was unacceptable. Had she waited all these years for nothing? After finally getting rid of Qi Yanran, she had to enter the Rong residence. What if Luonin was a county princess? Once she gave birth and established herself in the Rong residence, would she still fear Luonin? After all, a married daughter couldn't manage her father's household affairs. At that moment, Qiu Lian hated Luonin deeply. Yuji, worried about her mistress doing something foolish, cautiously advised, Miss, since Lord Rong has no intention of remarrying you. Before Yuji could finish, Qiu Lian shot her a fierce glare and pinched her, causing Yuji to wince in pain. You are not Lord Rong. How do you know he has no intention of remarrying? Don't listen to Luonin's nonsense. What is so good about Lu Ryue? If she ruins her reputation, the Rong residents will definitely not let her in. A trace of malice flashed in Qiu Lian's eyes. A woman with a ruined reputation had no face to live in this world. Yuji knew she couldn't persuade her mistress and fell silent. After returning from Baihua Garden, Luanin went straight to the shop and told Badu to keep an eye on Qiu Lian. She knew Qiu Lian would not give up and would surely have a backup plan. Having not returned to the Duke's residence for a few days, Luanin stayed at the Marquis's residence. Whenever she went out, Granny Jean stayed at home to handle various messages. One day, Granny Jean stormed in angrily. "Granny, is something wrong?" Luanin rarely saw Granny Jean lose control. Granny Jean had been through many storms and could usually control her emotions well. "Miss, there are some rumors outside that are aimed at the lady." "Oh, tell me more. It must be Qiu Lian who spread them, right?" Luanin guessed it was Qiu Lian's doing. "They say that when the lady was lost, she lived in a brothel to support you, and she left because of a dispute with other girls there. The rumors are detailed and infuriating." Qing Yi and Lu Yi were also upset upon hearing this. Luanin narrowed her eyes, thinking how audacious Qiu Lian was. "Grandma, prepare some things. I will go to the Qiu residence. If she claims to be willing to be a concubine, then as a county princess, I will personally visit her. She should be grateful." Luanin shared her plan with Grandma and the others. Grandma Jean quickly arranged for everything to be prepared. The Duke's and Marquis's residences had not heard the news yet, but young Master Chu arrived. He had heard some rumors and was worried about Inen and Aunt Lu, so the elder Chu sent him to inform her. "Third brother, you're just in time. Come with me to the Qiu residence later," Luanin told young Master Chu. He replied, "Don't worry, I'll gather people. We should make it lively. The more noise, the better." Soon, a group of people left Rongfu, dressed in festive colors, carrying drums and banners, with a large red banner at the front. Rongfu joyfully welcomes Miss Qiu Lian into the household as a concubine. By the time Lady Lin received the news and rushed out, Luanin had already taken her people far away, leaving Lady Lin in a panic. She hadn't heard the news yet, but the servants told her what the banner said. How could she not understand? This was definitely something Qiu Lian had done privately, angering Inen. With her father-in-law, husband, and younger brother all away, what could she do? Lady Lin hurried to the Duke's residence, knowing that Inen was escalating the situation and needed to inform the Duke's wife. Otherwise, if things got out of hand, wouldn't the Duke's wife sweep the Qiu residence away? Luanin's procession grew larger with the noise and young Master Chu's efforts, attracting more and more people. Meanwhile, the Qiu residence was very quiet, except for Qiu Lian. She had spread the rumors to ruin Lu Yu's reputation, hoping Lu Yu would leave the capital in shame. Only then could Qiu Lian feel at ease. Qiu Lian's mother, Madame Ding, was still unaware of this. "Why is it so lively outside? It sounds like drums and firecrackers.
Whose wedding is it?"
Ding heard some noises outside a house and said, "What is that sound?" "Madam, I will go check," replied the maid beside her, turning to leave. After a short while, the maid rushed back in, looking very anxious. "Madam, something is wrong." Startled, Ding dropped her teacup on the table. She stood up quickly, asking what happened. She could faintly hear the sound of drums and gongs stopping at her doorstep. Ding's heart raced, feeling like things were slipping out of her control. "Madam, you should go see. Princess Annel has come with many people, playing drums and gongs at our door, and they are holding a banner that says." The maid hesitated, unable to continue. The banner read that the Rong family had welcomed a new concubine, which referred to her own daughter. "Tell me what is going on," Ding said sternly. The maid closed her eyes and quickly explained. Ding nearly fell over. The Qiu family and the Rongwagong family had never interacted much. Although the wife of Lin's elder brother was from the Qiu family, they had no ties with the Rongwagong family. She had never spoken to Princess Annel. What could she want? "Madam, Princess Annel is the daughter of Lord Rong," the maid reminded her. Ding gritted her teeth.
"Let's go see."
After forcing herself to calm down and adjusting her clothes, she stepped outside. At that moment, Lu Ainen was already at the gate, with servants holding the banner while the sound of drums and gongs joyfully played. Old Madame Jean stood with her hands on her hips, patiently explaining to everyone. "Miss Qiu Lian has admired our lord for many years. even though our lord doesn't know who she is. Miss Chiu approached our princess to express her desire to marry our lord, implying that our princess should not stop him from marrying again. Then, some bad rumors started circulating, claiming that Our Lady had fallen into hardship and had once worked in a brothel. Our Lady has suffered unjustly. She was harmed by wicked people and now bears this shame. These rumors originated from the Chiu family, and we have identified the source. With that, the old madam waved her hand, and several strong women brought forward 2 other women. These 2 are servants hired by the Chiu family. They have admitted that they were instructed by Miss Chiu to spread rumors to ruin Our Lady's reputation and force her to leave the capital. The county princess, remembering Miss Chiu's deep feelings, reluctantly decided to take action on behalf of her father. She brought Miss Chiu into the residence as a secondary wife to ease her longing, planning to persuade the lord to make Miss Chiu the main wife after she had a child. Everyone gasped, thinking, this county princess is too harsh. Is this really how one takes charge for their father? It feels like she is pushing Miss Chiu to despair. If the Chiu family agrees, they will lose their dignity. Even as a secondary wife, one should not be treated this way. It's clear she wants to shame Miss Chiu. Miss Chiu had tried to arrange a marriage but failed, and now her reputation is at stake. It seems she is seeking revenge for her mother. Outside the residence, a crowd gathered, buzzing with discussion. Madame Ding reached the entrance and could hear everything clearly, feeling furious. She was angry at her daughter for causing trouble and even more so at the county princess for being so cruel. Why couldn't this be resolved privately? Why make such a scene? When the door opened, Madame Ding stepped out, and the crowd fell silent. Luonan smiled and stepped forward, saying, "You must be Madame Ding. Excuse my rudeness, but please let Miss Chiu come out. I am here to bring her into the residence on behalf of my father." You? The county princess is going too far. Madame Ding trembled with anger. Madame Ding, that's not fair. Miss Chiu sought me out the other day and taught me a lesson. I'm young and didn't think things through. I truly neglected my father, which is unfilial of me. Miss Chiu is kind-hearted and wants to care for my father. She even said she would give him a son to continue our family line. Isn't she thoughtful? However, Madame Ding, since Miss Chiu spoke ill of my mother, I'm not happy. She can't be the main wife, so let her be a secondary wife for now. At least my father will have someone to spend time with at night. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Nanny Jean couldn't help but twitch her lips. Her girl was quite bold. Madam, my uncle is a martial artist and in great health. I'm sure you'll have a chubby grandson next year, said young Master Chu, twirling a handkerchief and speaking playfully. The crowd laughed even more. Everyone knew young Master Chu had a flair for the dramatic and enjoyed dressing in women's clothing. His playful demeanor was endearing. Madame Ding was at a loss for words. She pointed at Luonan, her lips trembling. Luonan, surprised, asked, "Oh, madam, are you feeling unwell from all this excitement?" Luoyan anxiously shouted to the servants of the Chiu family, "Why aren't you hurrying to call a doctor? Your lady is unwell, and you are just standing around." The maids and old women were all frightened. The county princess was talking nonsense. Our Lady is not sick from happiness. She is upset because of you. Madam, madam. The head maid kept comforting Mrs. Chiu. After a while, Mrs. Ding finally caught her breath. County princess, my Chiu family has no enmity with you. Why do you insist on pushing us? Luoyan crossed her arms and said coldly, "Yes, your family has no enmity with me. But why did your daughter tarnish my mother's reputation? I don't care if she offers herself, but she shouldn't try to step on my mother to rise up. There's no way that will happen." "Miss, let me handle this," Granny Jean said, moving Luoyan aside. Granny Jean placed her hands on her hips and pointed at Chiu Shi, angrily scolding, "Your daughter has no shame, always looking to attract men.
Why not just sell yourselves outright?
The Chiu family should open a brothel for all ages." "Madam," the head maid exclaimed, and Mrs. Ding fainted, truly losing consciousness this time. The servants hurriedly carried their lady back to the courtyard, and the door was slammed shut. Could closing the door stop Lian? 3 strong women stood at the entrance, shouting in turn, "Please let Miss Chiu Lian come out. My lady is here to invite her into the house." More and more people gathered outside the Chiu residence, and the news finally reached Chiu Lian's ears. Chiu Lian was stunned. Her mother had fainted from anger, and the county princess was blocking the door, insisting on taking her as a concubine. She wanted to enter the Rong residence, but she expected a grand procession, not this chaos. Chiu Lian anxiously paced inside the house. She truly didn't know what to do. She never expected Lu Yan to be so reckless and thoughtless. She realized that no matter the outcome today, her reputation would be ruined. Not far from the Chiu residence, a carriage was parked steadily on the street. Madame Su, the wife of the Duke of Ronghua, and Madame Lin, the wife of Rongyu, were in the carriage. "Elder sister-in-law, aren't you going to take a look?" Madame Su, who was 2 years older than Rongyu and related by marriage, was naturally addressed as elder sister-in-law by Madame Lin. Madame Su raised her hand to smooth her sleeve, remaining very calm. "Anyway, Anin is not at a loss. If I go down, people will say I'm bullying others with my power. Although Anin is a county princess, she grew up in the village and is still young. It's understandable for a child to stand up for her mother. But if this gets out of hand, we will completely fall out with the Chiu family." Madame Su glanced at Madame Lin. "Our Duke Rong's family has never had much to do with them. Why should we fear a fallout? They think they can bully my Lu family and walk away unscathed?" "Ban Chun." Madame Su called for her main maid. "Madam, what do you need me to do?" Ban Chun replied from outside the carriage. "Take people and smash the Chiu residence. They dare to bully my Lu family's young lady. They really think too highly of themselves." "Don't worry, madam." Ban Chun rolled up her sleeves, waved her hand, and angrily led a group of servants to leave. "Ban Chun, wait for us. You can't have a fight without your sisters-in-law." Ban Chun turned around and smiled when she saw her sisters-in-law, Lan and Wang, running over. Madame Su lifted the curtain and smiled. "What are you doing here?" Madame Lan said with a smile, "Aunt, my brother sent word that someone is bullying my aunt. How could we not come?" Since Madame Lan was of the same generation as Luanin, she also addressed Madame Su and Madame Lin as aunts. Madame Su nodded, "Just be careful and go." The group rushed forward. Luanin crossed her arms, while several maids knocked on the door and shouted loudly, but there was no response from inside the Chiu residence. "Young miss." "And sister." Luanin turned around to see Bansha and the sisters-in-law, Lan and Wang, approaching. "Sisters-in-law, why are you here? How could we not come? We can't miss this occasion," Wang said, hands on her hips, smiling. Bansha added, "Young miss, the madam said not to be afraid. If the Chiu family dares to bully our Lu family, they will face the consequences." After speaking, Bansha turned to the servants who followed, "Break down the door." "Yes." The servants replied in unison, rushing forward to start on the door. No matter how sturdy the Chiu residence's door was, it couldn't withstand so many people pushing against it. After a few tries, the latch broke, and the door swung open. Bansha waved her hand. "Smash it." The maids and servants rushed in with sticks. Madame Su did not call for any young men. She believed that women's matters should be handled by women, so there were no young men present. The maids and servants of the Duke of Korong's household are skilled in martial arts, and the front yard of the Chiu residence quickly became a chaotic scene. "Luanin, stop right now." Everyone turned to see that it was Duke Dinghua, Rongju, along with Duke Rong, Lord Rong, and several officials from the court. It turned out that Madame Ding had been carried into the yard and soon woke up. She quickly sent someone out the back door to find her husband, Chiu Sai. When Chiu Sai heard that the county princess Annal was blocking his door and demanding to bring Chiu Lian into the household as a concubine, he was furious. The servants quickly explained the situation, nearly making him choke with anger. That troublesome girl. Chiu Sai thought he needed to speak to the adults in the county princess's household. He couldn't argue with a child. So, he went directly to Duke Rong and the Rong family. Coincidentally, Chu Hong and several officials were there, so they all came together. Upon seeing the commotion, Rongju quickly called out to his daughter. Luonan noticed the excitement and greeted everyone, father, grandfather, uncle, big brother. Why are you all here? Wait a moment. Tell me what is going on. Rongju's face darkened. What nonsense was written on that banner? Father, don't worry. I will bring Miss Chiolian back, and you can be the groom tonight. Don't think about me. I don't mind. I do mind. Rongju wished he could silence this girl. After finally having a few words with his wife, now it felt like he was back to square one. Luonan wiped her face in disbelief. Did her father just spray her with his words? What are you doing? Lord Rong was not pleased and pulled his granddaughter into his arms, glaring angrily at Rongju. Father, I don't want a concubine. I have a wife. I was born a Lu, and will die a Lu. I will never have a divided heart. Heaven and earth can witness that. Someone in the crowd laughed. County Princess Annal, Chiu Lian is my daughter. What is going on here? Chiu Sai felt overwhelmed. Oh, it's you, Duke Chiu. Here's what happened. Luonan impatiently explained everything, recounting every word Chiu Lian had said. Lord Rong, it is my fault for not teaching my daughter properly. I will handle this matter, and will come to apologize in the future. I'm afraid this is the best solution. If Lord Chiu cannot teach his daughter, I don't mind taking her under my wing. My wife is not someone who can be talked about lightly. Rong Guogong Lu Rufeng was very upset. He said with a stern face, Lord Chiu, be careful. The Rong Guogong family does not bully others, but we will not tolerate anyone slandering the daughters of the Lu family. Lord Chiu was sweating. He was up against the powerful Duke Rong, the chief censor, and several other important officials, including the deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice. He felt overwhelmed. Is the Duke here to pick me up? Suddenly, a voice cried out, and a person rushed out. With messy hair but mostly intact clothing, it was Chiu Lian. Lan and Wang followed closely behind. Chiu Lian ran towards Rongju, but missed him and fell to the ground.
Ouch.
It hurts, Chiu Lian cried, looking at Rongju with teary eyes, her gaze full of affection. Luonan shivered at the sight. Rongju shot an annoyed glance at the girl. Get up, you troublemaker. Lord Chiu was nearly beside himself with anger, wishing he could discipline his unruly daughter. Only then did Chiu Lian notice her father and several familiar officials, along with a large banner nearby. Yuji rushed over to help Chiu Lian up.
Dad.
Don't call me Dad. You are my daughter, Lord Chiu said, giving her a sharp slap. Go back. Chiu Lian had already come out and had no intention of going back. Even if it meant losing face, she wanted to enter the Rong residence. Dad, please. I am willing to be the Duke's concubine.
Huh.
Lord Chiu laughed. You may want to, but you should see if the Duke is willing. Chiu Lian turned to look at Rongju. He coldly stared back, and she could see his clear dislike and anger. Chiu Lian began to cry for real this time. Take her back, Lord Chiu shouted. Yuji quickly stepped in, and this time, Chiu Lian did not resist. Lord Chiu bowed deeply to Rongju. Duke, I will handle Chiu Lian properly, and give you an explanation. Rongju snorted and grabbed his troublesome daughter, leaving without looking back. On the way back, Luonan was carried by her father, unable to keep up with him on her short legs. Everyone else dispersed. Duke Rong had already spotted his carriage, knowing his wife must be inside. Behind the collapsed wall of the Chiu residence, he saw Banksia swinging a short stick and leading others to smash things. He knew his wife was protecting her younger sister. Chu Hung also saw his wife, Lady Lan, and his sister-in-law, Lady Wang, who were chasing after Chiu Lian to give her a beating. Chu Hung exchanged a glance with his wife, and Lady Lan understood, proudly leading her sister-in-law away. Young Master Chu was responsible for the cleanup and ended up tearing down the gate of the Chiu residence. The Chu family was known for being protective, so young Master Chu's actions made sense. When Chiu Siue returned home, Lady Ding wanted to complain to her husband, but he immediately arranged for Chiu Lian to be sent back to her hometown. Right away, without delay. No matter how much Chiu Lian cried, it was useless. He also instructed her family to quickly find her a marriage match, ensuring she would never return to the capital. Lady Ding dared not say another word, knowing her husband had truly given up on their daughter. Although the Chiu family was not what it used to be, they were still respectable, and they had a son. Chiu Lian had offended the Duke Rong's family, the Duke of State's family, and the Chiu family. For the sake of her son's future, she had to accept it. After sending Chiu Lian away, Chiu Siwa went to apologize, and the matter was settled. From then on, Chiu Lian truly exited the capital and soon married back in her hometown, but that's a story for another time. The news of Lu Anin causing a scene at the Chiu residence quickly spread through the capital. It also made the noble families aware of Rongju's intentions. Even if Lu Riwa didn't return to the Rong residence, Rongju would never marry again. The young ladies who had their eyes on Rongju were heartbroken. Lu Yu also learned about the events that transpired. She didn't care about Chiu Lian's slander. She couldn't control what others said.
The truth would come out in the end.
What truly affected her was Rongju's attitude. One day, Madame Shui, Qingyi, visited the Duke Rong's residence to check on Lu Yu, worried she might be feeling down. To her surprise, Lu Yu was not affected at all. "Sister, I'm glad you're okay. I was so scared when I heard the news." Lu Yu handed a piece of red bean cake to Yu Ger. It was a new treat from Duo Wei Xiaofeng. "Sister, there's no need to worry. People will talk, but should we bite back at them like a dog?" "Aunt Du, that would just mean biting into dog fur." Yugo was munching on a red bean cake and mumbled something unclear. The two mothers couldn't help but laugh. "By the way, sister, I heard that Princess Pingyang will hold a flower viewing event on the 6th of next month. My husband said the princess's residence has over 100 orchids. Every year, Princess Pingyang hosts a flower viewing event, and she is very generous with invitations. Almost all the officials in the capital receive an invitation. We should go together." "Sure, if the princess sends an invitation, I will go with you, sister." After they made their plans, Mrs. Shui left the Duke of Rong's residence. That evening, Lu Anin did not return to the Lu family. After dinner, Lu Yu asked her brother about Princess Pingyang. Since the princess was hosting a flower viewing event, the Duke of Rong's residence would surely receive an invitation. She only knew that years ago, the third prince of the Southern Kingdom met Princess Pingyang by chance in the streets of Daki and fell deeply in love, insisting he would marry no one else. In the end, Princess Pingyang was touched by the prince's sincerity and married him. This marriage was not a political alliance. Daki was much stronger than the Southern Kingdom. The Southern royal family celebrated for 3 days when they married a Daki princess, showing how much they valued her. Later, when Lu Yu was on her own, she lost track of news about the princess. After returning to the capital, she only learned that the princess had come back from the Southern Kingdom long ago. As for why she returned, she didn't dare to ask. Seeing his sister inquiring about Princess Pingyang, the Duke of Rome remembered that the princess held a flower viewing event every year since her return. This year, the Duke's residence would also receive an invitation. As in previous years, many from the Qi family were eager to attend. The Duke then shared some details about Princess Pingyang. She was the younger sister of Emperor Rinzong. The reason she returned to Daki was that the third prince ultimately let her down. Knowing her character, she would not settle for less. She issued a divorce letter to the third prince of the Southern Kingdom. After marrying him, they initially had a loving relationship, and the Southern royal family respected Princess Pingyang greatly. However, 3 years passed without her becoming pregnant, and the prince's mother, a noble woman, grew anxious. She considered finding a concubine for her son. Princess Pingyang learned of her mother-in-law's intentions and was unhappy about it. Over time, a rift developed between them. The favored concubine was very determined and forcefully sent her niece, the cousin of the third prince, to his residence. She didn't say it outright, but mentioned that her niece could come to the capital for a change of scenery, and staying with the third prince was more convenient than living in the palace. Everyone understood the real reason. The third prince's cousin had always liked him, and since her cousin married the princess of Dachi, she held a grudge against Princess Pingyang and felt an inexplicable hostility towards her. Now, She had entered her cousin's residence openly and began to make various moves behind the scenes. The third prince didn't dislike his cousin. In fact, he had some affection for her since they grew up together. However, he didn't want her to be his secondary wife and only saw her as a sister to care for. He forgot that he was already married and should keep a distance, knowing his cousin's feelings. Princess Pingyang reminded the third prince several times, but he insisted he only thought of her as a sister. This led to misunderstandings between them. With the cousins stirring trouble, the relationship between Princess Pingyang and the third prince grew tense, eventually leading to a fierce argument. The third prince felt wronged. He had no intention of taking a secondary wife, so why didn't Princess Pingyang trust him? He turned to alcohol to drown his sorrows. The cousin saw her chance and joined him in drinking. They both got drunk, and what was meant to happen finally did. Princess Pingyang brought a hangover remedy to the third prince. When she saw the two of them in bed together, she was furious. The third prince wanted to explain, but he had indeed crossed a line with his cousin, and Princess Pingyang refused to listen. The cousin cried, begging for forgiveness, and even offered to become a nun. The favored concubine learned of this and took advantage of the situation, asking the emperor of the southern kingdom to grant the cousin as a secondary wife to the third prince. After receiving the imperial decree, Princess Pingyang was so upset that she fainted. The palace doctor rushed to help and discovered that Princess Pingyang had a miscarriage, losing her first child with the third prince. In her anger, Princess Pingyang presented a divorce letter to the third prince. The southern royal family initially opposed the idea of Princess Pingyang leaving, as it would mean offending Dichi. How could Princess Pingyang allow herself to be wronged? She moved her dowry out of the third prince's residence and placed it in her own house, then set the third prince's residence on fire. Her cousin, who was a bit naive, ended up with singed hair. At that time, Emperor Renzong was still Prince Xian, being pressured by the late emperor and the Empress Dowager. However, when Prince Xian received the news, he sent someone to bring his sister back. The royal family of the Southern Kingdom did not dare to offend Prince Xian, as no one knew who would ultimately prevail, so they agreed to let Princess Pingyang leave. When Prince Xian ascended to the throne, his first act was to take revenge on the Southern Kingdom for his sister and even eliminated that naive cousin. In the 2 years before Prince Xian became emperor, Princess Pingyang did her best to protect her brother. Finally, Duke Rong said, the late wife of the Marquis of Jingyuan was a close friend of Princess Pingyang. After her passing, Princess Pingyang was in the Southern Kingdom. When she returned, she heard that she had been ill for several days, and because of her brother's situation, she harbored a strong dislike for the Li family. Lu Yu nodded. This information was enough for her. At that moment in the Rong residence, Granny Jean and Luonin were also discussing Princess Pingyang, and Luonin was very interested in the princess's dislike for the Li family. Indeed, the invitation to Princess Pingyang's flower viewing event arrived. On that day, Luonin went with her aunt, mother, and cousin Huanyan, and they also invited Madame Xue to join them at the princess's residence. The two sisters-in-law from the Chu family also gathered with their aunt. The princess's residence was not far from the palace, as Emperor Renzong kept his only sister close. In the years since Princess Pingyang returned, she had not remarried. Earlier, Empress Dowager Li pretended to care for Princess Pingyang and wanted to choose another husband for her. Regardless of whether Emperor Renzong trusted the Empress Dowager, he was furious when he saw the choice of husband. The Empress Dowager had chosen Chao Yan's, the third son of Duke Chao. Chao Yan's had some abilities, but his wife had passed away, leaving behind a young daughter. Normally, this wouldn't be an issue, as choosing a husband should consider character and ability. Emperor Renzong did not, like other rulers, link his sister's marriage to national interests. He only wished for his sister's happiness. However, Chao Yan's was too cunning. Could his sister truly be happy with someone like him? Moreover, Duke Chao thought he was hiding his connections well, but Emperor Renzong discovered that he had ties to the Li family, effectively playing both sides. Empress Dowager Li wanted Chao Yan to control Princess Pingyang, hoping that one day she could use this to influence Emperor Renzong. The late emperor had several princesses, but only Pingyang was Emperor Renzong's sister, so he had to be careful. In the end, the Empress Dowager's plan did not work out as she wished. Princess Pingyang was aware of the political situation and could not trust the person chosen by the Empress Dowager. She refused the arrangement. The Empress Dowager was displeased and made remarks about how Princess Pingyang had been married before and was being too picky, as if she were a treasure. Princess Pingyang was not someone to back down easily. She stormed into the Empress Dowager's palace and had a fierce argument with her. The Empress Dowager nearly became ill from anger. However, many ladies admired Princess Pingyang, as she lived freely and comfortably even after leaving the southern kingdom. This piqued Luonin's interest in the princess. When Luonin and her group arrived at the princess's residence, they saw many carriages from various families parked outside. The maids welcomed them inside. Upon entering, Luonin was amazed by the grandeur of the princess's residence, with pavilions, bridges, and flowing water. The elegance of the estate was not about flashy luxury, but rather exuded dignity and grace. The maids led them to the main venue for the flower appreciation event, the Qinxiang Garden, where many ladies were already gathered. Familiar faces chatted and admired the flowers, enjoying tea and snacks available for everyone. Led by Madame Su, several ladies were conversing while Lu Huanyan and Luonin quietly waited nearby since Princess Pingyang had not yet arrived. At that moment, a few more ladies entered the garden, led by a tall woman. This is the daughter-in-law of the Marquis of Huainan, the heir's wife, Feng Miao Miao, the eldest daughter of the Feng family from Jiangnan, Madame Su whispered. Recently, Granny Jean had mentioned the princess to Luonin and shared stories about prominent families in the Great Qi. Seeing Feng Miao Miao for the first time, Luonin couldn't help but glance at her. Being from the influential Feng family, Feng Miao Miao had a strong personality, and after a quick look, Luonin turned her gaze away. Feng Miao Miao noticed Madame Su but did not approach her, as the relationship between the old Duke Lu Cheng and the Marquis of Huainan had always been tense, leading to little interaction between their families. Soon, Princess Pingyang arrived. Luonin looked at the legendary princess and couldn't help but admire her. She truly lived up to her title as the Princess of Deqi, with her impressive demeanor, grace, and natural nobility. Although the princess was already in her 30s, time had left no marks on her face. Instead, her calmness, elegance, and poise shone through. Everyone greeted the princess in unison. Princess Pingyang smiled and said, "No need for formalities. Today, I invite you all to enjoy the flowers in Qinxiang Garden. Please feel free to explore, and you young ladies can go have fun." The princess called over one of her maids and instructed, "Qinxiang, take good care of the young ladies from each household." Qinxiang agreed. Lu Huanyan then took her sister to stroll around the garden, and Gao Yingying and a few other young ladies joined them. "Greetings, County Princess Annal," the young ladies said respectfully upon seeing Luonin. Luonin had previously met Gao Yingying and liked her straightforward personality, so she quickly replied, "Miss Gao and everyone, there's no need for such formalities." Gao Yingying truly admired County Princess Annal, who had not yet reached adulthood, but was already more accomplished than many young men. "County Princess Annal, you are truly remarkable. My father says if I had even a fraction of your talent, he would be smiling in his dreams." The other young ladies giggled at Gao Yingying's candidness. Luonin smiled and said, "Miss Gao, you flatter me. Everyone's upbringing is different. I may have to work harder than others, along with a bit of luck." Gao Yingying waved her hand vigorously. The county princess didn't achieve all this just by luck. It takes immense hard work and effort to reach your level of success. I truly admire you. Can you tell us about what the border is like? These young ladies had grown up in wealthy families, never experiencing hardship or traveling far from home. The concept of the border was just a distant and desolate place to them. Seeing the eagerness and sincerity in their eyes, Luonin was happy to fulfill their small wish. So, the young ladies sat down, and Luonin began to share her experiences from the border. They listened intently, and when she described the injured soldiers, the young ladies turned pale with fear. "Now, let's talk about Lu Yu." Princess Pingyong did not leave, and the other ladies could not either, so they sat together talking with her. Seeing two ladies sitting next to the wife of Duke Rong, Princess Pingyong asked, "Madam of Duke Rong, I don't recognize these two ladies."
Who are they?
Madame Su quickly replied. In response to the princess, "This lady is the wife of Xue Jiang, the minor official of Honglu Temple, and this one is my younger sister, Ryue." Chung Yi and Lu Yu also stood up to bow to the princess again. Princess Pingyong was aware of the Lu family situation, but she hadn't interacted much with Lu Yu for many years. She felt sympathy for Lu Yu, as they both had faced difficulties and had families who cared for them. Looking at Lu Yu, Princess Pingyong's voice softened. Madame Lu has endured hardships, but will have good days ahead. Princess Annel is a good child. Your better days are coming. Lu Yu smiled back, saying, "What the princess says is true. I am very content with my child by my side." After chatting with the ladies for a while, Princess Pingyong decided to leave. With her presence, the ladies felt too restrained to enjoy the flowers, so she encouraged everyone to move freely. Once Princess Pingyong left, the ladies finally relaxed. Although she was not arrogant, she was still a royal and the beloved sister of the emperor, so they spoke very cautiously, fearing that one wrong word could bring trouble to their families. With her departure, the ladies felt much lighter. At that moment, they heard a few people talking nearby. Though their voices were low, the surrounding ladies could hear them clearly. "I think people should know their place. They say a good horse doesn't turn back to eat old grass, especially women. After being with another man for so many years and having children, to come back and want to reconcile? If it were me, I would feel too ashamed." The speaker was Feng Miao Miao from the Huainan Marquis' residence. Another lady chimed in, "That's right. Some women really have thick skin." All the ladies present understood who Feng Miao Miao was talking about. Madame Su's expression darkened, but Lu Yu remained unfazed. She knew many people in the capital were watching Rongju. There were certainly many who would take the opportunity to criticize her. If she cared about their opinions, she would be upset all the time. Madame Lin gently patted Lu Yu's hand, and Lu Yu smiled at her and shook her head. Before Mrs. Lin and Mrs. Su could speak, Mrs. Lon covered her mouth with a handkerchief and chuckled twice. She looked at her sister-in-law, Mrs. Wang, and said, "Sister-in-law, let me tell you a joke." Mrs. Wang immediately understood and replied, "What joke?" "Please share, elder sister." So Mrs. Lon began. There was a wealthy gentleman whose wife wanted to set up her niece with her brother-in-law as a concubine. But the brother-in-law's main wife was not easy to deal with either. She turned the tables and successfully sent the niece to her husband's bed. Can you believe it? Aunt and niece sharing a husband. Oh, dear. If it were me, I wouldn't just feel embarrassed. I'd want to hide away. The two sisters-in-law played off each other, making quite a lively scene. The other ladies nearby couldn't help but laugh, as this was clearly about the affairs of the Huainan Marquis' household. Fei Miao Miao felt frustrated. How could she point fingers at others when her own family was in such disarray? She slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "Lan Xiang Xiang. What do you mean by that?" "Oh, dear, dear. I'm just chatting here. How is it bothering you, Lady Eyre?" "I mentioned that wealthy gentleman. Do you know him? Come on, tell us more." Mrs. Lon wasn't afraid of Fei Miao Miao. Despite the intimidating name of the Huainan Marquis' household, it was clear that each generation was weaker than the last. The eldest son had no official position, only the title of heir, and even if he inherited the title in the future, he had made no contributions to the court and could not inherit the marquisate. When the marquis passed away, the household would surely fall apart. What was there to fear? Fei Miao Miao was so angry she could bite her teeth in frustration. She couldn't admit that Mrs. Lon was talking about her own husband. With a stomp of her foot, she turned and left angrily, followed by several other ladies who flattered her. "Thank you, dear niece-in-law." Mrs. Su and Mrs. Lin quickly expressed their gratitude. Mrs. Lon and Mrs. Wang stepped in to protect Lu Yu, and before they could speak, the two of them had already resolved the issue. Lu Yu held on to Mrs. Lon with one hand and Mrs. Wang with the other, feeling very touched. Xiang, Sueji. Thank you for your concern. Mrs. Lon shook her head. Auntie, you've been away from the capital for so long. You don't know the true nature of these people. They may seem impressive on the surface, but their household is quite messy. Unless you hit them where it hurts, they'll think they can do anything they want. Sister, don't worry about anything. The girls from the Liu family never start trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. Your brother and I will always protect you. Besides, Anin is a county princess appointed by the emperor, and you are the mother of a county princess, so you should hold your head high. Madame Su decided to go back and tell Liu Rufeng to investigate Feng Miao and find out who is behind her actions. The news quickly reached the Princess of Pingyang. The Marquis of Huainan is clueless. His eldest son is useless, while the second son managed to earn a fifth-rank official position. Feng Miao has always been at odds with the second branch. She used underhanded tactics and ended up hurting herself, yet she still blames Liu Ruyue. What nerve she has! Your Highness, should we investigate the young lady Feng Miao? The Duke of Ronghua and the Marquis of Huainan have not been on good terms for years. The young lady seems to be targeting Lady Liu right from the start. Is there something hidden in this? The old maid said softly. Upon hearing this, the Princess of Pingyang thought for a moment and nodded. Go investigate. The Duke of Ronghua, the Marquis of Dinghua, and the Chu family are all loyal subjects of my brother. I may not be able to help them much, but since I know, I cannot let the families of loyal subjects suffer while pretending not to know. The Princess of Pingyang sighed and tapped the small tea table in frustration. I just found out yesterday that Duke Chao actually wants to ally with that old witch. No wonder she was so eager to help me find a husband for years. It makes me furious. The old maid quickly tried to comfort the Princess of Pingyang. Emperor Renzong did not share much about court matters with his sister. He didn't want his only sibling to get involved. During a chat the day before, they had casually mentioned how Empress Li had helped the Princess of Pingyang choose a husband, which led him to tell her. The Princess of Pingyang then asked Emperor Renzong, Brother, please tell me which households are connected to that old witch, so I can avoid them and spare you any trouble. She understood that her brother wanted to protect her from getting hurt, but she also wanted to support him. So she added, Brother, I may not be able to help much, but I won't be a burden to you either. Emperor Renzong was deeply touched. In the harem, apart from his first wife and his only sister, everyone else had their own agendas. The harem has always been a place of power struggles, with each concubine seeking to elevate their family. Only his wife had been with him since he was still a nobody. During her toughest times, she never left her side, and her family supported her greatly. After ascending the throne, she gradually gained control over the court and appointed the crown prince, while the queen's family distanced themselves from the court. There were people in the court who wanted to undermine the queen, but they couldn't find any evidence against her. Therefore, among the women in Emperor Renzong's harem, no one could shake the queen's position in his heart. Emperor Renzong discussed the court situation in detail with Princess Pingyang. That's why Princess Pingyang had her trusted maid arrange for someone to investigate Feng Miao. She needed to remind Duke Rong. When Liu Rufeng returned home that evening, Madame Su mentioned the flower viewing event to her husband. Duke Rong Liu Rufeng frowned slightly and said softly, Feng Miao? All right, I will arrange for someone to look into it. Although we have had different political views from the Huainan Marquis for many years, we shouldn't have made him hold such a grudge. My sister has no connection with Feng Miao. Why is she targeting her? I find it strange too. Anin wasn't present at the time, and we didn't tell her about that girl's temper. Let's wait until we clarify the situation, Madame Su replied, not wanting to worry Liu Anin, and Liu Yu felt the same way. While Duke Rong was talking with Madame Su, Hanxia quietly said from outside, Madam, someone from the princess's residence has brought a letter for the Duke. The couple exchanged quick glances. Madame Su let Hanxia in, and after handing the letter to her, Hanxia stepped back out. Madame Su gave the letter to Duke Rong. After he opened it and read it quickly, his brow furrowed again. Take a look, he said, handing the letter to Madame Su. The content was simple, just one sentence. Feng Miao Miao has an older sister who is the daughter-in-law of the second branch of the Li family. Madame Su understood everything now. No wonder Feng Miao Miao targeted Ryue. It was aimed at the duke's household. Moreover, the Feng family from Jiangnan was involved too. Without the head of the Feng family's approval, how could Feng Miao Miao be so eager? The princess is really quick. I didn't expect the Jiangnan Feng family to have ties with the Li family. Who would have thought they had a family connection? Madame Su said as she put the letter away. The Li family is well established and has worked hard for decades. With the Empress Dowager in the palace, it took the emperor 10 years to remove most of their influence. I will visit the Rong family. Don't wait for me for dinner. With that, Duke Rong left the room with the letter in hand. Madame Su felt relieved when the duke left. It was best for the men to handle this matter. Luonan eventually learned about it. Since her father was dealing with it, she decided not to interfere. However, she had her eyes on the business of the Feng family from Jiangnan. Now that the Feng family was involved in this mess, there was no way they could back out. Within 10 days, the Feng family encountered trouble. A shipment of fabric from Hangzhou to the capital, which included 5 carts of fabric requested by the palace's embroidery bureau, caught fire along the way. It was difficult to save the fabric once it caught fire. Even if they managed to put it out, the fabric would be ruined. Unfortunately, 3 carts of the palace fabric were burned. This left the head of the Feng family in a panic, as the palace's fabric could not be delayed. What were they to do? It's important to know that each of the 24 departments in the palace had its own seal, and there was a chief overseer, known as a C, or fourth master. The second master and fourth master were brothers. The delivery date for the fabric could not be changed. The head of the Feng family offered 20,000 silver coins to the embroidery bureau in hopes of getting some extra time to replace the burned fabric. However, before he could even warm the coins, the fourth master learned of the situation. He was furious. Without hesitation, he returned the 20,000 silver coins to the head of the Feng family, making it clear there was no room for negotiation. The fourth master glared at the head of the embroidery bureau, scaring him into a cold sweat, as he knew the fourth master's methods well. We'll give you one more chance. Don't let us down, or else. It's been a while since we had human meat hot pot, he said before turning to leave. The head of the embroidery bureau collapsed on the ground. His assistant quickly helped him up and whispered, "Don't worry, sir. The Feng family has fallen out of favor. Jiangnan has more than just them." This statement snapped him back to reality. Of course, Jiangnan had more than just the Feng family. They could find another supplier. Quickly investigate and find another suitable one, he instructed his assistant. The assistant left promptly. Within 2 days, he returned with a report. There was another decent merchant in Jiangnan, dealing in fabric, tea, and even had their own dyeing and weaving workshops, with a scale not smaller than the Feng family. However, due to the Feng family's dominance over the years, this merchant had remained low-key. The owner of this business was surnamed Wei. The assistant also brought back samples of the fabric. Interestingly, while searching for a new supplier, the assistant's carriage broke down not far from the city, and he happened to encounter a caravan. The horse team offered help and, during casual conversation, the clerk overheard something about the Wei family's trading business. The speaker was careless, but the listener was attentive, so the clerk took note. This horse team happened to belong to the Wei family, and the team leader was the Wei family's nephew, so the clerk started chatting with him. The team leader was also frustrated after years of being suppressed by the Feng family and finally had a chance to vent, sharing the Wei family's struggles over the years. The clerk was secretly pleased. It was easy to find what he needed, as the Wei family fit his requirements perfectly. Thus, the clerk returned quickly. When the money and grain manager heard this, he was very happy. He didn't want the fourth prince to trick him. He hurried to report this to the fourth prince. The fourth prince nodded after hearing the news. "You're lucky. Bring them here, and let's ask them some questions." So, the Wei family members entered the palace, and the fourth prince learned about their situation in detail, decisively removing the Feng family from the picture. From then on, this business would be handled by the Wei family. Such coincidences don't happen in the world, of course, but with Luonin and Liansheng, even unlikely events can turn fortunate. The true mastermind behind the Wei family's trading business was Su Liansheng. Liansheng had long been watching the Feng family, and even Emperor Renzong didn't know that there was a concubine from the Feng family in the Xianwang residence. Liansheng knew that this concubine held a low position, but the Xianwang valued her highly because she was connected to the Feng family, whose wealth was exactly what the Xianwang needed. Therefore, he aimed to remove the Feng family and cut off the Xianwang's financial support. Years ago, Liansheng began to plan, having De Feng and Aries set up a trading business in Hangzhou. After meeting the former subordinates of his father, who had been saved by the big boss, he appointed Uncle De to manage this business. Uncle De's surname was Wei, and the Wei family trading business quickly established itself in Jiangnan. With Chu De in charge, everything about the Wei family's trading business, its origins, development, and history, became quite simple. The Wei family's roots were in a county below Songjiang. Being kicked out of the picture and losing their connection with the 24 Yamen caused the Feng family a lot of trouble. They investigated the cause of the cart fire for a long time, but found no leads. Even when encountering outsiders, they kept their distance and had no interaction with the caravan. The people involved were all familiar faces who had worked closely together for years, so it ultimately concluded as an accident, just an unfortunate incident. However, this business loss cost the Feng family 200,000 taels of silver because they couldn't deliver on time, leading to compensation owed to the palace. 200,000 taels is not a small amount, and the Feng family took a significant hit. Meanwhile, the Wei family trading business soared to new heights. Luonin told her uncle and father that the head of the Wei family was a subordinate of Su Liansheng. This revelation left both men wide-eyed and stunned for a while. Rongju said, "What an impressive Su Liansheng. Not even 17 yet, and he started planning years ago. How did he know the details about the Feng family?" Luonin thought for a moment and replied, "Back then, Uncle Su left a lot of people for Brother Liansheng. Not to mention others, just the 4 main shadow guards. It wouldn't be hard for them to gather the information he needs. Moreover, with Jean Mama always in the capital, there are countless connections between the noble families and the capital. If Brother Liansheng wants revenge, he needs to sort out the relationships among these families." Both Duke Rong and Rongju nodded in agreement. That evening, the head of the Wei family quietly entered Duke Rong's residence. Uncle De had met Duke Rong, Lu Rufeng, before. Lu Rufeng had the heir, Lu Huanping, personally invite Rongju to the residence, so Rongju brought his daughter along. Anan greets Uncle De. Lu Thing couldn't act like a county princess in front of Uncle De, as he was not only a close subordinate of the Marquis of Jingyuan, but also his sworn brother. Uncle De smiled upon seeing Luonin, having not seen her for almost a year. "Girl, no need for formalities." Uncle Wei greets the Marquis, Uncle De said as he exchanged greetings with Rongju. Rongju quickly reached out to support the head of the Wei family, saying, "General Wei, there's no need for politeness between us. There are no outsiders here, so I won't call you the head of the Wei family anymore." The 4 of them shared a smile, and then began discussing serious matters in the study. This time, the Wei family's business was coming to light, as Liansheng aimed to cut off the prince's funding, forcing him to reveal himself. If the prince didn't act, they couldn't catch him in wrongdoing. Emperor Renzong was naturally aware of the support for the Wei family's business. When the previous emperor was in power, the Feng family was recommended by the prince for this trade. Over the years, the Feng family had made no mistakes, and Emperor Renzong knew the prince wouldn't recommend them without a reason. There must be some benefit involved, yet there was not a single flaw to exploit. Now, a fire had been set to the Feng family. The second prince merely mentioned that the Feng family had been imperial merchants for too long and had forgotten who their master was. Emperor Renzong understood that the time had come and decisively separated the Feng family from the royal favor. However, Duke Rong still reminded Uncle De to be cautious in his actions. Uncle De had previously managed the finances of the Marquis of Jingyuan, overseeing not only the household expenses, but also the military expenditures that the court often owed. So, Uncle Da's business acumen was such that even Luonin and Chu Sanner had to admire him. After the incident at the Vofu, Uncle Da managed the business at San Shizhai in the valley, but had to stay low-key to avoid drawing attention that could lead to trouble. These years had been tough for him. Now, with the Wei family business, Uncle Da could finally show his skills. However, he agreed with the Duke of Rome's warning. Until their master's revenge was fulfilled, they had to be cautious. A few people chatted until late at night before Uncle Da quietly left. They had their own means of communication, and unless absolutely necessary, Uncle Da would avoid going to the mansion to prevent exposure and unnecessary trouble. Time passed quickly, and there was just over a month until the new year. Xiao Muyang and Bai Lao had not yet returned to the capital. According to the plan, they would return around March or April. Luyu wanted to go back to Kaoshan village, but the Duke of Rome insisted on celebrating the New Year at home and would make plans after Xiao Muyang returned. Lu and En had been very busy these days, working late into the night to finalize the year-end accounts with the chief steward, De Feng. Cui Hua also arrived in the capital a few days ago, bringing the business accounts for her daughter to review. Everyone had worked hard this year, and the profits were substantial. Lu and En established a year-end benefits policy, with Cui Hua and De Feng responsible for distributing it to all the shopkeepers and workers. She also prepared New Year gifts for Grandpa Feng, village chief Zhou, Lord Fan, and her adoptive parents. Since she couldn't leave the capital to visit them personally, she planned to go when she had the time. Due to Lu En's 3-year tax exemption policy for her territory, Qingyu Town, the residents of the 18 villages were thrilled. Village Chief Zhou led the women in stitching a 6-meter-long landscape embroidery depicting the scenery of Qingyu Town, clearly marking the 18 villages. It showed children playing, women doing laundry and cooking, men working in the fields, and elders chatting together. Vivid scenes of rural life unfolded before her eyes. Lu En looked at the beautiful landscape of Qingyu Town, her eyes filled with tears. She had truly put down roots here. Seeing her daughter with red eyes, Lu Yu felt a deep ache in her heart. No one understood better than her what her daughter had sacrificed. It was true what they said. To appear noble in front of others, one must endure hardships behind the scenes. That day, De Feng hurriedly arrived. Looking at De Feng's serious expression, Lu En asked, "What's wrong? Is there something happening?" "Miss, someone has been secretly investigating the Xiangyang Mountain Villa Winery. I had someone keep an eye on them, but this person is very careful and almost slipped away." In the end, they entered the residence of the prince.
Oh.
Lu En felt relieved. It must be that the Feng family has been pushed out, and the prince is having money problems. He can't sit still anymore. De Feng clearly thought of this too. The profit from the wine is substantial, and our winery produces excellent wine. The prince wants to take a share, but he needs to see if he can handle it. Lu En tapped her fingers on the table. "Miss, there's no need to worry about the winery leaking information. Our core staff are all our people, and the others don't have access to important matters. We have hidden guards watching over the workshop, so they can't do anything." When the winery was first established, De Feng had considered this point. It's not the thief you should fear, but the one who covets what you have. The profits from the winery are too great, and this wine is rare. If someone secretly adds something to the wine, the Xiangyang winery would be ruined. That's why there are hidden guards in the workshop and wine cellar. The staff usually can't see them, but they can clearly see every corner of the workshop. In a few days, the prince's wife will contact me. The prince won't show himself, so she will act on his behalf. How will you respond? Of course, I will make a scene. A dignified prince, a grown man, trying to take away a child's business. What face does he have? I will seek justice from the emperor. Seeing her pouting and looking unhappy, De Feng's smile grew wider. Sure enough, the next day, a lady from the prince's residence came personally. Lu En, being a county princess, was treated with great respect by the old lady. "County princess, I am here on the orders of the prince's wife. Please come to the Delightful Pavilion for a discussion." The Delightful Pavilion is a well-known tea house in the capital, and Lu En really enjoys their tea. She nodded, and the old lady left to report back. Miss, should we inform the Marquis? Qing-yi asked with some concern. Luonan shook her head. Not yet. I want to find out what the prince's wife is really after. Luonan is not someone who runs to her parents when faced with difficulties. She prefers to solve things on her own. Miss, you don't need to worry. I will accompany you. Jean Mama had seen many storms, and the prince would not personally seek out Luonan, but the prince's wife, being an elder woman, would. She must be using the bond of family to gain the girl's trust, making her feel the care of an elder, and thus getting closer to her. At that point, when she makes a request, the girl will find it hard to refuse. Indeed, the old lady guessed the prince's intentions correctly. Luonan, having lived 2 lives, surely understands this well. However, the prince's wife has met Luonan, and her plans are destined to fail. After lunch, Luonan rested for a while before setting off with the old lady and the girl in green for their appointment. The girl in blue took the guards and gifts and left the capital. The carriage from the Marquis's residence soon arrived at the Delight Building. The manager, upon learning that Princess Annel had arrived, personally invited Luonan to the private room of the prince's wife upstairs. This was Luonan's first time meeting the prince's wife since she came to the capital. When she opened the door, she saw a very elegantly dressed woman sitting in the room. The prince's wife was nearly 40, but looked well-preserved, appearing to be just in her 30s. Annel greets the prince's wife. Upon seeing the young girl, the prince's wife couldn't help but admire her beauty. No wonder Lu Riyue and Rongju were both outstanding. Their child must be exceptional too. No need for formalities, come here, Annel. The prince's wife said with a smile. If Luonan didn't know about the prince and his wife's past, she might think the prince's wife was a very gentle woman. Luonan also graciously sat down beside her. My dear child, I should have invited you earlier, but my health has not been good. I am very sensitive to the cold in winter and rarely leave the house. Please don't mind. The prince's wife said gently with a smile. The old lady beside her added, Princess, Our Lady has mentioned several times that she wanted to meet you, but due to her health, the prince was reluctant to let her leave the house, which delayed things for so long. Luonan smiled back. The prince's wife is too kind. Since Luonan was officially named a princess by the emperor, the old marquis and the queen in the palace, along with some concubines, had sent gifts. However, only the prince's residence had not sent anything, including the Empress Dowager and the concubine and who was a follower of the Huifei from the Li family. But Luonan didn't mind. I didn't expect that such a young girl would dare to go to the border. It's truly admirable. The border is tough, and you've endured a lot. After saying this, the prince's wife dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Oh, is she crying from being moved? The little person in Luonan's heart was laughing joyfully. If we were to give the kind-hearted consort an award, her tears come so easily. It's truly impressive.
Princess, it's not hard for me.
I grew up in the countryside and have faced many hardships. Being able to do something for the soldiers of Dachi is a blessing. Seeing Luonan's sincere eyes, the consort was momentarily at a loss for words. The room fell silent. The old maid beside the consort noticed the situation and quietly suggested, Princess, haven't you never been to the border? Since the county princess has been there, why not let her share what it's like? That sounds great. The consort looked at Luonan with anticipation. Luonan didn't hesitate and shared a few simple stories about the border's customs and culture. The consort listened intently, clearly fascinated. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely visit the border. It's a pity I can't. And please come to the palace often. I don't have a daughter and rarely have someone to talk to. Luonan looked at the consort in surprise, puzzled. What's wrong? Don't you want to? The consort smiled gently, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. Luonan tilted her head, frowning slightly. Princess, it's not that I don't want to, but I already have a betrothal. If I keep coming to the palace, those who don't know might think I have feelings for the young prince. The consort nearly spilled her tea. What a bold girl, speaking her mind. Her youngest son had just turned 17 and wasn't engaged, but she would never allow him to marry the daughter of Rongju. Jean Mama almost laughed out loud. Her girl truly had a way with words. The consort covered her mouth with a handkerchief and coughed for a while before saying, "I didn't consider that." Lu Anin quickly waved her hand, grinning widely. "It's not the princess's fault. I've always been straightforward, saying whatever comes to mind. I hope you don't mind." The consort thought to herself, "Is Lu Anin a bit naive? The prince sent me here," which seems to be overestimating her. The two exchanged playful banter for a while longer. The consort began to feel impatient, but Lu Anin remained calm and unhurried. At this moment, whoever fidgeted first would lose. Sure enough, the princess consort changed her tone and said, "My younger brother, Wenliang, also runs a business and has a winery. He has been wanting to get into the wine business but lacks good winemakers." After she spoke, the princess consort sighed and looked at Lu Anin. The meaning was clear. "I've made an offer. Now it's your turn to accept it. Hurry up." But Lu Anin wasn't foolish. Even without knowing about the prince's past schemes against the Su family, she wouldn't align herself with him. She wouldn't do anything that could backfire. The Rong family and the Lu family would never collude with the Empress's faction. So Lu Anin remained silent, smiling sweetly at the princess consort, appearing like a little girl listening to an elder. Seeing that Lu Anin didn't respond, the princess consort continued, "The wine from Xiangyang Villa is quite popular in the capital. It would be great if Wenliang could find 1 or 2 winemakers to help." Lu Anin still didn't speak. The prince's goal was simple. He wanted a share of the wine business. He understood that Rongju, the Duke of Rong, and he were not on the same side, but he really wanted to get involved in the wine trade. Wenliang was his brother-in-law and also his source of income. Although the business appeared to belong to the Wen family, 70% of it was actually his. With the Feng family in trouble, he couldn't let Wenliang face issues too. So he thought of Lu Anin, a child who hadn't even reached adulthood. How clever could she be? As long as she agreed, with Rongju's affection for her, he would have to accept it. Even without other connections, just the business dealings would allow him to control the Rong and Lu families. As long as there were business ties, he wouldn't let them go easily. However, while the idea was appealing, the reality was harsh. He didn't expect Lu Anin to be so unyielding. After talking for a while without any response from Lu Anin, the princess consort felt displeased. "Anil, I'll be straightforward. Wenliang wants to partner with you in the wine business. He has years of experience and many connections. He won't let you suffer." The princess consort's tone was no longer as gentle as before. Lu Anin rolled her eyes in her mind, thinking, "Why are you dropping the act? Why not keep pretending? Now your true colors are showing." But Lu Anin still replied sincerely, "I'm afraid I'll disappoint the princess consort. Anil's winery doesn't want to partner with anyone and hasn't considered it." Upon hearing this, the princess consort's expression darkened. "You've already partnered with Chu Xian from the Chu family. Why can't you partner with Wenliang? I did collaborate with Brother Chu, but he did not interfere with the business of the Anil Brewery. Are you trying to dominate everything?" The tone of the princess was becoming harsher. Anil does not seek to dominate. There are many types of alcohol in Daki, not just grape wine. There are various grain wines and fruit wines and many breweries. Anyone can brew grape wine. Anil has no right to stop others from doing so, but Anil prefers not to cooperate. "Anil, you are still young. Remember, there are always greater powers and people beyond you. Don't speak so definitively. In business, harmony is important for long-term success. Who knows what can happen in the business world?" The princess's words were clearly displeased and carried a hint of warning. But who is Lu Anin? She has fought her way through the business world, dealing with underhanded tactics and unfair treatment. With her current status and background, she has nothing to fear. She is no longer the naive girl from the mountain village. She has her own support now. If necessary, she would close the door and call her father. "Princess, are you threatening me?" Lu Anin looked directly at the princess. There was no need to keep a friendly face anymore. The princess was taken aback. However, Lu Anin's words clearly embarrassed her and intensified her displeasure.
You can think that way.
I didn't expect someone so young to be so arrogant and dismissive. With that, The princess slammed her hand on the table. The woman in green had already placed her hand on her waist, where a soft sword was hidden. You princess, you are bullying me." Luonin's eyes turned red as she suddenly stood up. "Business is a mutual agreement. If I am unwilling, why are you forcing me? You are using your power to intimidate. You are envious of my success and want to take my money. I will tell my father." With that, Luonin cried and rushed out the door. "Stop her." The princess was thrown into chaos. She never expected Luonin to react this way. If outsiders found out, the reputation of the prince's residence would be ruined. The old maid and the maidservants tried to stop Luonin. The women in green and Jean Mama quickly understood what the young lady meant. Could they let the princess's people stop their own lady? "Miss!" The two called out to her while moving quickly. The maids and servants brought by the princess couldn't even touch Luonin's clothes before stumbling around. The guards outside saw the county princess rush out of the private room, and the princess shouted to stop her, drawing their swords. But a strong wind swept in like a ghost. The guards were stopped by the strong wind. During the fight, the wind received a signal from Luonin and intentionally let things go. The guards of the virtuous princess almost hurt Luonin. In the end, Luonin rushed out, crying as she went downstairs. While walking and crying, she muttered, "The virtuous princess bullies people. She is jealous of my successful wine business and wants to take my business and my money. I refuse and she threatens me." Luonin ran straight to the palace while crying. Yes, she wanted to complain to the emperor since he was already frustrated trying to find fault with the virtuous prince. Green Clothes and Granny Jean hurried after her, while the wind rushed to the city gate to inform the marquis, who was currently at the camp. The virtuous princess was furious when she saw that she couldn't stop Princess Annel. She quickly returned to the mansion to find the prince for a solution, fearing that Luonin would complain first, making things difficult for her later. At this moment, she still didn't realize that Luonin hadn't gone home, but was heading to the palace instead. Without discussing how the virtuous princess sought help at her mansion, Luonin ran toward the palace, refusing to take a carriage. Of course, if she took a carriage, no one would see her distress. The coachman, Erju, overheard some gossip, and when Granny Jean came out and whispered a few words, the clever Erju turned around and went back to the mansion to gather help. From the delightful building to the palace, Luonin cried the whole way. What? The prince's mansion bullies people? They have their eyes on Princess Annel's business? They forced a child to collaborate with the prince's brother-in-law, and when the child refused, they threatened him? At the delightful building, the guards of the virtuous princess attacked and tried to harm the child? Even a princess shouldn't bully people so openly. Princess Annel has the Duke of Dingwa and the Earl of Rongwa as her support, yet they are bullied. What about us ordinary merchants? If anyone's business is targeted by the prince's mansion, we can only endure and give in. The worst part was that a few students from Jing Mountain Academy happened to be at the bookstore on the same street as the delightful building. Coincidentally, Lu Huanping, Chu Jiaqing, and Rong Jiadebao were there too. When these three young men heard that Luonin was bullied by the prince's mansion, they couldn't accept it. They decided to stand up for her. So, these three young men passionately persuaded their fellow students, and soon this group of students refused to stay silent. Among them, 2 students usually worked part-time at Luonin's shop to earn some living expenses. Because their family situation was average, the whole family worked hard to send them to Jingshan Academy. These 2 students had excellent character and knowledge, and their daily lives were quite difficult. They had a good relationship with Lu Huanping. When Luonin found out, she offered to help them by letting them work at her shop in their spare time to earn some money. This not only helped them but also gave them a chance to interact with society without making them feel embarrassed, which was a win-win situation. Moreover, Lu Huanping, Qingger, and Dabao also earned pocket money this way. Their family wouldn't miss their pocket money, but they cherished this opportunity to meet more people and experience more things, allowing them to grow quickly. So, this group of students began to speak out on the street, denouncing the Prince of Virtue for bullying others. Meanwhile, Luonin ran all the way to the palace gate, where the Imperial Guard officer, Bai Shui, was on duty. Bai Shui recognized the county princess Annel. After Lu Anin returned to the capital, she had seen Bai Shui when she accompanied her father to the palace to express gratitude. Seeing her, Bai Shui thought, what happened to County Princess Annel? Why is she crying? He quickly approached her. County Princess Annel, what's wrong? Lu Anin was sobbing and hiccuping. Bai officer, I need to see the emperor. Someone wants to kill me. She cried out loudly. Bai Shui was shocked. Someone wants to kill County Princess Annel? Seeing her nearly in tears, and the maids and attendants behind her also in tears, Bai Shui realized the situation was very serious. He thought to himself, right now, Duke Rong and Inspector Rong are in the study discussing matters with the emperor. I need to report this quickly. This is a big deal. County Princess Annel, please wait a moment. Don't worry, this is the palace gate, and no one dares to come here to kill anyone. I will report to the emperor. After saying that, Bai Shui quickly instructed his subordinates and strode into the palace. As Bai Shui hurried over, at the study door, Xiao Fengzi saw Bai Shui coming and quickly approached to ask what was the matter. Bai Shui said, please inform the emperor that County Princess Annel is outside seeking an audience. She says someone wants to kill her. Xiao Fengzi was startled. Who is so bold as to threaten the daughter of the Duke of Dinghua? Without wasting any time, he turned and went inside. Today, the second prince was on duty. When he saw Xiao Fengzi, he quickly walked over to ask in a low voice. Xiao Fengzi whispered, Master, County Princess Annel is outside seeking an audience with the emperor. Someone wants to kill her. The second prince's face turned cold upon hearing this. Who dares to bully Anin? They must be tired of living. They turned to the emperor and said, Your Majesty, Princess Annel is outside the palace asking to see you.
Oh.
Annel has come. Does she know what she wants? Emperor Renzong was in a good mood and couldn't help but ask. Duke Lu Rufu and Elder Rong exchanged glances, wondering why the girl had come. They continued, Your Majesty, I heard from Xiao Feng that Princess Annel was almost in tears, saying someone wanted to harm her and she couldn't handle this person, so she came to seek your help. The added words were spontaneous. His voice was not loud, but it was clear enough for those in the study to hear. The analysis was very accurate. He knew that with Princess Lu Annel's status and the support of Duke Dinghua and Duke Rong, most people would not dare to bully her. Those who could bully her were either royal relatives or people from the palace. Upon hearing this, Elder Rong and Duke Lu quickly knelt down, saying, We ask your majesty to help my niece. Emperor Renzong felt a headache coming on. Who would dare to bully a young girl and even threaten her life? Clearly, he suspected that this person was either a royal relative or someone from the palace, which was truly shameful for the royal family. Let Annel in. Then Emperor Renzong said to Duke Rong and Elder Rong, You two may rise. I will certainly help Annel. Several high-ranking officials in the court noticed how close the emperor was to Princess Annel. It was no wonder. Princess Annel was young, yet she was planting sweet potatoes and organizing a field hospital. How impressive! Thinking about their own daughters, who didn't even lift a finger, was truly worrying. After about 15 minutes, Lu Annel arrived at the study. Once inside, she knelt down and performed a deep bow to Emperor Renzong, her voice trembling as she said, Your servant greets your majesty. Everyone could see that the girl had suffered greatly. Her eyes were swollen, and her sleeve had a tear. Duke Rong and Elder Rong felt heartbroken for her. Annel, tell me what happened, and I will help you, Emperor Renzong said kindly. His youngest son was already older than Annel. She was still just a child. Your Majesty. Before Lu Annel could speak, tears streamed down her face. Your Majesty, the princess consort invited me to the Dei building the other day. I had never interacted with her before, not even seeing her face. As she is an elder, I felt I should go. I grew up in the countryside and was always careful not to offend the princess with my words. The kind princess said she was interested in the scenery at the border, so I shared some stories about it. Later, she mentioned my younger brother who is gentle and involved in business, specifically with the winery. Then I realized the princess wanted me to partner with my brother to run the wine business. Did you agree? Emperor Renzong asked. Luonan opened her mouth and cried again. I didn't want to. My brother-in-law has not interfered with the Yang Winery's business because I plan to use the profits to build a medical school in the capital with my teacher, Old Bai, as the head, to train doctors with good ethics for our country. That's why I refused to share the profits, but I never expected. Luonan cried so hard, she was nearly losing her composure. Old Lord Rong was also wiping away tears and quickly stepped forward to gently pat his granddaughter's back. The princess got angry when I couldn't explain my reasons and slammed the table. She said I was being too harsh, and who knows what could happen in business. I was scared because the kind princess is the emperor's sister-in-law, and I thought I had offended her, so I came to ask the emperor for help. After saying this, Luonan bowed her head again. I asked the emperor to let the princess's family spare me. I am willing to give up the winery entirely, just asking the princess's family not to involve the Rong family and the duke's family. My teacher and I will leave the capital and return to the countryside to live. After saying this, Luonan touched her forehead to the ground. Her small body trembled like a leaf in the wind, making her look very pitiful. Please forgive this child, Emperor. I am willing to go to the princess's family to apologize, just hoping the prince and princess will calm down. Duke Rong and Old Lord Rong said in unison. They understood their child's feelings well. Before the emperor could speak, Deputy Commander Bai entered. Your Majesty, many merchants and students are sitting quietly outside the palace gates. They say someone from the princess's side tried to harm County Princess Annal and heard the princess shouting to stop her. At this moment, everyone noticed the tear in County Princess Annal's sleeve. Could it be my daughter? Before the people in the room could process Deputy Commander Bai's words, they heard someone crying outside the study. Daughter, I will take you back to the countryside. We will return to the village. If we can't deal with this, we can avoid it. Your shop and workshop will be given to the prince, as long as he spares you, my daughter. Everyone was shocked to hear this. The Duke of Dinghua was too bold. After all, his daughter was almost killed, and as a father, he didn't even say a word. Is that what makes a man? Instantly, several high officials felt sympathy for Luonan. Rong heir, come in here. Emperor Renzong slammed the table in anger. This Rong heir was really troublesome, but who told him he had a good daughter and a promising son-in-law? Rong Ju knew when to act, so he quickly came in. Once inside, Rong Ju knelt down and started to cry. The expressions on the faces of the father and daughter were identical, showing their close bond. Heir, summon Prince Yen and the Wen family to the palace. Emperor Renzong was getting angry. He was looking for a chance to deal with Prince Yen Xia Yunping, and now he had a perfect opportunity. He didn't send the high officials away since there were merchants and students sitting quietly at the palace gate. Their departure didn't matter. Emperor Renzong asked Elder Wu to calm the crowd outside the palace first. Elder Wu was Luonan's adoptive father and the mentor of Lord Chu. Hearing about the incident, the elder was furious. The prince's residence was truly overstepping, not even sparing a young girl. It was outrageous. The elder rushed to the palace gate in anger. At this moment, Emperor Renzong was unaware of the role Prince Yen played in the past incident involving Duke Jingyuan, but Prince Yen was someone Empress Li had been secretly supporting. How could Emperor Renzong allow Empress Li to have her way? After all, Empress Li was not his biological mother, and Prince Yen was not his brother. Meanwhile, the princess hurried back to the royal residence. Upon seeing her return, Prince Xian's expression changed. Really, I'm so angry. That Luonan is so ungrateful. She outright refused and was very arrogant, showing no respect at all. Oh. Prince Xian's expression darkened. I tried to speak kindly and harshly, but she wouldn't listen. Princess Wen sat angrily on the side, fuming. What should we do, my lord? She even cried and said I bullied her, then ran back to complain to her father. Prince Xian frowned. Crying and going to her father? He knew very well what kind of person Rongju was. Once targeted, it would be trouble. You didn't stop her? Hearing this, Princess Wen became anxious. How could I stop her? That stubborn girl was like a mad dog. I couldn't hold her back at all. At that moment, the chief steward of the palace hurried over, saying, Your Highness, someone has come from the palace asking for you both to enter quickly. The prince and princess were taken aback and exchanged glances. Is there something going on with the Empress Dowager? The prince asked. The steward shook his head. The person who came is not from the Empress Dowager's side. Your Highness. The princess grabbed the prince's arm. Since the visitor was not from the Empress Dowager's side, it meant they were from Emperor Renzong's court. The prince patted the princess's hand. There's no need to worry. The Empress Dowager is still in the palace, and I have not done anything wrong. We'll find out once we get there. With that, he stepped out of the room. The people from Emperor Renzong's court could not be easily bribed, so the prince did not ask why they were summoned. When the prince and princess arrived at the palace gates, they were surprised to see so many people gathered there. There were many students among them. Elder Wu had indeed come out to persuade everyone, assuring them that the emperor would provide an explanation and ask them to return and wait. The merchants were persuaded to leave, but the group of students remained. Leading them was Shui Yifeng, one of the students sponsored by Luonan. Originally, Lu Huanfeng and his friends were going to take the lead, but Shui Yifeng stopped them. Your elders are officials in the court. They won't let Princess Annel be bullied. You don't need to take the lead. I'll do it. Princess Annel has supported our education, and we should repay this kindness now. Without giving Lu Huanfeng and the others a chance to respond, Shui Yifeng quickly moved to the front, followed closely by the other sponsored students. The students sat quietly at the palace gates, not making a sound. Lu Huanfeng and his friends couldn't just step back, so they sat down right next to Shui Yifeng. Seeing this, the prince asked Bai Shui what was happening. After receiving the answer, he regretted it deeply. He would have preferred to enter quietly. Bai Shui replied, Your Highness, these students saw Princess Annel crying as she ran from Dai Tower to the palace, and they witnessed the fighting in Dai Tower, where Princess Annel was almost hurt, so they came here. Bai Shui didn't say it directly, but the prince understood. The students must have thought the prince's residence was bullying Princess Annel and came to stand up for her. What a remarkable Princess Annel! What a remarkable Luonan! Bai Shui's words were clearly heard by the students, who turned to look at the prince and princess, their eyes filled with determination. The prince felt a sharp discomfort, so he angrily waved his sleeve and strode into the palace. The prince was holding back his anger as he hurried to the study. The princess was filled with hatred for Luonan, believing she was deliberately trying to undermine her. When they reached the study door, the guarding it went in to report and soon returned, respectfully inviting them inside. As soon as they entered, the prince's heart raced. Not only were the Rong family members present, but also Duke Rong, Elder Wu, and several important officials from the court. What was going on? Was it a public trial? Despite their dislike for the people sitting at the desk, the prince and the princess had to kneel and pay their respects, as the person in charge was the emperor. Emperor Renzong remained silent for a long time. The prince and his wife could not rise, and the room fell silent. The princess slightly turned her head and caught sight of Luonan, which ignited her anger. The fury and hatred in her eyes were unmistakable. Father, the princess is glaring at me. I'm so scared. Luonan quickly hid behind Rongju, her voice trembling as if she might cry, nearly causing the princess to choke with anger. Princess, why are you glaring at my daughter? Rongju asked bluntly. I am not. The princess, forgetting the occasion, raised her voice. The nearby officials struggled to suppress their laughter, lowering their heads, unsure of where to place their hands. What is going on? Prince, please explain. You can all rise. There's no need to kneel, as if I want you to. Emperor Renzong finally spoke. He did want to make them kneel. What could they do about it? He wanted to put Xie Yunping in his place. The prince, being a few years older than Emperor Renzong, was given a final bit of respect in front of the officials, as the emperor did not want the royal relatives causing a scene. He didn't want to be accused of being ruthless, even to his own brother. The prince looked at Emperor Renzong, Recalling what the Empress had said a few days ago, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. In a few years, when Xia Yunlang firmly sat on the throne, it would be their end. At that moment, the prince made a decision. He had to distance himself, let the princess bear the consequences of her actions. If a woman acted improperly, Xia Yunlang wouldn't be able to do much to her, or else the royal family would turn against him. The wise king respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, I have just returned to the palace and heard about this matter. I rushed here without having a chance to understand it clearly." He then looked at Princess Wen. "Princess, what happened? Why did you make Princess Annel cry? You are her elder, and Jinger is several years older than Annel. Why can't you control your temper?" Jinger is the youngest son of the wise king. Princess Wen quickly understood that the king was pushing the blame onto her. She felt a deep resentment but knew she had to protect her husband. "My lord, it's all my fault. My younger brother, Wen Liang, has been struggling with his business lately. I wanted to help him, so I thought of Princess Annel. I didn't realize she was so young and thought I was trying to take her business. That's why she ran away crying." As she spoke, Princess Wen dabbed at her eyes, which were slightly red. Lu Anan watched from the side, thinking that this couple was quite the match. They were excellent at acting. "Princess, why did you slam the table? Why did you say that anything could happen in business? Why did your maid and servant stop me? And why did your guards draw their swords against me?" Many people at the delightful pavilion witnessed it. Lu Anan was determined not to let Princess Wen off easily. At that moment, the wise king's right eyelid twitched, and his expression darkened as he turned to Princess Wen, questioning her. "How could you treat Princess Annel this way? You have brought shame to the royal family for the sake of your brother. Do you still not recognize your mistake?" Everyone present could see that the wise king was trying to shift the blame. Emperor Renzong understood this well. Xia Yunping had completely distanced himself from the situation and placed all the blame on Princess Wen. If he continued to hold her accountable, the old officials of the royal family would come to complain, saying that the emperor couldn't even spare a woman. Emperor Renzong was furious, but did not plan to let the matter slide easily. Receiving the king's signal, Princess Wen immediately choked up and said, "My lord, it's all my fault. I was too concerned about Wen Liang, and I admit I went too far." After saying this, Princess Wen cried genuinely. The wise king looked at Lu Anan sincerely and said, "Annel, I apologize for the trouble you've faced. It's all the princess's fault, and I apologize on her behalf." With the noble lord saying this, what more could Lu Anan say? The Duke of Dinghua and his son, along with the Duke of Ronghua, had nothing more to say. They had already admitted their mistakes, and even if the emperor no longer favored him, he was still a prince. Rongju secretly glanced at Emperor Renzong, who happened to look back at him, and their eyes quickly met. At that moment, Lu Anan said with a hint of grievance, "Annel didn't dare to let the prince apologize because Annel's winery plans to open a medical school in the capital once it starts making a profit. We want to train more doctors for Diqi, and Master Bai has already agreed to be the dean. What if he finds out and decides not to do it anymore?" When the wise king heard this, his head felt like it was going to explode. Not only Emperor Renzong, but even the old royal uncle treated Master Bai with great respect. He was a miraculous doctor. If he offended such a doctor, Xia Yunlang would surely be furious with him. At this moment, Princess Wen wanted to approach Lu Anan and shake her gently, asking her why she hadn't told her. Did she do it on purpose? Did she want to harm her? If she had known the truth, she would have gone crazy trying to cooperate with her. How could she have known? Princess Wen was now regretting deeply, feeling as if she had made a terrible mistake, and she had forgotten to cry. Emperor Renzong saw that the timing was right and said, "Wise king, what do you think we should do? The students outside don't know the truth. They think the wise king's residence is trying to take Annel's business." The wise king, Xia Yunping, thought to himself, "Thank you very much. You've wanted me dead for a long time, but I prefer to live well and make you angry. Your Majesty, I will personally explain this to the students and reassure them." Emperor Renzong nodded in satisfaction. He then said to the second heir, Accompany the wise king over there later. Those students are from Jingshan Academy, and I've heard they have good character and knowledge. They will be the future pillars of Dachi. Make sure to note their names for future reference. The wise king nearly spat out blood. Xia Yunlang, you are really something. You're afraid I might take action against those students in private, aren't you? Emperor Renzong rolled his eyes and continued. This time, Anil has suffered a great injustice. Anil, what kind of compensation do you want? Speak boldly. The wise king will not refuse you, right? Wise king? Yes, Anil has indeed suffered a great injustice and deserves compensation. The wise king gritted his teeth, but still smiled. Emperor Renzong was delighted. Although he hadn't caught Xia Yunping in wrongdoing, making him feel frustrated was satisfying enough. Luonin's face quickly brightened, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Really? Your Majesty, Prince? Yes, it's true. I would never deceive you. Luonin waved her small hands anxiously.
Anil didn't mean it that way.
Anil trusts the Emperor and the Prince, and I won't ask for too much. It's fine. Go ahead and speak, Anil. The kind-hearted prince looked at her with affection, making others think he really liked Princess Anil. Little did they know, he actually wished Luonin would disappear right away. Everyone was watching Luonin. Rongju was also wondering how his daughter would approach this. Luonin shyly rubbed her small hands, her face flushed with innocence and sincerity. Prince, Anil enjoys playing the piano, even though I'm not very good. My teacher said I have talent and wants to find me a musician. I heard there's an ancient qin at your palace, and I wonder if you could part with it? After saying this, Luonin looked at the prince with bright, hopeful eyes. Gasp! Everyone inhaled sharply. The famous Dr. Bai Lao had just played a trump card. Master Shan Ben was the best musician in the world, and any of his students could outshine the palace's finest musicians. The princess of the Wen family wanted to rush over and tear Luonin apart. This was too much. That ancient qin was a gift from the empress to her, and she knew it was extremely valuable, having been passed down for over 100 years. Even though she was skilled in playing, she rarely took it out, and Luonin just asked for it. How bold of her! Prince! The princess of the Wen family exclaimed in shock. She looked at the prince anxiously, silently pleading, Please don't agree. Please don't agree. Prince, if it's difficult for you, Anil can forget it. I grew up in the countryside and haven't seen many fine things. The books say the ancient qin is great. I was just being greedy. It must be very, very expensive. Luonin's voice grew softer, her small hands twisting nervously, tears welling up in her eyes.
Anbao, don't be sad.
Tomorrow, your grandfather will find you a good qin. Even though you grew up in the countryside, you are still the granddaughter of Rong Zhongqiu and just as good as any noble girl in the capital. Old Master Rong said, wiping away tears of his own. The sight of the grandfather and granddaughter was truly heart-wrenching. Elder Wu stepped forward and gently said, Anil, don't be sad. I have a qin at home. It may not compare to the ancient qin, but it's still nice. I'll send someone to bring it to you. The prince suppressed the bitterness rising in his throat and took a deep breath. Anil, I promise to compensate you, and I will keep my word. After speaking, he turned to Emperor Renzong and said, Your Majesty, I request that you send someone to the residence to bring back the ancient qin for Anil. The princess felt dizzy, and her vision blurred. She bit her lip to keep from falling. The ancient qin, my ancient qin. Emperor Renzong laughed heartily. Brother Xianwang, this is great. Anil, quickly thank Brother Xianwang. Luonin also smiled widely, bouncing a little and cheerfully saying, Your Highness, you are truly a wonderful person. Everyone laughed, and Xianwang was especially joyful. Little did they know he was hurting inside. That ancient qin was a gift from the Empress Dowager to the princess, and while she did not know its origins, he did. The qin had been forcefully taken from concubine Yu by the Empress Dowager. This was something the man on the throne was unaware of. Concubine Yu's family was just a tribal leader, brought back by the previous emperor during a campaign. She was very beautiful, skilled in playing the qin, and had excellent handwriting, which made her favored by the previous emperor. At that time, Empress Li, who was then the queen, could not stand concubine Yu's success and tried to suppress her at every turn. However, concubine Yu was very clever and knew how to avoid confrontation, so Empress Li never gained an advantage over her. Later, concubine Yu's family sent her a qin, which was this ancient qin. But before it reached her, Empress Li intercepted it, claiming it as her own. Since concubine Yu's family was far away on the borders of the empire, they never visited the capital. Eventually, her family fell into chaos, and her parents and brother died in battle, while her only sister's fate remained unknown. The tribe ultimately fell apart. After Emperor Renzong came of age, he searched for them many times, but found no news. So, concubine Yu never knew that her family had sent her an ancient qin before she passed away. Of course, Lu Anan was unaware of the qin's history. She simply wanted to trick Xianwang. It was well known in the capital that the Xianwang residents had an ancient qin, so it was not surprising that Lu Anan knew. Emperor Renzong was very pleased, and at that moment, he did not know the qin belonged to his own mother. Regardless, he was happy to have tricked Xianwang. Everyone wanted to see the ancient qin, so they did not leave. During this time, the second prince accompanied Xianwang outside the palace and personally explained the misunderstanding to the students, assuring them that they could let it go. Shui Yifeng then led his classmates away. However, Shui Yifeng understood that the virtuous prince had pushed his own princess out to take the blame, while he stepped back unscathed. After the students left, Shui Yifeng did not return to the academy, but went with Lu Huanping and a bow to the bookstore at the Duke of Rong's residence. Once they sat down, Shui Yifeng said, "Young master, this matter is not simple. The virtuous prince is very cunning and hard to read." Lu Huanping nodded. He had been raised by Lu Rufeng and had already guessed it. The virtuous prince's residence is eyeing my sister's business. Although the virtuous princess's brother, Wen Liang, has been in business for years, he is backed by the virtuous prince, so his business is not entirely his family's. I need to remind my aunt that the virtuous prince has suffered this time, and he won't let it go easily. Qinggur added. Everyone nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Emperor Renzong quickly sent someone to retrieve the ancient qin, Jiao Wei. Everyone looked at it and wondered if this was the famous Jiao Wei. Luonan actually knew a bit about it from her past life. It was one of the 4 great ancient Chinese musical instruments. The 4 great instruments are the Jiao Wei of Kai Yong, the bell of Duke Qi Heng, the lingering sound of King Chuzhuang, and the green qin of Sima Xiangru. However, at that moment, Luonan did not know the origin of the Jiao Wei and quietly asked, "Why is it called Jiao Wei?" Emperor Renzong explained, during the reign of Emperor Ling of Han, Kai Yong served as a left general. He was straightforward and often wrote letters exposing the flaws in the government, which angered the emperor. With the powerful nobles slandering him, Kai Yong found himself in a difficult position. Knowing that the emperor would eventually remove him, he fled to a distant land and lived in seclusion in Wu. Kai Yong was skilled in music and played the qin well. He often expressed his frustrations through music. One day, while he was playing, the landlady was cooking and the firewood cracked. Kai Yong heard the sound and rushed next door to grab a piece of paulownia wood, buying it with his own money to make an extraordinary qin. The tail of the qin had been burned, giving it a charred color, so it became known as the Jiao Wei. Now, everyone understood. Luonan plucked a few strings on the qin. Emperor Renzong grinned. Just from those few notes, he knew she was trying to trick Xie Yunping. The skilled doctor, old Bai, must have poor eyesight. How could he see that this girl had talent? She would probably play so poorly that it would drive people away. Not only Emperor Renzong thought this, but the Rong family also understood that their child was not particularly talented in music. Even though they had a qin at home, she played it like she was fluffing cotton. The child occasionally plays the guqin, and whenever she does, even the maids in the household try to stay as far away as possible. Only a few supporters praise her talent, claiming she plays beautifully. The renowned Dr. Bai is also quite indulgent with this young disciple, hoping that when the musician arrives, she won't be upset by Luonan. In the end, Lu, the expert at complaining, happily left the palace with her Guqin, while the parents behind her sighed once again, saying that youth is wonderful. Emperor Renzong excitedly went to the Empress's Fengqi palace to share his joy with his wife. The person feeling the least happy was obvious. At that moment, the Xian Wang and Princess Wen sat in the carriage, with Princess Wen's eyes swollen from crying because Luonin had taken her Guqin. The Xian Wang did not come for her. He leaned against the carriage with a dark expression. His anger grew stronger. Xia Yunlang, are you finally ready to stop holding back? I, Xia Yunping, am not someone to be trifled with. Back then, my father loved me dearly, and after my elder brother's unfortunate passing, he devoted himself to my upbringing. If it weren't for my uncle's interference, who do you think you are? The more the Xian Wang thought about it, the angrier he became. He slammed his hand on the small table inside the carriage, causing a teacup to tumble onto the blanket. Xia Yunping was like an angry little bird, all ruffled up. Princess Wen was startled. Your Highness, she said, looking worriedly at the Xian Wang, her expression changing. He suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, It's nothing. Your Highness, shall we go visit Mother? The Xian Wang's mother and Empress Li were cousins. His mother had passed away, and since Empress Li was his stepmother, he still called her mother. No need. In a few days you can take Huaner to see her. If we go now, it will only raise suspicion. Huano is the Xian Wang's eldest grandson. Princess Wen nodded and then asked, Your Highness, should we visit my uncle instead? Her uncle is Li Rennie, the head of the Li family and the chief minister. He is also the Xian Wang's mother's cousin. He had been ill for several days and had not attended court. After thinking for a moment, the Xian Wang nodded. With his approval, Princess Wen told the carriage driver to head to Minister Li's residence. The carriage rolled towards the Li family. Li Rennie was indeed quite ill. He had not expected Zhang Li to fail in the Western territories, nor the barbarian kingdom to be defeated in negotiations. His anger had taken a toll on his health, causing him to fall ill. In the past few days, I was finally able to sit up. Just a few days ago, I couldn't even drink water, and the Li family thought their head was close to passing away. Unexpectedly, Li Rennie, like a resilient insect, managed to pull through. The chief steward came to report that the virtuous prince and his wife had arrived and were already at the entrance, getting out of their carriage. Upon hearing that the prince's nephew was here, Li Rennie struggled to sit up and ordered someone to help him get ready quickly. Li Rennie's wife also shares the surname Wen, and she is of the same clan as the Wen princess, meaning the princess should refer to her as aunt. At that time, many noble families formed alliances through marriage, often for political reasons, resulting in very complex relationships among the large families. When Madame Wen heard that the prince and princess had arrived, she hurried from the back courtyard and met the virtuous couple in the front courtyard. Since Li Rennie fell ill, he had trouble sleeping at night, worried about disturbing his wife's rest, so he had been resting in the study. The virtuous princess first visited Li Rennie in the study before following Madame Wen to the back courtyard, while the prince stayed behind. Your Highness, is something wrong? Li Rennie asked, noticing the prince's troubled expression. Uncle, today Xia Yunlang took advantage of me again, the prince replied directly, as there was no one else in the study.
Oh.
What happened? Li Rennie asked. The prince explained the situation in detail, saying, He has set his sights on me. I have been hiding for years without giving him any leverage, but unexpectedly, he used a young girl, Luonin, to embarrass me. After listening, Li Rennie took a moment and said, A boil must be lanced. We have no way out now. Uncle, I am not willing to accept this. Who is willing? Li Rennie took a breath, and the prince handed him a cup of tea. The study fell silent. After catching his breath, Li Rennie continued, Let the heir go to the border. We currently have no one with a strong military presence. It's difficult to achieve great things. The prince looked at Li Rennie. In the western region, we have Chu Rue, and in Bai City, we have Ding Chun. Chu Rue goes without saying, and Ding Chun is a close brother of Rongju. Yenner can only go to Liaodong or the south. Let's go to Liaodong. The commander there is Bai Tianming. I once saved his life. He wrote to me a few days ago, asking about my health. He commands 100,000 troops, which is better than nothing. But Bai Tianming may not be willing to side with us. With the merit of saving his life, he cannot refuse. The prince felt his heart racing. He thought about that chair, the one that should have belonged to him, every single day. Uncle, how confident are you? 70%. The wise king sighed in relief. 70% confidence was already quite good. I will take good care of Yen. Just remind him of what he needs to know. If he can't handle Bai Tianming, then there's no need to put so much effort into teaching him. After all, Yen is my eldest son. I have invested a lot of effort in him. The wise king spoke the truth. Since Xia Yan was born, he had personally taught him, and Xia Yan's actions reflected his guidance, including his cunning. What does it matter that he is the eldest? The one sitting in that chair now is the third son. History shows that the victor takes all, Li Renyi said softly. The wise king had no way to argue against that. You don't need to pay attention to that Princess Annal. No matter how clever she is, she's just a young girl and can't achieve much. Although Li Renyi was in the residence, he was well aware of the events outside. When Luonan caused a scene at the building, the news spread throughout the capital like wildfire. Even while the wise king was still in the palace, the noble families had already heard about it. Everyone knew that Luonan had cried before the emperor and accused the wise king's residence. The esteemed prime minister didn't even regard Luonan. A real man can adapt. Your persuasion at the palace gate shows your virtue. It doesn't favor your own people, which is not shameful for you. On the contrary, it can enhance your reputation. Li Renyi viewed it this way, but he didn't know who the leader of the students was. The wise king's so-called virtue was worthless in the eyes of Shui Yifeng and the others. Instead, it exposed the wise king's hypocrisy. One word. Fake. Uncle, but the Feng family has been removed from the game. Now I only have one Liang. The wise king was always worried about his finances. Without enough silver, how could he achieve his goals in the future? Just painting a grand picture without seeing money. Who would be willing to work for you? Lin Shui is 18. Li Renyi sat up slightly, looking at the wise king. The wise king didn't understand the meaning. He knew Li Linshui, the legitimate granddaughter of Li Renyi, the third miss of the Li family. The first two had already married. Previously, the prime minister had intended for Li Linshui to win over Chu Xian, but after rumors of Chu Xian's questionable character spread, Li Linshui naturally wasn't pleased. How could she choose a man with such a reputation? The wise king had the same question. Can I see through the old man's intentions? He stands with the Rong family, so he won't be involved with the Li family. Therefore, Chu Xian's reputation may not be true. The wise king was even more confused upon hearing this. If that Chu Xian really has such a reputation, how can the third young lady, whom you personally brought up, marry such a man? Li Renyi turned to the window and slowly said, No one can truly live for themselves. You are the same as I am. As long as she enters the Chu family, even if she can't successfully stir up trouble with the Rong and Lu families, at least she should disrupt the Chu family's plans and slow them down. That will be enough for us. The prince did not speak further. They were all the same, never truly living for themselves. Even the princess was chosen by the Empress Dowager. At that moment, he felt a bit envious of Xia Shaosen. At least his empress was a childhood friend. The prince couldn't help but smile wryly. The prince and his wife left the Li residence only at night. Emperor Renzong had already received the news. It seemed the prince had no intention of hiding his whereabouts. Meanwhile, in Rinshou Palace, Empress Dowager Li was furious. The flower hall was in disarray, and she felt dizzy with anger. What a schemer Luonan was. Though young, she was quite cunning. How could she be so malicious? The thought of the zither made the Empress Dowager's heart ache. The late emperor had favored that woman so much. When she finally had the first royal princess, the Empress Dowager took advantage of her postpartum recovery to send Liru to the late emperor. Sure enough, Liru did not disappoint her and quickly gained the late emperor's favor. At that time, she thought, would that woman cry and make a fuss? As long as she caused a scene, the late emperor would surely grow tired of her. He was not one to linger on feelings and disliked women who cried. But what was the outcome? That woman neither cried nor fussed. She quietly closed the door and lived her own life, completely indifferent to the late emperor's change of heart. Although the late emperor did not favor women like that, she still remained a noble consort until her death. That woman was her nemesis. From the moment she entered the palace until her death, she gained nothing while losing her son. Now, her son was coming to challenge her again. She could not accept that. Your Highness, please calm down. Be careful not to harm your health over something unworthy, her close maid advised cautiously.
Chunji.
The Empress Dowager looked at the woman who had grown up by her side. Chunji, that Luonin cannot be allowed to stay. The Empress Dowager slammed her hand on the small table, her eyes filled with malice. Your Highness, please reconsider. The old maid Chunji whispered.
Why?
Master, regardless of Luonin's current status as a county princess, if something were to happen to her, the Rong, Lu, and Shu families would definitely investigate thoroughly. Don't forget the position the Rong brothers hold in her heart. The safety of the entire capital is in their hands, not to mention the 100,000 troops under Chu Rui's command. Indeed, Empress Dowager Li tightly closed her eyes. But I can't seem to let this go. My heart feels heavy. Master, for now let her live. After all, she's just a young girl. How much trouble can she really cause? There will be plenty of opportunities to teach her a lesson later, but we should wait a bit. Chunji said ominously. Empress Dowager Li understood that now was not the time to trouble Luonin. A few days later, the virtuous princess entered the palace because Empress Dowager Li wanted to see her great-grandson, so she asked the virtuous princess to bring her grandson to the palace. When elders want to see a child, no one can stop them. Once the virtuous princess entered the palace, the Renshou Palace became lively. The virtuous prince's grandson was not yet 3 years old and was at a playful age. Laughter filled the Renshou Palace. At noon, after having lunch with Empress Dowager Li, the virtuous princess asked the maid accompanying her to help the little grandson take a nap while she spoke with the Empress Dowager. At that moment, there was no one else in the room, only Granny Chunji attending to them. The virtuous princess's eyes turned red. Mother, you heard about that incident the other day, right? Luonin is being too much.
I have heard about it.
This is partly due to your impatience. You let her find a weakness. The virtuous princess felt a bit embarrassed and said softly, It was my oversight. The prince also mentioned it. I didn't expect Luonin, at such a young age, to twist the truth like that. I rarely take out that chin, and it truly infuriated me. After saying this, the virtuous princess pulled at the handkerchief in her hand as if it were Luonin herself. The Empress Dowager had always liked the virtuous prince, especially after her own son passed away. She treated the virtuous prince as her own child. The virtuous princess was also someone she personally chose, so she naturally liked her. Seeing the virtuous princess so wronged made her feel pained, and she said, Don't worry, I will make sure you get your revenge, but not right now. With the Empress Dowager's promise, the virtuous princess finally smiled. She knew that if the Empress Dowager took action, Luonin would suffer greatly, perhaps even lose her life. That would be best. She truly despised that young girl. Meanwhile, in the study of the virtuous prince's residence, Prince Xie Yunping and his son, Prince Xie Yan, were talking. Prince Xie Yan had already learned about his father's agreement with Minister Li regarding sending him to Liaodong. To be honest, although Xie Yan is the heir, his official position in the court is not high. He is just the commander of the Eastern City Military Office. He has great ambitions, but has held back to avoid raising suspicion from Emperor Renzong. Now that he has this opportunity, he certainly won't let it slip away. He also knows that his father and the one on the throne have started to reveal some truths. The empire of Diqi does not belong to him alone.
Father, don't worry.
Once I arrive in Liaodong, I will focus on doing what I need to do. Yes, this is what I wanted to tell you. Don't rush. Wait for the right moment. But, Father, will the emperor allow me to go?
No.
Xie Yan almost fell off his chair in shock. No, father, the emperor won't let me go, and you still? Xie Yan couldn't understand his father's meaning. Knowing that the emperor would not permit him to go to Liaodong, why would his father and Prime Minister Li still suggest it? The wise king lifted his eyelids, glanced at Xie Yan, and slowly said, "Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. Solutions are created by people, but you'll have to endure some hardships." Xie Yan looked at his father in confusion. However, he soon realized that the hardships would come swiftly and intensely. Not long after he fell asleep, he was jolted awake by a sharp pain in his chest, sweating profusely, which frightened his wife, Lady Xiaojin. Soon, the main courtyard received the news. Seeing her son in pain and pale, Lady Wen cried and begged the wise king to enter the palace and summon a doctor to treat Xie Yan. The wise king was also in a panic. He stepped forward and firmly grasped Xie Yan's arm, saying, "Yenner, father will go get the doctor. Just hold on a little longer." Xie Yan bit his lip, looked up at his father, and saw the concern in his father's eyes, which made him understand immediately. He weakly said, "Father, I'm fine. Please don't worry. Your Highness, please hurry." Lady Wen cried, nearly out of breath. She urgently pushed the wise king, while Lady Xiaojin was also crying but had to consider her mother-in-law. In an instant, the entire royal residence was in chaos. The wise king did not waste any more time and immediately entered the palace to request a doctor, which required the emperor's approval. At that moment, Emperor Renzong was in the study reviewing memorials, with Chief A Dai attending to him. A on night duty came to report that the wise king requested an audience with the emperor, saying that the heir had suddenly fallen ill and asked the emperor to send a doctor to treat him. Upon hearing this, Emperor Renzong was surprised and concerned about Xie Yan's sudden illness. Despite being his own nephew, Emperor Renzong could not bear to see Xie Yan suffer and die, so he quickly sent Ada to make arrangements. Soon, the Prince of Virtue returned to the prince's residence with a senior doctor. At this time, Xie Yan had improved a lot, but he looked very weak, and the prince's wife had fainted from crying. After examining him, the doctor found that Xie Yan's pulse was somewhat irregular, so he carefully asked about his recent symptoms and whether he had experienced anything similar before. Xie Yan admitted that he had felt unwell a few times before, but it had never been this serious. The prince's wife was surprised. How had she not noticed? However, she was wise enough not to speak out of turn and listened quietly. The doctor concluded that Xie Yan might have a heart condition and advised that he should avoid exertion and rest properly for a while, along with some suitable activities. In simple terms, it was best for him not to take on any duties and to recuperate at home. The prince nodded in agreement. The doctor wrote a prescription and gave some daily care advice before leaving the residence under the eye of the guards. The next day, Emperor Renzong received news that the doctor had diagnosed Xie Yan with a heart condition. It was normal for people to fall ill. Xie Yan was raised by Xie Yunping, and the emperor did not expect much from this nephew. To show concern and to appease the old-fashioned members of the royal family, Emperor Renzong sent Pei Yuanzheng to visit again. After returning, Pei Yuanzheng confirmed that Xie Yan indeed had a heart condition. Since he needed to rest at home, Xie Yan resigned from his position as the commander of the military. 3 days later, the Prince of Virtue took Xie Yan to a hot spring villa outside the city for his recovery. No one paid much attention to this matter. The prince's hot spring villa was peaceful and suitable for rest. The prince's wife, Xiaojin, went along to take care of him. With the new year approaching, everyone in the palace, as well as the noble families and common people in the capital, were busy preparing for the celebrations, so no one focused on Xie Yan's illness. Being sick and recovering was a normal part of life. The prince's wife and Xiaojin were both very worried, wondering how such a healthy person suddenly developed a heart condition. However, after a couple of days of taking the doctor's medicine, Xie Yan noticeably improved, though he still looked a bit pale. As the new year approached, there were many matters to manage in the royal residence, so Xiaojin returned to take care of things, not wanting her mother-in-law to worry. The prince's wife stayed at the hot spring villa, feeling uneasy. Anyway, the younger son, Jing, is still at home. The management of the household affairs had long been entrusted to Jin, and with Jing helping out, things wouldn't get too chaotic. Everything seemed calm. One day, in a secret room at the hot spring villa, two young men stared at each other for quite a while. Yen looked at the young man in front of him, who looked just like him, and felt a storm of emotions inside.
Who is he? Why does he look exactly like me?
Although his expression seemed a bit gloomy, Yen swore he had never seen this person before. In contrast, the young man across from him appeared much calmer. He seemed to already know what was happening but remained silent, just sitting quietly. Time dragged on, and just when Yen could hardly bear it anymore, the door to the secret room finally opened, and the wise king walked in. Both young men stood up at the same time when they saw the wise king enter. Yen noticed the young man across from him, smiled, and said, "You're here?" Hearing the young man speak almost made Yen lose his balance. That voice? He stiffly turned to look at his father. The wise king approached the young man and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Good child, I'm sorry for putting you through this." The young man smiled again, but what he said struck Yen like a thunderbolt. "Father, I miss you very much." Yen took several steps back, his face turning even paler as he struggled to speak. "Father, who is he?" "Brother, I am Chung, your twin brother." The young man named Chung spoke before the wise king could respond. "Father? Father?" At that moment, Yen's ears buzzed. "A twin brother? My twin brother?" The wise king sighed and pulled them both to the table. "Yenner, your mother was pregnant with twins. When the late Queen Wen was pregnant, the royal physician diagnosed her with twins, which shocked the entire royal family. Some members of the royal clan opposed the idea, believing that twins were inauspicious. The Book of Changes states, 1 is Yang, 2 is Yin, and the conflict between Yin and Yang has been a long-standing belief. Therefore, those who opposed it mentioned that having twins could lead to mutual harm due to excessive Yin energy. Moreover, some argued that twins could disrupt the nation's fortune. At that time, the late emperor was in power, and as his reign continued, suspicions grew. The Empress Dowager, then known as Empress Li, favored the wise king but did not want the late emperor to dislike him because of the twins. The princess of the Wen family heard the news and became anxious for her mother. The wise king also felt pity. After all, this was his child. Thus, a careful plan was formed. When the princess gave birth, the king's first son was born safely, but the second son, who was a twin, passed away shortly after. The king was furious, and the midwife and all the maids who knew about it were executed. The princess fainted on the spot. Empress Li thought that if things didn't work out, they could send the second son away to grow up safely far from the capital, but she didn't expect that the child wouldn't survive. When the former emperor saw that the child had died, he felt a moment of regret. However, as long as it didn't affect the fate of the great Qi, it was fine. That child was simply unlucky. More than 20 years passed, and the brothers were still in the same place. Yenner, Sheng'er has sacrificed so much for you. You grew up by my side, while Sheng'er lived in the shadows. You must remember that Sheng'er is your real brother. After hearing his father's words, Yen finally took a breath and understood his father's intention for Sheng to appear. I will remember my father's words. Sheng brother will always be my true brother. The wise king nodded in satisfaction. In 5 days, I will arrange for someone to take you away from the capital to Liaodong. Sheng will stay at the hot spring villa to recover. You don't need to worry about anything else. The king's meaning was clear. Until the big plan was accomplished, Sheng would appear to the world as Yen. Yen understood what this meant. Once he left the secret room, he would no longer be Yen. In the future, not only would his mother face this, but even the future princess, Jin, would have to deal with Sheng. However, for Yen, achieving great things required sacrifices, and he did not regret it. The three of them talked for over an hour before leaving the secret room. Once outside, the guards at the villa noticed, "Who is the young man with the prince and the heir?" They had never seen this young man before, who the prince called Muji, said to be the son of an old friend of the prince. However, the guards knew that their master's matters were not for them to inquire about. Meanwhile, the princess of the Wen family hadn't seen Xia Yan for a while and heard from the servants that he was called away by the prince, so she came looking for him. The head guard entered to report that the princess had arrived. The wise king glanced at Xia Yan Xiasheng, and Xia Yan Xiasheng nodded slightly, but unfortunately, he could not yet recognize his mother. However, the king told him that every year after his brother's birthday, their mother would spend a long time in her room. For her, this day was not only her child's birthday but also the anniversary of another child's passing, causing her great pain each year. Therefore, Xiasheng never blamed his parents for giving him life.
Yanea.
The princess quickly entered the room and, seeing Xia Yan Xiasheng, scolded gently. The doctor said you should rest. Why aren't you listening? She reached out to check if his hands were cold. Xia Yan Xiasheng felt a moment of stiffness. He had never experienced a mother's love, but he quickly returned to normal. The princess did not notice. Mother, lying in bed all the time will make me weak. Since father is here, I wanted to ask him some things which made you worry. Silly child, if you want to eat something, just tell me, and I will arrange it. Xia Yan Xiasheng softly replied, and suddenly he hugged the princess, resting his head gently on her shoulder. The princess was momentarily surprised, but then smiled. With tears in her eyes, she looked at the prince, saying, "See, my lord? I told you, no matter how old they get, they will always be our children." The prince felt relieved. He was afraid Xiasheng would show any signs of weakness. The gossip about the prince's residence quickly faded as another piece of news caused a stir in the capital. The Little White Building would hold a spring fashion show in 3 days. A fashion show? What is that? Everyone understood the appreciation part, but they had never heard of a fashion show before. Since it was from the Little White Building, the ladies and young women went there to ask the staff what a fashion show was. The professional staff patiently explained the details of the fashion show to the ladies and young women. They emphasized that this event was for women only and would not admit men. Upon hearing this, the ladies understood and quickly reserved private rooms to secure the best spots to enjoy the visual feast the staff had described. This was an event organized by Luanen before the new year. The showcased women's bags and clothing would be the latest spring styles, released early for orders and customizations. This fashion show had consumed a lot of her creative energy, and the girls she selected were all outstanding in appearance and grace. Luanen does not receive male guests. What if an unwise noble takes an interest in one of the models? She does not want the talented women she has nurtured to be troubled by these nobles. These women are not ordinary. On stage, they appear like celestial beings, but off stage, they can be fierce and dangerous. Indeed, these are the 12 flower fairies led by the Chini commander. Thus, the hottest news in the capital is about the 12 flower fairies at Xiaobai Building in 3 days. Even Princess Pingyang has sent someone to reserve a private room in advance. Because the news about Xiaobai Building has captured everyone's attention, it has given the virtuous king an excellent opportunity. No one noticed a person leaving the hot spring resort late one night. Luanen has a very good impression of Princess Pingyang, a woman who loves fiercely and is generous. Although she was born into royalty, she still maintains sincerity and kindness. Luanen is eager to befriend such a woman. Last time, Princess Pingyang secretly helped her a lot. Otherwise, Luanen wouldn't have been able to easily remove Fengshan from the picture. So, Luanen specifically sent a letter to Princess Pingyang, saying that she and her mother wanted to visit to express their gratitude, unsure if it would trouble the princess. Luanen did not want people to gossip about the princess befriending the daughters of important officials, so she asked in advance. When the princess saw Luanen's letter, she smiled and said to her old maid, "What a thoughtful child. I welcome her any time. Who dares to trouble me in the capital? I will make trouble for their whole family." The princess was quite imposing. Thus, Luanen accompanied her mother to the princess's residence to thank her for the help and brought a handbag and exquisite pajamas from Xiaobai Building as gifts. Princess Pingyang was very pleased. Lu Anin quickly caught the princess's attention. If it weren't for worrying about the old-fashioned nobles, the princess would have wanted to adopt Lu Anin as her goddaughter. As a result, the princess became a regular at Xiaobai Building and the Wanyu Tavern. Soon, the day of the fashion show at Xiaobai Building arrived. Early in the morning, the street outside Xiaobai Building was bustling with carriages as ladies and young women arrived one after another. There were so many people that Xiaobai Building could not accommodate them all, but Lu Anin had already spent a fortune to buy the neighboring courtyard. This courtyard was connected to Xiaobai Building through a flower gate. In the yard, there is a two-story building. The upper floor is filled with private rooms, while the central area downstairs features a stage surrounded by elegant seating. Both the private rooms and the seating area downstairs are completely full. A few ladies arrived late and found no available seats, so they went upstairs to see if they could find acquaintances, preferring to share a private room rather than miss this grand event. Fortunately, they did find some familiar faces. At the end of the hour, a melodious flute sound filled the air, and the venue quickly fell silent as the curtains around the stage slowly opened. A man in white, wearing a half-golden mask, walked in gracefully, holding a jade flute. The sound of the flute was particularly gentle and soothing.
Ah!
It's Master Buran! Someone exclaimed, and the crowd erupted with excitement, like water splashing in hot oil. Lu Anin was in room 8 on the upper floor. This room was not open to the public, and at that moment, the Duchess, Lu Huanyan, Madame Lin, and the Lan family sisters-in-law were all present. Through the beaded curtain at the entrance, they could clearly see the stage and the lively ladies below. Watching the enthusiastic crowd, Lu Anin suddenly realized that even ancient people had their idols. Who said women in ancient times were conservative? When they got excited, they could outshine men. Master Bu Ran had quite a backstory. Lu Anin had worked hard to bring him here, nearly resorting to tears and drama to convince him. His real name was Shun Chen. 10 years ago, he was the star of the male entertainment scene in Dachi, but his life story was quite tragic. At the age of 12, his mother sent him to the bed of a powerful man because her husband had suffered a business failure and needed help. To please her husband, she sacrificed her own son. Fortunately, the powerful man had some conscience and did not mistreat him. However, from that moment on, he vowed to make his mother pay for her actions. The powerful man took a liking to him and promised to let him leave when he came of age. Shun Chen stayed close to him, biding his time for revenge. 8 years passed, and under the powerful man's careful guidance, Shun Chen became skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, especially enchanting everyone with his jade flute. When he turned 20, the powerful man planned to let him go. At that time, Shun Chen asked him to help open a male entertainment venue. The powerful man, fond of Shun Chen, agreed to every request he made. Thus, Shun Chen became the behind-the-scenes owner of a male entertainment venue and its star performer, captivating the capital with his flute. From then on, Shun Chen moved among the powerful, using their influence to bring down his stepfather, who had become the richest man in Jiangnan, and sent the whole family to their doom. That powerful man later faced exile due to his greed and died along the way. He never realized that Shun Chen was behind it all. Although he adored Shun Chen, he was also the person Shun Chen hated the most. After taking his revenge, Shun Chen dismissed all the young men and burned down the brothel, disappearing without a trace. Lu Anin met Shun Chen in Baicheng when he was ill, covered in red spots. The doctors thought it was a contagious disease and refused to treat him. Some townspeople believed he was infectious and tried to burn him. Luckily, Lu Anin saw this and rescued the masked Shun Chen. In reality, Shun Chen did not have a contagious disease. He had an allergic reaction from eating something wrong, which caused the itchy red spots. After saving him, Lu Anin gave him medicine. A few days later, the spots faded, and she discovered that the man behind the mask had a charming face, truly a handsome uncle. Lu Anin was quite taken by looks. The second master secretly told her that this man was Shun Chen, and she learned about his past. Once Shun Chen recovered, he asked how much he owed for the treatment. intending to settle his bill and leave. Luonan would not let him go. She told him that her prescription was priceless, and since her master, the renowned Dr. Bai, personally treated him, she would give him a discount, 20,000 taels of silver. Shin Chen was almost furious. But she had indeed saved his life and cured his illness. He recognized the name of the great Dr. Bai, who was once the favorite disciple of the famous healer Tsang Er. However, Shun Chen did not have that much silver. He had spent most of the money he earned years ago on helping the poor, leaving only enough for basic living expenses. 20,000 taels was beyond his reach. After leaving the capital, he had spent all his money and was now making a living by writing letters. Luonan knew he was broke and pointed him to a way out. Stick with me, and we can talk about the rest later. During his recovery, Shun Chen learned more about Luonan's background from others and also heard about the actions of Princess Annel from Qingyi. The reason she said these things to him was intentional. Since her daughter had taken a liking to Shun Chen, she couldn't let him go. A young girl without much experience had such boldness, which made Shun Chen feel inferior. Looking at the few pieces of silver in his hand, Shun Chen decided to stick with Princess Annel, but he honestly shared his past with Luonan. Luonan also didn't hide her past, and surprisingly, they connected well despite their age difference. Uncle Shun Chen, from now on, you should be called Bu Ran. If your heart is untainted, a gentle breeze will come naturally. Bu Ran, please start your new life. Shun Chen's eyes turned red. If the heart is untainted, a gentle breeze will come. He thought he would live a plain life, but he never expected to meet Luonan. He had once fallen into despair and indulged himself, yet he still kept a piece of purity in his heart. After seeking revenge, he felt no joy. He donated money to the poor as a way to atone for his reckless past. Unexpectedly, Luonan shone like a light in his world, making his long silent heart beat again. Luonan kept Shun Chen around because, despite his past, he was just as talented as those who studied hard for years. She had to thank that influential person. Especially since Shun Chen's flute skills had made a name for him in the capital, her establishment needed someone like him. So, Luonan made Shun Chen, now known as Bu Ran, the musician for her establishment. Bu Ran readily agreed. He had scarred half of his face, a testament to his break from the past. Luonan respected his choice and crafted a golden mask for him. From then on, he joined Luonan's venture. One day, when he felt overwhelmed by her teasing, he would understand what it meant to be willingly involved. Since Bu Ran arrived at the establishment, soon everyone in the capital knew about the chief musician, Bu Ran. Not only did he play the flute beautifully, but he also excelled at the piano and was exceptionally talented. Even the old prince praised him and often came to play chess with him. The ladies and young women became his fans. Whenever Bu Ran appeared, the room erupted with cheers. However, Bu Ran treated them with polite distance, never getting too close or showing any emotion. Only when that young girl came around did a smile appear in his eyes. However, it was just a moment, and then the little girl became very upset. She was frustrated because he was running out of patience after teaching her to play the piano for so long, and she still played like it was a game. At this appreciation event, the opening act was the talented Mr. Bu Ran. How could the ladies and young women in the audience not go wild? And where did you find this Mr. Bu Ran? He is truly remarkable, praised Lady Su, the wife of the Duke. At that time, Duke Lu Rufeng was worried about Mr. Bu Ran. He had specially visited him and talked for most of the day. After returning, he praised him highly. If Mr. Bu Ran participated in the imperial examination, he would surely succeed. When the great scholar of the past spoke such words, Lady Su understood that Mr. Bu Ran was indeed a person of great talent. Although Mr. Bu Ran was over 30, Lady Su still felt uneasy. He was talented and single, and her daughter did not seem to care about traditional roles. Duke Rong glanced at Lady Su and said, "You worry too much. That girl calls him Uncle Bu Ran all the time. Besides, Anan is Mr. Bu Ran's benefactor." Lady Su thought An had saved Mr. Bu Ran's life, but Duke Rong did not share the details with her. He also didn't mention that when Mr. Buran saw him, he guessed his intentions right away and shared his past experiences without holding back. Duke Rong learned that the person before him was Shin Chen, the top performer from 10 years ago who was famous in the capital. Shin Chen had easily navigated the world of the powerful and had come out unscathed. Hearing her aunt's words, Luonan smiled and said, "Aunt, you also see that my Uncle Bu Ran is remarkable, right?" Lu Huanyan laughed so hard that she spit out her tea, and everyone else joined in the laughter. As Mr. Bu Ran played his beautiful flute, several graceful women slowly walked in, each carrying different handbags. The manager of the shop, dressed in blue, personally introduced each handbag's features, materials, and suitable occasions. After each introduction, the women would take the bags off the stage for everyone to admire up close. This appreciation event also featured an auction for new handbags, with the highest bidder winning. These were the latest styles for spring. As a result, each bag was quickly snatched up. Over 20 spring handbags were sold out in an instant. After the handbag showcase, a dance performance was arranged, accompanied by music that Mr. Bu Ran played himself. It truly captivated everyone present. Next came the clothing showcase, which ignited the atmosphere once again. It turned out that women could be so beautiful. The 12 flower fairies, dressed in new outfits, walked in gracefully. With a wave of her hand, a turn of her body, and a perfectly timed smile, everyone in the room was mesmerized. The ladies were especially grateful to Princess Annal. The decision to keep men out of the appreciation event was truly wise. They all admired the 12 flower fairies, not to mention the men. Lu Huanyan was stunned, her mouth slightly open, mumbling, "The 12 flower fairies are so beautiful. How wonderful it would be if I were a man. I would marry them all." Smack. Madame Su clapped her hand, instantly bringing Lu Huanyan back to reality, causing everyone to cover their mouths and laugh. The Grand Princess was also in the elegant room upstairs, but Princess Pingyang did not participate in the live auction. She had already received the latest spring handbag, specially designed by Luonan, ensuring that no one else in the capital had the same style. The Grand Princess was very fond of Luonan, holding her hand and telling her that as long as she was alive, no one would dare to bully her except for Emperor Rinzong and the old prince. The Grand Princess was indeed very bold. Luonan was naturally grateful to Princess Pingyang. By the way, why would the emperor and the old prince bully her? She was focused on making money and helping the emperor, so he should reward her more. After the new year, her master would return to start building the first medical school in Dachi, and the emperor would be delighted. However, Luonan wanted to get closer to the generous Grand Princess. The new product appreciation event at Xiaobai Building was a great success, bringing in a lot of money, with orders coming in like snowflakes. After the Empress, the Grand Princess attended the appreciation event at Xiaobai Building to support Princess Annal. Who would dare to be jealous behind their backs? Even if they were jealous, they had to hold it in. No one would dare to provoke these three powerful figures. Xiaobai Building's operations dazzled the noble families. Is business really done this way? No wonder they were making money. The new product appreciation event at Xiaobai Building earned Princess Annal a fortune. With Lan Yi in full charge and Bu Ran assisting, Luonan had nothing to worry about. Bu Ran was not only a musician at Xiaobai Building but also had years of experience running a male brothel. Such talent should not go to waste. Princess Annal seemed to be taking advantage of Bu Ran. However, Bu Ran understood that this was an opportunity given by Luonan for him to completely leave his past behind and stand before the world again. So, Bu Ran would naturally showcase his abilities. One day, Luonan was at the Marquis's residence and did not go out when Qing Yi joyfully ran in, saying, Miss Fong has arrived. Fong Yi, the legitimate daughter of the Fong family in Songjiang, is the granddaughter of the well-known scholar, Old Master Fong, who has many students under his guidance. At a banquet hosted by the Chu family in Songjiang, she and Miss Wang Yu are close friends with Luonan. After Luonan left, Fong Yi and her two friends continued to exchange letters. Recently, Fong Yi wrote that she might come to the capital soon, and now she has arrived unexpectedly quickly. Quickly invite Miss Fong in, Luonan said, putting down her work and stepping outside. As she left the courtyard, she saw her aunt leading Fong Yi toward her.
Ai.
Luonan called out, hurrying forward. Since leaving Songjiang, she hadn't seen Fong Yi again. Although they had written to each other, she felt regret about not knowing when they would meet again.
Fong Yi eklimet, equali agited.
As she approached Luonan, she suddenly remembered that Anan was now the county princess of Anil. Fong Yi politely bowed, saying, I am Fong Yi, greetings to County Princess Anil. Luonan raised an eyebrow and playfully scolded, I say, are you looking for a fight? She pretended to hit Fong Yi. Seeing the smile in Luonan's eyes, Fong Yi laughed and jumped into her arms. Anan was still the same. Her identity hadn't changed her. The two friends happily embraced. Madame Lin, seeing this, smiled and said, You two haven't seen each other for a long time. Have a good chat. I will go busy myself. I'll make you something delicious for lunch. Luonan grinned and hugged Madame Lin's arm, saying, Thank you, Annie. I want cherry meat, crystal shrimp dumplings, and Westlake vinegar fish. Madame Lin chuckled and tapped Luonan's forehead. All right, Andy will make it for you. Now go play with Miss Fong. Fong Yi also thanked Madame Lin. Luonan led Fong Yi into her courtyard, and Fong Yi couldn't help but be amazed at the sight. Upon entering the house, she was dazzled. It seemed like the Duke of Dingwa could have laid gold bricks on the floor. As the year-end approached, although the capital wasn't covered in snow like the north, it was still bone-chillingly cold. In Luonan's words, the damp cold was worse than being out in the sun, but her room was very warm and filled with a light fragrance of osmanthus, which was elegant and not overpowering at all. Fong Yi, who loved flowers, couldn't help but ask, Anan, what kind of osmanthus is this? Oh, my father says it's called Buddha's top pearl. Fong Yi gasped in surprise. The osmanthus flower, known as Buddha's top pearl, resembles a string of prayer beads when its buds have not yet bloomed, which is why it is called that. It is one of the finest types of osmanthus. I don't really understand. It just seems like the fragrance isn't very strong, and the gardener at home trimmed it beautifully. Is it a good flower? Fong Yi rolled her eyes at Luonan's words. Is it a good flower? It is one of the best osmanthus flowers. My father gave a pot to my grandfather for his 60th birthday, and my grandfather treasured it. Luonan laughed heartily and pulled Fong Yi to sit on a small couch by the window. At that moment, Granny Jean led a young maid who brought fragrant tea and delicate snacks. Miss Fong, please try this. It's a new pastry from our family's specialty shop, and it tastes quite good.
Fong Yi tanket Granny Vin.
Everyone else left, with the servant in blue standing at the door while the maid in green and Granny Jean went about their tasks. I didn't expect you to arrive in the capital so soon. If I had known, I would have gone to the city gate to meet you. Why didn't anyone let me know in advance? Luonan asked, puzzled. Fong Yi bit her lip. My family decided last minute for me to come to the capital. My aunt urged me several times. I didn't want to come, but my grandfather insisted, so I had to. Luonan truly didn't know who Fong Yi's aunt was. Which lady is your aunt? You never mentioned her before. I don't really like my aunt, so I haven't talked about her. She is my father's younger sister and the mistress of the second branch of the Hor family.
Oh?
The Hor family? Luonan remembered that the head of the main branch of the Hor family was Princess Qinghe, a genuine royal relative. It was known that although Princess Qinghe was somewhat strict, she came from a family with many rules, being a royal. It was not surprising that she was a bit stern. However, she had a kind heart. She appeared serious, but was very gentle inside. Your aunt wants you to come to the capital. She doesn't mean to arrange a marriage for you, does she? Fong Yi was 2 years older than Luonan. Luonan would turn 14 after the new year, while Fong Yi was already 16. Luonan guessed correctly. Fong Yi's aunt indeed had that intention. Fong Yi remained silent, but tears sparkled in her eyes, which said everything. If you don't want to marry so soon, you can tell your family directly. You can get engaged now and wait 2 years to marry. Seeing Fong Yi's expression, Luonan felt even more troubled. She didn't know how to comfort her. This era was much harsher for women than modern times. If a woman in the family reaches a certain age without getting married, she will be laughed at, and her family will feel embarrassed. Take Chulian, for example. She is already 25 and still unmarried, and so many people are talking about the Chiu family behind their backs. Thankfully, Emperor Renzong is open-minded. Otherwise, Chulian would have been assigned a husband long ago. Fong Yi wiped her tears and softly said, "It's not that I don't want to get married. I just don't like the matches my aunt arranges for me. I really don't want to marry into the royal family."
What?
Luonan was shocked. Marry into the royal family? Are you going to marry the emperor? Fong Yi looked at Luonan, her eyes wide and her mouth open in surprise, which made Luonan laugh despite her sadness. "Where did you get that idea?" "It's not the emperor. It's the second prince." "The second prince, the son of concubine Hui?
He's already married.
Are you going to be a secondary wife?" Luonan stood up suddenly. Her good friend was going to be someone's secondary wife. Although it sounds nice, Luonan thought of it as being a secondary wife. "That's why I'm unhappy. Remember you said it's better to be a humble wife than a high-status concubine? I don't want to be someone's secondary wife." Fong Yi's tears flowed even more. She never expected her own aunt would want her to be a secondary wife. Even if it's to a prince, what difference does it make? There would be a main wife above her, and in the future, there could be other secondary wives too. Sharing one husband with so many women made Fong Yi feel like the world was collapsing. Before, she would have thought it was normal. Most men have multiple wives, and her father treats her mother very well, but he also has 2 concubines. However, ever since she met Luonan, the world seemed to open a window for her, completely changing her previous beliefs. It turns out women can live like this too. She didn't want to share a husband with anyone, let alone be someone's secondary wife, but her grandfather had spoken, and she had no choice but to come.
What does your grandfather think?
He knows the second prince has a main wife, and you're not someone who can't get married. Why would you be a secondary wife? Before, my grandfather didn't agree, but later, I don't know what my aunt said to him, and both he and my father agreed. Fong Yi didn't understand what her aunt said that made her loving father change his mind, and since her mother listened to her father, she naturally didn't say anything else.
Concubine Hui?
Luonan suddenly felt a jolt. Concubine Hui came from the Li family, which secretly supports the Xian Wang. If the second prince takes Fong Yi as a secondary wife, it means the Fong family is siding with the Xian Wang. At the same time, the Hor family was tied to the prince's ship. Speaking of the Hor family, although old Master Fong cannot be compared to Grandfather Yuan, he has many students who are now officials in the court. Luonan thought about this and felt a chill in her heart, so that's how it is. Fong Yi is her good friend. First, she doesn't want her friend to jump into a dangerous situation and become a victim of political struggles. Second, the prince is an enemy of her family, and she cannot allow him to pull the Fong and Hor families to his side. If the Fong family willingly stands with the prince, then they would be her enemies, and her friendship with Fong Yi would be over. However, Princess Qinghe is from the Xie family, and the Hor family has always been loyal to the emperor. Moreover, Emperor Renzong respects Princess Qinghe greatly. By seniority, he even has to call her sister. The empress often invites Princess Qinghe to the palace to talk, which suggests that Princess Qinghe, or the main branch of the Hor family, is on the emperor's side. Then Fong Yi's aunt must be acting privately. If Princess Qinghe knew, she certainly wouldn't remain indifferent. Understanding these key points, Luonan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Did your aunt know you came here? No, she doesn't know. My aunt is not at home today. I just wanted to vent a little. I don't like her, and I won't tell her about my matters. Luonan asked this because she was concerned that if Fong Yi's aunt knew about their friendship, she would definitely try to stop it. The reason is simple. Everyone in the capital knows about her conflict with the prince's wife. Although it seems the misunderstanding has been resolved, they have actually created a rift. Not to mention Fong Yi talking about personal matters with Luonan, let's talk about the palace. Fong Yi entered the capital the other day, and today, Taking advantage of Madame Fong's absence, she came out. At this time, Madame Fong was in the palace talking with concubine Hui. Fong Yi has come to the capital. Let's find an opportunity for the two children to meet. This child Zhao will surely treat Miss Fong well, said concubine Hui, referring to the second prince. Madame Fong smiled and said, "You think of everything, Your Highness. Yi is gentle and well-educated. It's a blessing for her to enter the second prince's household." Concubine Hui smiled as well, adjusting the jade hairpin on her head. "That's good. As long as she is sensible, I don't expect her to help Zhao too much. Let's pick a good day for her to come to the palace and talk with me." While they were chatting, a maid came in to announce that the second prince had arrived. To be honest, the members of the Xie family, regardless of gender, are quite good-looking. The second prince is also handsome and has a charming appearance. However, whether he has a good heart is another matter. Son has seen mother. The second prince entered and greeted his mother. He had also met Lady Fong at the He residence since they were all part of the royal family, and Princess Qinghe was his aunt, so they would often interact during festivals. Lady Fong also held a title, but since Xie Zhao was a prince, she had to greet him first. "Lady Hua, there is no need to be polite. Mother is quite bored in the palace, and it's thanks to you for often coming to chat with her." Xie Zhao was very humble, so when concubine Hui intended to let Fong Yi enter the second prince's residence, Lady Fong was intrigued. Moreover, concubine Hui often mentioned that the main branch of the He family had Princess Qinghe, and her son worked closely with the crown prince. Although the third master of the He family did not hold an official position, he managed the family's finances. Looking at it this way, only the second branch seemed to lack connections. The second master of the He family himself had limited abilities, merely serving as a minor official, and his children were not particularly outstanding. The future of the second branch of the He family seemed concerning. Concubine Hui's words subtly unsettled Lady Fong. Previously, she hadn't thought much about the He family not being divided. With Princess Qinghe as a support, she felt proud to be related to her. However, concubine Hui's comments made her realize the stark differences between the branches. If the family were to split in the future, what would happen to the second branch? Concubine Hui had successfully raised Xie Zhao in the palace, showing she had some skill. Although Emperor Renzong had no feelings for her, her connection to Empress Li was significant. If she were truly incompetent, Empress Li would have discarded her without hesitation. Thus, when she noticed Lady Fong's unease, she added fuel to the fire by mentioning Xie Zhao again. Currently, the second prince only had one main wife, and she was considering adding a secondary wife, worrying about who to choose. Lady Fong's interest was piqued. Her niece, Fong Yi, had reached marriageable age, and her brother and sister-in-law had indeed mentioned this to her. Although a secondary wife, she would still be part of the royal family, unlike ordinary families where a minor concubine could be brought in casually. A few days later, concubine Hui summoned Lady Fong to the palace and directly mentioned Fong Yi. The implication was that she was interested in Fong Yi and spoke highly of the second prince's intelligence, humility, and potential future title. Upon hearing this, Lady Fong became even more determined in her thoughts. If Fong Yi entered the second prince's residence and he was granted a title in the future, the second branch would finally have a way forward. After returning, Mrs. Fong discussed with Lord Hua. As soon as Lord Hua heard, he asked her to send a letter to the Fong family to bring Fong Yi to the capital. Since Mrs. Fong was present, the second prince did not stay long with consort Hui. He only exchanged a few words before leaving. A senior maid beside consort Hui said, "The second prince is very respectful to the consort. After finishing his official duties, he always comes to greet her. The servants in the household say that our prince has never been harsh with them. Having such a master is a blessing for them." Hearing the maid's words, consort Hui was very pleased, saying, "This child has always been kind-hearted." Mrs. Fong felt reassured upon hearing this. Once Fong Yi enters the household, as long as she acts carefully and takes good care of the second prince, he will surely treat her well and not be harsh. Xie Zhao left Consort Hui's side and walked toward the palace exit. His close attendant quietly said, "Your Highness, the lady chosen for you by the consort is Miss Fong from the Fong family. I heard she has already arrived in the capital, so the imperial decree will likely be issued soon." Xie Zhao responded with a sound of acknowledgement. He did not care who the side consort was. What he wanted was the connections of the Fong family. As for the Hua family, as long as they did not split, the main and secondary branches would not be able to act independently. His mother was from the Li family, and his father increasingly disliked the Li family. When he was young, his father used to fly kites with him, but later he became indifferent. At that time, he was too young to understand. It was only as he grew older that he realized the reason. His father had long been at odds with the Li family. So, no matter how hard he tried, he felt invisible to his father. After his father ascended the throne, the first thing he did was to establish a crown prince. Since he had the blood of the Li family, unless he wanted to be a useless prince, he could not escape this fate. After sending off Fong Yi, Luonin hurriedly pulled her father to the courtyard of her grandfather, Old Master Rong. As soon as Old Master Rong saw his granddaughter's expression, he knew something important was happening. Soon after, his eldest grandson, Rong Yu, also arrived. "Girl, what's going on?" Seeing everyone gathered, Old Master Rong asked, and the Rong brothers listened attentively. "Grandfather, uncle, father, the girl who came to our residence today is Miss Fong Yi from the Fong family. She's a good friend I made at a banquet in my adoptive father's house. She arrived in the capital a few days ago, and her aunt is the head lady of the second branch of the Hor family." Old Master Rong nodded. "I know this. The lady of the second branch of the Hor family is the daughter of the Fong family from Songjiang. Fong Yi came to Beijing because her aunt mentioned a marriage proposal. Can you guess who it is?" The three men in the room looked confused. They really had no idea, as they usually didn't pay attention to such matters. Luonin sighed. "Xie Zhao, the second prince."
What?
The three men were stunned. Xie Zhao is already married. Does that mean the Fong family girl will become a concubine? Uncle Rong Yu asked. The second branch of the Hor family is really desperate, Rong Ju scoffed, clearly having figured out the reason behind it. Old Master Rong glanced at his eldest son. In terms of strategy, the eldest was still a bit lacking. The second son had clearly already realized it. Old Master Rong took a sip of the tea specially prepared by his granddaughter and slowly said, "The old master of the Fong family has many students, and quite a few hold positions in the court. The second prince wants the Fong family's connections." Rong Yu's eyelids twitched, and he quickly understood, saying, "That chair must be very appealing." "Grandfather, I don't think Princess Qinghe knows about this."
Oh.
Old Master Rong looked at his granddaughter with approval. "Go on." "Grandfather, I have no connection with Princess Qinghe, but I have heard that the emperor respects her greatly, and the empress often invites her to the palace for discussions. Clearly, Princess Qinghe is on the emperor's side. If Princess Qinghe knows about Fong Yi, the Hor family hasn't split yet. If the second branch supports the second prince, regardless of his own plans, concubine Hui is from the Li family, which means the second branch has inadvertently joined the camp of the virtuous king. The second branch wants to bind the first and third branches together. I don't think Princess Qinghe would allow the Hui family to be implicated by the virtuous king. Grandfather, the virtuous king is an enemy of Lingsheng, and I won't let the enemy grow stronger." Luonin's face tightened, and a clear determination showed in her eyes. Old Master Rong smiled. His young granddaughter, though not very old, had a clear understanding of the political situation. With her in the family, the paths for the younger ones would be smoother. Rong Ju looked proudly at his older brother, as if to say, "See? My daughter." Rong Yu shot a glare at Rong Ju. "What does an want to do? Tell me, granddaughter." Luonin then detailed her plan, and the three men nodded in agreement. "Go ahead, child. Grandfather will also visit Old Master Hua for tea. We have regular interactions, so it won't attract anyone's attention." Luonin nodded vigorously. Fong Yi wasn't happy about it either. She cried for a long time today. She didn't want to marry into the royal family or share a husband with other women. It felt like a group of people sharing a toothbrush. Luanin shook her body. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. The three men watched the little girl shaking her legs with pride and simultaneously reached out their hands, instantly turning Luanin into a mess. The next day, Luanin had Qing Yi send a message to Fang Yi. Although the Hua family had guards, Qing Yi easily found Fang Yi's courtyard and delivered the letter. When Fang Yi received Luanin's letter, a smile finally appeared on her face. She would rather not marry than enter the second prince's residence. Madame Fang didn't restrict Fang Yi. She could leave the house as long as she informed her of her plans. Fang Yi told her aunt that she wanted to visit the jewelry shop to see if there were any pieces she liked. Madame Fang didn't think much of it. In a few days, she planned to take Fang Yi to the palace, so it was necessary to choose some jewelry in advance. She agreed and even gave Fang Yi some money. Fang Yi didn't hesitate. You're pushing me into the fire, so what's wrong with me spending a little money? She took the money generously and left the house. Madame Fang arranged for guards to follow her since there were many people in the capital, and her niece's safety was important. Fang Yi didn't refuse. She was accompanied by her nanny and maid, Xiaomei, so if the guards wanted to follow, they could. Thus, a group of them went to the jewelry shop. Luanin was waiting in a private room on the second floor, which was designated for guests to rest. Fang Yi told the guards who came with her, "You wait downstairs. There are many ladies and young women choosing jewelry on the second floor, so it's not convenient for you to go up." The guards agreed and waited downstairs. Fang Yi didn't ask her nanny and Xiaomei to leave since they were close to her, so she went up to the second floor. Qing Yi was waiting at the door of the private room. When she saw Fang Yi come up, she said, "Miss Fang, my lady is inside." Fang Yi asked her nanny and Xiaomei to wait at the door while she entered the private room, with Qing Yi guarding the entrance. "And then thank you." Fang Yi entered and grabbed Luanin's hand, feeling so grateful that she didn't know what to say, her eyes turning red again. There are many who add beauty to a situation, but few who provide help in times of need. Fang Yi felt so lucky to have a good friend like Luanin, who was willing to help her at a crucial moment. Luanin quickly pulled her to sit down and softly said, "Don't be sad. Everything will be all right. The next private room has been reserved by Princess Qinghe. Once the people arrive, we will."
Fang Yi nodded repeatedly.
Sure enough, not long after, there was some noise outside. Princess Qinghe had really arrived. The jewelry shop had private rooms upstairs, specially designed for the ladies of various families. They could choose and try on the latest jewelry in the private rooms without having to squeeze into the hall with a crowd. The shop owner was very good at understanding people, so the business was thriving. Luanin didn't need to say much. She just had to let Princess Qinghe hear the words second prince. Sure enough, not long after, Luanin pretended to be surprised and exclaimed, "What? Fang Yi, you're going to marry the second prince as a concubine?" Your aunt, Madame Fang from the Hua family, agreed.
How could that be?
After that, the voices in the private room lowered again. Next door, Princess Qinghe listened closely. The second prince? Madame Fang from the Hua family? Wasn't that the second branch of the Fang family, her sister-in-law? The maid noticed the princess's displeasure and quietly asked, "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Mo Lien, go check who the girl next door is. The maid named Mo Lien quickly left the private room and returned shortly. Your Highness, the girl next door has left to choose jewelry downstairs. I asked the shopkeeper, and it's County Princess Annal and a girl from the Fang family. If they're talking about Madame Fang from the Hua family, then the girl must be Fang Yi, the niece of the second madam who entered the family a few days ago. Princess Qinghe's expression darkened. What a second branch! They were secretly getting involved with the family and concubine Hui. Were the Leaf family in such a hurry? Were they trying to recruit people for the virtuous king? I can't let them have their way. Princess Qinghe lost interest in selecting jewelry and hurriedly went downstairs. She got into the carriage and rushed back to the Hua residence. The Hua family held a prominent position in the capital. The Hua family's ancestors had made great contributions to the founding of the Great Qi, and many of their descendants had died on the battlefield. Since the time of the Holy Ancestor, The head of the Hui family had been a first-class marquis, a title passed down through generations, earned through their ancestors' sacrifices. The current head of the Hui family was Princess Qinghe's father-in-law, Old Master Hua. He was a very straightforward old official who had just retired due to health reasons. The eldest son of the Hui family held a position in the Ministry of Personnel. The second son had a low-ranking position, as mentioned earlier. He was a junior official. The third son did not like being an official. He preferred business, so the family business was managed by him. The Hui family was a large household with many members. After returning home, Princess Qinghe sent someone to the study to summon the eldest son of the Hui family. When Lord Hui saw that Princess Qinghe had returned so quickly, he asked, "Why are you back so soon? Did you pick out the jewelry?" Princess Qinghe sent her maid and other attendants away, sitting quietly with a very gloomy expression. "What's wrong?
Who upset you?"
Lord Hua and Princess Qinghe had been married for many years, and their eldest son, Jin Gwen, was already married. Although his wife was usually serious, their relationship was still very good. Princess Qinghe sighed heavily and shared the news she had heard with her husband. Lord Hua's expression changed dramatically upon hearing it. "Is the news accurate?" Princess Qinghe nodded. "It can't be wrong." Kaiqin saw Princess Annal and the daughter of the Fong family holding hands while choosing jewelry. Princess Annal even encouraged her, saying if she didn't want this marriage, she should just tell her aunt. Lady Fong can't force her into the second prince's household, can she? Such a troublesome situation. Lord Hua slammed the table. How much effort did my grandfather put into cut ties with the Li family? How could this second branch be so eager to get involved? What are they thinking? Princess Qinghe was confused. "What do you mean?" Lord Hua noticed his wife looking at him with a puzzled expression and explained, "You don't know this. It happened before you came into the family, so I never mentioned it." "What happened? Please tell me." Princess Qinghe asked eagerly. Seeing her urgency, Lord Hua quickly said, "Don't rush. Let me explain." What connection did the Hua family have with the Li family? It turned out that when Old Master Hua first entered officialdom, he was young and ambitious. As the hereditary first marquis, he inevitably faced jealousy in the political arena. He accidentally fell into someone else's trap. The situation was quite serious. While it wouldn't lead to the destruction of his family, it could negatively impact his career. At that time, Li Renyi was not yet the chief minister. However, he had the support of Empress Li, who later became Empress Dowager Li, and had entered service 2 years before Old Master Hua, so no one dared to trouble him. He intended to befriend the Hua family and extended a helping hand to resolve Old Master Hua's troubles. Old Master Hua was very grateful to Li Renyi, but he understood that the Hua family maintained neutrality and was only loyal to the emperor. He was aware of Li Renyi's intentions in helping him. At that time, Li Renyi appeared quite upright and didn't form cliques, which left a good impression on Old Master Hua. Gradually, they began to have some interactions. However, Old Master Hua was very cautious and maintained a certain distance from the Li family. However, in some of Li Renyi's words, outsiders interpreted this relationship as the Hua family supporting Empress Li. At that time, the head of the Hua family, Hua Laotei's father, noticed something was wrong. How could the Hua family be tied to the Li family? Especially after seeing Empress Li start to interfere in the affairs of the previous dynasty, the head of the Hua family quickly decided to distance themselves from the Li family. But at that moment, it wasn't easy for them to break away from the Li family. Fortunately, the head of the Hua family was not naive. He secretly looked for evidence against the Li family and actually found something. A distant relative of the Li family had taken over land, claiming an entire village's land for themselves and preventing the villagers from complaining. The county magistrate colluded with the Li family relative, resulting in a serious incident. The head of the Hua family, who was working at the supervisory court, reported the findings to his superior, who was also his mentor, the old inspector. The old inspector was alarmed upon hearing this. The Li family was causing trouble, relying on a woman from the palace, and even their distant relatives acted like local tyrants. This was outrageous. So, He brought the matter against the Li family to the court. With witnesses and evidence, it must be said that the head of the Hua family acted very carefully, leaving the Li family with no way to defend themselves. However, to protect the witnesses and evidence, the Hua family lost several young members, which was a significant cost. The Li family also learned that the Hua family was behind this, and from then on, they stood in complete opposition to each other. The two families began to openly and secretly compete for several years until Princess Qinghe married into the Hua family. With Princess Qinghe, a royal relative in the picture, the younger generation of the Hua family began to rise, and the Li family started to hold back a bit. How much effort did our grandfather put in, even losing several uncles from the Hua family, to separate from the Li family? Now the second son has jumped back into the Li family's camp. It's infuriating. Hua Dage was fuming. Does the second brother know about this? Could it be that his wife, Fong, is behind it? Princess Qinghe was a kind-hearted person with a cold exterior, and although Fong often played little tricks, Princess Qinghe didn't want to engage with her. Although the Hua family had not split, each branch had its own little schemes for their lives, and Princess Qinghe wouldn't truly hold it against them. They were the main branch. Once a split happened, the elders would follow the main branch, and they would still receive more. Moreover, her dowry was almost worth an entire Hua family estate. Hua Dage shook his head. Without the second brother's consent, Fong wouldn't have the courage. Even if she didn't know about the past, it's clear to everyone that the Li family has weakened after 10 years of conflict with the emperor. The second brother is taking a gamble again. He always feels that he can't surpass our big house, and the family business is in the hands of the third brother. Jingwu is a good kid, but look, he's almost driven mad by the Fong family. If he wins the gamble, the second branch's position will change completely. After hearing her husband's analysis, Princess Qinghe's worries grew stronger. We need to tell father about this. Otherwise, if the Fong family girl really enters the second prince's residence, it will be too late for us to distance ourselves from the second branch. Mr. Hua nodded but added, "All right, let's go find father now." However, the second prince's side consort also needs the emperor's approval. I think the emperor sees this more clearly than anyone else, and it won't happen. Princess Qinghe shot Mr. Hua a glare. Am I wrong? The emperor understands this better than we do, and will definitely not agree to the Fong family girl becoming the second prince's side consort. Princess Qinghe still had a serious expression. It's not that you're wrong, but don't underestimate a woman's tactics. If the emperor disagrees, consort Hui will find a way to get the Fong family girl into the second prince's residence. What method? Does she dare to defy the emperor's orders? Enough, you don't understand women's matters. Princess Qinghe pushed Mr. Hua, and the couple left their courtyard to head to old Mr. Hua's courtyard. At that moment, Mrs. Fong was still unaware of the storm she was about to face. Old Mr. Hua had mostly recovered recently. Since he had stepped back, he spent his free time fishing or playing with the little ones at home, living quite a comfortable life. Seeing his eldest son and daughter-in-law come over, old Mr. Hua put down the chess manual. "Father, are you studying chess again?" Mr. Hua asked playfully. Old Mr. Hua huffed. "That old man from the Rong family, one day I will defeat him." The old man from the Rong family referred to Lord Rong, and the two had a love-hate relationship, having competed against each other for many years. However, the more they fought, the better their relationship became. Even though they would argue and fight whenever they met, they would unite when it mattered most. So, the younger generation knew that despite their harsh words, the two old men had already considered each other lifelong brothers in their hearts. "Father, there's something I need to tell you," Mr. Hua said. "Go ahead, you can speak freely. Everyone else can leave," old Mr. Hua said, glancing at the servant standing nearby, who then exited the room. Mr. Hua then detailed everything Princess Qinghe had mentioned to his father. Indeed, the expression on old Master Hua's face was becoming increasingly grim. Father, second brother, and his wife are putting the Hua family in a difficult position. What should we do about this? Princess Qinghe, being from the Xie family, would never allow anyone to threaten the stability of the Great Qi. Old Master Hua understood this well. By seniority, Even Emperor Renzong would have to call Princess Qinghe elder sister, so how could she stand by and do nothing? She wanted to know the Hor family's stance. Our Hor family has always been loyal to the emperor. Although we have contributed to Great Qi, the dynasty has also given us plenty of honor. We must not let our loyalty waver. Old Master Hua clearly expressed the Hor family's position in just a few words. By this time, it was already evening, and everyone in the family had returned. Let's eat first, and then we will discuss matters after dinner. We will all eat here, Old Master Hua decided. The Hua family is large, and usually they eat together only on the 1st and 15th days of the month or during festivals. On regular days, each branch eats separately. Today was neither the 1st nor the 15th, and it wasn't New Year's yet, but since the old master had spoken, everyone had to comply. So, a table was set up in the old master's courtyard. With so many family members and strict rules, especially with Princess Qinghe present, even the children behaved very well at the dining table. Unlike the households of Duke Rong and Marquis Ding, where silence was strictly observed during meals, this rule didn't apply in front of Luonan. She still held onto her pig trotter with both hands, and, according to the rules for young ladies, she would rather go hungry than follow them. Moreover, no one should dare to take food from her, as that would be like taking her life. Every time Rongju saw his daughter eating and guarding her food, he felt like crying. The Hua family quietly finished their meal. After clearing his throat, Old Master Hua looked at the eldest sons and said, "You 3 brothers and your wives stay. Jingwen and Jingwu, you 2 stay as well. Jingwen's wife, take the younger siblings and go home first." This was the Hua family's rule. Jingwen was the eldest son of the 1st branch, Jingwu was from the 2nd branch, and the eldest son of the 3rd branch was Jingju, who had just turned 13. Jingwen's wife replied, "Yes, grandfather," and then took the group of children outside. Old Master Hua stood up and left the dining hall, heading to the study, with the others following behind. Once everyone was seated, Old Master Hua glanced around the room. With just that one look, everyone except for the eldest couple felt a pang of anxiety. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. The room was very quiet, with only the sound of deep and shallow breaths. After a long pause, Old Master Hua finally spoke. "Second brother, second sister-in-law, kneel down." Everyone was startled. Even Princess Qinghe felt a shiver. In her memory, her grandfather had never been this angry. Hua Laodi and Fong were stunned. What was happening? Hua Jingwu was even more confused. Had his parents done something wrong? Otherwise, why would his grandfather be so furious? Although Hua Laodi and Fong were puzzled, they obediently knelt down. Fong felt a bit anxious. "Second son, are you hiding something from me?" Although Hua Laote spoke softly, everyone could tell that if he had a knife in his hand, he could have harmed Hua Laodi. "Father, I have nothing to hide from you. I haven't done anything." Hua Laodi was also confused. His mind raced. He had been honest all these years and hadn't done anything wrong. Seeing his father's demeanor, he felt like he might be in serious trouble. Hua Laote then looked at Fong, second daughter-in-law. "What about you?" "Father, although I have some small plans, I have always been honest and have never done anything to harm the Hua family. I swear." Hua Laote was filled with disappointment. He felt torn. Both his wife and son were his own flesh and blood. When his wife gave birth to Laodi, she had been unwell and couldn't nurse him herself, relying on a wet nurse instead. While it was common for wealthy families to have wet nurses, his 1st and 3rd children were raised by his wife. He always felt guilty towards Laodi and had spoiled him a bit, leading to Laodi's inability to take on responsibilities. Before his wife passed away, she was most worried about Laodi.
But now?
"Second daughter-in-law, I shouldn't interfere in your family matters, but that girl from the Fong family seems like a good child. You brought her to the capital to find her a good match, but you need to keep a close eye on her. She is your niece." When Fong heard Hua Laote's words, her expression changed. Not only her, but Hua Laodi was also wide-eyed. Did his father hear something? Hua Laote stopped there. He had no evidence. If the couple denied it, He had no way to prove anything. He couldn't ask the girl either, as it would embarrass her. Father, Fong Yi is my niece. I will definitely find her a good match and ensure she is treated well. Fong could only force a smile. Seeing Hua Laote's expressionless face, she felt her smile fading. As Jingwu listened, he felt a stir in his heart. Did my mother bring my cousin here to have some plans regarding her marriage? If that's the case, I need to be careful. My little cousin is well-educated and kind, and she deserves a good partner. Jingwu, you have figured it out. Your mother indeed has such intentions. I hope you can follow through with what you said. Also, you have been going out a lot lately. You went to the palace, right? It was the Empress Hui who called for you, wasn't it? Fong was genuinely alarmed. She had been cautious. So how could this happen? Old Master Hui glanced at Princess Jinghe, and both of them were puzzled. They had no idea how their father knew this. The reason Old Master Hui was so well informed was due to the efforts of Lord Rong, who had sent a message. Old Hui, keep an eye on your second son and his wife. The second daughter-in-law has been going to the palace recently, visiting the Empress Hui. Don't let your blind family ruin the Hua household. Father, daughter-in-law, daughter-in-law. Fong couldn't continue. Old Master Hua and Old Master Huasan looked at her in disbelief. Old Master Huasan then said, Second sister-in-law, the Empress Hui is from the Li family. What are you thinking? Have you forgotten our family rules? Second brother, do you know about this? Are you trying to harm everyone? Old San, how can you speak to your second sister-in-law like that? I am your second brother. You are being disrespectful. Old Master Hua was upset upon hearing this. His elder brother had kept him in check, so he stayed quiet, but now his younger brother dared to glare at him as if he were made of clay. Old Master Huasan's wife remained silent. With Princess Jinghe present, she couldn't take the spotlight. Besides, if she spoke up, the situation would change. How can I speak when you all go against our family rules and associate with such people? You expect me to respect you as my brother? Old Master Huasan was nearly furious. The Li family members were not good people. He wanted to avoid them, not seek them out. The Empress Hui summoned me to the palace. I couldn't refuse. I was just chatting. There was nothing else. It's not right for you to jump to conclusions. Third brother, Fong insisted, refusing to admit what she had discussed with the Empress. Second sister-in-law, as long as you go to the palace, regardless of the reason or what you talked about, if anyone sees you with the Empress, that's enough. You are not only the head lady of the second branch, but also a daughter-in-law of the Hua family. Princess Jinghe truly did not want to see Fong make such foolish mistakes, which is why she spoke up. The Fong family fell silent. Old Master Hua looked at everyone and said, Today, I want to remind you once again, poverty should not stop us from valuing education, and wealth should not lead us to greed. The Hua family has been loyal to the emperor for generations and does not engage in immoral acts or support tyranny. If anyone goes against this, they will face family punishment. Second daughter-in-law, before you leave the house, you must inform your sister-in-law. You cannot go to the palace again. If you meet with concubine Hui privately, do not come back. And you, second son, if you have any other thoughts, I will break your legs. The lights in Old Master Hua's study stayed lit until midnight. The second couple lost all their dignity. They were scolded for a full hour and then punished to kneel in the ancestral hall. With a servant watching, they knelt straight for most of the night. It wasn't until the next morning that the second couple emerged from the hall, unable to walk properly. Back in their courtyard, Fong finally caught her breath. Fong Yi knew her aunt had been punished and had to kneel in the ancestral hall, but she didn't want to see her at all. Jingwu saw that his father was okay, but his mother's leg was limping, which made him feel sad. Mother, I brought back some medicine from the doctor. Please use it. Fong took the medicine and complained, Who am I doing this for? If your father had a good position or if you were more ambitious, we wouldn't be under pressure from the first and third families. What's wrong with having a little ambition? Does that break family rules? Hu Jingwu lowered his head. He didn't like studying and couldn't become the scholar his mother wanted. He also didn't enjoy business. He preferred martial arts, but his mother strongly opposed it. Compared to his older brother's talent, He felt inadequate, and he couldn't match the cleverness of his third brother, Jingju, so his mother forced him to study every day. Fortunately, his grandfather understood him and hired a martial arts teacher for him. His mother dared not go against his grandfather, so he had the chance to train. At 17, he wanted to go to the battlefield, but his mother cried and made a scene. Even his grandfather couldn't do anything about it. He had skills but no opportunity to use them. "Mother, I will fight for my own future. Bringing my cousin here cannot be a way for the second house to gain benefits through her marriage. You ungrateful child." Fong slapped Hu Jingwu on the head. "How can you speak about your mother like that? Even if I have some plans, I would never push Fong into danger. She is your uncle's daughter, and finding her a good match is for her own good." Fong felt frustrated. What was wrong with her plans? Did the first and third families not have their own schemes? If she doesn't find a way, once they split up in the future, the second branch might end up struggling to get by. Besides, Jingwu is already 17, but he is not doing well in his studies and has no chance of going to the battlefield. If she doesn't make an effort to help the second branch move forward, Jingwu might not even be able to find a wife in the future. Hu Jingwu has no idea that his mother has thought of so much in such a short time. He still wants to persuade his mother to find a good match for his cousin. Yesterday, Old Master Hu scolded the second couple and made them kneel in the ancestral hall for half the night, which eased the worries of the first and third branches. As long as Old Master Hua is around, the Hu family can stay stable. Fong Yi also feels more at ease, thinking that in a few days, she will say goodbye to her aunt and return home before the new year. However, Fong sure did not agree. With the new year approaching, we should wait until after the holiday to go back. What would others think if the aunt doesn't keep her niece for the new year? It would reflect poorly on me. Fong Yi wanted to say more, but Fong sure continued, "I let you enter the second prince's residence for your own good. The second prince is very humble, and if you marry him, it could help our family when he becomes a king. If you really don't want to, we can find someone suitable for you later." Upon hearing her aunt say this, Fong Yi stopped arguing. As long as the engagement didn't happen, she felt satisfied. So, she decided to return to Songjiang after the new year. After receiving her aunt's words, Fong Yi went to find Luonan. She talked about returning after the new year and mentioned that Old Master Hu punished her aunt and that the engagement was off. Seeing the smile on Fong Yi's face, Luonan still felt uneasy. Could Fong sure really give up such an easy opportunity? Would Hui Fei and her son give up on winning over the Fong family? The answer was no. Luonan didn't want to put too much pressure on Fong Yi. She just advised her to be cautious in the capital, where things can be complicated. If she ever feels uncertain, she should come to her. After Fong Yi left, Luonan found her grandfather and shared her concerns. "Grandfather, I feel very uneasy. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Fong Yi is my best friend, and I don't want anything bad to happen to her." Old Master Rong thought for a moment and replied, "Your analysis makes sense. However, without evidence, it would seem like we're trying to sow discord between them. Since Fong sure has been punished, she should be wary of associating with Hui Fei again." Luonan agreed. She only had a bad feeling without any proof, so she couldn't directly tell Fong Yi. "If it really comes to it, we can only arrange for someone to keep an eye on things privately, hoping that Fong Yi stays safe." But everyone underestimated the Fong family. Once a person becomes obsessed, they can act in crazy ways. They also underestimated the shamelessness of the Hui Fei and her son. Since the couple from the second house was punished, Fong sure has indeed stayed quietly at home. Seeing that she has calmed down, Old Master Hu no longer said anything. Today, Fong sure found Fong Yi and said, "Ear, come with me to the fabric store to pick out some cloth. When you go back, bring some home. The new year is coming soon, and I want to get you a few new outfits. I haven't been back in years, so please bring back some things for the family." Fong Yi nodded in agreement. It has indeed been 7 or 8 years since her aunt last visited home, so she could bring back more items for her family. "Okay, I'll go with you, aunt." So, Fong sure took Fong Yi to the main house. Old Master Hua had set a rule that if she went out, she must ask her sister-in-law, Princess Qinghe, for permission. When Princess Qinghe heard Feng Shi's reasonable request, she had no reason to refuse, so she agreed. She also took some silver from her private stash for Feng Shi to buy fabric and jewelry that girls like. Having observed Feng Yi over the past few days, she saw that the girl was good-hearted and wanted to take care of her more. Feng Yi thanked Princess Qinghe and followed her aunt out of the house. The aunt and niece first went to the fabric store to buy the necessary materials for their family, then to a clothing shop where they bought Feng Yi a few outfits. Finally, they went to a jewelry store where Feng Shi bought a few pieces for Feng Yi and her mother. After shopping for a long time, they felt a bit tired and decided to visit a tea house. Once they reached the private room upstairs, the waiter served fragrant tea and various snacks before leaving. Feng Shi rubbed her legs and said, "I really feel old. 10 years ago, I could shop all day, but now I'm exhausted after just a little while." Feng Yi laughed and replied, "Aunt, you're still young. Why do you say you're old?" Feng Shi sighed lightly. "Compared to you young girls, am I not old?" The aunt and niece rested while chatting. Feng Yi came out without a nurse, just with Xiaomei, and Feng Shi only brought one maid. However, the family's coachman was skilled in martial arts, as arranged by Princess Qinghe. Since they bought quite a few things, Feng Shi asked her maid to take them back home first, and then come back to pick them up. Feng Yi didn't think about anything else. There were indeed a lot of items from this purchase, taking up a lot of space. The cart was almost full, and she and her aunt felt quite cramped inside. After a little while, they heard Feng's aunt exclaim, "Oh no! Aunt, what happened?" Feng Yi was startled. She saw her aunt holding her stomach, bending over, and looking very pained. "Oh no! I must have eaten something wrong. My stomach hurts a bit. I need to go to the restroom." Seeing her aunt in such pain and distress, and since her aunt's maid was not around, she instructed, "Xiaomei, help my aunt." Xiaomei looked a bit worried. "Go quickly. I will stay in the private room and won't go anywhere." After Feng Yi said this, she stepped forward to help her aunt, and Xiaomei had no choice but to assist her down the stairs. When Feng Yi returned to her seat, a young attendant knocked on the door from outside. "Miss, I have brought you a new pot of hot tea." Feng Yi allowed the attendant to come in. This attendant was not the same one as before. "Hey, you're not the same attendant as before?" Feng Yi casually asked. "This young lady, the previous attendant went to attend to a distinguished guest, so I was sent in," the attendant explained with a smile. Feng Yi didn't say anything more. After the attendant replaced the tea, he left. The tea from the restaurant was very good, and Feng Yi enjoyed drinking it. She planned to buy some tea leaves later to give to the elderly master of the He family and the Princess of Qinghe. During her stay at the He residence, the family had treated her very well. On her first day, the Princess of Qinghe instructed the kitchen, ensuring that every meal Xiaomei brought back was something she liked. Xiaomei mentioned that she had asked the kitchen's head servant, who confirmed that it was a special request from the princess. So, Feng Yi also planned to pick out some gifts. After waiting in the private room for a while without seeing her aunt and Xiaomei return, Feng Yi became restless and thought about standing up to open the window for some fresh air. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stood up, she felt dizzy. Not able to steady herself, Feng Yi fell back into her chair. She shook her head, feeling a bit heavy-headed. What was happening? She had felt fine just a moment ago. Feng Yi reached for her teacup and drank the tea she hadn't finished. Now, she felt a bit thirsty. At that moment, her face turned slightly red, and her eyes began to blur. She wanted to open the door and call for help, but she found she had no strength at all. Feng Yi felt a bit scared and seemed to understand something. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open, and she thought her aunt and Xiaomei had returned. Feng Yi struggled to lift her head, but the person in front of her was someone she did not recognize. A young man slowly walked towards her, and she could no longer see his face. Being sensitive to scents, she only caught a faint whiff of ambergris. At that moment, a chill ran down Feng Yi's back. Ambergris was a fragrance used in the palace. As she lost consciousness, a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Yi slowly opened her eyes. She suddenly sat up, stunned by her surroundings. Quickly looking down, she saw that her clothes were still intact.
Miss.
Fong Yi mechanically turned her head to see Xiumei, her eyes swollen, kneeling by the bed, along with a wet-eyed nurse who was crying. "Where am I?" Fong Yi asked blankly, her mind in a fog. The nurse looked at the child she had cared for since birth, now seeming dazed, and felt a deep pain in her heart. The nurse slowly reached out her hand. "Don't be afraid, my lady. This is the room of Princess Annel, and you are safe now." "Safe now?" Fong Yi's face showed no emotion. She just kept repeating the nurse's words in a daze. Xiumei covered her mouth and cried. She regretted leaving the young lady alone in the room. Suddenly, Fong Yi hugged herself tightly and shrank into the corner of the bed. "Who are you? Go away. Don't touch me. Don't touch me." At that moment, the door opened, and Lu Ainin hurried in. "Princess, please help my lady." Xiumei kept bowing to Lu Ainin, who pulled her up and patted her arm. Reaching the bedside, Lu Ainin extended her hand towards the cowering Fong Yi. I'm Ainin. Come here, listen to me." Fong Yi lifted her face, recognizing the young girl before her. "Have you forgotten me?"
I'm Ainen, Lu Ainen.
Ainin, Ainin, Ainin. Fong Yi kept repeating, captivated by the girl's bright eyes, delicate features, and the dimples that appeared when she smiled. She felt as if a light had suddenly shone into her eyes. "Ainin!" Fong Yi rushed over and hugged Lu Ainin, crying loudly. Lu Ainin embraced Fong Yi, soothing her. "It's okay. It's all over now. Don't be afraid."
Fong Yi kuri teatro kendi.
"She is my own aunt. How could she do this to me?" It took a while for Fong Yi to catch her breath. The wet nurse and Xiumei knelt down again, bowing to Lu Ainin, thanking her for saving their young lady. If something had happened to her, they wouldn't be able to live either. "Ainin, I am no longer pure." Fong Yi cried, lowering her head. "A woman who has lost her innocence has no face to live in this world." Lu Ainin chuckled, and even the wet nurse and Xiumei smiled a little. Fong Yi was confused. "I'm in such a terrible situation. Why are you still smiling?" The wet nurse wiped her tears and said, "Miss, you are perfectly fine. The girl in green arrived just in time. That scoundrel didn't even touch your clothes." Fong Yi suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling. She had been so upset that she hadn't realized she felt perfectly fine, and her clothes were still properly on her. Especially the bow at her waist, which she had tied herself. Even Xiumei couldn't tie it like that. So she really was unharmed. Before long, Madame Lin arrived. She didn't call for the maid, wanting to keep this matter as private as possible. She brought Fong Yi a calming soup.
Thank you, madam.
Fong Yi quickly expressed her gratitude to Madame Lin. "Miss Fong, no need to be polite. You are Unin's good sister, so consider this your home. Don't worry, your aunt wouldn't dare come to the Duke's residence to cause trouble." Madame Lin comforted Fong Yi for a moment before leaving, giving the two young ladies some space. And then, what exactly happened? Fong Yi finally asked how she had been saved. It turned out that although Fong Shi had been punished by kneeling at the ancestral hall, Old Master Hua had also ordered her not to have any private contact with concubine Hui. Fong Shi had indeed behaved herself for a few days. However, Lu Ainin had a strong feeling that something would happen to Fong Yi. Her instincts were usually very accurate. This was not something she could let the Hua family know about without evidence, especially since Fong Yi was Fong Shi's niece. So she had green clothes keep an eye on Fong Shi. As long as Fong Shi left the house, they would follow closely. Fong Shi did not leave the house, but green clothes discovered someone speaking to Fong Shi's maid at the back door of the Hua residence. Coincidentally, the next day, Fong Shi took Fong Yi out of the house. Green Clothes followed them all the way to Delight Building. Lu Ainin had already told Green Clothes and the others to act as needed in emergencies. Without the time to notify her, they should handle things as they saw fit. Not long after Fong Shi entered Delight Building, the second prince, Xie Zhao, arrived. Although he was very low-key, Green Clothes was trained as a shadow guard. One of the training subjects for the shadow guards was recognizing people from portraits. so green clothes had naturally seen images of royal family members. Although the paintings from that time were not as realistic as our photos today, the dragon-patterned jade pendant at the waist of the second prince revealed his identity. Based on the painting, green clothing concluded that this person was indeed the second prince. Green clothing had her own methods of hiding. Xiaomei helped Feng Shi downstairs to find the restroom, while a young servant went upstairs to bring Feng Yi hot tea. None of this escaped her notice. Surprisingly, there were no other guests on the second floor of the Delight building, indicating that the entire floor had been booked. Just then, the second prince pushed open the door to the private room. At the moment Feng Yi fainted, the second prince stepped forward to pick her up, but was knocked out cold before he could do so. Green clothing did not use the stairs, but took Feng Yi out through the window of the private room. The carriage was right below the window, and behind the Delight building was a quiet alley, providing green clothing with a perfect opportunity. In this unnoticed manner, she safely brought Feng Yi back to the Marquis's residence. After hearing this, Feng Yi worriedly said, "Anan, will green clothing be in danger?" No, the second prince didn't even notice anyone behind him, and green clothing changed her appearance and cleaned up her traces. "Don't worry, he will have to accept it. Anan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been in real trouble. You've already said thank you nearly 100 times. You are my good sister. Now that I know, how could I let you fall into danger?" Feng Yi nodded vigorously, feeling fortunate to have met Liu, and Xiaomei brought a cup of hot tea to the young lady. Feng Yi took it and asked, "Xiaomei, what happened after you and my aunt went to find the restroom?" Seeing the young lady asking, Xiaomei couldn't help but feel resentful toward the married aunt from the Feng family. "Miss, I accompanied my aunt to find the restroom. When she went inside, I waited at the door, but someone knocked me on the head. When I woke up, I found myself lying next to the firewood room. I rushed into the restroom, but there was no one. My aunt was nowhere to be found, and there was no sign of the young lady upstairs either. I asked the servant, and he said he hadn't seen my aunt. I felt something must have happened to the young lady, and I didn't dare return to the Marquis's residence, so I came to find the county princess, only to learn you were at her house." As Xiaomei spoke, she cried, "My aunt is too much. How could she be so heartless?"
Why?
Of course, it was for her own selfish desires. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. The concubine Hui painted a grand picture for Feng Shi, who had always believed that the second branch was being suppressed by the other two branches. How could she not be tempted? The second prince, if he becomes a king, would have Feng Yi as a side consort, which means she would hold a significant position in the royal family. If the second prince can secure that throne in the future, it shows that Hui Fei truly understands what Feng has always hoped for. This is what pushed Feng to take risks. Hui Fei and her son are ruthless, since they see the influence and reputation of the old Master Feng and want to pull the neutral Hui family into their plans. They won't easily let Feng Yi go. Originally, Hui Fei approached Emperor Renzong to seek a marriage decree. At first, Emperor Renzong couldn't recall the Feng family from Songjiang, but coincidentally, the second on duty hinted at it, and then he remembered. Hui Fei had to be subtle. She mentioned that a girl from the Feng family came to the capital to visit her aunt, and it just so happened that the second prince encountered her on the street and took an interest. She also privately learned that this Feng girl has a good character, is smart, and writes beautifully. The lady of the Feng family was already looking for a match for her. Since the second prince rarely chooses a girl himself, they decided to select a main consort for him and let him choose a side consort. Emperor Renzong did not agree immediately, saying he would think about it. When Hui Fei returned, she felt unhappy because the emperor clearly did not seem supportive. Xie Zhao also received the news and, taking the opportunity to visit Hui Fei, the mother and son discussed a plan. As long as Xie Zhao claims Feng Yi as his partner, the emperor would have no choice but to agree, or else he wouldn't be able to explain to the Feng family. That's why Hui Fei contacted the Feng family, trying to bring Feng Yi to the Delight building. And then I don't want to go back to the Hui family. I don't want to see Feng Yulian. I'm going back to Songjiang tomorrow. Fong Yulian is Fong's given name. Luonan looked at Fong Yi and after a while said, "Your aunt almost caused your death, and you just let it go? How will you face your father and grandfather when you return? Aren't you afraid your aunt will turn against you? How can I let it go? She wanted me dead. We are enemies." Fong Yi gasped, saying with anger, "If you go back, your family might not believe you. I don't know how your aunt convinced them, but she definitely won't mention the second prince. She will say she was helping you find suitable young men in the capital. Being your aunt, your grandfather, and the others will surely believe her. You haven't suffered any harm, and just based on Xiaomei's words, they won't believe your aunt would harm you. On the contrary, your aunt can say you were disobedient, picky, and left the capital out of spite." Fong Yi stared blankly at Lu Anen, seemingly unable to argue back. "Anen, teach me." Fong Yi grabbed Lu Anen's hand. She had initially thought about going home to complain to her parents, not considering the other possibilities that could arise. I'll ask you one thing. Are you brave enough? Miss, the county princess is right. You cannot leave the capital quietly. Your aunt doesn't care about your well-being. Do you still value family ties? The wet nurse was usually very proper, but she didn't want to follow the rules this time. When they left Songjiang Prefecture, the master and mistress repeatedly reminded her to take good care of the young lady. After nearly getting into trouble, could they just go back quietly? The ones who caused harm face no consequences? How is that fair? Fong Yi gritted her teeth, feeling a surge of anger. "And I am brave enough. Even if I get scolded by my grandfather when I return, I need to speak up. She has harmed her own niece. Why should I still care that she is my aunt?" Seeing Fong Yi's determined expression, Lu Anen felt relieved. She was genuinely worried that Fong Yi would let the so-called family ties make her go easy on Fong Shi. "All right, listen to me." After hearing Lu Anen's words, Fong Yi nodded. "I know what to do now. Anen, having you as a friend is worth it for my whole life." "Me too. We both need to be strong. If we want others to respect us and not look down on us, we must stand tall ourselves. Our parents can't protect us forever. If we can't stand on our own, no one can help us." Yes. Fong Yi felt much lighter in her heart. It was already past mealtime, and they had been so engrossed in conversation that they only now realized how hungry they were. Old Madame Jean and the maidservant brought in the food. "Miss, the food has been ready for a while. You and Miss Fong were talking, so the mistress had it kept warm. I thought the time was right, so I brought it out." The maidservant set the table, and old Madame Jean went inside to invite her young lady and Fong Yi to eat. "I'm really hungry. I didn't feel it before, but now my stomach is growling." Lu Anen patted her stomach, successfully making Fong Yi laugh. You need to eat more. There are important tasks ahead. All right, I need to be full to have the energy to work." Fong Yi had no more worries. She had to eat well because she wanted to give her dear aunt a big surprise. As for Fong Shi, after being knocked unconscious by the second prince's men, she returned upstairs, but to a different elegant room. She needed to check the time before going to find Fong Yi. According to the plan, she would walk in on Fong Yi with the second prince. At that time, she would be heartbroken and blame Fong Yi, demanding an explanation from the second prince. The second prince would surely promise to make Fong Yi a secondary consort. Fong Yi, being a young girl, was shy and could only grit her teeth and accept the situation, after which everything would fall into place. However, she didn't know how she had fallen asleep in the private room, and when she woke up, everyone next door was gone. Fong Shi hurried out of the Delight building, relieved to find her carriage waiting for her, as she had instructed her maid to wait by the carriage after returning. So, the maid had not entered the Delight building and was obediently waiting by the carriage. "Madam, where is your cousin?" the maid asked. "She left early, saying she had something to take care of," Fong Shi replied. The maid was puzzled. If her cousin wasn't inside, why did the madam stay so long? However, she kept her thoughts to herself, not daring to ask further, as the madam looked displeased. Fong Shi urged the coachman to hurry back. The coachman cracked the whip, and the carriage rolled toward the Hoare residence. Just as Feng Shi arrived at the gate, she saw Feng Yi getting out of a carriage that belonged to the Duke of Dinghua. Feng Shi's heart skipped a beat. What was going on? Why was Feng Yi in the Duke of Dinghua's carriage? If everything had gone smoothly, she should have been in the second prince's carriage, right? What is this?
Feng Shi approached to ask.
Feng Yi remained silent, coldly staring at her aunt. Your aunt is talking to you. What are you doing? Feng Shi said, somewhat displeased. Feng Yi glared fiercely at Feng Shi. Aunt, you really are a wonderful aunt indeed. With that, she turned and walked into the Hua residence without looking back. Feng Yi, stop right there. Feng Shi chased after her, furious. How dare this girl give her attitude? The wet nurse quickly caught up and blocked Feng Shi. Aunt, do you not realize what you did today? What do you mean? You insolent maid, who gave you the courage to stop me? The maid may be lowly, but she is still a maid of the Feng family. Although you are married and have left, you cannot turn around and bite the Feng family. The wet nurse stood her ground, which only infuriated Feng Shi further. In just a moment, Feng Yi had disappeared, and she was not heading toward the second branch. Feng Shi grew anxious and tried to push past the wet nurse, but the wet nurse refused to budge. Xiumei followed her young lady to the courtyard of Old Master Hua, where Princess Qinghe and Master Hua were present. The Feng family has been away for a long time, and Princess Qinghe feels a bit uneasy. Just then, the old master invited her over, so Lord Hua followed Princess Qinghe to their father's courtyard. Before they could say much, a servant reported that Miss Feng requested to see the old master. Princess Qinghe felt relieved. Miss Feng had returned, and that troublesome second sister-in-law of the Feng family should be back too. The old master nodded, and the servant invited Feng Yi in. When Feng Yi entered, she saw not only the old master but also Princess Qinghe and Lord Hua, which was perfect since all the important people from the Hua family were present. Without saying a word, Feng Yi knelt down and performed a deep bow. Seeing this, old master Hua quickly said, "Child, get up. Why are you bowing so deeply?" Feng Yi raised her head, but did not stand up. Tears fell down her cheeks. "Old master, I ask you to help me." Old master Hua was shocked and quickly glanced at his eldest son and daughter-in-law, and they all exchanged worried looks. A thought crossed his mind. The second daughter-in-law was causing trouble again. "Help the young lady up and let her speak slowly." Princess Qinghe instructed Xiumei to help Feng Yi, but Feng Yi remained kneeling, straightening her back and wiping her tears. "Old master, princess, this morning my aunt asked me to go shopping with her, saying she wanted to buy some gifts for my parents and grandfather. I didn't suspect anything and went with her. After buying the gifts, my aunt said she was tired and wanted to rest at a tea house. Then she excused herself to go to the restroom, and I felt uneasy, so I asked my maid Xiumei to accompany her downstairs. But my aunt did not return for a long time. While a servant came upstairs to change the tea, I soon felt dizzy and weak, and my consciousness started to fade. At that moment, a stranger entered, and I completely lost awareness." "What?" The three people in the room were shocked. "Miss Feng, are you okay?" Even the usually composed Princess Qinghe was startled and asked directly. "Princess, I was not harmed. Someone saved me just in time, so I avoided disaster." Hearing this, Princess Qinghe collapsed back into her chair, relieved. Thank goodness. If something had happened to Miss Feng, the Hua family would have faced serious trouble. "Who saved you, Miss Feng?" "Princess, it was Princess Annel." Feng Yi did not hide her relationship with Luonan, knowing that the Hua family would find out eventually, so it was better to be open about it. However, she did not reveal too many details, keeping her words brief. "Old master." At this point, Feng Yi was already in tears. "This is not an accident, it is a scheme. Feng Yulian, the second mistress of the Hua family, has framed Feng Yi, the legitimate daughter of the Feng family in Songjiang. Feng Yi asks the head of the Hua family and Princess Qinghe for justice." Feng Yi shouted the last sentence directly. At this moment, Xiumei also knelt beside her, recounting how she accompanied the second missus Hua to the restroom, was knocked unconscious at the door, and then the second Mrs. Hu went missing. Upon hearing Fong Yi's cries, old master Hu nearly lost his breath in anger. What a disgraceful act by the Fong family. Old master Hu quickly poured a bowl of hot tea for his father and gently patted his back, fearing that the anger from the second couple would cause his father to faint. After a while, old master Hu finally calmed down. Fong girl, I will definitely give you an explanation.
Just wait and see, he said.
Turning to Hua Lauda, he instructed, open the ancestral hall and quickly summon the family members back to the residence. Go invite your second and third uncles. The Hua family is a large clan, with old master Hu being the eldest of his generation, having 2 younger brothers. Eldest wife, please take the Fong girl to your courtyard. When everyone is gathered, you can bring her back here, he added. Princess Qinghe nodded and stepped forward to help Fong Yi up. Fong Yi followed Princess Qinghe out of old master Hua's courtyard. Meanwhile, Fong Shi was blocked by Fong Yi's wet nurse and had no choice but to return to her own courtyard, planning to confront Fong Yi when she returned, to teach her about respect and hierarchy. She was furious. However, the maid returned with news that Miss Fong had gone to Princess Qinghe's courtyard. Fong Shi's expression darkened, and she slammed her hand on the table, cursing the girl for running to the main house for no reason. Now that she had calmed down, Fong Shi still couldn't understand what was happening. Why had she fallen asleep in the adjacent room? Did the second prince really visit the Delight Pavilion? Had he succeeded? Why was Fong Yi riding in the Hua family's carriage? Could it be that the second prince had failed? Or was there some issue with concubine Hui? But seeing the disappointment, sadness, and hatred in Fong Yi's eyes at the gate made it clear. Yes, there was hatred. And the words of the wet nurse suddenly sent a chill down Fong Shi's spine. This was bad. The second prince must not have succeeded. Thinking of this, Fong Shi felt a wave of panic and quickly called for the head maid. Wait at the gate. If the second master returns, have him come here immediately. Just as the head maid turned to leave, the steward of the Hua residence arrived. Second madam, the old master has ordered you to the meeting hall right away. Do you know what the old master wants? Madam, I don't know, said the servant. Mrs. Fong glanced at the steward and waved her hand, signaling him to leave. He respectfully exited. She had a bad feeling and suspected this matter was related to Fong Yi. No matter what, she would insist she knew nothing. Soon, the members of the third branch of the Hua family received the head of the family's order and hurried back, including the children studying at the Jing Mountain Academy. The 2 brothers of old Master Hua, who were also in the capital, rushed to the residence after receiving their elder brother's instructions. The maid sent out by Mrs. Fong saw the second master returning and thought to send him back to the courtyard first. However, the steward was quicker and stopped the second master, taking him directly to the meeting hall. The maid hurried back to inform Mrs. Fong. With no other choice, Mrs. Fong went to the meeting hall. As soon as she arrived, she spotted Fong Yi sitting to one side, and her heart sank. Just as she suspected, everyone from old master Hua's family was present in the meeting hall. With 2 of her brothers there, they represented their side. The meeting hall was silent. Old master Hu looked around and said in a deep voice, Fong family girl, tell us in detail about what happened today. Fong Yi stood up, walked to the center of the meeting hall, knelt down, and bowed to the 3 elders seated at the top. Then she straightened her back and recounted everything that had happened to her that day. Everyone listened in disbelief. Even the youngest son of the third branch, only 9 years old, widened his eyes in shock. What did he just hear? The aunt of Fong family's sister almost ruined her reputation? Fong Yi didn't mention her aunt or the concubine Hui, nor did she mention the second prince, but the Hua family members, already aware of the situation, understood immediately. Concubine Hui and her son were too cruel. At that moment, Hua Jingwu, sitting to the side, felt turmoil in his heart. How could his mother do this? His grandfather's previous words seemed wasted. How could she act this way? His little cousin was her own niece. Hua Jingwu clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. Hua Jingwen, sitting next to him, noticed his brother's distress and quickly grabbed his arm. He felt both angry and frustrated. How could his good brother be stuck with such foolish parents? Big brother, what is going on? Asked his second and third uncles in unison, stunned. Was their niece really mad? Collaborating with outsiders to ruin her own niece's reputation? The girl from the Fong family wanted the Hua family to give an explanation. How would they handle this? The stranger mentioned by the Fong girl is the second prince. Mr. Hua looked at his two younger brothers. Big brother, what are you talking about? How can my nephew's wife be involved with the second prince? They have nothing to do with each other. Uncle Hua was so anxious, he almost pulled his hair out. In the palace, concubine Hui wants to choose a secondary wife for the second prince. They approached the Fong family from Songjiang, knowing that the Hua family would never ally with the Li family. They still agreed for their own benefit. The emperor must have rejected concubine Hui's request, which is why she and her son are trying to use underhanded tactics to force the emperor's hand, leading to the trouble for the Fong girl. Mr. Hua's second son became alarmed and quickly stood up. Father, this has nothing to do with us. We just learned about girl's situation. Her aunt has this intention, but we can't go along with it. Father, my daughter-in-law took you out to buy gifts for the family. She indeed had stomach pain and went downstairs to find a restroom, but she doesn't know what happened. After coming out of the restroom, Xiaomei was missing. My daughter-in-law hurried upstairs to look for her, but ended up falling asleep in the private room. When she woke up, he was already gone. Mrs. Fong spoke urgently. It's true that he was almost in danger, but she was also set up. She is a victim too. Second brother's wife, you really won't believe it until it's too late. Since you can't find the Fong girl, have you even asked her anything since you've been back for so long? I ran into her right at the gate. I spoke to her, but she completely ignored me. Mrs. Fong tried to defend herself. Mr. Hua snorted, bring in Granny Hu. At Mr. Hua's command, the housekeeper brought in Granny Hu, and Mrs. Fong's face turned pale. Granny Hu was her most trusted servant, who had been in contact with the palace made of concubine Hui. Once Granny Hu entered, Mrs. Fong stared at her intently, making her intentions clear. If you speak carelessly, you might not be safe. Granny Hu was indeed brought from Mrs. Fong's family and had followed her for many years, loyal to her. However, since her family was being watched by Mr. Hua's people, no matter how loyal she was, she wouldn't dare gamble with the lives of her family. So, Granny Hu spilled everything about her contact with concubine Hui, what they discussed, and how they plotted. Huingzi, you've betrayed me. Mrs. Fong suddenly lunged at her, grabbing Granny Hu in a fit of rage. The wife of the third house, Jiang, and Princess Qinghe stepped forward to separate the two, as there were no other servants in the meeting hall except for the chief steward. The chief steward was a trusted aide of old Master Hua, and being a man, he could not step in to pull away Fong. Granny Hu, injured, could only cry softly. The old master held the lives of his family in his hands, leaving her no choice but to betray Fong. With a wave of his hand, the steward took Granny Hu away. Second daughter-in-law, do you still want me to provide more evidence? When did you enter the palace? Who did you meet? When did you leave the palace? And how many times? All of this can be verified in the palace records. After saying this, he took out a piece of paper from his sleeve, which clearly listed everything. Uncle Hua and Uncle Sen also looked at it. Second, you are being foolish. Our Hua family sacrificed the lives of 5 young men to distance ourselves from the Li family. Even if you are young and unaware of the past, don't you remember our family rules? The Hua family does not take sides, does not associate with the Li family, and is only loyal to the emperor. Uncle Hua slammed the table in anger, shaking with frustration. Sitting at the head of the table, old Master Hua looked at his second son with disappointment and said, "Bring the family tree. Father, I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once." Second Master Hua pleaded, kneeling on the ground. Fong was stunned, staring blankly and forgetting to cry. Were they really going to be kicked out of the Hua family? This time, old Master Hua did not soften his heart. He had favored the second son while his wife was alive, which had led to this situation. The eldest son was capable, served as a good official, and married Princess Qinghe, making him the next head of the family. The youngest son was a skilled businessman, and the two brothers worked well together, ensuring the He family would thrive. Although the second son lacked talent in both literature and martial arts, he would have the support of the eldest son, and in a couple of years, he could still hold up the second house. However, he never expected that the second couple would think differently and act so recklessly, blinded by their own desires. He had let down the ancestors of the He family. There is a house in the east of the city. You two should move there. You will receive what is due to you. Jing will stay with me and become the head of the second house. From now on, you will have no further connection with the He family. After saying this, old Master He leaned back in his chair, as if all his strength had been drained at that moment. No, father, you cannot treat me this way. You promised my mother. If she were here, she wouldn't abandon me.
Je was trolig krying.
Why was he jealous of the first and third branches? It was because he felt dissatisfied and believed Fang's words. Thinking it over, he realized he couldn't compare to his older brother's talent or his third brother's business skills. Why did he insist on fighting against this? He regretted it. Wouldn't it be better to just live a simple life? So, what if he lacked ability? His father would still care for him. Yi understood that since his father had invited his second and third uncles today, there was no turning back. He would truly be separated from the He family from now on. The hall was extremely quiet. No one dared to speak up for Yi. Jingwu lowered his head, biting his lip, tasting blood in his mouth. Jingwen had been watching his cousin. As the eldest grandson, he was kind-hearted and took good care of his younger siblings. At this moment, he could only grip Jingwu's arm tightly. He couldn't comfort him, but he wanted Jingwu to know that his brother would always be by his side. Fang had no expression on her face as she slowly turned her head, her gaze landing on Fang Yi. If looks could kill, Fang Yi would be in serious trouble. Suddenly, Fang lunged at Fang Yi, catching everyone off guard with her surprising strength. I want to kill you. It's all because of you. Fang was holding a hairpin. If that pierced Fang Yi, it would surely leave a hole. She was aiming right for Fang Yi's neck. Because Fang acted so suddenly, no one had time to react. Princess Qinghe was so scared her legs went weak. Someone stop her, she shouted. Fang Yi was also caught off guard when a figure suddenly jumped in front of her, shielding her. Fang Yi only heard a muffled grunt from above. Jingwu, someone, take this madwoman away. Princess Qinghe shouted loudly. The steward outside the meeting hall led in some strong women to pull Fang away. Everyone quickly gathered around. Fortunately, Jingwu was tall and bumped into Fang's arm, causing the hairpin to stab into his arm. Fang's strength was too great. Not only did most of the pin go in, but in her frenzy, she stabbed several times, soaking one side of his clothing with blood. Quick, send for the family doctor. Old Master He ordered loudly. Fang Yi also realized that the person protecting her was Cousin Wu. Cousin Wu! Fang Yi cried in fear, seeing that half of his arm was covered in blood, with the hairpin still stuck in it. The family doctor hurried to the meeting hall and was shocked to see Master Wu covered in blood. He quickly began to treat the wounds. Fortunately, Jingwu had trained in martial arts and was strong, so he didn't even flinch while the doctor worked. Jingwu, don't blame your grandfather for dealing with your parents. The He family has many members, and your grandfather couldn't take the risk. Seeing his grandfather, whose hair was already turning gray, Jingwu finally shed tears. Grandfather. Jingwu knelt down. I cannot plead for my parents. They made mistakes and should face the consequences. I only hope they can live peacefully in the future. Grandfather He reached out and patted Jingwu's head. This child had been pushed to study hard by his second uncle and aunt since he was young. If he hadn't kept an eye on him, they might have driven a good child to madness. Thinking of this, Grandfather He said, Jingwu, in a few days, I will visit the Rong family. Do you want to follow General Rong or Duke Dinghua? Jingwu was stunned, staring wide-eyed at his grandfather. Did he really hear that right? Foolish boy, You are the only one in our family who has liked martial arts since childhood. Your grandfather is asking whom you want to follow. He is going to see Uncle Rong. Haven't you always wanted to join the army? Uncle Hua laughed as he reminded Jingwu. Grandfather, I want to follow Duke Rong, General Zhao. Jingwu wiped his tears and smiled. Jingwu, you can also become a great general in the future, Hua Jingwen said as he gently patted his younger cousin. Second brother, great general, great general. Several younger siblings gathered around, and the atmosphere in the meeting hall lightened, no longer feeling so heavy. Uncle Hua sat on the floor, relieved that his father had left Jingwu behind. He couldn't give Jingwu what he wanted, but he hoped he would follow General Zhao closely, achieve great things, and restore the Hua family's second branch. Jingwu slowly walked to his father, knelt down and bowed 3 times. Father, I am unfilial. Please take care of yourself. I will come to see you. Uncle Hua sighed. It was my mistake. This is what I deserve. Don't blame your grandfather. He has taken on too much. Follow Duke Rong well and show filial piety on my behalf. After saying this, Uncle Hua bowed 3 more times to Grandfather Hua, stood up, and slowly left the meeting hall. That day, Uncle Hua moved out of the Hua residence. In the family tree, the second branch now had only Jingwu left. This news quickly spread throughout the capital and naturally reached the palace. The concubine scolded someone as useless, saying they only caused trouble. Hua Er and Feng Shi had nothing to do with her. They were just pawns. What made her angry was that someone had ruined her plans. They knocked Xie Zhao unconscious, stripped him of his clothes, tied him up, and drew many turtles on his body. Even worse, they gave her son some medicine, and Xie Zhao's little Xie Zhao was out for several hours, almost causing serious harm to him. But she couldn't say anything and had to swallow her anger. No matter how hard she tried to figure it out, she couldn't understand who was behind this. Even Xie Zhao didn't know who had knocked him out, and the guards were all dazed and confused, not knowing what had happened. When Emperor Renzong found out, he sent a message to the Hua family. After receiving the imperial order, the Hua family broke out in a cold sweat. The emperor's message was very straightforward. The Hua family needed to stop the damage and change their ways. Otherwise, he would take Qinghe away and relocate them. This was a clear threat. The emperor had a strong personality. The Hua family felt as if they had narrowly escaped disaster, having walked through the gates of. The old master of the Hua family repeated his warnings 3 times. Even without reminders, the Hua family learned their lesson. The emperor knew everything and was watching how they handled the situation. The matter between the concubine and Xie Zhao did not spread, and the noble families in the capital only knew that the second branch of the Hua family had gone against family traditions and was abandoned, without knowing the full story. Since it involved the royal family's reputation, Feng Yi also kept quiet about the concubine and the second prince's issues. Therefore, all the blame fell on the couple, Feng Shi and his wife. Feng Shi was now somewhat disoriented. The old woman and maid around her had been given medicine and remembered nothing. The old master of the Hua family acted quickly, cleaning up the mess in no time. Hua Jingwu was injured. Although it wasn't serious for him, he still felt quite down after the incident. In the large courtyard of the second branch, he was all alone. Feng Yi remained in the second branch. Luonan wanted to take her to Rongfu, but Feng Yi said that her cousin Wu had protected her, so she wanted to stay and take care of him. Luonan thought this was reasonable. Hua Jingwu was at his most vulnerable now, and having his cousin around would help him feel better. When Princess Qinghe saw that the Feng family girl had not left and was still with Jingwu, she felt much more at ease. The Feng family's girl is a good child. From the situation with the second prince, it's clear she is not someone who seeks wealth and status, and her eyes are very clear, so she is not worried about being together with her cousins. Princess Qinghe arranged for her maid to go over to avoid raising suspicions and to take care of the 2 children. Feng Yi understood Princess Qinghe's intentions and gladly accepted her kindness, which made Princess Qinghe appreciate her even more. The next day, old Master Hu called for his eldest son and daughter-in-law, Princess Qinghe. Eldest son, daughter-in-law, prepare a generous gift. I need to visit the Rong family. The couple exchanged glances. Old Master Hu said, Father, my wife and I can go. You have been busy these past few days, so you should rest at home. Old Master Hu waved his hand. No. I must go personally to thank County Mistress Annal.
Huh?
Thank County Mistress Annal? Seeing his son's confused expression, Old Master Hu patiently explained. The first person the Fong girl met after arriving in the capital was County Mistress Annal. They became friends in Songjiang Prefecture. Knowing her character, she wouldn't let her good friend enter the second prince's residence. Secondly, don't you think someone has been secretly helping her from the beginning? Father, are you saying it's County Mistress Annal? Princess Qinghe quickly asked, voicing her curiosity. Old Master Hu nodded. After the incident at the Delight Building, someone rescued her without leaving a trace, which indicates that someone is protecting her. That person is County Mistress Annal, Princess Qinghe added. Old Master Hu nodded again. County Mistress Annal is still young, yet she has such foresight. Thankfully, she is not an enemy. Moreover, when the Fong girl sought justice, the way she expressed it must have been taught by County Mistress Annal. Otherwise, with Fong Yi's gentle nature, she wouldn't have used such a strong approach to seek justice. Don't you think it resembles the recent incident at the Xian Wang residence? At this point, Old Master Hu couldn't help but smile, his eyes filled with approval. Your father's analysis is very reasonable. Regardless, County Mistress Annal saved the Fong girl and helped our Hu family avoid a disaster, so we must go and express our gratitude. Although Old Master Hu felt sorry for his younger brother, he had no choice but to think of the whole family. Old Master Hu sighed. Even though I often argue with Old Man Rong, we have a mutual respect for each other. I never expected his granddaughter to save the Hu family. Do you think that Princess Annal saved the Fong girl, which helped the Hu family avoid a disaster? That's not the case. Father, what do you mean? I'm a bit confused. Old Master Hu is indeed a bit confused, and Princess Qinghe also didn't understand her father-in-law's words. A few days ago, Old Man Rong came to me and asked me to pay attention to the Fong family. He said they have secret dealings with concubine Hui. Old Man Rong mentioned that it was his granddaughter, Princess Annal, who discovered this and analyzed concubine Hui's intentions, urging me to be cautious. Father, she's just a child. How can she have such abilities? She is indeed a child, but she's not ordinary. After enduring in the Wang family for many years, at the age of 12, she helped her mother and younger brother leave the Wang family, collected medicinal herbs, opened a shop, and started a business. Although she encountered Chu Xian, if she had no talent, he wouldn't have recognized her as a sworn sister. You should know that Chu Xian is a businessman. At that time, he didn't know she was from the Rong family, and later, step by step, she caught the emperor's attention. Do you all think she relied on Duke Dinghua and Duke Ronghua?
Wrong.
Even without a powerful background, this child will make a name for herself in 10 years. Chu Xian's father was promoted 3 ranks because of her. The emperor has a keen eye for talent. Among so many daughters from noble families, how many have received titles? Old Master Hua and Princess Qinghe nodded repeatedly, realizing that their family truly owed Princess Annal a great favor. Remember, if one day Princess Annal encounters a major event, our Hua family must offer our full support, no matter the cost. Old Master Hua made a firm decision, and one day in the future, the Hua family fulfilled that promise. Princess Qinghe quickly prepared gifts, and Old Master Hua was very confident in his daughter-in-law. The chief steward sent an invitation to the Rong family. The next day, Old Master Hua took his eldest son and daughter-in-law to the Duke Dinghua's residence. Since the two families already had connections, and the whole capital knew that the two old men, Hua and Rong, would argue when they met but missed each other when apart, their visit didn't attract much attention from the noble families. Lu Anan also stayed at home, as Old Master Hua specifically wanted to see her. The younger generation prayed silently when they saw the two old men meet, hoping they wouldn't argue. Unexpectedly, things didn't go as hoped, and Old Master Hua spoke up first. I said, Old Man Rong, I'm not here to thank you today. I'm here to thank Princess Annal. Where is that girl? Hurry and bring her out. Old man Rong immediately became displeased and retorted, Old man Hua, Anan is my granddaughter. I won't let her out, so what will you do about it? Then I won't leave. You have to feed me. Old man Rong, come on, I want to order some dishes. The younger ones exchanged glances, not daring to step forward to persuade them, knowing that whoever tried would be scolded. Rong Ju, feeling the pressure, stepped forward and bowed deeply. Uncle, please sit for a moment. I'll go get the girl. She knows you are here and has been looking forward to playing a game with you. Old man Hua's eyes brightened. Good, good. Old man Rong laughed heartily. Old man Hua, I am no match for that girl, so you better be careful. Hearing this, Old man Hua smiled and leaned closer to Old man Rong. I say, Old man Rong, you have to help me at a crucial moment. You can't abandon me. Princess Qinghe and Madame Lin both covered their faces, thinking how Old man Hua's words sounded off. They couldn't help but picture him holding a handkerchief, gazing into the distance with a forlorn expression. Soon, Rong Ju brought Lu Anan over. Old man Hua and his son, especially Princess Qinghe, couldn't help but look toward the door. What a beautiful young girl. Her face was beaming with smiles, and she radiated like a little sun, so bright. In the capital, there are noble ladies who are reserved, some who are cheerful, and others who fight at the slightest disagreement. But this girl had something special that those noble ladies lacked. Yes, it was confidence and independence. The traditional virtues did not bind her. She wouldn't go against morals, but she was definitely not anyone's subordinate, nor would she rely on a man to live. She is herself. A positive, sunny, and confident Lu Anan. Old man Hua's eyes were filled with joy. When Lu Anan entered, she saw a lively old man sitting next to her grandfather, who must be the head of the Hua family, Old man Hua. Next to her aunt sat a very dignified woman, who must be Princess Qinghe. The remaining elegant man was Princess Qinghe's husband, the elder of the Hua family, and in Greet's Grandpa Hua, Princess Qinghe and Uncle Hua. Although Uncle Hua and Rong Ju were of the same generation, he was older than Rong Ju, so Lu Anan naturally addressed him as uncle. Lu Anan entered and greeted Lord Hua and Princess Qinghe. Good child, no need for formalities. Princess Qinghe stepped forward, helped Lu Anan up, and smiled, saying, You are such a bright and lovely girl. I've wanted to meet you, and today my wish has come true. Princess, you look so beautiful when you smile. I really like it, Lu Anan said playfully, tilting her head. Princess Qinghe was surprised and touched her own face, wondering if she really smiled. Lord Hua almost laughed. He was used to Princess Qinghe's serious demeanor, as she rarely smiled. His wife was truly a model of a noble lady, outstanding as the matriarch of the Hua family, and everyone praised her.
But now?
Lord Hua was sure that his wife had been outshone by this unconventional young girl. Madam, you really do look beautiful when you smile, Lord Hua sincerely complimented. At that moment, Princess Qinghe's eyes lit up. She turned to her husband, realizing he also liked women who smiled. Having received the best education since childhood, even the most critical palace attendants praised her as a model noblewoman. To be the matriarch of the Hua family, she felt she couldn't laugh freely or even shed tears in public. She had to walk according to the rules. Now, this young girl told her she looked lovely when she smiled, and her husband thought so too. Could she smile every day from now on? Lord Hua noticed the sparkle in his wife's eyes, reminiscent of a youthful girl, and felt happy. Madam, you can smile more often. I enjoy seeing it, he said. Princess Qinghe's face turned red, and Lu Anan quickly helped her sit down. Princess Qinghe secretly glanced at her husband, and seeing his joy made her heart feel sweet. Meanwhile, Lu Anan stuck out her tongue playfully, and Madame Lin gently poked her forehead. Old Lord Rong couldn't help but laugh heartily. Whoa, we are getting old, but seeing the younger generation so happy gives us peace of mind. Lord Hua nodded with a smile. He looked at Lu Anan kindly and said, Girl, I want to thank you. You have saved the Hua family. The old man spoke sincerely. Upon hearing this, Lu Anan, like a child who had made a mistake, lowered her head and took small steps to kneel before Lord Hua. Grandpa Hua, it's because of me that the Hua family has come this far. Please punish me. Old master, her felt warm inside. The Hua family had misfortunes, but this child was not to blame at all. However, the child knelt down so directly. How could it not touch old Master Hua? Get up, girl. Do you know what the emperor said yesterday?
Huh?
Seeing the dazed little girl in front of him, old Master Hua felt even more affectionate. The emperor said that if the Hua family does not take decisive action, he will relocate the Hua family. The emperor is watching. He is waiting. The entire Hua family is standing on the edge of a cliff, and one wrong step could lead to disaster. I cannot let the entire Hua family suffer because of Hua Gang's mistakes. He knew the family rules, but for his own selfish desires, he disregarded the lives of the whole family. I spared his life because I raised him poorly, and I feel responsible, but he must also bear the consequences of betraying the family. So, girl, if it weren't for your cleverness, the Hua family would soon be gone. The old man's eyes were red. Elder Rong advised from the side, Old man Hua, every generation has its own fortune. Hua Gang leaving the Hua family will teach him a lesson. He enjoyed the family's glory for over 30 years, yet he wants to bring the Hua family to ruin. The blood of the Hua family would have been shed in vain. Old Master Hua sighed heavily. I kept Jingwu by my side. This child is good, and it's unfortunate he has such parents. Today, I have a request for my second nephew. As soon as Rongju heard this, he quickly said, Uncle, please go ahead. My second grandson Jingwu has loved martial arts since he was young, but Hua Gang and his wife forced him to study for exams, nearly driving the child mad. A few years ago, I hired a martial arts teacher for Jingwu, but the Fong family was very unhappy, saying I would ruin him. Now that I have this child with me, I plan to pass the second branch to him in the future. I want him to gain experience in the military, and he admires you the most. Can you help me out? Rongju thought this was simple. Since Hu Jingwu is a good child, he shouldn't be held back by his parents and fade away. Uncle, let Jingwu come to me tomorrow. I will place him in my personal guard unit and see how far he can go from there. Good. Old Master Hua felt relieved. As long as this child Jingwu rises, the second branch will have a chance to revive, and he and his late wife will have a legacy to leave behind. Old Master Hua felt lighter in his heart. He looked at Luonin and said, Girl, how about a game of chess? Old Master Hua loved chess, and he remembered what Elder Rong had just said. He wanted to have a match with this girl. Luonin loved Go in both her lives. Go is not just an intellectual sport, its strategies, overall vision, and adaptability are closely related to philosophical ideas. In her previous life, she reached the amateur level of 5 Dan, and in this life, while in Kaoshan village, she received direct teaching from her grandfather. Later, her master often played with her. After arriving in the capital, she frequently played against her grandfather. When Old Master Hua suggested a game, she readily agreed, saying, Grandpa Hua, I might embarrass myself. So, the old man and the young girl sat across from each other, with Luonin playing white and Old Master Hua playing black. The white pieces moved lightly and quickly, while the black pieces were steady and deep. The faint aroma of tea surrounded them, calming their minds completely. As time passed, Old Master Hua's admiration for her grew. The young girl's style of play was aggressive and bold, and after dedicating half his life to this game, he found her to be a worthy opponent. Old Master Hua exchanged glances with Princess Qinghe, realizing that this county princess Annal was impressive. After the game ended, he said, It's a draw. Looking at the board filled with black and white pieces, Old Master Hua sighed lightly, while Luonin was slightly sweating. Grandpa Hua, you let me win, she said. I didn't let you win. This is my true level, he replied. Madame Lin arranged for a maid to bring water, and after washing their hands, Luonin personally served Old Master Hua some hot tea. He took a sip and asked, Girl, who taught you? When Luonin heard Old Master Hua's question, she leaned closer and whispered, It was taught to me by Grandpa Yuan. Old Master Hu's ears perked up immediately. Old Master Hu was shocked and widened his eyes, asking, "You mean Grandpa Yuan, right?" He couldn't help but think how impressive this child was. Now he understood why. "When I was in Kaoshan village, I met Grandpa Yuan by chance. He took pity on me, often giving me food and teaching me to read and about medicine. I read many books, and when he saw I liked Go, he taught me step by step." Old Master Hu didn't know how to express his feelings at that moment. He once again marveled at how right his decision was. Building a good relationship with County Princess Annal was beneficial for the Hu family, bringing them great advantages. Grandpa Yuan was a national teacher. Although he didn't formally take Luonin as a disciple, they shared a bond that was almost like that of a teacher and student. This child would achieve great things in the future. At noon, the Hu father and son, along with Princess Qinghe, had a meal at the Rong family's place before taking their leave. In the carriage, Mr. Hu saw his wife smiling and wondered what was on her mind, occasionally laughing out loud. He teased, "What's going on, my dear? Since we left the Marquis's residence, you haven't stopped smiling." Princess Qinghe smiled and turned to her husband, and in his right. "When you smile, sunshine fills your heart, and the future looks bright. Do you like Anin?" Princess Qinghe nodded. "I really like her. If she didn't already have a marriage agreement, I would ask the Emperor to arrange a match. What a pity. Then let her come to our house often to talk with you." Princess Qinghe shot her husband a look. "That's not a good idea." Mr. Hu was puzzled. Princess Qinghe explained, "We don't have any girls around Anin's age in our house. The oldest, Minner, isn't even 10 yet. Among the boys, Jingwen is married, Jingwu is 17, and Jingju is 13. If Anin comes often, what will others think?" Mr. Hu understood immediately. If there were ill-intentioned people, they might create rumors about Princess Annal, and he didn't want to cause trouble for the child. "By the way, what did Anin say to your father to make him react that way? Although he quickly returned to normal, I still noticed." "I only heard him mention learning Go from Grandpa Yuan." Mr. Hu brought up the topic. Although he hadn't heard clearly, his hearing was good enough to catch a few words. Princess Qinghe thought seriously for a moment and then sat up straight. "Dear, I also heard my father mention a Yuan and quickly avoided the topic. If I'm guessing correctly, the person who shocked my father must be the Emperor's teacher, Mr. Yuan." Mr. Hu gasped. "Oh my! What did I just hear? The Emperor's teacher. He taught Luonin. So the Emperor is Anin's senior." Mr. Hu couldn't help but say it out loud. Princess Qinghe gave him a light slap and playfully scolded, "Mr. Yuan hasn't taken Anin as a student, but since he has taught her, there is a bond. No wonder the Emperor values this child." Mr. Hu frowned deeply. Seeing her husband's expression, Princess Qinghe asked, "What's wrong?" "My dear, I was narrow-minded. I underestimated Princess Annal. I thought she relied on the Duke and Marquis families and that the Emperor appointed her because of her connections. I never expected." Before Mr. Hu could finish, Princess Qinghe interjected, "I never expected she would win the favor of the elder. Many scholars spend their whole lives without ever meeting him, only able to admire him from afar." The couple chatted all the way home, and Mr. Hu felt particularly relaxed. Of course, the main topic was the Princess of Annal County. Princess Qinghe was always smiling, and Mr. Hu was so excited, he looked like a young man in love. When they arrived home, the servants were stunned to see Princess Qinghe. Was this gentle and beautiful woman really their princess? Their princess was dignified, graceful, noble, yet strict, and everyone in the Hu family praised her as the head of the household. Even the elder Mr. Hu treated her with extra respect. But the woman before them had a soft smile that warmed everyone around her. The young couple, Jingwen and Jingwu, along with their siblings, were equally amazed. Suddenly, the youngest son, Tonggur, exclaimed, "Auntie is so pretty, I like her." The children looked at Princess Qinghe with shining eyes. Princess Qinghe bent down and gently patted Tonggur's head, saying, "If you like Auntie's smile, I will smile every day, okay?" "Okay." Tonggur jumped up happily and ran toward the courtyard, shouting, "Dad, Mom, Annie smiled. Auntie is so pretty when she smiles." Everyone laughed, and Princess Qinghe couldn't help but laugh too, feeling especially lighthearted at that moment. Elder Mr. Hua sensed that changes were quietly happening in the Hua household. After returning, he spoke to Jingwu about going to the tiger camp to find Lord Rong the next day, and Jingwu was very excited to hear this. Wooer, follow Lord Rong closely, achieve great things, and help restore the glory of the second branch of the Hua family. Thank you, grandfather. I will remember your words. Jing Huowu returned to the second branch's courtyard, just in time to meet his cousin, Fong Yi. Cousin, I'm going to the tiger camp tomorrow. Seeing her cousin's excitement, Fong Yi was happy for him. Congratulations, Wu cousin. But you still need to be careful since your injury isn't fully healed. I know. By the way, while I'm away, you can visit my sister-in-law or the princess of Anil County. Just remember to take Ban Deng with you when you go out. He's quite capable. Ban Deng was Jing Huowu's personal servant, who had grown up with him. No need, Wu cousin. Let Ban Deng stay with you. I can't take a servant to the military camp. So it's settled. After saying that, Hu Jingwu left quickly. The maid of Princess Qinghe happened to be beside Fong Yi and said with a smile, Miss, young Master Wu asked for Ban Deng to follow you because he is worried about your safety. Nanny and Xiaomei cannot fight, so with Ban Deng around, the princess will feel at ease.
Fang Yi understood.
The last incident had scared everyone, and even thinking about it made her uneasy. She had no choice but to accept her cousin Wu's good intentions. That day, Fong Yi received a letter from Luonin, who was waiting for her at Xiaobai Building. Fong Yi brought Xiaomei and Ban Deng along to Xiaobai Building. In the private room, the sisters hadn't seen each other for a few days, so they naturally became close again. Yi, you look much better. How have you been in the mansion? Fong Yi leaned her head on Luonin's shoulder. She was 2 years older than Luonin and had come to rely on her even more after the last incident. I'm doing well. The princess takes good care of me. She insists that I stay until after the new year when the weather warms up, and I can send a letter home first. I also want to stay and accompany Cousin Wu since his family has fallen apart because of me. You know, this isn't your fault. It's the second branch that wronged you. Hu Jingwu understands that, otherwise, he wouldn't have arranged for someone to ensure your safety. Fong Yi softly agreed. I'm very grateful to him, and I hope Cousin Wu can recover soon. I wrote a letter home, and if all goes well, my father will come to the capital to bring me back. By the way, Anan, about Cousin Wu, we should thank Lord Ho. He really likes the Tiger Bend camp. Yesterday, Lord Ho asked him to return home and report safely. When he mentioned Lord Ho, his eyes lit up and he couldn't stop smiling. He looked silly. After saying this, Fong Yi laughed. Luonin rolled her eyes and asked, Yi, what do you think of Hu Jingwu? Fong Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. She nudged Luonin with her shoulder. Cousin Wu is great. He is my cousin. You mentioned that cousins marrying is common in ancient times, but for someone with a modern mindset like you, it's hard to accept. I worry that if you and Hu Jingwu develop feelings for each other, will you bless it or not? I really can't do that. If I try to stop it, I'm afraid of backlash. Luckily, Fong Yi doesn't have feelings for Hu Jingwu. Otherwise, she really doubts that heaven sent her here to cause trouble. After leaving the small white building, Luonin took Fong Yi back to the Hua residence. She carefully selected a pearl necklace for Princess Qinghe from the small white building and asked Fong Yi to deliver it to her. The necklace excited Princess Qinghe, not because of its value, but because of Luonin's sincerity. This made the princess like the little girl even more. Little child, don't be greedy. After the 8th day of the 12th month, it's New Year. Before they knew it, the 8th day of the 12th month arrived, and the New Year was getting closer. Qingyi also returned, looking tired. In the past few days, Luonin felt much more relaxed. The accounts had already been settled, and plans for the coming year were in place, so it was time to take a few days off for herself. The master and servants chatted in the small flower hall. Granny Jean said, Miss, this year on New Year's Eve, the palace will hold a banquet. Ardachi has defeated the barbarian kingdom, gained a new crop, and established a battlefield hospital, so this year's banquet will be especially lively. Luonan knew a bit about palace banquets. In past dynasties, significant festivals would feature palace feasts. Not only royal family members attended, but also important ministers and their families were invited. For instance, during the Tang dynasty, on New Year's Eve, the emperor would host a grand feast for his officials, celebrating until dawn with much singing and dancing and even bonfire gatherings, creating a lively atmosphere. So, it was no surprise that Deqi's New Year's Eve banquet would be similar. Granny, do all officials of rank from the capital and outside have to attend the New Year's Eve banquet every year? Since she didn't fully understand the palace customs of this era, Luonan wanted to ask more questions to avoid mistakes. Miss, according to our Deqi's rules, only officials of 5th rank and above in the capital are qualified to attend. As for officials from outside, those with outstanding achievements will also be invited to the capital, like this year, Lord Chu will be returning. Luonan nodded. Her adoptive father had been promoted to a high position due to his outstanding achievements, especially regarding the flood in Lijiabao. She would likely see her adoptive parents in a few days. Granny continued, as a county princess, you will certainly be on the guest list. The Duchess and Our Lady will also attend, and generally, the Emperor allows officials to bring their primary wives and legitimate children. Granny couldn't say it directly, but Luonan understood. Her mother's current status was too awkward, so she probably wouldn't attend, which was for the best. Palace banquets were the easiest times for secretive actions. Those palace intrigue novels often have characters getting their clothes wet or being poisoned with some kind of drug. Like the last time I fell into the water, such old tricks. These cliches are often the most effective methods. No matter how old they are, if they work, that's what matters. Luonan really didn't want to attend this banquet or that meeting. Not only is the food usually bad, but there are also many rules, and it can even be dangerous. Just thinking about it gives her a headache. However, she has to go, not just because she is a county princess, but also because her father is a marquis and her grandfather is an important official. Since she has to go, Aunt Jean must prepare everything in advance to avoid any surprises. Luonan doesn't need to worry about this. She doesn't understand much, so she leaves it to the experienced Aunt Jean. Sure enough, 3 days later, the third brother from the Chu family came to say that their adoptive father and mother would arrive in the capital that afternoon. It was already late afternoon, so Luonan quickly got ready and followed her brother to the outskirts of the city to greet their adoptive parents. There was a tea house for resting outside the city, and the siblings sat there waiting. From a distance, they saw a group of people, and as they got closer, they realized it's not our father. It looks like the military officers returning to the capital, murmured Chu Sanshao. When is our second brother arriving in the capital? Luonan asked. Their second brother had been rewarded by the emperor for defeating the barbarian king in the western region, so he was definitely returning to the capital. The message from our second brother yesterday said he would arrive a few days later. However, my brother-in-law won't be coming back this time. Although there is a peace agreement with the barbarian king, they are still not convinced, and my brother-in-law's special unit has a heavy responsibility. The special unit was a name Luonan had come up with. These people were carefully selected and specially trained to gather intelligence on the enemy. Normally, this special task would be handled by scouts in the army. When Luonan was in the western region, she casually mentioned some ideas about special operations, and Lian Sheng adopted them. Chu Sanshao smoothly called him brother-in-law. Luonan rolled her eyes. Brother Lian Sheng even said in his letter that he has an important mission to handle. Seeing his little sister's mysterious expression, Chu Sanshao couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, the group of people had arrived, and the large flag ahead displayed a single white character, so it's General Bai Tianming, the commander of Liaodong, Chu Sanshao whispered to Luonan. Luonan actually recognized that name. General Bai was also a fierce general, but he didn't have much interaction with either their second brother or their father. So the siblings both looked away, and soon the group passed by. Half an hour later, the carriage from the Chu family finally arrived. Luonan came out of the tea shed and quickly ran towards the carriage, with Chu Sanshao and Qingyi, Liu closely following to protect her. Inside the carriage sat Lord Chu and Lady Zhu. At that moment, Lady Zhu opened the window and immediately saw the little girl running towards the carriage, her face lighting up with joy. "My dear, it's an." Lord Chu also squeezed the window and exclaimed, "Look, my little girl is here." Luonin saw the two familiar faces in the window and waved her arms, calling out loudly, "Father, Mother." The carriage came to a steady stop. Lord and Lady Chu got out, and Lady Zhu opened her arms to embrace the rushing little girl. "Mother, I missed you so much." Luonin jumped into Lady Zhu's arms, rubbing her little head back and forth, bringing tears of joy to Lady Zhu's eyes. "Humph, don't you miss me?" Lord Chu pretended to be stern. Luonin quickly stepped out of her mother's embrace, ran up, and hugged Lord Chu's arm, shaking it. "Father, and I missed you too, hee." "Dad, I missed you too," Chu Sanshao chimed in, trying to hug his father's arm, but was playfully brushed off by Lord Chu. Lady Zhu also looked at him disapprovingly as she pulled Lu Anen onto the carriage, with Lord Chu following behind. Only Chu Sanshao stood by the roadside, feeling the cold wind. With the return of the Chu parents, the family felt close again. That night, Luonin stayed at the Chu residence, since she had her own courtyard there. She would occasionally come back for a couple of days. Otherwise, old Lord Chu would cause a fuss at the Rong residence. The families enjoyed several lively days together. Before long, it was New Year's Eve. Following tradition, the palace banquet began at noon, which is around modern-day 12 p.m., with tables being set up and cold dishes and snacks being served. By the time it was around 4 p.m., the New Year's Eve dinner officially started. So, Luonin got up early, tidied herself up, and prepared to set off for the palace with her father, grandfather, and uncle's family. Since she was a child of the Rong family, she didn't go with her maternal uncle's family. However, she would naturally meet up with her aunt and mother-in-law at the palace. Luonin kept thinking to herself how difficult it was to enjoy a meal. Not only did they have to follow various palace rules, but they also couldn't eat and drink freely. She even dared not drink too much water. She really couldn't understand the point of attending the palace banquet. At the time of departure, Luonin walked out of her grandfather's yard with her father and grandfather, and Zhuang followed closely behind. The little guy was dressed in a bright blue outfit, matching hat, and little boots, looking quite spirited. He clung to Luonin's arm and wouldn't let go. Having spent a lot of time together, Luonin and Zhuang had developed a strong bond. When Luonin couldn't take Zhuang out before, she would tell him to stay home, and even though he couldn't speak, he understood and would patiently wait without causing trouble. But this time, Zhuang was acting differently. No matter what Luonin said, he wouldn't nod in agreement. Luonin noticed the worry in his eyes. Worry? Yes, that was it. Although Zhuang was just a little monkey, he was very perceptive. Sometimes, Luonin wondered if he was sent by the heavens. So, she decided to take him along. "Okay, I'll take you, but you mustn't run around and need to listen to me." Zhuang quickly nodded, though his little monkey face looked very serious. Rongju was puzzled. Who brings a monkey to a palace banquet? No one dared to do that except for his daughter. But he also knew that his daughter had a special bond with Zhuang. Besides, Zhuang was like a little person who couldn't speak, and the family adored him. As they sat in the carriage, Luonin pushed down her doubts. Soon, the carriage from the Duke of Dinghua arrived at the palace gates, where many officials and their families had already gathered. Luonin's family arrived relatively early. This time, the officer on duty at the palace gate was not the usual Bai Shui, but another officer named Tao Guang. When Tao Guang saw them, he smiled widely and asked why the county princess was holding a monkey. "Is that monkey wearing clothes? And shoes?" Lord Duke, Lord Rong, General Rong, County Princess Annal, Tao Guang hurriedly greeted everyone. Luonin couldn't help but laugh, and Zhuang quickly covered his eyes with his little paw. Rongju reacted quickly, turning his head and looking at the worn-out coat. "It's Lord Duke, not Monkey Lord." Luonin struggled to hold back her laughter. It was really hard for her. Tao Guang was quick on his feet and immediately said, "General Zhaowu." Rongju rolled his eyes and snorted, pulling the worn coat and heading into the palace. Romeo looked at his father and shook his head helplessly, leading everyone inside as well. Tao Guang felt a thrill and watched the Duke of Dinggua's back, thinking how impressive the general was. He truly had a commanding presence. This time Granny Jean, Qingyi, and Lvi all came along. After entering the palace, Luonin soon met up with her aunt, cousin Huanyan, and her adoptive mother. Since there was still a lot of time before the palace banquet, everyone gathered in one place to chat. At that moment, Mr. Shue's family also arrived. Mrs. Shue, with her keen eyes, spotted Luonin right away and came over with young Master Yu and Mr. Shue. The families often interacted, so Mrs. Shue stayed to chat with everyone. After about a quarter of an hour, a palace maid approached, dressed in a way that indicated she held a rank. She walked over to the group and said, "I greet the Duchess." Mrs. Su looked at the maid and found her somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall who she was at first. "I am Jiang Xiang, a maid by the Empress's side," the maid said. Mrs. Su then remembered, "I thought you looked familiar, but I couldn't place you."
So, it's Miss Jiangxiang.
Jiang Xiang smiled and added, "The Empress knows that County Princess Annel has entered the palace and has sent me to invite her for a moment of conversation." Luonin had met the Empress before. When the Xiaobai building opened, the Emperor and Empress had visited in disguise, which was why no one dared to make trouble for the Xiaobai building afterward. However, Luonin had not met Jiang Xiang at that time, as only a Si had come with a few guards. Since her aunt confirmed that the maid was indeed Jiang Xiang, Luonin had no doubts. With plenty of time before the banquet, she followed Jiang Xiang to Fengqi Palace. Granny Jean was naturally worried. Even though Jiang Xiang was a maid of the Empress, the palace was very complex. So, she went along with Qingyi, while Yi stayed behind to watch over Zhuang. Luonin couldn't bring a monkey to meet the Empress. The palace was very large. Luonin had been there once before during a previous visit, but she had only gone to the imperial study and didn't know much about the other areas. As they walked, Luonin kept her eyes straight ahead and walked steadily, earning some praise from the leading maid. After about half an hour, they arrived at a palace. Luonin looked up and saw it wasn't Fengqi Palace but Jinhua Hall. Although she was puzzled, she didn't ask any questions. The maid stopped and respectfully said, "County Princess, the Empress is not in Fengqi Palace at the moment. She often comes here to enjoy the orchids she likes." Luonin then understood why the maid had brought her here. The palace maid looked at Granny Jean and Qingyi and said, "You wait here. The County Princess will come in with me." Granny Jean and Qingyi had no choice but to wait outside the Golden Flower Palace. Luonin didn't suspect anything. The palace had strict rules, and it was normal for the palace maid not to let Granny and Qingyi enter. So, Luonin nodded at Granny Jean and turned to follow the palace maid into the Golden Flower Palace. The palace was quite large, with winding corridors, but Luonin had a strong sense of direction. Once she walked through, she would remember it clearly. Even under the warm winter sun, the rooms felt especially cold, and Luonin suddenly realized she didn't like this place. The palace maid led her to a room and said, "County Princess, please rest here for a moment. I will go report to the Queen." Luonin nodded. The palace maid invited Luonin into the room, which was very simply decorated. A table, 2 chairs, a landscape screen, and a golden incense burner, with auspicious dragon patterns carved on the corners. Just as Luonin was about to ask the palace maid where the Queen was, she saw the maid had already turned to leave. The door to the room was then closed, and with her keen hearing, Luonin caught a very faint click. Luonin's heart sank. "Oh no, did I just hear the sound of the door locking?" She quickly turned and walked to the door, but it wouldn't open. Frowning, she thought, "Who is trying to harm me this time?" She quickly glanced around the room. It was a bit high, and she couldn't use lightness skills to reach the beams. Right, the window. Luonin hurried to the window, but it wouldn't budge. It seemed to be nailed shut. Her mind raced. She took out a pill from her pocket and swallowed it. It was her master's secret formula, which could counteract many poisons and also alleviate the effects of certain drugs. Could the queen be trying to deal with me? No, based on what she knew about the queen, there was no reason for her to target Luonan.
Liteo.
That wicked old woman must be behind this. Only the Empress Dowager had a reason to go after her. Luonan had recently caused trouble for the virtuous prince, so it made sense that the palace had been quiet, waiting for her here. But why would the palace maid, who served the queen, help the old woman? Luonan forced herself to stay calm. Granny Jean and Qing Yi surely didn't know she was set up. How could she get out? At that moment, she noticed a shadow flicker behind the screen, startling her. Who's there? With a loud crash, the screen fell over, and a woman tumbled out. Luonan instinctively took 2 steps back and, upon closer inspection, realized she did not recognize the woman. The woman, having fallen against the screen, struggled to lift her head. A short knife was stuck in her chest, and she stared directly at Luonan. "Princess, why did you kill me?" she asked before lowering her head. "What? Why would I kill you? That's what I should be asking you. Why did you try to harm me?" Luonan felt a surge of panic. She understood now. She had been set up. Not to mention who that senior maid really was. At this moment, she couldn't escape, and soon someone would come. The woman lying against the screen didn't seem to be a maid, judging by her clothes. Luonan was alone in the chamber. If the woman died and Luonan lived, it was clear she would be the suspect. Even if she couldn't be convicted, the emperor would have to imprison her to uncover the truth. If she was imprisoned, her family would be thrown into chaos, and her father would surely cause trouble, possibly playing right into the enemy's hands. Luonan closed her eyes and thought, "Heaven, why are you making this so difficult for me? Do I really have to face so many challenges?" Suddenly, there was a noise above her. Luonan looked up sharply to see a small head peeking down from the roof tiles, along with a beautiful girl in ancient attire. No, it was the adorable Defong. "Miss, hurry up." Defong lowered a rope, and Luonan quickly grabbed it. With a strong pull, Defong lifted Luonan up. Just as Luonan steadied herself, the door to the chamber burst open, and several strong maids and eunuchs rushed in. "Where is she? Where did she go?" The two held their breath as Defong carefully covered the moved tiles, leaving a small gap to see inside. "Quick, check the roof," a voice called from below. "Miss, I'm sorry," Defong whispered, then quickly wrapped her arms around Luonan and leaped away. Luonan clung tightly to Defeng's arm, feeling as if she were on a roller coaster as they swiftly exited the Jinhua Hall. They brought Zhuang to what appeared to be an abandoned palace. Defong scanned the surroundings coldly. "There's no sound of anyone here. It's safe." Luonan sighed in relief. "Defong, someone is trying to harm me." Defeng's expression turned serious. "Do you know who it is?" "It's very likely the old witch." Luonan then briefly shared her suspicions with Defong. "By the way, Defong, how did you find your way here?" "Thanks to Zhuang," Defong said while gently patting Zhuang's little head, who smiled widely. Zhuang stood by Luonan's feet, holding her hand tightly with a concerned look in his big eyes. It turned out that Granny Jean had arranged everything in advance. Worried about any trouble from the older women in the palace, she brought Defong along, but Defong was disguised as a girl. Defong looked quite delicate, and with a high-collar winter outfit, no one could tell he was a boy when dressed as a girl. He pretended to be a maid, following Madame Lin closely. Not long after Luonan left with the palace maid, Zhuang started to get restless, and no amount of coaxing from Lu Yi worked. Fortunately, Lu Yi, being a secret guard, was quick to react and noticed that Zhuang was worried about Luonan, perhaps sensing something was wrong. So she quietly asked Zhuang, "Are you worried about the young lady?" Zhuang nodded. "Do you think the young lady might be in danger?" Zhuang nodded again, looking very anxious. Lu Yi casually walked over to Defong and said, "Sister Feng, could you please take care of Zhuang while I go get something for the young lady?" After that, she quickly communicated a few words with Defong using lip movements. Defong understood, picked up Zhuang, and said to Madame Lin, "Madam, I will take Zhuang for a little walk over there." Madame Lin agreed. knowing De Feng was in the palace to protect Luonan. So, De Feng and Zhuang successfully found Luonan. They didn't find the young lady, so they can't accuse her of murder. But many people saw the palace maid, Jiang Xiang, take the young lady away. What should we do about this? Should we inform the Marquis? Luonan shook her head. We should go find the queen. The palace maid, Jiang Xiang, is close to her. The queen has no reason to harm me. If it were the old witch, why would Jiang Xiang help her? Is Jiang Xiang really working for the queen? De Feng looked worried. Young lady, won't it be dangerous if we go to see the queen without warning? It won't be. The palace maid said the queen wanted to talk to me, and many people heard it. If something happens to me, the queen will have to explain. Let's go. De Feng nodded. The two quickly left the palace, and with Zhuang, their guide, they easily found Feng Qi Palace. On their way, they took a less traveled path and did not encounter any palace servants or eunuchs. As they approached the Phoenix Rest Palace, Luonan encountered a young palace servant. She pretended to ask for directions, claiming to be the county princess of Anil, here to visit the empress. The young servant led Luonan directly to the entrance of the Phoenix Rest Palace, revealing that she was also from there. When the at the door saw the county princess had arrived, he hurried inside to report. Shortly after, a senior maid from the empress's side came out. Luonan was taken aback and exclaimed, Xiang? The senior maid was also surprised. County princess, do you recognize me? Seeing the confusion in the maid's eyes, which didn't seem fake, Luonan felt as if a thunderclap had gone off in her head. Quickly take me to see the empress. Although Xiang didn't understand what was happening, she noticed Luonan looked very anxious and immediately turned to go inside. Luonan followed Xiang into the Phoenix Rest Palace, where the empress was in the West Warm Pavilion. After the maid entered, Luonan waited outside. Once inside, Luonan respectfully greeted the empress. Anil pays her respects to your majesty, wishing you good health and long life. The empress was very pleased to see Luonan. Anil, quickly get up. Luonan stood up. The empress smiled and said, I was planning to invite you to the palace to chat after these busy days, but you came here first. Perfect timing, we have some time before the palace banquet so we can have a good talk. Luonan thought to herself that the senior maid must indeed have a problem, as the empress was unaware of what had just happened. So Luonan said, Your Majesty, I have something to discuss. Could you please dismiss the others? Though puzzled, the empress agreed upon seeing Luonan's serious expression. Your Majesty, did Xiang leave the Phoenix Rest Palace half an hour ago? The empress was even more confused. Anil, why do you ask that? Please tell me, did Xiang leave the Phoenix Rest Palace half an hour ago? Seeing Luonan's serious demeanor, the empress realized there must be a reason for her question and replied, Xiang has not left the Phoenix Rest Palace at all today. Then who did I see? Luonan murmured to herself. The empress sensed something was wrong and asked, Where did you see Xiang? Luonan then recounted everything that had just happened to the empress. With a loud clap, the queen's expression darkened as she slammed her hand on the small table. What a clever plan, killing two birds with one stone. Fortunately, Jiang Xiang had never been outside, or the queen wouldn't have been able to explain herself. No matter who was behind the plot against Anil, everyone saw a palace maid named Jiang Xiang go to summon Princess Anil, and Jiang Xiang happened to be from Feng Qi Palace. Even if the truth comes out in the end, the person behind this has still used Jiang Xiang to create trouble for her. Does Anil have anyone in mind as a suspect? Luonan frowned and thought for a moment before replying. Since Anil came to the capital, she hasn't offended anyone in business, but there have been some conflicts with the Prince Xian's residence, which I believe you already know, Your Majesty. The queen nodded. The Prince Xian lost a money pouch and targeted Luonan's business, hoping to get a share. Unexpectedly, his plan backfired, and Anil turned the tables on him, even causing the queen mother to lose the prized qin she had given to the Wen family. The emperor had come to Feng Qi Palace that very day, excited to share the news, and the queen was well aware of it. Your Majesty, thankfully, Anil's maid reacted quickly. She saw that palace maid hurriedly leaving Jinhua Hall and sensed something was wrong. She quietly came in to check and overheard that Princess Annel had been locked in a room. That's how she followed a little to find me. Otherwise, Annel would have had a hard time escaping today. After Annel got out, something fell off. That palace maid must have been an imposter, which is why she boldly came here to ask for your help to save Annel. After saying this, Llewellyn wiped away a tear and continued, "It doesn't matter that Annel was framed. The person behind this is truly malicious. Not only did they scheme against Annel, but they also dragged the Rongwa and Dingwa families into this. Most importantly, they made you, your majesty, take the blame, which is extremely wicked." The queen was understandably furious.
Annel, don't be sad.
Now that I know about this, the person behind it won't get away with their plan. Llewellyn felt relieved with the queen's promise. This was the outcome she wanted. Only the queen could deal with the old schemer in the palace. Then Llewellyn asked the queen to send someone to look for Grandma Jean and Chingy, and the queen immediately arranged for people to search for them. By the way, your majesty, there really are people who look so alike. Annel just saw Jiangxiang and immediately called her name, which startled her. Annel thought it was really her. The queen thought for a moment and slowly said, Jiangxiang was already in the palace before she came to the royal residence. She was only 9 years old at that time and did have a twin sister. When the royal residence was buying servants, they initially wanted both Jiangxiang and her sister, but unfortunately, her sister fell ill and could not be saved. So only Jiangxiang came to the royal residence and later followed me into the palace. At this point, the queen suddenly stood up, her expression turning quite serious. Your majesty, what's wrong? Llewellyn asked with concern. However, she quickly understood. Jiangxiang did have a twin sister, and if that sister were still alive, this situation had been set in motion over a decade ago. If this was done out of revenge against her, this hidden piece could strike the queen at any moment, or be used against the crown prince, or even the emperor. But Llewellyn couldn't share these thoughts with the queen. Given the queen's recent reaction, it was clear she had already considered these possibilities. Matters concerning the royal family were best left unspoken. The queen quickly regained her composure. It's nothing, Annel. Remember, if anyone asks, just say you came to Fengqi Palace with Jiangxiang. I will have Granny Wan and Jiangxiang you back shortly. The little palace maid who brought you here is from Fengqi Palace, so don't worry. They won't say anything they shouldn't. After chatting for a while longer, the queen's messenger returned, saying that Granny Jean and Chingy were waiting outside Fengqi Palace. The queen then called for Jiangxiang and Granny Wan. Granny Wan was a trusted elder who had been brought by the queen from her family, and she was very loyal. After giving them a few instructions, Llewellyn took her leave from the Xinhuan pavilion. Upon exiting the palace gates, she saw Granny Jean and Chingy. The group exchanged quick glances of understanding without saying a word. Granny Wan and Jiangxiang then led everyone back to the banquet location. Madame Su and the others were already waiting and starting to feel anxious. Llewellyn had been gone for quite a while. Why hadn't she returned yet? The woman in green whispered, Ladies, there's no need to worry. De Feng and Zhuang have gone to find her. She will be fine. With so many people around, they couldn't show their anxiety, so they had to wait patiently. Fortunately, Lu Anin finally returned. Accompanying her was Granny Wan, who was close to the queen. Madame Su was familiar with Granny Wan, and seeing her personally Lu Anin back eased everyone's worries. Madame Su thanked Granny Wan, and after Granny Wan and Jiangxiang left, Madame Su quietly asked, Why did they take so long? Lu Anin whispered, Aunt, something happened. I'll explain when we get home. Madame Su sensed it was serious and nodded slightly. After Granny Wan and Jiangxiang returned to Fengqi Palace, the Empress kept Granny Wan back and shared everything with her, including her own suspicions. Granny Wan gasped in shock. Your Majesty, this must be the work of that old witch. No one else is so malicious. Fortunately, Princess Annel is safe. Otherwise, that old witch would have caused you trouble. Granny, it seems this palace is not very clean. As soon as I loosen my grip, some people can't hold back and start causing trouble. Your Majesty, then tighten your grip. I will personally investigate who is still in contact with that old witch. I will report this incident to His Majesty. If that impersonating palace maid is really Jiangxiang's sister, the intentions behind this are frightening. We need to inform the Crown Prince to avoid giving anyone an opportunity. Granny One took note of everything. Finally, everyone made it to the evening of the New Year's Eve banquet. The Emperor and Empress walked in hand, followed by other concubines, while officials and their families quickly knelt to greet them. Strangely, Empress Li did not come. She was absent. Luonin couldn't help but laugh inside. That old woman must be furious.
Ha ha.
It's best if she stays away. The palace banquet is already not filling, and with that ancient witch around, I wouldn't want to eat it all. Luonin was right. Empress Li had indeed coughed up blood. Luonin successfully escaped from Jinhua Hall, causing Empress Li to lose her temper and break things, making herself sick. What should have been a good game ended in utter defeat. Luonin, you were born to be my nemesis, to bring trouble to our Li family. The Empress wished she could sew a doll to poke with needles every day. She couldn't attend the banquet and didn't want to. She feared seeing that little troublemaker. By the way, when Luonin first met the woman named Jiangxiang, she realized she was indeed Jiangxiang's twin sister, named Dakui. However, Dakui was no longer the protective sister she used to be. Soon, Dakui would almost take the Empress's life by herself. This was indeed a scheme by the Li family, aiming to use one of the twins to create chaos in the prince's residence in the future. Unexpectedly, Prince Xian ascended to the throne, and the Li family was even more excited. They must train Chui well, as she would be a powerful tool for them in the future. This time, Empress Dowager Li grew resentful towards Luonin and wanted to take this opportunity to suppress the Rong and Lu families while also plotting against the Empress. That's why they activated Chui, who had been secretly trained for many years. However, despite their flawless plans, Luonin managed to escape, which made Empress Dowager Li furious. The absence of the Empress Dowager did not affect the New Year's Eve banquet at the palace. A royal family member asked why she was not present. Emperor Renzong sadly replied, "The Empress Dowager is unwell and cannot attend during this important time. I am also very sorry, so tonight we will reduce some music and dance to show our respect." Upon hearing this, the nobles praised the emperor for his kindness. Little did they know Emperor Renzong was secretly cursing, thinking that old witch should just die. If I didn't have to hold a banquet, I would gladly hold a funeral instead. Prince Xian, on the other hand, was not in a good mood. He hadn't found a chance to visit the Empress Dowager yet, and now that the banquet had just started, he couldn't leave immediately, so he had to endure it. The officials were drinking merrily. Although Emperor Renzong said he would reduce the music and dance to show respect, he surprisingly invited young Master Bu Ran to perform. While the ladies were captivated, the men were wide-eyed, eagerly watching young Master Bu Ran. As the music began, everyone was enchanted, feeling as if they were in a fairyland. A minister from outside the capital, Mr. Ke, did not recognize young Master Bu Ran. He had just returned to the capital for work, but his daughter, Kuro, loved playing the piano and wanted to ask young Master Bu Ran for guidance or to have him as a music teacher. He inquired if young Master Bu Ran would be willing. Emperor Renzong secretly chuckled, thinking he wanted to invite Bu Ran too. This guy was just like the famous Dr. Bai Lao, only taking one disciple for life, and that was someone who made cotton. Bu Ran smiled slightly, looking as charming as spring flowers, especially with his peach blossom eyes and half of his golden mask shining brightly.
"I cannot agree," he said.
Mr. Ko was puzzled. His offer was very generous. His daughter, with tears in her eyes, asked, "Why not, young master?" "Because I already have a disciple." "Who is your disciple?" "Her, that rebellious disciple." Bu Ran pointed at Luonin. Some ministers and their families, who were close to the Rong or Lu families, couldn't help but laugh. The good-natured disciple was munching on something, her cheeks puffing up like a little hamster. And Princess Annal. Kuro was quite surprised. Although she hadn't spoken to Lu Ainin before the banquet started, she was aware of Lu Ainin's status. Kuro felt a bit displeased. She was quite competitive and suddenly wanted to challenge Lu Anan, wanting to show the young master that not taking her as a disciple would be a mistake. Princess Anil, would you be willing to have a friendly competition with me? Kuro asked. Lu Anan didn't look up and replied, no, I don't want to. Kuro almost choked on her words. Lu Anan was too straightforward. Couldn't she be a bit more polite? Why don't you want to? I just don't want to. Why should I explain my reasons to you? Kuro gritted her teeth. At that moment, the nearby Hui Fei spoke up, Princess, since Miss Ko is sincerely inviting you, you shouldn't decline. It's not a competition. What's wrong with a little exchange? No one will mind if you play well or not. It's just a bit of fun to liven up the banquet, right, Your Majesty? Hui Fei passed the decision to the Empress, who quickly glanced at Lu Anan. Lu Anan subtly closed her eyes for a moment. The Empress immediately smiled and said, it seems our Anil girl can't be lazy now. With that one sentence from the Empress, Lu Anan couldn't argue back. Emperor Renzong chuckled to himself, thinking they would regret it once they heard her play. Lu Anan stood up gracefully. Miss Ko, you go first.
Keskiviikko nodded happily.
She couldn't claim to be an expert, but she had been playing since she was 3, and her family had hired renowned teachers for her. In Kaifeng, if she wasn't the best, no one dared to claim the title. So, Kuro was very confident. Sure enough, those with a bit of musical knowledge could tell that the Ko family girl had excellent skills. Even Bu Ran secretly admired her. Despite her young age, she had talent. Thinking of his own disciple, Bu Ran felt a mix of emotions. After she finished playing, everyone applauded enthusiastically, and Kuro felt very pleased. Princess, it's your turn now. The Emperor and Empress were a bit worried, especially Emperor Renzong. Was there still time to tell Anil not to play?
All right.
Lu Anan didn't hesitate and walked to the center, sitting down gracefully. Lu Huanyan quickly came over to adjust Lu Anan's clothes. Before the banquet began, Lu Anan changed into a new outfit, a pink and white dress with large pink petals embroidered at the hem. As she moved, the petals seemed to come alive, as if they were falling from the sky. After Lu Anan sat down, Lu Huanyan spread her skirt completely, resembling a blooming flower, vibrant and bold. This display amazed everyone. Even the virtuous princess showed a hint of envy. Kuro was momentarily dazed. I'm going to start playing now, Lu Anan announced. Emperor Renzong quickly took out some cotton and stuffed it in the Empress's ears, and he did the same for himself. The Empress was confused. She wanted to hear Anil play the piano, so why was her ear blocked? Emperor Renzong ignored her protests and made sure to stuff her ears even more. Meanwhile, Mrs. Su and the Rong family had also covered their ears. The confused officials and their families were bewildered. What was happening? Was Anil's music really that unpleasant? Kuro couldn't help but laugh. How bad could Anil's playing be to make everyone cover their ears? She glanced at the young man beside her, who not only covered his ears but also pressed his hands tightly against them, looking utterly disheartened. This only strengthened Kuro's belief that Anil's music could make people feel desperate. Lu Anan glanced at everyone, then slightly lowered her head and placed her hands on the strings, suddenly striking a loud note, followed by 2 more. Those quick to react finally understood why Lu Anan was reluctant to play in public and why the Emperor and Empress had blocked their ears. They wanted to cover their ears too, but was it too late? Kuro's expression was particularly vivid. Knowing this outcome, she wouldn't compete with Lu Anan. She had no desire to suffer through this. Just as everyone felt hopeless, Lu Anan's fingers flew across the strings, and they suddenly felt a wave of pressure. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the girl before him, his gaze growing brighter. What was playing dumb to catch a tiger? This was a clear example. The people at home were momentarily stunned. The cotton couldn't stop them. What were they hearing? It was a sound like clashing swords and galloping horses.
It was exhilarating.
Wonderful, the Empress shouted, pulling the cotton from the Emperor's ears. Her instincts told her that Anil would not disappoint her, so she had secretly removed the cotton earlier. And indeed, she was right. Emperor Renzong suddenly opened his eyes, sharp and bright, his gaze like a sword, shining with a fierce light. Not only Emperor Rinzong, but also the military generals present, the Rong brothers and the Chu brothers, all focused their attention on the slender figure in the center of the hall. No one understands the battlefield better than they do, with smoke rising, the clash of weapons, and the sound of thunder echoing. Everything felt so close, as if it were happening right in front of them. The sound of war drums, the neighing of thousands of horses, and the roar of heroes reached the sky. For the sake of the people, for the beautiful land, for the well-being of the citizens, they faced death bravely, wielding their swords to fight against the wolves. Suddenly, everyone felt the scene shift before their eyes, and a sorrowful sound reached their ears, like a mother longing for her child or a wife waiting for her husband to return. So tragic. Wives, children, and parents leaned at the gate, watching the distance with tears, hoping that familiar figure would come towards them, even if they walked slowly, even if they were wounded, even if they were unrecognizable. But year after year, day after day, only the wild grass on the graves remained, like hair blown by the wind at parting. They left their flesh and blood on the battlefield, their souls still guarding that land, not allowing anyone to trample it. Anyone who invades our territory will be hunted down for life. Tears glistened in the eyes of the generals, as this was the story of their fathers, brothers, and comrades, fighting through hardships for their country, blood staining the battlefield, their souls never returning. Suddenly, Luonin's music changed, the sound of the zither like raindrops gently tapping on the window, delicate and warm, making people feel the beauty and warmth of life. At this moment, Bu Ran picked up the jade flute. The melodious flute sound flowed like a stream, like a poem or a painting, and everyone seemed to see plowing oxen in the fields, playing children, and curling smoke from kitchens. That was the peace of a prosperous dynasty. As the piece ended, Lu Anin gently lifted her hands from the strings. The hall fell silent for a moment. Many people were already in tears. What had they just experienced? Many ministers, especially the military generals, waved their arms, eager to grab their swords and head to battle. Even Crown Prince Ye Hung clenched his fists, feeling a fire in his chest. Emperor Rinzong stood up, and the hall instantly quieted down. The imposing emperor looked at the crown prince and pointed at the generals in the hall, saying loudly, "Crown Prince, do you see? These soldiers defend the territory and honor of our great Qi with their blood and lives. They protect our peace with their flesh and bones. Do not forget them." Crown Prince Ye Hung nodded vigorously. "Father, I will remember." The generals in the palace listened, and then came out together, kneeling in the grand hall, saying in unison, "We wish the emperor a long and prosperous reign, and may our great Qi nation enjoy peace and stability." "Good." Emperor Rinzong raised his wine cup, saying, "I drink with all of you to wish our great Qi nation peace and stability. May our soldiers return victorious, and may the people live in abundance, without worries." Peace and stability for the nation, and abundance for the people. Emperor Rinzong was very happy, and the entire hall became lively. Luonin slowly walked to the emperor and empress, kneeling down and saying loudly, "And in wishes the emperor and empress long life and happiness. May our dynasty prosper and our land remain strong. Happy New Year to you." After saying this, she respectfully bowed her head. Emperor Rinzong laughed heartily. "Anin, get up." The empress smiled and said, "Your Majesty, Anin has greeted you for the new year. You must give her a red envelope." After saying this, the empress winked at Luonin, who immediately understood and stretched out her little hand, saying, "Wishing you wealth. Where's my red envelope?" The emperor and empress exchanged smiles. Emperor Rinzong playfully pointed at Luonin and turned to Ada, saying, "Ada, go to my private treasury and bring that box of pearls to give to this girl." "Empress, I have already given her a red envelope. What about yours?" Seeing the smile in the emperor's eyes, the empress playfully glared at Emperor Rinzong. "I will naturally give one too." After saying this, she took off a golden hairpin and handed it to Granny Wan beside her. Luonin hugged her New Year gift, smiling widely. At this moment, the competition between County Princess Enin and Kuro was clearly decided. When Luonin returned to her seat, Kuro walked over, feeling dissatisfied, and asked, County Princess Enin, was that intentional? Luonin shrugged and replied, of course it was intentional. What will you do about it? You? Kuro was left speechless, wondering why she had come to the capital to embarrass herself. Kuro turned to Buran and said, Buran, do you accept any disciple regardless of their character? How could you take in someone like her? Buran looked coldly at Kuro and replied, I do as I please. It's none of your business. Nearby, several ladies couldn't help but laugh. Miss Ko was quite amusing. What did it matter to her what kind of disciples he took? Did she think she could stir trouble between them? Madame Ko quickly instructed her maid to bring Kuro back. This little incident did not affect the lively palace banquet, as everyone raised their cups to celebrate the new year, and the atmosphere became lively once again. The wise prince could no longer wait. He said to Emperor Renzong, Your Majesty, I would like to visit my mother. I hope you will allow it. Emperor Renzong did not stop him and replied, Go ahead, but please tell her to take good care of herself. The wise prince thanked Emperor Renzong and left the banquet hall with the wise princess. At this New Year's Eve banquet, everyone knew that young Master Xie was recuperating at the villa. His wife could not leave him alone, so she took their child to the hot spring villa. Thus, young Master Xie's wife, Xiao Jin, was not seen at the banquet. The wise prince and princess arrived at the Empress Dowager's Rinshou Palace, which felt very quiet and lacked any festive atmosphere. Although red lanterns were hung inside and outside the palace, it still felt somewhat strange. Empress Dowager Li was in the warm pavilion. When she heard that the wise prince and princess had arrived, a smile appeared on her face. My son and daughter-in-law come to pay their respects to you, wishing you health and happiness. Get up. Where's my great-grandson? Why didn't you bring him? Empress Dowager Li asked upon seeing only the wise couple. Mother, Yin is still at the hot spring villa. The Xiao family is with him. On New Year's Eve, I was worried it would be lonely for him, so I let Xiao take Huan along. Empress Dowager Li nodded and instructed, Prepare some food. There are no outsiders here today. Us three keep the new year together. The wise prince looked guilty and said, It is my inadequacy that has caused you distress, mother. Empress Dowager Li was touched, and tears welled in her eyes. My son, you are talented and capable, no less than Xie Yunling. It is my failure that you have not ascended to the throne. The wise prince immediately knelt down. I am ashamed, mother. You should be enjoying your golden years, yet you still worry about me. Rest assured, I will make sure you see that day. Empress Dowager Li wiped her eyes and reached out to help the wise prince up. Let us plan together. We will surely succeed. In the western camp, far from the capital, there was no sign of relaxation despite their commander, Lord Chu, returning to the capital. On the contrary, the defenses were very strict. In the cavalry camp, Lian Sheng sat at his desk, reviewing various intelligence reports collected by his subordinates. Si Dian and Wu Lang were organizing useful information nearby. Si Dian was now the leader of the Special Operations Unit, while Wu Lang had always been by Lian Sheng's side. The Special Operations Unit had split into smaller groups, each fighting their own battles, and they had their own means of communication. Young master, take a look at this, Si Dian said, handing a message to Lian Sheng. In a private setting, San Lei and the others continued to call Lian Sheng young master. Lian Sheng took a look at the note and saw that there was infighting in the barbarian royal court. The old barbarian king favored the eldest prince, while the second prince had joined forces with the third, fourth, and fifth. Young master, the eldest prince might not be the one to win in the end. Although he is the son of the main wife, the second, third, fourth, and fifth princes are not to be underestimated. However, the sixth prince has remained quiet for many years, Si Dian said softly about this invisible sixth prince. Lian Sheng glanced at the information about the sixth prince and then looked at Si Dian, saying, Anyone who can grow up safely in this royal court should not be underestimated. Remember, a barking dog doesn't bite. You are right, young master. The sixth prince's mother is not a barbarian. She was a woman taken by the old barbarian king from the border of Dachi, and he killed her entire family. The sixth prince has Dachi blood in him.
Oh?
Lian Sheng raised his attractive eyebrows. This is interesting. What happened to that woman? According to reports from the intelligence camp, the queen ruined her face and left her with a limp. Later, the old barbarian king sent her away. Otherwise, she would have died in the palace. Lian Sheng tapped the table with his hand. After a while, he said, "Let our people investigate and safely bring that woman out."
Huh?
Why do we need that woman? Wu Lang asked in confusion. She will be useful. Also, check the sixth prince's attitude. He can't be unaware of his mother's situation. How could he bear to see her suffer so much? His mother is from Dachi, so he must be marginalized in the royal court. If he wants revenge, he needs to rise to power. Exactly. Si Dian and Wu Lang said in unison. Let this sixth prince stir up trouble in the barbarian royal court, causing them to fight among themselves. If he successfully rises to the top, his mother is a Dachi person. Si Dian walked around excitedly. Young master, this is a good idea, but what if the sixth prince is weak? Lian Sheng leaned back in his chair, crossing his long legs on the table. If he is weak, we will give him a push. A weak person in that position is more beneficial for us. If he is a wolf, we will put a leash on him. He can only get that chair with our help. If he doesn't cooperate, we will reveal the truth, and he will be seen as the villain of the entire barbarian royal court. I believe he will know what to choose. Si Dian and Wu Lang exchanged glances. The young master was ruthless. In an inconspicuous valley within the barbarian royal territory, there was a small courtyard. At that moment, the sun was shining brightly, and an elderly woman with white hair sat under a tree. She must have been beautiful in her youth, and although her face was now lined with wrinkles and had scars, her eyes were still very lovely. She wore clean clothes made of coarse fabric typical of women from the Daki region. Another woman came out of the house, dressed similarly in Daki attire, with dark skin and her hair styled in a traditional way. Madam, you have been sitting for a long time. Why not take a break? The white-haired woman remained silent for a while before saying, Gui Xiang, I'm sorry for making you suffer by following me. The woman named Gui Xiang smiled slightly. Madam, I don't feel any suffering. If you hadn't saved my life back then, I would have been forgotten in my grave. The white-haired woman sighed softly. Gui Xiang, do you miss home? I do, very much. I have thought about it for 26 years, but I can't go back. My home is gone. I am a sinner of the Yen family. The white-haired woman, known as Madame Yen, began to cry softly. Gui Xiang wiped her tears. How could she not miss home? She missed it so much that it hurt her heart. She knew her home was just beyond the mountains, but she couldn't return. At that moment, there was a gentle knock at the gate of the small courtyard. Gui Xiang hurried over and opened the gate. At the door stood a tall young man with a delicate appearance. Young master, you're here? Madam, the young master has arrived. Gui Xiang said joyfully, turning to the white-haired woman. Gui Xiang was used to calling him young master and never referred to him as the sixth prince. Madame Yen didn't even lift her eyelids. She simply wiped her tears, her face showing no emotion. This sixth prince was the same one they mentioned, Songqing. Songqing waved his hand, and his attendants began to carry food and supplies into the courtyard before respectfully leaving. Songqing approached Madame Yen and knelt down. Mother, I have come to see you. Please say a few words to me. Madam, you call out the young master's name in your dreams while crying. Just look at him once, Gui Xiang said, her voice choked with emotion. In the end, Madame Yan's heart softened. She sighed and slowly sat up. Songqing stood up and carefully helped his mother into the house, his eyes filled with resentment as he watched her walk. Once inside, Gui Xiang brought tea and waited in the courtyard. Songqing spoke gently, Mother. How have you been these days? What does it matter if it's good or bad? I am already half buried in the ground. The only reason I am alive is to witness his final fate. Madame Yen was filled with anger. Whenever she thought of that man, her hatred grew stronger. He had forcefully taken her away, but never treated her well. Her parents and siblings were cruelly killed by the wicked queen's orders. But what did he do? He said nothing and did nothing. At that moment, her heart felt dead. He brought her here, claiming it was to protect her, but in reality, it was just to control Song Qing. She couldn't believe he had any good intentions. Song Qing knelt down and rested his head on his mother's lap, just like when he was a child. Mother, I haven't forgotten that I carry half the blood of the great Qi, nor have I forgotten the grudge against my maternal family.
Please believe in me.
Madame Yen looked down at her son, whose features resembled her own. You're not lying to me, are you? She asked seriously. Mother, I swear if I tell one lie, I will have no place to be buried. Song Qing raised his finger to the sky in a vow. Madame Yen snorted lightly. Then I will trust you this once. Just remember, we have not only family grudges with the barbarian royal court, but also national hatred. If you want to avenge me and your maternal family, go seize that position. If you fail, I won't live alone. We will reunite with your maternal family. If you win, we will never fight against Great Qi again. Great Qi is my root, and it is yours too. Song Qing's eyes brightened. I will remember your teachings, mother. He then respectfully bowed 3 times. No one noticed that someone had been eavesdropping from the roof, listening to every word of their conversation. Moments later, the figure vanished silently, just as it had arrived. At the 6th prince's residence, it was quite cold and empty compared to the 1st prince's. He couldn't compare to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th princes either. There weren't many people in the house, but he didn't mind. Keeping a lot of people around required money, and he didn't have much to spare. Master, today the 1st prince and the 2nd prince had another argument and almost came to blows. It seems the hall was quite lively. Let them fight. The more intense, the better. What about him? The attendant paused, quickly realizing his master was referring to the old barbarian king. The barbarian king spat blood in anger. It looks like he'll be ill for a while. Song Qing's expression remained unchanged. He had no good feelings for that father of his. He had brought him into the world but never treated him well, leaving him to fend for himself in a palace filled with danger. However, he should still be grateful. Without the hellish torment, how could he have grown so quickly, endured hardships, and secretly built his own power? Everything is coming to a head. Master, someone from the palace is here, asking for you to enter. The guard reported from outside the door. The attendant looked worried. Master, what do they want? Song Qing remained silent, and the room fell into a deep quiet. After a while, he said he is sick. As his son, I must attend to him. They wouldn't use this opportunity to get rid of me, would they? I have not competed or fought for years, like a transparent person, posing no threat to them. Perhaps the queen wants to win me over, considering the other princes have teamed up. Her son is quite alone. The attendant thought for a moment and agreed. Master, you should still be cautious. Take a signal flare, just in case. Song Qing nodded, prepared himself, and then went to the palace. The old king indeed coughed up blood. In the main hall, several of his sons were arguing fiercely, almost coming to blows, which embarrassed the old king. After signing a peace treaty with De Qi, he had been holding back his anger, but this situation only added to his troubles, leading to his illness. He had never decided who would inherit the throne and had never thought about it. This was also why he had not named an heir. Among his sons, only the fiercest one would be worthy of the throne. Thus, he had watched them fight among themselves. In his view, even if brothers turned against each other, it ultimately came down to the victor and the loser. The losing side simply lacked ability, and they had no one to blame but themselves. This was also why he had watched the 6th son being bullied since childhood. After entering the palace, Song Qing was indeed summoned by the queen to attend to the king's illness. He left respectfully, without a word. The queen watched his departing figure and his face, which resembled that of the Yen family, making her grit her teeth in anger. However, for the sake of her eldest son, she endured it. Now that the second, third, fourth, and fifth sons had teamed up, she needed to find a helper for her son to shield him from disaster. Song Qing was the perfect target. So, the queen summoned Song Qing to attend to the king, giving him a chance to please his father. The queen knew that this position would never be given to Song Qing due to his impure bloodline, which was a major taboo in the royal family. Thus, she did not worry about the sixth son having any ulterior motives. Song Qing entered the old king's chamber, where the smell of medicines still lingered. The old king's face was pale, leaning against the headboard. After he coughed up blood, no one came 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. He started to doubt if they were hoping for his quick demise to take his place. The old king squinted his murky eyes, as if he saw a tall figure entering. He narrowed his eyes, almost forgetting what that woman looked like. It turned out to be his sixth son. The father and son faced each other in silence. After a while, Song Qing asked, "Are you okay?" The old king chuckled softly. "Don't worry, I'm not dying." Song Qing shrugged indifferently, and then silence fell again. "Did you go see her?" The old king finally asked, knowing his sixth son would have visited that woman. "Yes, she is my birth mother." "Do you hate me?" Song Qing showed no expression. "If I said I didn't hate you, you wouldn't believe me. But it's true that I don't like you."
Huh?
The old king laughed quietly, but it triggered a severe cough, turning his face a deep shade of red. Song Qing listened to his coughing, worried he might cough up a lung. Suppressing his disgust, he turned and poured a bowl of warm water, handing it to the man. The old king took a few sips of the warm water, feeling a bit better. "Make time to see her more often." When she left, she said she didn't want to see me again in this life. I stayed away for her sake. Song Qing wanted to hit him on the head with a teapot, fed up with his nonsense. If you can't protect her, why bring her back? You, of all people, don't understand love. You are heartless and only care about your throne. Song Qing spoke bluntly. Surprisingly, the old man wasn't angry at all. Song Qing's punch felt like it landed on cotton, and he quickly lost interest. A spark of light appeared in the old king's eyes. "Are you backing down after facing these hardships? That throne can only be claimed by a true warrior. According to royal rules, you have no hope because your bloodline is impure." The old king was intentionally provoking Song Qing. He could see that this sixth son was not a good person either. His eyes seemed calm, but his aura revealed his unwillingness and fierceness. He was indeed his son, with a fierce nature ingrained in him, even more ruthless than the others. He loved watching their struggles. It would help him find the best successor. As for pure bloodlines, that was just nonsense. Moments later, loud noises came from the palace entrance, unmistakably the voices of the others. Sure enough, the eldest prince led a group that barged in. The second prince saw Song Qing and immediately became unhappy. "Song Qing, what are you doing here? Don't forget your place." Before Song Qing could respond, the eldest prince spoke up first. "Why can't Song Qing come? We are all sons of a king. If you can be here, so can he. What's wrong with that?" Song Qing secretly laughed. "What a fool. Has he forgotten that we fought just a few days ago? Now he acts like the good guy?" The eldest prince continued, looking at Song Qing, "Sixth brother, don't pay attention to him. He's like a mad dog. We are all sons of the king." Song Qing smiled. "What you said is true, brother. If I was bitten by a dog, would I go and bite the dog back?" The second prince immediately became angry. "What do you mean?" "Song Qing, say that again if you dare." Song Qing ignored him and turned to pour a bowl of warm water for the old king. The second prince rushed forward, wanting to hit Song Qing. Before his fist could reach Song Qing, it was caught by Song Qing, causing a sharp pain to shoot through his wrist. The second prince let out a loud yelp. The others wanted to step in, but Song Qing tightened his grip, and the second prince cried out again. "Don't move. If my hand slips, his hand will be ruined, and you will be responsible." The second prince shouted, "Don't move. None of you move." The old king looked coldly at the group of unruly sons and decided to close his eyes. Seeing the main figure close his eyes, The ungrateful sons lost interest in arguing and turned to leave. Not one of them asked about their father's health. Song Qing did not leave. Since the queen had asked him to attend to the king, he would do so properly. After a while, the old king opened his eyes and noticed that only the sixth prince had not left. He felt a bit uncomfortable, but his cold nature quickly made that feeling fade away. You should go too. I will say it was my decision to send you away, so it won't concern you, and the queen won't trouble you because of it. Upon hearing this, Song Qing turned and left without any hesitation. Have someone spread the word, the old king said, and someone in the shadows responded. Soon, the palace fell silent again. Not long after Song Qing left, the queen received news that the sixth prince had been expelled by the old king. The queen scoffed, what a hopeless case. A few days later, the eldest prince arrived, looking very unhappy. What's wrong with you?
The queen asked.
Why hasn't he died yet? And what is that Song Qing? Just a lowly servant. Why is he being pushed towards me? The prince was filled with anger and was very dissatisfied with the queen's actions, speaking in a very harsh tone. The queen suppressed her irritation and patiently replied, If 2, 3, or 4 people team up, do you think one person can handle them? I'm just finding a shield for you to distract their attention. Once you take the throne, you can deal with them as you wish. A person who wants to achieve great things must learn to lower their head at the right time. The prince fell silent. Meanwhile, Song Qing, who was at his own residence, was also feeling unhappy these days. He understood the queen and the prince's intentions. They wanted to pull him into their camp, but they had no genuine feelings for him. If they truly cared, they wouldn't have bullied him since childhood, even throwing him into a lake when he was young, nearly drowning him. The queen was merely finding a scapegoat for her son, or a future sacrifice. At that moment, Song Qing's desire for the throne peaked. Otherwise, whether it was the first, second, third, fourth, or fifth, no one would spare them once they seized the position. Rather than waiting for someone else's attack, it was better to fight back fiercely. Who says that only those of pure blood can sit on that throne? Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door, and Song Qing collected his thoughts.
Come in.
A personal attendant entered and bowed, saying, Master, someone is asking to see you.
Who?
Song Qing frowned. I am just an unappreciated prince. Why would someone want to see me? Should I be happy about this?
Let him in.
Soon, the attendant brought in a person dressed in a black robe with a mask covering his face, completely wrapped in the dark fabric. Stand guard outside, and don't let anyone approach. The attendant left and closed the door. Song Qing looked at the person for a while before saying, Since you are here, there's no need to hide. Please reveal your true self. The visitor removed the hood of the black robe and then took off the mask, revealing a very handsome young man, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. Instantly, Song Qing's expression turned cold. Are you from Dachi? You have quite the nerve. The young man smiled, his beautiful eyes shining like stars in the sky. Now that the barbarian royal court has signed a friendly agreement with Dachi, are you planning to unilaterally break the contract? We, the Great Qi, always believe that a guest is a guest. Why, Prince Liu, do you not invite me to sit down? Song Qing did not reply, but extended his hand, signaling the visitor to take a seat. The young man sat down confidently. Who are you? What brings you here? I am just an unappreciated prince. I have nothing you want. Song Qing said with self-mockery. From what I see, you really have no value. Just staying alive is good enough. The young man said bluntly. Song Qing gritted his teeth. Is it fun to be so straightforward?
Huh.
Is it fun? Seeing Song Qing's eyes turning red, the young man chuckled softly. However, soon you will have value, because I can help you get what you want.
Who exactly are you?
Song Qing narrowed his eyes, staring at the young man like a wolf, as if he might tear him apart at any moment. The young man shrugged. Look, you must be the old barbarian king's offspring. This fierce spirit is truly in your blood. Don't mention him. Song Qing scolded quietly.
Ha ha ha.
The young man laughed softly until tears almost came out, his beautiful eyes shining even brighter. I'm not interested in men. So stop laughing so charmingly. Song Qing was almost furious. How could someone so delicate look so good when they smile? Finally, the young man stopped laughing and softly said, My name is Lian Sheng. With a loud crash, Song Qing's chair broke into several pieces. Master, a servant outside exclaimed. Don't come in. Everyone in the courtyard, leave. Song Qing shouted. Song Qing stared at the young man for a long time before quietly saying, You are Lian Sheng, the commander of the Western Army's elite cavalry, the one who beheaded Alida? How dare you come here? The visitor was indeed Lian Sheng. What is there to fear? This is not a den of dragons and tigers. Are you not afraid of not returning?
Hee.
Lian Sheng laughed again. Do not laugh. Song Qing's face twisted in frustration. Lian Sheng had no choice but to comply. Prince Liu, you are not thinking of capturing me to gain favor with the old barbarian king, are you? Why not? Song Qing felt he had never been this patient in over 20 years. What was he after? You wouldn't. I dare to come here because I have made thorough preparations. If you truly capture me, then Madame Yan's 26 years of suffering would be in vain, and the lives of the 16 members of the Yan family would be lost for nothing. You would be a cold-blooded beast, recognizing a thief as a father, assisting evil deeds, unable to distinguish right from wrong, blind and ignorant, worse than pigs and dogs, a treacherous wolf, deserving of punishment by all.
You?
You can't insult me. Aren't you that kind of person?
I'm not.
Don't you want to capture me to gain credit? I never said that. You won't capture me? I won't capture you. You'll protect me? I'll protect you.
Deal.
Deal? You little rascal. Song Qing was so angry he paced back and forth. Liansheng sat calmly to the side, watching the tall young man, who was like a wolf cub, bristling with anger. Will you really help me? I have nothing. Song Qing stopped, still glaring at the young man, but his expression softened considerably. I help you because of Madame Yan's wish. She always wanted to return to Daki. She doesn't want to end up like a wandering spirit in a foreign land. Daki is her root, and it is yours too. Your family is still there, your uncle is still alive. Song Qing suddenly felt a long-dead heart open a little. It turned out that this world had not abandoned them. They still had family on the other side. I want that position. I must sit in that position. Please help me, and once it's done, the royal court and Daki will be forever friends. If I go back on my word, may heaven and earth punish me. Song Qing bowed deeply, giving the highest respect to the young man before him. Liansheng reached out to support him. You are older than me, and Madame Yan is from Daki. According to our customs, we can call each other brothers. I will call you Brother Songqing. Songqing smiled, revealing a set of neat white teeth. All right, Brother Liansheng. The two exchanged smiles. Liansheng stayed at the sixth prince's residence until late at night. In the end, Songqing insisted on taking him to meet his mother, and Liansheng agreed. The two quietly left the royal city under the cover of night, heading straight for the small hill. At this time, Madame Yan had already gone to bed, but she was a light sleeper and woke up at the slightest noise. What happened to Guixiang? Madame Yan got up, put on her clothes, and opened the curtain to ask. Madam, it's the young master who has come, Guixiang said softly as she hurried in. What's going on? Why is he here so late? It's really troublesome. Though she complained, Madame Yan's hands were busy getting dressed as she walked out from the inner room. Guixiang stifled a laugh. Madame Yan clearly cared about the young master, yet she didn't say a single kind word. However, Guixiang understood that the lady had suffered too much for her son. Madame Yan came out of her bedroom and saw a young man wrapped in a black cloak accompanying her son, making it hard to see his face. Seeing that the lady had no further business, Guixiang turned to leave, not wanting to interrupt the conversation between the lady and her son. She headed to the kitchen to prepare some dumplings for her son as a late-night snack. Song Qing noticed his mother looked puzzled and softly said, Mother, I have a new brother. His identity is special, so he had to come at night to meet you. At that moment, Liansheng took off his black cloak and bowed, saying, Liansheng greets you, Aunt. Madame Yan studied the handsome young man in front of her for a while, making Songqing feel a bit embarrassed. Liansheng didn't miss the shock, sadness, and happiness in Madame Yan's eyes, but he kept smiling as she examined him. Child, are you from Dachi? Yes, I am indeed from Dachi. Madame Yan glanced at Songqing. Are there others in the courtyard? Seeing his mother's serious expression, Songqing, though confused, answered honestly, no, it's just me and Brother Lian. We didn't bring any guards. My son, Neil.
Huh.
Songqing was stunned, and Liansheng was confused too. What was wrong with Madame Yan? Songqing obediently knelt down. Not to kneel to me, but to kneel to young Master Lian. Now both Songqing and Liansheng were completely shocked. Aunt, what do you mean? Madame Yan looked at Liansheng, and he felt her gaze was strange, as if she was seeing someone else through him. Mother, what's wrong? Songqing, still kneeling, sensed something was off. Why was his mother reacting so strongly to Brother Lian? Did they know each other before? No way. Liansheng was only 17, and his mother had left Dachi 26 years ago. How could they possibly know each other? With tears in her eyes, Madame Yan slowly said, Child, your mother's surname is Tao, and her name was Wanyang, right? Your father's surname is Su. With those words, Liansheng felt a shock in his heart, but he maintained a calm expression. Madam, you must be mistaken. He couldn't admit it, not now. It wasn't the right time to reveal his identity. If news got out, all his previous efforts would be wasted. So Liansheng did not confirm it. But at that moment, Madame Yan was beyond caring about anything else. She was already in tears. Child, don't be afraid. You don't know that 30 years ago, your parents passed by the Peach Blossom Mountain in the west and saved a pawnshop owner's daughter who was being bullied. They not only dealt with the bully and protected the girl's honor, but also took her safely home. I am that girl. You look so much like your mother that I had this guess. I won't be mistaken. Even though many years have passed, Sister Tao's face is deeply etched in my heart. Child, Sister Tao is my benefactor. At this point, Madame Yan could no longer hold back her tears. I spent 2 days with your mother, and they safely took me home. At that time, I had a cut on my hand, and the lady wrapped it with this handkerchief. I have kept it close to me all these years, and that's how I learned your mother's name is Wanyang. After saying this, Madame Yan handed the handkerchief to Liansheng. Liansheng didn't know how to express his feelings. He carefully reached out to take the handkerchief. It was an old pink handkerchief, but it was very clean, showing that Madame Yan must have cherished it a lot. One corner of the handkerchief was embroidered with a small begonia flower, and there were the 3 characters Tao Wanyang. Only then did Liansheng softly call out, Mother. Brother Liansheng, so you are the child of my benefactor. Songqing was very excited. He didn't expect to have such a connection with the benefactor's child. Mother, why have you never mentioned this before? Songqing looked at Madame Yan, thinking she should have told him earlier. He wanted to visit the benefactor in Dachi. I have kept this in my heart for many years. After you grew up, my benefactor was already gone, and it was too painful to bring it up, so I never spoke of it. Did the benefactor pass away early? Mother, when I have the chance, I will definitely visit the benefactor's grave to pay my respects. Since the benefactor was no longer alive, Songqing thought he should still visit the grave and bow in gratitude. If it weren't for the benefactor's help back then, his mother might have lost her life. Madame Yan nodded. Then she said, Since you two have met, and Liansheng is the child of my benefactor, why not become sworn brothers? Mother, Brother Liansheng is already my brother. He calls me Big Brother. That's different. Madame Yan insisted and immediately called for Guixiang to prepare the offerings. Although Songqing and Liansheng had only known each other for a short time, they got along very well in the 6th prince's residence, feeling as if they had known each other for a long time. From initially using each other for mutual benefit to Songqing genuinely accepting Liansheng, he wouldn't have brought him to see Madame Yan otherwise. Now, with Lianxing being the benefactor's child, Songqing was more than happy to have him as a brother. Lianxing never expected to meet his mother's old friend here. Songqing and Lianxing bowed to each other in front of Madame Yan, truly becoming sworn brothers. Auntie, Lianxing bowed to Madame Yan, holding back his tears. Madame Yan gently touched Lianxing's head, saying, "Good boy, a gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years is not too late. The Marquis and your sister's grievances will surely be avenged." Many years ago, when the Jingyuan Marquis' family faced trouble, Madame Yan had already left Diqi, but that didn't mean she was unaware. Such a significant event would certainly be known to the royal court. At that time, Madame Yan was living a difficult life in the palace, but she still heard some news.
Revenge?
Songqing was a bit confused. Does my brother have enemies? He planned to ask about it later. His brother's enemies were his enemies too. Madame Yan led them to an inner room, opened a cabinet by the wall, revealing 2 memorial tablets and a small incense burner. It seemed that Madame Yan often paid her respects. When Songqing saw the tablets, he almost exclaimed, "Jingyuan Marquis? Mother, your benefactor is the Jingyuan Marquis? The aunt I've never met is the Marquis's wife?" Madame Yan nodded. "When my sister left, she said to visit her in the capital when I had the chance and help me find a good husband. I never expected that our farewell would become a permanent one. Child, light some incense for your parents. Songqing, you come too." The 2 brothers lit incense, and Lianxing knelt for a long time before his parents' tablets, while Songqing knelt beside him. "Auntie, I am Songqing. Without you and the Marquis, my mother wouldn't be here today. Rest assured, Lianxing is my true brother. As long as I live, I will protect him. Auntie, when I seize the throne, I will go to Diqi and help my brother take revenge on those who harmed you and the Marquis." After saying this, Songqing bit his finger and smeared the blood on his forehead. At that moment, Gui Xiang brought in some cooked rice and entered the hall, saying, "Young master, little master, have some supper." Since Songqing and Lianxing had become sworn brothers, Gui Xiang naturally changed how she addressed them. The 2 brothers helped Madame Yan out of the inner room. After finishing their supper, Madame Yan told Gui Xiang to rest and, feeling wide awake, began to talk with the 2 boys. Lianxing naturally asked Madame Yan about her situation over the years. "Auntie, please come back to Diqi with me. This place isn't safe after all. I worry that the old barbarian king might use you to threaten my brother one day. Mother, my younger brother makes a good point. That old man is not trustworthy, and that woman is likely aware of your presence here. They probably keep you safe for now because I am still useful to them. All right, I will listen to you. I will return to Daki." Madame Yan understood that she could not be a weakness for her son. "Aunt, I will arrange everything quickly. I will you and Aunt Guixiang back together. There are people here to protect you for the next few days, so you don't need to worry."
Huh?
Songqing's mouth dropped open in surprise. "How come I didn't know about this? Brother, don't blame me. I actually sent people here a few days ago. They are my secret guards, so Aunt's safety is assured. You can relax." Songqing felt very touched and patted Lianxing on the shoulder. "Little brother, I won't say anything else. We are all here now." He then pounded his chest. Madame Yan realized that her brother was still alive, which made her feel sad again. "Aunt, uncle is very safe. I have already sent his whole family to a secure place. When you return to Daki, you will meet them." Okay. Madame Yan didn't know what else to say and kept repeating okay. Songqing looked at Lianxing and said, "Little brother, I'm glad we are not enemies. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how I might end up, or if you sold me, I would still have to help you count the money." This kid was only 17, yet his mind was so sharp. It was impressive. Lianxing smiled to himself, thinking, "Am I not sharp in my own way? My father would probably come back from the grave to kick me." After chatting for a while, Lianxing worried that his aunt might be tired, so he suggested she rest. Madame Yan didn't want to go, but her emotions were overwhelming, and she was indeed a bit tired. After giving her sons a few reminders, she went to sleep. Songqing and Lianxing naturally stayed awake. They went to another room to quietly discuss their plans. Lianxing couldn't stay long, so the two brothers carefully reviewed their plans multiple times to ensure there were no mistakes. The Four Electric Society would leave some people behind, and they would assist Songqing in the future. Among the princes, the queen's maternal family had the most power, so they would be the first to be dealt with. They also needed to use the second prince's uncle to their advantage. The second prince's uncle had military power, and if he learned that the queen was conspiring with her family to take his power, he would surely retaliate. It's important to note that among the princes, only the second prince could stand against the first prince. The third, fourth, and fifth princes were not a threat. The second prince dares to resist because he has an uncle with military power backing him. This is a great achievement. The uncle will surely help the second prince fight for the throne, especially since the second prince's wife is his uncle's daughter. After eliminating the first two, it would be easy to find a chance to deal with the remaining 3 or 4. After all, the old king's belief is that the victor is king and the loser is a bandit. If you can't defeat your opponent, it's your weakness. If you do, you are a hero. I have trained a group of people over the years. When the time comes, I will wash the palace in blood to avenge my mother and my maternal family, said Lianxing. Lianxing nodded. At dawn, the sun rose over the mountains, instantly covering the valley in a golden light. Lady Yan woke up early, feeling particularly good today, and personally cooked breakfast for her 2 sons. Not long after breakfast, Si Dian appeared out of nowhere, dressed in a black robe and mask. Lianxing bowed to Aunt Yan before leaving. Lady Yan asked Gui Xiang to start packing their things. Gui Xiang knew the young master was arranging for someone to them back to Diqi, and she was very excited. There wasn't much to pack, and they finished in less than half a day. On a deep night 3 days later, Lady Yan and Gui Xiang were taken away. Soon after, a large fire broke out in the valley, turning the small courtyard into ruins in an instant. When the old king heard the news, he sent someone to check and found that 2 women had been burned beyond recognition, one of whom was a woman with a limp. Upon hearing this, the old king knew without asking that it must be that woman. Songqing stormed into the palace, causing a scene in the king's quarters, making the old king spit blood several times. Songqing said, "If you don't give me an explanation, I will kill all the women in your harem, no matter who they are. I will kill 2 a day, just wait and see." That day, 2 women from the old king's harem were killed, one of whom was quite favored. The old king was both angry and anxious. If he didn't give Songqing an explanation, he would lose all the women in his harem in less than a month. The women in the harem panicked. Who wouldn't fear for their lives, especially with a madman like Songqing around? The previously hidden wolf cub finally showed its fangs. After much thought, the old king sent someone to investigate and discovered that the fire had been deliberately set. The first person he suspected was his queen, as the face and leg of the Yen woman had been ruined by her hands. After Songqing killed for 3 days, the old king and the queen had a fierce confrontation. It wasn't the queen's doing, and of course, she wouldn't admit it. The eldest prince was jumping around, angrily cursing the Yen family. The second, third, fourth, and fifth siblings saw an opportunity and joined forces to suppress the eldest prince. Their mother also came out to accuse the queen, revealing how she had bullied and tormented Yen and her child. The scene quickly turned chaotic. At this moment, the queen's family intervened, pressuring the old barbarian king to deal with Songqing, claiming that a lowly servant like him did not deserve to live. They openly allied with some royal members and important officials, demanding that the old barbarian king give the throne to the eldest prince. The old barbarian king was the ruler of the barbarian tribe. No matter how bad Songqing was, he could fight, curse, and kill, but others could not cross that line. If Songqing was a lowly servant, then what did that make the old barbarian king? The actions of the queen's family completely enraged the old barbarian king. Although he was old and had been ill for days, he was still fierce. Besides, he was a cold-blooded person who had killed several brothers for the throne. On the surface, the old barbarian king seemed to be giving Songqing a chance, But in reality, he used this situation to eliminate the queen's family, not sparing even the infants, further proving his ruthlessness. No matter how much the eldest prince and the queen hated it, they had to keep a low profile, or they would be the next to die. The royal court was filled with hidden tensions, and the struggle for power became even more intense. The old barbarian king continued to watch quietly from the shadows. The second, third, fourth, and fifth siblings were more lively than ever, while the sixth sibling remained the same, though his eyes now held a hint of cruelty. The old barbarian king sensed that the first five would eventually fall to the sixth. However, if the sixth emerged victorious, he would give him the position, ensuring that his most outstanding son would take that place. After a great fire, Madame Yen had finally put the past behind her and was ready to start a new life. To ensure safety and speed, and because Madame Yen had trouble walking, she and Gui Xiang were carried by two young agents as they left. They crossed two mountains and traveled along a deserted path for 5 days, finally arriving at Duanping Mountain. This mountain marked the boundary between the Great Qi and the barbarian royal court, where the Great Qi's Western army of 100,000 soldiers was stationed. "Madam, look over there. That's our Great Qi's Western army camp," one of the young men said, pointing from the small hill. Madame Yen followed his finger and could faintly see flags waving and endless tents in the distance. "Madam, we are almost home," Gui Xiang said, her eyes red. "Yes, we are almost home." Mrs. Yen wiped her eyes. She had been waiting for this day for 26 years. "Let's hurry." Mrs. Yen stepped forward, and the young man quickly said, "Madam, please rest for a moment." "No, you all have worked this journey. I am not tired at all. I just want to get home soon." The young men saw the tears in Mrs. Yan's eyes and felt sad too. "All right, madam, let's go home. Once we get there, you can rest properly." With that, they started down the path toward the western camp. As they rounded a bend near Duanping Mountain, the young man in front waved his hand, and everyone quickly stopped and hid behind the rocks. Soon, they heard a few bird calls from the other side. "Madam, it's our people. It must be the general himself." Hearing this, Mrs. Yen stepped out from behind the rocks and saw Lian Sheng striding toward them.
"Aunt."
"Lian Sheng, why did you come personally?" Mrs. Yan's face was filled with joy. "Aunt, I came to take you home."
"Great."
"Wonderful." Mrs. Yen was extremely excited and a bit speechless. Perhaps this was the feeling of longing for home. Lian Sheng stepped closer and half squatted down and "Let's go." A young man stepped forward to help Mrs. Yen onto the general's back, and Lian Sheng stood up steadily. After more than an hour of travel, Mrs. Yen and Gui Xiang set foot on the land of Deqi. Lian Sheng arranged for Mrs. Yen and Aunt Gui Xiang to stay in the cavalry camp. Sitting in the big tent, Mrs. Yen felt as if she were dreaming. Just a few days ago, she had been looking at the mountains from a small valley, feeling lost like a fallen leaf, never knowing where she would land next. And now, she was sitting in a military camp of Deqi, standing on its soil. At this moment, Mrs. Yan's heart could not fully calm down. Everyone in the cavalry camp knew that the two women who arrived included the general's aunt, and the other was there to assist her. They had heard that the general's aunt had been lost for many years and was finally found by him. In a few days, he would send her back home. Everyone was happy for the general. Only a few people, including San Lei, knew Mrs. Yan's background. The others did not. "Aunt, you and Aunt Gui Xiang should stay in the camp for 2 days. I will take care of my matters first, then accompany you to meet Uncle. After that, someone will you and your family to a safe place, and you can wait peacefully for 2 days." "All right, Aunt, there's no need to rush." Madame Yen finally returned to her homeland, feeling at ease and naturally no longer in a hurry. Gui Xiang had no family left, so even if she returned to Daki, she would definitely stay with Madame Yen. 2 days later, Lianqing set aside his military duties, arranged matters in the camp, and accompanied his aunt and Gui Xiang to explore the nearby town. Seeing the familiar houses and streets, and savoring the flavors of memories, Madame Yen felt very satisfied. She was truly back. After spending half a day in the town, The group headed straight to a small farmhouse not far away. Madame Yan's brother, Yan Shi, was at the farmhouse. When the siblings met, they naturally cried tears of joy. Seeing the scars on his sister's face, her limp leg, and her gray hair, the strong man cried loudly. He had grown up on his elder sister's back. An elder sister is like a mother. He had missed her every day for the past 26 years. Now that his sister was right in front of him, having suffered so much, how could he not feel anger? He wished he could personally take revenge on the old barbarian king. Aunt, why hasn't my nephew come back? Does he not want to leave behind the riches there? Yan Shi asked with some displeasure. Songqing can't come back for now. It's not that he doesn't want to leave the wealth. He is there to seek revenge for our parents, for my elder brother and second brother's family, and for Samling. Upon hearing this, Yan Shi became anxious. Aunt, will my nephew be in danger? Seeing her younger brother's concern and urgency, Madame Yan smiled. There's no need to worry, Shi. Songqing is a prince. He has his own people. Besides, Lianqing has arranged for someone to protect him. Aunt, whether Songqing sits on that throne or not doesn't matter. We don't seek wealth. We have hands and feet, and we won't starve. As long as our family is safe and sound. Yes, and as long as we stay together. Yan Shi's wife added. Madame Yan looked at her simple younger brother and kind-hearted sister-in-law, feeling warmth in her heart. Don't worry, I will have Lianqing tell Songqing to take care of himself. Aunt, Lianqing is truly a good young man. I heard that his future wife is skilled in medicine, and her master is a renowned healer. Lianqing said that when we return to Qingzhou, the healer will help you with your leg and face. Yan Shi said excitedly. Everyone in the room wore smiles. This day was too happy for them. Madame Yan stayed with her brother Yan Shi's family at the small village for 2 more days before setting off. They were heading to Dawang Mountain in Qingzhou's Lin County, which was the base of Lianqing. Dawang Mountain was no longer what it used to be, especially in the valley, which felt like a paradise. The Sanshizhai and the valley had been redesigned, with new houses and workshops, and a large flower field in the valley. Lianqing had bought the entire Dawang Mountain, and the valley was now Dawang Mountain Village. They had already sent someone back to inform Grandpa Feng to prepare for the arrival of Aunt Yan's family. On this journey consisted of Lianqing's secret guards, who were not military personnel, but his own people, led by San Lei. After sending off Aunt Yan's family, Lianqing quickly returned to the cavalry camp to await news from Songqing. Sure enough, that day, Wu Lang brought news from Si Dian into the main tent. After reading the message, Lianqing smiled and said, Brother is fast. It won't be long before the barbarian royal court changes leaders. Perhaps by the time second brother returns, brother and second brother can celebrate together at the western camp. The year quickly passed in a lively manner. Before long, it was late February, and the land was gradually warming up, signaling the arrival of spring. On this day, a carriage slowly approached on the official road to the capital, followed by a neat group of horsemen. The men on horseback wore matching outfits and carried large bags on their backs, looking determined. Before long, a child's head peeked out of the carriage window, with bright, sparkling eyes. Foster father, we're getting closer to the capital. The child's cheerful voice was like a silver bell, bringing comfort to those who heard it. Inside the carriage, an elderly man with white hair sat cross-legged, holding a scroll. He glanced at the child and smiled. We're almost home. I've been craving the food from our house. The child giggled in response. The child was Lu Muyang, and the elderly man was the divine doctor, Bai Lao. The young people following them were members of the battlefield medical team. Bai Lao's group returned to the capital half a month earlier than planned. Luan then had not received any news, so she could not go to the city gate to welcome her master and the others. Bai Lao felt sorry for his young disciple and didn't want her to make the trip to the city gate for such a small matter. When the convoy reached a fork in the road, the young leader shook the reins and approached the carriage respectfully, saying, Sir, I will take the people back to Peach Blossom Manor to settle in and wait for the young lady's next instructions. An elderly voice came from inside the carriage. All right, Qingqi, you take them back and rest well. Your young lady will soon be busy preparing to establish the medical school. Qingqi was the captain of the health team. After speaking with the elder, he led the group away from the fork and headed towards Peach Blossom Manor. The 8 guards left by the second master still surrounded the carriage. After a short while, the carriage finally reached the city gate. The leading guard took out a token, and upon seeing it was from the inner palace, the gate guards let them pass without hesitation. The carriage rolled through the tall city gate. There were no markings on the carriage, but the guards on either side looked imposing, making passers-by believe that it belonged to a noble family. The guards escorted the carriage to the entrance of the Duke's residence. The coachman, who was originally from the Liu family, quickly set the carriage and took out a footstool. Cixi, who had been on the carriage pole, jumped down and said, "Elder Bai, young master, we have arrived home." The coachman hurried to knock on the door, shouting, "Divine Dr. Bai and young master Mu Yang have arrived home. Please inform the household." Hearing this, the servants at the door quickly opened it, while some rushed inside to announce the arrival. At that moment, the small leader of the guards respectfully said to the elder, "Divine Doctor, we must return to the palace to report." Elder Bai nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for your hard work." After that, he gave Cixi a knowing look. Understanding, Cixi quickly took out a pouch and approached the guard leader, saying, "Thank you for your hard work on this journey." As he spoke, he swiftly handed the pouch to the guard leader. The leader accepted it, feeling the light pouch and knowing it must contain silver notes, and smiled. "Brother Cixi, let's have a drink together another day and exchange some skills." During the journey, Cixi had become familiar with them. With excellent skills and a straightforward personality, Cixi got along well with the guards. After completing their task, the guards turned and returned to the palace. "Young master, divine doctor, you are back." The steward of the Duke's residence was the first to run out, welcoming the divine doctor and young master Mu Yang into the house. Before they had gone far, they saw Luonin running towards them, waving her hand, "Master Mu Yang." At this moment, Old Bai changed from his usual cold demeanor and smiled, watching the butler in surprise. It was rare to see the doctor smile. Today was truly an eye-opener for me. "Sister." Little Mu Yang rushed toward his sister, like a whirlwind. The few short months felt like years. He missed her so much. Luonin bent down slightly and hugged the little Mu Yang who had dashed over. The siblings were very affectionate with each other. "Master, Anin has missed you so much." Luonin naturally thought of her master. When Old Bai approached, she pouted and acted like a little girl seeking attention. Old Bai looked at his young disciple and felt very pleased. At that moment, Lu Yu, Madame Su, and Lu Huanyan hurried over, while Duke Rong and the heir were still not at home. Oh, and old Master Lu Cheng was also not living in the residence. After Lu Yu returned home, she rarely visited Lu Cheng's courtyard. Even when she did, she would leave after only a few words. Old Master Lu knew he couldn't go back with his daughter, so he suggested moving to the old Lu family house in Suzhou. Duke Rong agreed, so old Master Lu was no longer in the capital. Seeing his mother and aunt, little Mu Yang hurried to greet the elders. Lu Yu's tears fell when she saw her son's face. Little Mu Yang had grown a bit taller, and his once innocent face now showed a hint of determination. It felt like he had grown up in just a few months. "Old Bai, thank you for your care." Lu Yu was genuinely grateful to Old Bai. He had done so much for her children, a debt of gratitude she could never repay. Old Bai smiled. "Anin's mother, you're too kind." Madame Su quickly arranged for someone to tidy up the guest courtyard and little Mu Yang's yard. Although the yard was regularly cleaned, it still needed a good sweep. The servants worked efficiently, and soon the yard and rooms were in order. Old Bai did not require assistance, so Luonin thought it best to arrange for someone to help her master. She sent green clothes to fetch little Guizi from the Peach Blossom village outside the city. Little Guizi was the youngest among the secret guards at the village, only 12 years old, but he was very clever. He had trained with the sanitation team and learned the best among the group of secret guards. She also asked to bring little Kongping from the Marquis's residence. When Old Bai had a good sleep and opened his eyes, he saw little Guozi entering the room with a teapot. "Sir, you're awake. The water is just right. Let me pour you a cup." Bai Lao smiled and said, "And sent you, didn't she?" Little Guozi proudly replied, "Yes, the young lady sent me. She said I will stay by your side from now on." This child. Bai Lao shook his head helplessly. Since it was the good intention of his young disciple, he accepted it. Meanwhile, Xiao Muyang had already woken up. After playing with Xiao Kongping for a while, he went to Lu Yu's courtyard. Madame Su went to prepare the meal. Lu and her cousin Huanyan were in Lu Yu's courtyard, listening to Xiao Muyang share his experiences and discoveries along the way, with cheerful laughter occasionally coming from the room. Madame Su's meal was almost ready. Duke Rong and the heir had returned home, and the family dinner was about to begin. Xiao Muyang said, "Mom, I'm going to see if my adoptive father is resting well. I'll come back with him soon." "Okay, go ahead," Lu Yu said with a smile, patting her son's head. Xiao Muyang then ran out, pulling Xiao Kongping along. Just then, before the dinner at Duke Rong's house could start, an unexpected guest arrived. As everyone was about to head to the dining hall, the steward rushed in. "Your Grace." "Madam." Duke Rong looked surprised. What was going on? The steward's expression didn't seem bad. In fact, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. "What is it?"
Duke Rong asked.
"Your Grace, madam." Quickly prepare to receive the guests. Everyone was taken aback. Receive guests? Was the emperor coming? "Oh my, master. As soon as you return to the capital, the emperor comes to our house for a meal," Luan joked from the side. Bai Lao snorted lightly, crossing his arms. Not even a meal can be peaceful. Duke Rong nearly broke into a sweat. This was the ruler of the nation. The emperor held the power of life and death. These mischievous children and their mischievous master. Everyone hurried to the front door to welcome the emperor. As they reached the entrance, they saw 2 carriages approaching quickly, with 4 grand eunuchs standing neatly outside. Duke Rong led everyone to kneel at the entrance. The carriages stopped, and A stepped forward to open the door, revealing Emperor Renzong and the crown prince stepping down. From the second carriage, the old prince got out. Great! The 3 most esteemed men of Dichi had all arrived. "I, Lu Rufeng, along with my family, respectfully welcome your majesty, the crown prince and the old prince." "Ha ha ha. Duke Rong, please rise," the emperor said with a smile. Then everyone stood up. Before the Duke of Rong could speak again, the emperor stepped up to Old Bai with a bright smile that was almost blinding. "The divine doctor has worked this journey. I should have come earlier, but those ministers kept reporting endlessly without any awareness, which is why I arrived late." The crown prince struggled to control his expression, trying hard not to show his discomfort. Everyone else was wide-eyed. Is this really our wise and powerful emperor? Right? Lu Anin secretly glanced at the crown prince and the old duke, both looking confused. Old Bai remained calm and replied, "Thank you, your majesty. It is my duty to help you and serve the court. I have also been concerned about your hard work for the country. Please allow me to check your health shortly." "Good, good." Emperor Renzong laughed heartily, eagerly awaiting the divine doctor's words. Last time, the old emperor had invited the divine doctor 3 times before he agreed. This time, he had come to the divine doctor's home himself, so he wanted to ensure the doctor took care of him. Everyone gathered around the 3 important figures as they entered. Madame Su quietly instructed the steward to quickly rearrange the family banquet. Before the emperor arrived, the family could enjoy a meal together, but once he was there, it would not be appropriate for the family to surround him. That would be disrespectful. The steward hurried away. "Duke of Rong, I'm still hungry." The crown prince rolled his eyes, thinking, "Father, you really are something." As soon as he heard the guard report that the divine doctor had returned to the capital, he barely touched his afternoon tea and was already thinking about dinner at the Duke of Rong's. How could he not be hungry? "I'm hungry too." Upon hearing that the emperor was still hungry, the Duke of Rome quickly invited him to the dining hall. The steward worked quickly, and by the time the emperor and his party arrived at the dining hall, everything was ready. The ladies were seated at one table, separated by a large screen. The emperor, crown prince, old duke, and Duke of Rome sat together, while the divine doctor was at a table with the young master and the little boy. When the emperor entered and saw the seating arrangement, he insisted, "The divine doctor must sit with me. Those two children should come over too, one boy and one girl at each table." With the emperor's command, Lu Shizhi and Xiao Muyang had no choice but to move over. The steward also remembered the 4 grand eunuchs and arranged dinner for them next door. Lu Anin quietly told the steward to bring a few bottles of grape wine for the 4 grand eunuchs. Of course, the emperor's table could not be without wine either. The meal was very enjoyable for the emperor and his ministers, with the emperor's smile never fading. After the meal, the Duke of Rome accompanied the emperor and others to the living room, where the servants brought fragrant tea. Madame Su and Lu Yu took the children back to the backyard, leaving the Princess Annal with the emperor. After a brief conversation, Elder Bai began to check the emperor's pulse. The emperor's health had been well cared for by the palace doctors, but he always thought about the divine doctor. After checking the pulse, Elder Bai provided the emperor with a prescription for medicinal food and gave him a precious health tonic. The emperor's eyes sparkled with joy. Afterward, he also took care of the old prince, and even the crown prince. The prescriptions for medicinal food and health baths were Elder Bai's exclusive secrets, hard to come by. The 4 grand eunuchs took the opportunity to ask Elder Bai for help as well. Elder Bai knew that the 2nd grand was a close friend of his young disciple, and the 4th grand was the second's brother, so he decided to help. Elder Bai was busy for over an hour before finishing. Once he was done, everyone sat down to talk again, and Lu Anin brought up the idea of establishing a medical academy. This was the first medical academy in Dachi, and the emperor took it very seriously. He had come to the duke's residence, thinking that since the divine doctor had returned to the capital, it was time to discuss the academy. "Annal, the medical academy is very important. I will have a heir assist you. Also, since you are young, some ministers are used to dealing with children, so I will have the crown prince personally oversee this matter. If you need anything, just ask the crown prince directly." Lu Anin's eyes lit up as she looked at the crown prince. He smiled warmly. "Princess, feel free to ask for anything. I will definitely support you." Lu Anin replied, "Thank you, your majesty, and thank you, crown prince. With you in front, I am not afraid of anything." The old prince also smiled and said, "Annal, if anyone tries to make things difficult for you, just tell me, and I will scold them for 3 days and nights." Lu Anin blinked and said, "I actually have a request for you, old prince." "What is it?" "When the time comes, I hope you can grant me a few of your calligraphies to hang in the medical academy." The old prince's calligraphies were priceless. Even the emperor felt inferior in comparison. Anyone who could obtain the old prince's calligraphy would be extremely fortunate. Emperor Renzong laughed heartily. "Uncle, this girl has set her sights on you. You can't escape now. Uncle, write a few more, as you still owe her some." Emperor Renzong held great respect for the old prince. "The first reason is that he is my own uncle, and the second is that the old prince has protected me during my toughest times. He even sacrificed his eldest son to shield me from danger, so I have long regarded the old prince as my father. In any situation, whether in public or private, I never refer to myself as I in front of the old prince and princess. I always call myself the child." Some officials said that this title does not align with tradition and undermines the emperor's authority, leading to a harsh reprimand from me. "My royal uncle saved my life and has protected me for many years. My cousin lost his life for me. The late emperor was my biological father, but he almost caused my death. Are you challenging me about tradition? Are you looking for trouble? If you don't want to keep your position, then leave now. If you want to stay in this role, focus on important matters instead of nitpicking small issues." The officials were not satisfied and argued with me, but in the end, they all went on a pleasant vacation. After that, no one mentioned the issue again. When the old prince heard me say this, he smiled and immediately agreed. I stayed at the duke's residence for a while longer before returning to the palace, and everyone saw us off at the gate. Luonin had someone bring the plan for the medical school and handed it to the Crown Prince. Since the Crown Prince was in charge of this matter, he needed to review the plan. If he had any questions or suggestions, we could discuss them further. In the carriage back to the palace, the Crown Prince opened the plan and began to read it carefully. After a short while, he said, "Father, it's a pity that women cannot hold official positions. If Anil County is mainly for boys, it's a missed opportunity. It's unfortunate that women cannot serve in the court, but if Anil were in the main hall, I would have to watch her clash with those old-fashioned officials every day." The Crown Prince laughed at this. How is Anil's plan written? The emperor valued the establishment of the medical school greatly and was very interested in Luonin's plan. However, since it was entrusted to the Crown Prince, he would not interfere too much, allowing the Crown Prince ample room to demonstrate his abilities. When the Crown Prince faced challenges, he would seek advice and also receive guidance from the Grand Tutor. I must say, the emperor is very open-minded. Anil's plan is very detailed. The key point is that the renowned doctor, Bai Lao, will serve as the head of the medical school. With this, the school will surely attract many students in the future. The emperor nodded. With such a renowned figure, our country will surely produce many excellent doctors. The Crown Prince said, "The establishment of this medical school by the county princess is much more complete than the current imperial hospital, both in scale and in various systems. It also gives children from ordinary families a chance."
Oh, tell me more.
Father, look here. The Crown Prince opened a page of the plan for Emperor Renzong to see. This plan has a wide recruitment range. As long as someone is interested in medicine, willing to work hard, has good character, and wants to help others, they are welcome to apply. Currently, our imperial hospital mainly accepts students from medical families and selected officials, which limits the opportunities. The county princess provides everyone with an equal chance, though the selection and later assessments for students will be very strict. The Crown Prince was very satisfied with the plan and felt he didn't need to give any suggestions. He was especially impressed that the medical school would also train female doctors, as it has historically been very difficult for women to enter the medical field. He was fully responsible for the medical school, but he was benefiting greatly. Even without him, the school would still be established. The county princess was directly helping him achieve success, so he had to support her fully to ensure the medical school was built well. Be careful with the imperial hospital. Don't let them think that Anil is trying to take their jobs, Emperor Renzong advised the Crown Prince, reminding him not to overlook the existing hospital. He added, Pei Yuanzheng is more excited to see the divine doctor than to see his own father, so he should be fine. But the others may not be so easy. I will remember your advice, father. Emperor Renzong was very pleased that the Crown Prince did not feel overly proud about being in charge of the medical school. Instead, he was very humble. The county princess had her own motives for establishing the medical school. She wanted more confidence, as relying solely on sweet potatoes and field hospitals was not enough. Therefore, she thought about elevating the field hospitals to a higher level. Once the medical school was established, it would overcome the limitations of the imperial hospital's low social standing. This low standing meant that the imperial hospital ultimately served the government and the royal family. What the county princess wanted was for all citizens to have access to high-quality medical services, which was her ultimate goal in founding the medical school. Previously, she had gained goodwill among the people through sweet potatoes, and now, once the medical school was built, the citizens would receive even greater benefits. As long as she did not rebel in the future, no one in Daki would dare to harm her. At the same time, she would have an advantage for the future in helping her uncle Su. In her past life, she was a top student at a traditional Chinese medicine school, but that doesn't mean her medical skills are exceptional. She is not an experienced doctor, and her knowledge isn't enough to support a medical school. Her greatest strength is management. She knows how to recognize talent and make the best use of all available resources to achieve the best results. Moreover, she has her master, the renowned healer Bai Lao. Her master helped establish the medical school by reaching out to his old friends, who are all top doctors dedicated to passing on their medical skills. When they heard that the Great Qi was starting its first medical school and that they would be founding members, they were thrilled. Bai Lao introduced them to his apprentice, Luonin, who is the initiator and founder of the Battlefield Hospital, which was granted by the emperor. The emperor fully supports the Battlefield Hospital and will also support the medical school. Bai Lao's friends immediately agreed to help and introduced their like-minded friends. Even before the medical school started construction, dozens of doctors had already arrived, each with their own specialties, covering various fields like general medicine and gynecology. Luonin spent a lot of money to buy a beautiful estate outside the city to accommodate these doctors and their families, with each doctor having their own small courtyard. These doctors were focused on their medical work. They didn't come to the capital for leisure. When they saw the accommodations Luonin prepared, one elderly doctor almost made her cry with his complaints. Luonin personally took the old doctor to a simple cottage. Upon seeing the cottages, a mountain spring, and the fragrant herbs, the old doctor was delighted when Luonin gave him a fine herb. He immediately started teaching her medical skills like a child, which made Bai Lao quite upset. "That's my disciple."
Mine.
Bai Lao, frustrated, began discussing and exchanging medical knowledge with the doctors daily, making sure they had no time to focus on his apprentice, fearing they might try to take her away. However busy Luonin was, she always made time to visit the estate, as she promised her master not to neglect her medical studies. Whenever she arrived, the doctor's attention shifted entirely to her, and they forgot about the renowned healer. Luonin absorbed knowledge like a sponge, eager to learn. The divine doctor secretly smiled, thinking, "You old folks have finally boarded my apprenticeship." Meanwhile, the prince was rushing to the court. Luonin hadn't asked the court for a single silver coin. How could the court not show its dance? Emperor Renzong issued an imperial decree to the Ministry of Works, and soon after, the prince arrived. The Minister of Works immediately rolled up his sleeves, took the medical school's design plans, and quickly arranged for its implementation. The location of the Great Qi Medical Academy was chosen outside the city, not far from Jingshan Academy, which delighted the teachers there. They felt closer to the divine doctor, and if they ever had a headache, they might get help more easily. However, they understood that even a high-ranking figure like the old prince had to visit the divine doctor multiple times to get his attention. He wouldn't treat just anyone. Still, having the chance to see the divine doctor from afar was worth it. I must say, these teachers were quite charming. One day, the prince personally visited the large estate and brought a special gift from the emperor. The emperor named the estate Warm Spring in the Apricot Grove, and the prince came to visit the doctors on behalf of the emperor. The doctors were truly surprised. The prince was the heir apparent. It was clear how much the emperor valued the medical academy by sending his son to see them. All the doctors were determined to improve their skills and pass them down through generations. The prince had been worried about the thoughts of the imperial physicians, but to his surprise, he saw several of them not on duty there. Besides, could Luonin make the imperial physicians have any thoughts? Absolutely not. With the divine doctor around, those physicians would have to behave. Moreover, the library at Warm Spring in the Apricot Grove was filled with medical texts, many of which were rare editions. The imperial physicians were so happy they could almost cry. Who would have any other thoughts? Anyone who dared to think otherwise would face dire consequences. The medical academy was under intense construction, and the Minister of Works was working hard, supervising personally, almost staying overnight.
There was no choice.
The prince was watching every day, wanting to make multiple visits. If the minister made fewer trips, it would be seen as neglecting his duties. Moreover, there was a stern second prince, a powerful figure in the emperor's court. The Minister of Works simply brought his bedding along. His wife even warned him, "If you don't do well, don't blame me for taking the kids back to my family." Because his 15-year-old son has always liked herbs and is currently learning medicine from a master, the master said he must help his apprentice get into medical school. He is also preparing to take advanced classes. Being able to learn from the renowned healer, Old Bai is a blessing from a past life. Even if he is not yet qualified for direct teaching, any small advice from Old Bai will be very beneficial. His wife has given a strict order. If the medical school is not built well, he won't be allowed to return home. So, the official is determined to succeed. Luonin does not want a single silver coin from the court, and Emperor Renzong cannot shamelessly exploit a young girl. Instead, he took 30,000 silver notes from his private treasury and had a heir deliver them to Luonin. The old prince and the princess are also eager to help, each contributing 20,000. They would like to give more, but they cannot go over the emperor's head. Luonin gladly accepted the money. After all, who has a grudge against money? Moreover, the prescriptions from my master are worth far more than that. In the end, it seems the royal family benefits the most. The main structure of the medical school is about to be completed. Luonin's design for the school is not like a royal palace. She wants it to be simple, practical, and sturdy. Therefore, the construction is much faster than that of the palaces. That night, just as she was falling asleep, she heard voices outside. Although the voices were low, her hearing was excellent. Is the young lady asleep? The young lady just lay down. What is it, Sister Green Clothes? Replied the night watch girl, Chun Tao. Something happened at the medical school. I need to report to the young lady. Upon hearing this, Luonin quickly got dressed. Chun Tao hurried in and lit the lamp on the table. Luonin noticed that Green Clothes looked unwell. What's going on? Young lady, the Zhixing building has collapsed. The Zhixing building is a 2-story teaching building at the medical school, symbolizing the unity of knowledge and action. Was anyone hurt? The building can be rebuilt, and financial loss is not a concern. As long as no one is injured, that is what matters. 2 night watchmen were injured, but their injuries are not serious. Don't worry, the sanitation team's Ching Chi is handling it personally. How could it collapse? Since the construction of the medical school began, both the Crown Prince and the Minister of Works have been keeping a close eye on it. The foundation was made very solid, and there should be no issues with the building. The old craftsman said that the building wouldn't collapse even in a storm. Of course, their words might be a bit exaggerated, but they do indicate that the building was constructed very well. Don't worry, the second prince is there, investigating the cause. Green-clad worried that the young lady might be anxious, so she quickly reassured her. She knew that this medical school had taken a lot of effort from the young lady. With the steward and the elder sister away from the capital, she had to keep an eye on things for her, so she had been running around these days. When Grandma Jean heard the commotion, she also came over. Luonin decided to go to the medical school herself. However, the city gates were already closed. The news Green-clad received was from the secret guards outside the city, who had their own way of sending messages. To get out of the city, she would need her father's help. So, Luonin quickly got ready and ran to her father's courtyard. At this time, Duke Dinghua, Rongju, had not yet gone to bed and was reading military books at his desk. The guard outside announced that the young lady had arrived. Rongju immediately sensed something was wrong. Otherwise, his daughter wouldn't come to find him so late. Sure enough, upon hearing her words, he quickly got up and took her out of the Duke's residence. When the guards at the city gate saw Duke Dinghua and Princess Annal arriving, they opened the gates immediately, as the princess needed to retrieve something important from the medical school. Green-clad followed closely behind, and the 3 horses headed straight for the medical school. The medical school was not far from the capital, and they soon arrived at the entrance. The guards, seeing the princess and the duke, quickly approached and said, "Duke, Princess, what brings you here?" "Oh, I left something here, and came in a hurry to get it," Luonin replied. She did not mention the news about the building collapse. If word got out that she knew, it would raise questions. She couldn't reveal all her cards. The 12 flower fairies and the secret guards from Taohua village were her last resort. Upon hearing that the princess was there to retrieve something, the guard said, "Princess, you arrived just in time. The Zhixing building has collapsed. You should go take a look." "What? How did it collapse? Is anyone hurt?" Luonin asked in surprise. There were injuries, but the health team has already taken care of everything. Our captain reported to the second prince, who has been here for a while and is investigating the cause. Dad, let's go take a look. Green-clad, my books were left in the Howd building. Go get them first. Green-clad nodded and quickly left. Luanin then hurried with her father towards the Xing building. While they were talking, another guard ran off to inform the second prince, so Luanin happened to meet him on the way. Duke, the second prince said as he approached quickly. When they were alone, he still preferred to call her Anin, but in front of others, he always used formal titles. Rome Ju respected the second uncle, who was quite a powerful figure, as he was a close friend of his daughter. Thank you for your hard work, uncle. The guards at the entrance said that the Xing building has collapsed. Is it serious? Rome Ju asked. The second uncle sighed and nodded. I was planning to tell Anin tomorrow, but unexpectedly, Anin came to get something and the Xing building collapsed, injuring 2 night watchmen. Their injuries are not serious and have been treated in time. Uncle Yu, do you know the reason? Luanin asked anxiously in a low voice. The second uncle's surname was originally Yu, and he was the second in his family, with the fourth uncle being his younger brother. After entering the palace, he could no longer use his original name. Luanin and the second uncle were close friends, and he later told her his original surname. So, privately, Luanin started calling him Uncle Yu, as he was just a few months younger than her father. Anin, please come this way, the second uncle said. Seeing that the second uncle looked unwell, Luanin exchanged a glance with her father and followed the second uncle to the side. After receiving the news, the second uncle quickly rushed to the medical academy, where a large part of the Xing building had collapsed. The other buildings nearby were fine, only the Xing building had issues. Coincidentally, 2 night watchmen, one named Sanju and the other Si Mao, were chatting while on duty and ended up discussing the medical academy. Sanju said, the old stonemason told me that our building is very sturdy. It can withstand an earthquake. Si Mao laughed and replied, the old stonemason's words must be exaggerated. I admit the building is sturdy, but I don't believe it can withstand an earthquake. My grandfather told me that when he was young, even the houses of the wealthy collapsed during an earthquake and many people died. Hearing this, Sanju quickly patted his chest, mumbling, I'm really scared. Don't say that. It's making me shiver. As they talked, they reached the Xing building. Sanju, with a mischievous glint in his eye, said to Si Mao, aren't you strong and claim to have learned martial arts? Why don't you try? If you can kick down this wall, then you really have some skills. If you can't, you have to believe the old stonemason. The two unknowingly made a bet, and Si Mao, being a bit reckless, accepted the challenge. Instead of kicking the wall, he placed both palms against it, squatted in a horse stance, and channeled all his strength into his arms, making his muscles bulge. This startled Sanju, who stammered, the wall is shaking. Then, Si Mao shouted loudly, and with a crash, a large hole appeared in the wall. This scared the two of them quite a bit. The guards, hearing the noise, rushed over and were shocked to see the wall had collapsed. The guard captain was furious. Why were you gambling when there was no reason to? With the wall down, how could he explain this to his superiors? Sanju and Si Mao were also frightened and crouched down, grabbing their hair and crying. At that moment, a few old stonemasons came over. One of them picked up a broken piece of blue brick and examined it closely by the light of a torch in the yard. The captain quickly sent someone back to the city to inform the second master and called for the head of the construction department, while also ordering Sanju and Si Mao to be. That evening, the minister returned to the residence and a supervisor from the construction department stayed at the site. When the supervisor arrived, he was also startled. This situation was too serious. In just a short time, the original large hole had grown even bigger and half the wall had collapsed. Sir, this blue brick seems unusual, shouted the old stonemason who had picked up the brick earlier. Everyone gathered around to listen. Sir, look at the difference between these 2 pieces of blue brick, the stonemason said, holding up 2 broken pieces for the supervisor to see. The other 2 workers quickly came forward to examine the bricks as well. Yes, sir, These bricks look the same on the surface, but the break points are different. This piece clearly wasn't fired properly and the clay quality is poor, which is why it broke under strong force. Sir, if it weren't for Sanju and Simao gambling, once the Jixing building is completed, there could be serious issues later. The old stonemasons explained the situation to the supervisor. Hearing this, the supervisor began to sweat. What the stonemason said made sense. If the Jixing building was finished and the medical school started using it with many people inside, if these bricks broke, it could lead to a major disaster. Don't leave yet. I've already sent someone to call for the second master. When he arrives, you can explain everything to him in detail. So, everyone on site stayed put. The second master arrived quickly, and the old stonemasons explained everything to him again. The second master examined the broken bricks and noticed they were indeed different. He then had some more bricks brought in and smashed open, revealing that some of the blue bricks had the same issue. After analyzing the situation, the second master and the construction supervisor concluded that this batch of blue bricks contained some inferior quality bricks. The second master felt the situation was serious. Who was responsible for this? Under the bright sun, someone dared to use inferior materials in the medical school. The emperor should pay more attention, and the crown prince is responsible for this. It's surprising that some people are trying to take advantage of the situation. So, the second prince began to investigate the origin of the blue bricks, and just then, Luanin arrived. Uncle Yu, have you found anything? Could there be problems here too? Luanin thought to herself. In this batch of blue bricks, some were mixed in that were not properly fired and had quality issues. The method was very clever. If it weren't for 2 night watchmen betting, we might not have discovered this. Container Ju frowned and said, what about the houses that were already built? Could they also have these issues? If that's the case, it would be a big problem. If there are any uncontrollable external factors, or if these buildings are in normal use with so many students inside, if there were a collapse, it would be serious. Luanin's heart raced. Oh dear. Please don't let me fail here. If there are issues with the buildings, my reputation could be ruined. We haven't confirmed anything yet. The second prince shook his head. After a moment, he added, all the bricks and tiles we use come from the Hu family kiln. The Hu family has been a partner for many years. Not only in the palace, but almost all the noble families in the capital get their bricks and tiles from there. The Hu family wouldn't dare to use inferior materials. If discovered, it would be a serious crime. It seems we need to start investigating the Hu family kiln. Since the knowledge and action building is a dangerous structure, we should demolish it completely. Also, I wonder if the old stonemason can tell the quality of the bricks by sound? Luanin thought that if the old stonemason could distinguish the bricks by sound, they could pick out the bad ones. Although it would take time and effort, there was no better method at the moment. She would rather delay some work hours than leave potential hazards in the future buildings. The second prince replied, a stonemason named Gui said that very few craftsmen have this ability, only a few people. However, he knows someone named Xinguang, who is young but seems to have this talent naturally. After dawn, stonemason Guo will look for these people. Luanin nodded. Uncle Yu, once you find them, let Xinguang lead the way. Until we find the cause, we can only use this simple method. Please take care of the Hu family kiln as well, Container Ju said, clasping his fists. Lord, you're too kind. The girls shouldn't call me Uncle Yu for nothing. Container Ju noticed the warmth in the second prince's eyes and couldn't help but admire her daughter's ability to win people's hearts. Also, let those night watchmen go. They acted without meaning to, and if they hadn't made that bet by chance, we wouldn't even know about this. Uncle Yu, what do you think? Luanin wanted to plead for the 2 night watchmen. Otherwise, with the methods of the second master, these 2 would surely face a grim fate. After hearing this, the second master nodded in agreement. If this had happened before, the 2 would have met a terrible end. However, since meeting Luanin, the second master felt he had softened a bit. He didn't want to have too much blood on his hands. At that moment, Green Clothes returned with a book. This book was brought by Green Clothes, and since they mentioned retrieving something, it had to be prepared in advance. Seeing that there was no immediate outcome, Luanin took her leave with the second master. The father and daughter, along with green clothes, headed to Peach Blossom Manor, planning to return to their residence after dawn. The next morning, the Minister of Works arrived. After the person in charge reported the situation, the minister was nearly scared to death. This matter had to be investigated thoroughly. Otherwise, he would be blamed for it, as the construction of the building was entrusted to him by the emperor. So, the minister hurried to the palace to report to the emperor. Coincidentally, he found the crown prince and the second master in the imperial study, so he reported everything to the emperor one by one. Naturally, Emperor Renzong was furious. Who had the audacity to tamper with the medical academy? The crown prince thought, who is trying to undermine me? They know my father has entrusted me with full responsibility for this matter and still dare to stab me in the back. Thus, Emperor Renzong ordered the Imperial Guards to assist the second master in the investigation. The Imperial Guards were the Emperor's secret guards and were usually not deployed unless something serious occurred. It seemed the Emperor was indeed very angry this time. The second master received the order and instantly disappeared from the Imperial study, startling the Minister of Works, who couldn't believe his eyes. The second master had just been there. In the blink of an eye, a living person had vanished, leaving the minister feeling like someone was missing. Emperor Renzong waved his hand, and the Crown Prince and the Minister of Works exited the Imperial study. "Crown Prince, are you?" The Minister of Works wanted to ask if the Crown Prince was still going to the medical academy. "Let's go to the medical academy," the Crown Prince said, striding down the steps of the Imperial study, with the minister closely following behind. Little did they know, the collapse of Jixing Building had implicated several major corrupt officials in the court. Back at the Marquis's residence, Luonin was quietly fuming. She was truly infuriated. In the past, there was a lot of corruption, and now that I'm here, I didn't expect it to be the same. Is this what they call inherited problems? Rong-ju was worried that his daughter was under pressure, so he went to her courtyard. He planned to chat with her, as the truth would be uncovered by the Crown Prince and the Second Prince, and he couldn't interfere. "On Bao, don't worry. Let's wait for the results from the Second Prince and the Crown Prince." The court punishes corruption very strictly. Once it's discovered, it's a serious crime, especially since the emperor values the medical academy highly. Luonin frowned and nodded, letting out a sigh. "Dad, I've disturbed someone else's interests. If it weren't for the night watchman accidentally revealing this, once it comes to light, not only will my reputation be ruined, but our family will also be affected." Disturb someone else's interests? Whose interests did she disturb? The family doesn't lack for anything. Rong-ju clearly didn't understand his daughter's words at first, leading to a big misunderstanding. Seeing her father's reaction, Luonin explained, "Interests are a metaphor. It means I have affected someone else's benefits." Now the wise lord understood. The relationships between the noble families of Deqi are very complicated. Many have marital ties, and several are involved in business, including medicine and pharmacies. So, in that sense, I have indeed disturbed their interests. Luonin's nature is that the more challenges she faces, the more her fighting spirit is ignited. These difficulties clearly won't defeat her. Instead, they will make her more passionate. After chatting for a while, a maid in green came in to report that the Crown Prince had arrived. Rong-ju quickly took his daughter out to greet him. The Crown Prince was already waiting in the front hall. After exchanging pleasantries, the Crown Prince got straight to the point. "Princess, there's no need to worry. The medical academy will definitely be built. My father received news last night and was very angry. He immediately sent the Second Prince and the Imperial Guards to investigate, so we should have results soon." Imperial Guards? Luonin didn't understand, but Rong-ju did. The Imperial Guards only answer to the Emperor. Each generation of Imperial Guards recognizes only one master, the Emperor himself. Even the Crown Prince, the future heir, cannot command them. Without the Emperor's permission, even if he passes away and the Crown Prince ascends, the Imperial Guards cannot be taken over. These guards remain near the royal tombs until they pass away. It seems the Emperor is truly angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent the Imperial Guards. He must be using this opportunity to deal with those proud, noble families. Indeed, once the imperial guards took action, everything was revealed within 3 days. During the Grand Assembly, Emperor Renzong sat on the throne, exuding an air of authority without anger. The officials below felt an overwhelming, invisible pressure. Someone was bound to have bad luck today. The loyal ministers, led by the Duke of Rong and the Marquis of Ding, were not afraid. They had nothing to hide and were not worried about ghosts knocking at their doors. In contrast, those who secretly schemed were already showing signs of fear, worried that the emperor might suddenly order their execution. The emperor glanced at Heir. Heir stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I have investigated the collapse of the Medical Academy's Xing building, and I have results to report." Everyone was curious about what had happened. The Xing building, funded by Princess Annal, had collapsed? When did this happen? Even close officials like the Duke of Rong were surprised. They had no idea. Only Rong Ju, Luanan, and the maid in green knew about it. Even the elder Rong did not. Soon, a minister named Tan spoke up. "Your Majesty, how can such an important matter be handled by Princess Annal? A young lady should focus on family matters. Running a business is one thing, but building a battlefield hospital and now a medical academy is inappropriate." "I agree," another minister, named Han, added. This minister Han spoke sternly. "A woman should do women's work. What does she think she's doing, trying to involve herself in politics?" Before the emperor could respond, Rong Ju interjected.
How dare you?
"Han Desheng, you speak nonsense. Who is trying to involve themselves in politics? You're just trying to marry your daughter to the crown prince for personal gain. Your daughter is bold enough to pretend to be a noble lady to enter the palace. Would you dare let the palace maids check on her? And you, Tan Bajin, what do you know? Your wife stays home to manage the family while you have 3 sons. 2 are your brothers. You spend half the month with your wife and the other half with your brother, yet you have the nerve to criticize others?"
Wow, what are we hearing?
The officials were wide-eyed, staring intently at the Marquis. "Marquis, we like you. Please share more juicy details. Minister Bai, don't hide. Isn't your daughter-in-law's apron lovely? Young Master Bai, you should keep a close eye on the wife your father arranged for you."
Wow.
Marquis, how impressive. Even those from the Li family were grinning from ear to ear. Today was truly exciting. The few ministers being scolded by Rong Ju turned pale and flushed, feeling embarrassed and wishing to disappear into the ground. "Duke Dinghua, you're spreading false accusations. My daughter is in her prime. How dare you speak like that? You must give the Han family an explanation today." Mr. Han was almost going mad. The crown prince only has one crown princess. What's wrong with his daughter competing for a secondary wife? As for whether his daughter is pure, as long as she can enter the Eastern Palace, what's wrong with using some clever tactics? It's hard to advise a stubborn person. 2 months ago, Jiang Sanlang from the small town of Li County came to the capital to find a fiancé and was attacked by masked men at the Fu family's old shop. I, with my good heart, saved him. Jiang Sanlang is currently at my residence. Mr. Han, you can break off the engagement, but you cannot kill. You? Mr. Han gasped and collapsed to the ground. Without the emperor's command, no one dared to move. Mr. Han could only lie there in the hall, quietly. Rong Ju turned to look at Mr. Tan and Mr. Bai, snorting softly, with a look of disdain that was almost painful to see. Emperor Renzong had a pleased expression. "It seems I did not spoil Rong Heir for nothing. When it comes to biting, if Rong Heir is second, no one dares to claim the first spot. Crown Prince, my father has a sharp eye. When he steps down, he must leave Duke Rong for me. He is unbeatable. No, no, no. I cannot be so disrespectful to Duke Rong. He is truly a pillar of the great Qi." The few ministers pointed out by Rong Ju had one lying on the ground, while the other 2 were speechless. They were stripped of their dignity by Rong Ju and would never show their faces again. "Your Majesty, my daughter is so pitiful. I put in money and effort, yet it's all for nothing. Your Majesty, I must go home to comfort my child. I can no longer accompany you," he sobbed. "Don't cry, my dear. I will take care of this." Throw that one lying down out. Tan Bajin and Bai Sifu, kneel outside the hall. Your presence is painful to my eyes.
AER, continue.
All the ministers thought, Your Majesty, we also want to be the second. Soon, the hall fell silent again. The Li faction looked at the minister being carried out and the two kneeling outside, feeling quite disdainful. They deserved it for being caught. The second cleared his throat and continued, Your Majesty, with the help of the Imperial Guards, we thoroughly investigated Hujiao. The head of the Hu family was indeed unaware. The problem lies with the new wife of the Hu family's second son, who is an adopted daughter of the Duan family from Suzhou. Everyone perked up their ears. The second prince turned and saw the minister of the grand ritual. Lord Zhou, don't you want to explain this? Everyone's gaze shifted to Minister Zhou Zhigao. What's going on here? Could this adopted daughter be Lord Zhou's illegitimate child? Zhou Zhigao stepped forward and said slowly, What do you mean, Your Highness? What do I mean? Since Lord Zhou doesn't understand, let me explain. The birth mother of the adopted daughter from the Duan family is Lord Zhou's first wife. After Lord Zhou passed the imperial exam, he married a woman from the Liu family who is involved in the medicine business and owns several clinics, right? What you say is indeed correct, but what does that prove? Zhou Zhigao felt surprised but managed to stay calm. But who is the second prince? He could tell what was on Zhou Zhigao's mind just by observing. What does it prove? Good question. The Liu family saw that Princess Annal was establishing a medical academy. Once it's built, it will train many doctors for the court. With enough doctors, the court can develop public clinics, right, Lord Zhou? Is that clear enough? After speaking, the second prince ignored Zhou Zhigao and turned to Emperor Renzong. Your Majesty, the Liu family, seeing the interests of Princess Annal, has teamed up with several families and merchants involved in medicine. Through the adopted daughter of the Duan family, who is actually Lord Zhou's biological daughter, Zhou Shihui, they persuaded the second son of the Hu family to tamper with the bricks used in the medical academy. They planned to sabotage it after completion, hoping it would collapse and cause many casualties among the students. Then, the emperor would surely deal with Princess Annal, and the academy would be shut down. Unexpectedly, two night watchmen made a bet on whether the building was sturdy. One, being incredibly strong, accidentally pushed down a wall of the Jixing building, revealing the issue. When I thoroughly investigated the Hu family, I found suspicions about this adopted daughter. Although the Hu family is a merchant family, they are legitimate royal merchants. The Duan family's daughter didn't marry, but instead let their adopted daughter marry into the Hu family. This adopted daughter is truly favored. That's why I followed this lead to uncover the truth. The hall fell into an eerie silence. In the Li faction, several individuals felt their hearts race. The Prime Minister had connections with the Liu family, and he surely knew about their dealings. However, since falling ill, the Prime Minister had not attended court, and his face had looked quite unwell during the New Year visit. Lord Zhou, do you still claim to be unaware of this? The second prince glared at Zhou Zhigao. Second uncle, it is true that Zhou Shihui Min is my biological daughter, but these matters have nothing to do with me. How can you expect me to explain? The second uncle shook his head, saying, You are truly stubborn. Lord Zhou, there is a man named Huang Guan in the Ministry of Works, who is your niece's husband. 10 days ago, while inspecting the fourth batch of bricks sent from Hijayaku, he was not on duty, but the person who suddenly fell ill, so he took over for a day. The bricks used for the knowledge and action building are from that batch. If you still insist this has nothing to do with you, let Huang Guan speak about it. However, he is barely alive now, and you know we can get the truth out of anyone. At this moment, Zhou Zhigao was sweating profusely. No wonder his niece came to him, saying Huang Guan had not returned home for days, and that the Ministry of Works was being too harsh, not allowing anyone to go home while building the medical school. It turned out Huang Guan was in trouble. He must have been secretly captured by the Emperor's hidden guards. Your Majesty, the details are all in the memorial. I only explained the situation. The noble families, merchants, and officials involved are all aware, and the leader of the hidden guards has signed off on it, so there is no falsehood. Upon hearing this, everyone realized it was over. The hidden guards are loyal to the emperor and cannot be bribed. This case could not be more serious, and there was no room for a comeback. The 3 departments will conduct a trial without leniency. I want the truth, Emperor Renzong declared. Though his tone was calm, his fierce gaze made it clear how angry he was. After receiving the decree, the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Inspection Court immediately began working on the medical school case. Old Lord Rome, the chief inspector, was furious. How dare they set a trap for his granddaughter? Avoiding suspicion? Not a chance. Someone was trying to ruin his granddaughter's reputation, and avoiding suspicion was pointless. Besides, the emperor hadn't spoken yet. Who were they to act? The trial by the 3 departments would take some time. Gua the Mason gathered a few people, especially a young man named Sheng Wang, and they worked tirelessly sorting through the poor-quality bricks. The quantity of these bricks also needed to be counted, but the second son of the Hu family was confused and had no idea. Because of the second son's mistakes, the Hu family faced significant losses. If the head of the Hu family hadn't donated 200,000 taels of silver to the medical school, they would have lost their title as a royal merchant. 200,000 taels was a large portion of the Hu family's wealth, but at least they managed to keep their royal merchant title. The head of the Hu family punished the second son severely and expelled him from the Hu clan. 200,000 taels of silver. Luonan didn't take a single tael, but handed it all over to the emperor for a special purpose. This money will be used to expand the beneficial pharmacy, which will need a lot of funds in the future. Emperor Renzong was very pleased and ordered Minister Liu of the Ministry of Revenue to set up a separate account for this money, ensuring it wouldn't be used for anything else. Gua the Mason and his team took 7 or 8 days to finish moving all the bricks, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, only the Jixing building was affected. The previously completed buildings were fine, or else Luonan would have been devastated. The medical school finally resumed normal construction. Meanwhile, the results of the investigation had come out. The collapse of the Jixing building involved several officials, including the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Rights, Zhou Zhigao, and Huang Guan from the Ministry of Works, as well as 3 prominent families, the Liu, Lei, and Miao families, along with a few merchants dealing in medicinal herbs. Among the 3 families, the Liu family had the closest ties to the Li clan, while the Lei and Miao families were closely aligned with the Liu family. As a result, Emperor Renzong took down the 3 families. From then on, the 3 major families withdrew from the capital, ending their influence. As for the merchants dealing in medicinal herbs, they had to give up all their wealth just to keep their families safe. The national treasury was suddenly filled again, and Minister Liu was so happy that his eyes squinted with joy. The officials who were removed from their positions were quickly replaced with new faces, refreshing the atmosphere in the court. The loyal ministers were naturally pleased, as more corrupt officials were eliminated, leading to a healthier government. At this moment, in the Li residence, the scene was quite different. In the study of the Li residence, the atmosphere was very oppressive and eerily quiet, with only the occasional cough breaking the silence. The Prime Minister sat in the main seat. He no longer had his former authority. His face was pale and sunken. If it weren't for the occasional cough, one might think he was dead. All 3 sons of the Li family were present, along with the direct descendants, including Liu Ganglai, the head of the Liu family. All officials from the Liu, Lei, and Miao families had been completely dismissed by the emperor, and their family assets were confiscated. The Lei and Miao families left the capital in disgrace. The strong head of the Liu family did not leave, but sent his family back to their old home in Dengzhou. Sir, I can't accept this. Is my Liu family finished just like that? Is Xia Yunling really all-powerful? The Empress Dowager is still in the palace. Genlai, watch your words. Is the emperor's name something you can casually mention? Li Renyi glared at the head of the Liu family with cold eyes. The head of the Liu family quickly stood up and said, Sir, it was Ganglai who overstepped. Be careful with your words. No one will be able to save you when the time comes. The head of the Liu family shrank his neck and cautiously sat back down. Who can accept this? Do you think I can accept it? Can the empress in the palace accept it? The time is not right. So we must learn to be humble, especially you few.
Control yourselves.
Li Renyi glanced at his 3 sons. Father, don't worry. I understand, replied the eldest son, Li Zhongchuan. He was the son who resembled Li Renyi the most in his actions, another wolf in sheep's clothing. Father, even if we can't openly challenge the one above us, we can't let this go. That girl, Luonan, dares to step on us. We need to teach her a lesson. Exactly, the eldest son is right. Upon hearing this, the head of the Lu family straightened up. If he could, he would want to punish Luonan severely. What do you want to do? Li Renyi lifted his gaze to look at his eldest son. He didn't want to focus his energy on Luonan. Patience is key. He was waiting for the right moment. Lu Yu, Li Zhongchuan said. Eldest son, are you planning to target Lu Yu, Luonan's mother? The head of the Lu family asked, puzzled. Li Zhongchuan nodded and continued. Lu Yu is the younger sister of the Duke of Ronghua. Although she hasn't returned to the Rong family, she is still recognized as a daughter-in-law by them, showing how much Rongju values her. It's difficult to deal with Luonan, as she is too clever. So, we should target her mother to make her understand the importance of thinking things through. Brother, Lu Yu rarely leaves the house. We can't just go to the Duke of Ronghua's residence to kidnap someone, can we? Li Zhongxia, the second son, interjected. Li Zhongchuan glanced at his second brother. Of course not, but there will be opportunities. On the 6th day of each month, Lu Yu goes to Deju Temple to pray. That is our chance, so we must strike decisively. Li Renyi nodded in approval. Noble families in the capital have their own sources of information and often have spies placed in various residences to gather news. However, it is difficult to place spies in the Duke of Ronghua's or the Duke of Dinghua's residences, making it hard to obtain information. Yet, with some clues, it is still possible to deduce things. Lu Yu's monthly visit to Deju Temple was something a servant from the Duke of Ronghua's household mentioned casually, which was overheard by Li family's informants. Otherwise, Li Zhongchuan wouldn't have known so much. So, you may not realize that a seemingly useless comment can be an opportunity for someone else. The meeting at the Li residence lasted all night. In the early hours, a person wrapped up tightly, like a rice dumpling, quietly left the estate. However, he did not notice the shadow lurking in the dark corner. Soon it was the 6th day of the month. Lu Yu packed up and left with Zi. Xiao Muyang was living outside the city with his adoptive father, Old Bai, and went to the medical academy every day to study with a group of doctors. Lu Yu hadn't seen him for many days. But she knew Xiao Muyang was learning well, and she couldn't hold him back. As for her daughter, she was busy with her business and often went to the medical academy to check on her progress, only returning to the Duke's residence every 10 to 15 days. So, Lu Yu decided to return to Kaoshan village in a few days. She had been away for so long and felt it was time to go back. The children no longer needed her to shield them from the storms. Instead, they had grown strong enough to protect her. Therefore, she wanted to return to Kaoshan village to do what she loved. Zi and the lady sat in the carriage, and the lady shared her plans, which made Zi very happy. Compared to the capital, she preferred the scenery of Kaoshan village. The two chatted as they headed towards Deju Temple outside the city. Zi gently opened the carriage window, glanced outside, and said with a smile, "Madam, if you're tired, you can close your eyes and rest. I'll wake you when we arrive." Lu Yu nodded. They had just left the city, and it would still take a while to reach Deju Temple, so Lu Yu leaned back and closed her eyes. To get to Deju Temple, they had to pass a fork in the road, where there was a small peach orchard that was now in full bloom. At that moment, more than 10 strong men were hiding in the peach orchard. One of them said, "Boss, a carriage is coming. Can you see which residence it belongs to?" "It's from the Duke of Rong's residence." The man called Boss nodded. "Be quick. After we take the carriage, we leave. Don't get into a long fight with them." Soon, they could see the carriage approaching. The group slowly moved closer. The coachman was driving steadily, and as they passed the peach orchard, he remarked, "Madam, the peach blossoms are in full bloom here. The ones at Qixia Mountain must be even more beautiful." Suddenly, Several people jumped out from the peach orchard and surrounded the carriage. "What do you want?" The coachman was startled and asked in fear. The man in charge acted quickly, striking down with his hand, and the coachman fainted. A woman's voice came from inside the carriage. "What happened to Mingzi?" As she spoke, the carriage door opened, and a woman in purple leaned out.
Who are you?
"What do you want?" "This is the carriage of the Duke of Rongwa." The woman in purple's expression turned serious, and her hand moved to her waist. The man in charge saw a lady inside the carriage, her face showing panic. He had seen a portrait of Lu Yu before coming out. This was indeed Lu Yu, the sister of the Duke of Rongwa. "Lady Lu, please don't be afraid. We mean no harm. My master wishes to see you, so please cooperate and don't make things difficult for us. We don't want to fight with this young lady." The man remained polite. Lu Yu felt a bit anxious but calmed down quickly, knowing the skills of the woman in purple.
Z, step back.
Z glared at the men and drew her soft sword, jumping down from the carriage to stand guard. The coachman Mingzi had been placed nearby, but was still unconscious. Lu Yu said calmly, "Who are you? If you want to see me, you should at least introduce yourselves." The man kept his cold demeanor, his voice steady. "It would be best for you to cooperate, madam. It will save us all a lot of trouble. You'll understand when we arrive. Wake my coachman. Otherwise, I won't go with you." Seeing Lu Yu's determination, the man reluctantly waved his hand, and his men quickly roused the coachman. Mingzi woke up groggily and jumped up. "What do you want?" "Don't touch my lady." He tried to rush forward, but a man in black blocked him and held a knife to his throat. "Don't hurt him. Mingzi, come drive the carriage and follow them." Lu Yu, fearing for Mingzi's safety, shouted. Mingzi pushed past the man blocking him and quickly climbed onto the carriage. The man in charge also jumped onto the other side. Z held her soft sword, walking alongside the man in charge. The carriage turned off the main road, heading in another direction. From the half-open carriage door, they could see they were getting farther from the official road. Suddenly, Lu Yu whispered from inside the carriage, "Attack." As she spoke, a figure leaped out of the carriage. It was Lu Yu. At the same time, the girl in purple, wielding a soft sword, suddenly swung it towards the man at the front of the cart, causing the driver to leap away from the carriage. The leading man reacted quickly. He dodged the soft sword and jumped aside, looking at Lu Yu and saying, "You're not Lu Yu, are you?" "Who says I'm not Lu Yu?" Lu Yu replied, holding a short knife and looking at the man with disdain. "Lu Yu doesn't know martial arts." "Oh, you really did your homework to find out so much. Just because I don't know doesn't mean I can't learn."
What's so strange about that?
"Xiaoyao, stop talking to them." The leader said to leave no survivors. As the girl in purple spoke, she swiftly pierced a man with her soft sword. "It's a trap, retreat." The leading man waved his hand to leave. But at that moment, they found they couldn't escape. Their legs wouldn't cooperate. "You're not strong enough. Fight us one-on-one." The leading man realized they had fallen into a trap. They couldn't even walk, let alone fight. "Have you never heard the saying that all is fair in war? You are shameless." The man shouted with red eyes, "Once I recover, I will make sure to take my revenge on you. If you want revenge, wait for the next life."
Kill them.
With the girl in purple's command, more than 10 men quickly met their end. After everything was settled, a few carriages arrived nearby, and the men were loaded into them before they drove away. The girl in purple and her companions quickly checked the scene, confirming there were no traces left. Then they caught up with the carriage to leave. Not far away, on a high, a girl in blue stood with her hands behind her back. The girl in purple and her companions arrived at the foot of the. Mingzi stood by the carriage, while the girl in purple and the one named Xiaoyao quickly ascended the. "Leader, it's all taken care of, very clean," they said in unison. "Good, let's go." With that, everyone got into the carriage, and Mingzi cracked the whip, driving the carriage away. At that moment, the carriage bearing the emblem of the Duke of Rongwa arrived at the foot of Daeju Temple. The girl in purple softly called, "Madam, we have arrived." Lu Yu opened her eyes, realizing she had somehow fallen asleep during the journey. I actually fell asleep. As she spoke, Lu Yu quickly adjusted her dress. Madam must be tired from making clothes for the young lady these past few nights. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fallen asleep in the carriage. The girl in purple replied gently, opening the door and stepping out first. The coachman had already set up the footstool, and Z helped the lady down from the carriage. Then, the two of them headed towards the Great Awakening Temple. Meanwhile, Li Zhongchuan was pacing back and forth in a house, waiting for the guards to return. Big brother, don't walk around so much. I'm feeling dizzy, Li's second brother mumbled. Zhongxia, something feels off. Fei Hu and the others should have returned by now. It's been over half an hour past the agreed time, and they're still not back. Big brother, maybe they got delayed on the way. Let's wait a bit longer. Can't a dozen of Fei Hu's men handle one Liyue? Li Zhongxia said, shaking his legs. His older brother was too cautious and overestimated that woman, sending out over a dozen high-ranking guards. It was not easy to train the high-ranking guards of the Li family, and this time, his brother had dispatched 16 of them. Second brother, send someone to check quickly. Li Zhongchuan's unease grew stronger. Li Zhongxia had no choice but to stand up and go outside to make arrangements. Another half an hour passed, and the person they sent out returned without seeing Fei Hu and his group, and they couldn't get in touch with them. They followed the agreed route but didn't see a single person. There were no signs of a struggle. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Li Zhongchuan glanced at Li Zhongxia, and both brothers felt a chill down their spines. Go check near the Duke of Ronggua's residence to see if Liyue has returned home. Be careful not to let anyone notice. Li Zhongchuan sat down in a chair, feeling defeated. It seemed that Fei Hu and his men might be gone. When the person they sent out returned, Li Zhongchuan confirmed that Fei Hu and his 16 high-ranking guards were no longer alive, as Liyue had safely returned home. Li Zhongchuan's plan failed because after he set the trap, Rong Ju quickly learned about it. The reason was simple. His most trusted attendant was actually Rong Ju's secret guard, Rong Shisan, who had disguised himself, while the original attendant had already perished. Thus, when Li Zhongchuan attempted to kidnap Liyue to threaten Lianen, Rong Ju was able to find out so quickly and turn the tables on him. Only Liyue, the person involved, was unaware of this. Rong Ju and Lianen didn't want their mother, daughter-in-law, to worry about this matter, so they kept it from her. The one impersonating Liyue and Z was a subordinate of Lianen, led by Qini, consisting of the flower fairies Peony and Pomegranate. The coachman was secretly a guard from Taohua Manor. Rong Shisan was the only one who successfully infiltrated the Li family, but unfortunately, Li Rennie was too cunning, and Rong Shisan could only stay close to Li Zhongchuan. The core matters of the Li family are not known even to their 3 sons, let alone to Rong Shisan. For example, when Li Rennie discussed sending the crown prince to Liaodong, only he knew about it. No one else in the Li family was aware. This shows Li Rennie's cunning nature. He was also aware of his eldest son's failure, which was unfortunate for the 16 high-ranking guards that the Li family had trained with great effort. It was surprising that someone as skilled as Lu Yu was by her side. It seems Rong Ju truly values this woman. That night, Rong Ju quietly arrived at the Duke of Rong's residence. The guards were tired of dealing with the lord who climbed over walls at midnight. They couldn't do anything about it. However, this time, the lord brought his daughter along. The Duke of Rong looked at the father and daughter who had climbed in and said, you can use the front door. Oh, uncle, I forgot. I'm just used to it, hee. Let's go to the study. The Duke turned to leave, not wanting to see Rong Lair, who had led his obedient niece astray. Dad, you go ahead. I'll fetch my mother, Luanen said before running off. Soon, Lu Yu followed her daughter to her brother's study. As soon as she entered, she was met with a pair of sorrowful eyes. She glared at the man, feeling that he was less trustworthy than Xiao Muyang. Luanen looked at her mother and then at her father, realizing that her father wanted her mother to reconsider, but that path was still very long. She had no choice but to respect her mother's decision. The Duke of Rong asked, is there something important? Otherwise, Anan wouldn't have called her sister over, and it seemed related to you, brother, Li family's eldest son, Li Zhongchuan, sent 16 assassins today to kidnap An's mother. Before Rongju could finish, the Duke slammed the table. What are you doing? If you can't protect An's mother, what good are you? The Duke was furious. To be honest, he still hadn't fully let go of his resentment towards Rongju. He understood he shouldn't blame Rongju. The elder had said that the reason for keeping Shao Qi was to find the true mastermind behind the scenes, but unfortunately, that hand was too deeply hidden. There had been no clues so far. Rongju was startled by his brother-in-law's anger, and Lu and quickly stepped forward. Uncle, please calm down and let my father finish. The Duke huffed lightly and sat back down. Lu Yu frowned. Today, someone planned to kidnap her, and she was unaware of it. She glanced at her daughter, wondering if her daughter and Rongju knew about it. Rongju then explained the situation, and the Duke's expression changed from dark to bright. Is everything taken care of? Don't worry, Uncle. Everything is handled. The Leaf family can't find a single hair, let alone a person. Lu Yu listened quietly. It turned out that Rongju and her daughter had already taken care of everything for her. However, if she stayed in the capital, she would become their weakness. She didn't want someone to use her life to threaten Rongju and her daughter. Big brother, I think I should leave the capital and go back to Kaoshan village. Otherwise, someone will always be watching me, and then and you will be too cautious in everything you do. The three of them looked at her in unison. Am I wrong? Lu Yu asked, puzzled. Mom, please don't feel burdened. You're not a burden to us. You are my mother and my uncle's sister. And you are still my wife. Rongju interjected. Be quiet. Lu Yu shot him a glare, and Rong Air quickly covered his mouth. Anan, listen to me. If I go back to Kaoshan village, there are so many things at home. I can't leave everything to Aunt Hua and Grandpa Wu. Especially Grandpa Wu. He has important matters to attend to. I've been idle in the capital, and I don't want to be useless. Don't worry, with Z here and the guards at home, they will protect me. I will be careful. Lu Yu had already made up her mind, so she wouldn't change it easily.
No.
If you leave the capital and something happens, it will be too far away for us to help. I don't want you to be in danger again. We should wait until the Li family is completely finished. Then I will return to the fields with you. Rongju strongly opposed Lu Yu leaving the capital. After hearing this, Lu Yu shot Rongju a look. It's easy for you to say return to the fields. The emperor won't agree to that. You have skills that would be wasted in a village.
People would criticize me.
I don't care. Rongju said stubbornly. Yue has a point, the Duke said. Big brother. Rongju became anxious. Can his brother-in-law be more reliable? His wife is about to leave, and he won't help him? Don't expect to return to the fields. The emperor granted you the gold medal to command the imperial guards so that you can protect the crown prince in the future, which means being close to the emperor. The more you protect Yue, the more they will watch her. This time, the Leaf family targeted Yue mainly to warn Nin because Nin affected their interests. The moon has left the capital, but it doesn't mean she will return to the mountain village. Duke Rome took a sip of tea and looked at his niece. Luanin rolled her eyes, clapped her hands, and said, I know. Mother can go to Dawang Valley. There are secret guards there, and Eryu is there too. There's no safer place than Dawang Valley. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. That's right. It's much easier for me to handle family matters in Dawang Valley than in the capital. Rongju's face remained serious. He was still unhappy, very unhappy. Enough with the long face. It's not a big deal. If I get caught, what will they do? They might use me to threaten you and the girl. At that point, even if I have to harm myself, I won't let them succeed. When Lu Yu said this, Rongju deflated like a punctured balloon and sat quietly. Let's hurry and deal with the Li family. That's the real issue, Lu Yu added. Instantly, Rongju perked up again. Yes, if they helped the emperor deal with the Li family sooner, his wife would return, and then their family would be whole again. Thinking of this, Rongju immediately felt revitalized, a smile appearing on his face. Duke Rong and his little niece exchanged glances, wondering why the emperor trusted Rongju so much. Sometimes he acted a bit crazy and silly. They both shook their heads, leaving Lu Yu confused. Is it not okay for me to return to Dawang Valley?
Of course, it's perfectly fine.
The two of them said in unison. Mother, you can go back with peace of mind. If you want to stay in the village for a while, that's fine too. I'll arrange everything for you.
Father, you don't need to worry about the guards.
Luonin would send a message to Eryu. Eryu would take care of everything, and with Grandpa Wu, crazy grandpa, at home, there was no need to worry at all. Rongju nodded. I'll have Jin Shi and In Shi stay close to your mother. They will work with Ze. Jin Shi and In Shi? Those names sound very impressive. With the powerful He Yao and He Lang by his side, and now Jin Shi and In Shi joining, how many experts does my father have around him? Lianxing said that Wu Lang is very skilled. Even San Lei and Si Dian together can't defeat him, and Wu Lang is great at hiding and assassination. Seeing her daughter deep in thought, Rongju knew what she was pondering. Golden Snake and Silver Snake are siblings. Their father is not only the Duke of Dinghua, but also secretly the leader of the Shadow Pavilion, a powerful group in the underworld. Golden Snake and Silver Snake serve as his right and left hands in the Shadow Pavilion. One day, it will be passed down to you. Do you remember the blood jade ring your father gave you? Luonin instinctively touched her chest. After meeting her father, he had given her the ring, asking her to keep it safe for a surprise on her wedding day. She wore the blood jade ring as a pendant around her neck every day. The blood jade ring is the symbol of the Shadow Pavilion's leader. Seeing the ring is like seeing the person. It has a special mark, and when it gets wet, the words Shadow Pavilion will appear on it. Golden Snake and Silver Snake will stay close to your mother until your wedding day, when your father will pass the Shadow Pavilion to you. Luonin's eyes widened in surprise. What did I just hear? Rongju looked at his daughter, who was wide-eyed and looking silly, and smiled. He reached out to pat her head and said softly, Back then, when the previous emperor blamed the Rong family, I followed your uncle to the border and secretly established the Shadow Pavilion to protect ourselves in the future. After marrying your mother and having you, I thought of giving the Shadow Pavilion to you as a dowry to ensure your safety. But then things changed, and I couldn't find any trace of you. I was desperate and considered disbanding the Shadow Pavilion. Thankfully, you returned safely, and it will still be passed down to you.
Dad.
Luonin's eyes turned red. She leaned her head against her father's arm, feeling like the happiest child in the world. The room fell silent. Luyu felt a pang in her heart and secretly pressed a handkerchief to her eyes. Finally, the Duke of Rong broke the silence. Since that's the case, we don't need to worry about your safety anymore. But we should inform the other children that whether they leave the house or go to Jingshan Academy, they must take guards with them. After talking for a while longer, they left, while Luonin stayed at the Duke's residence. The night passed without a word, and the next morning, Lu Yu began to pack her things. Madame Su was shocked to hear from the Duke about what happened yesterday. If she had known, she would never have allowed Lu Yu to leave the house. The Duke reassured his wife, there's no such thing as a thief who can be guarded against forever. After Yu leaves the capital, she will have enough guards with her, so don't worry. You and Huan Yen should also take guards when you go out in the future. Madame Su nodded. Huan Yen is also at the age for marriage discussions. I won't let her go out alone either. I will make proper arrangements. Lu Huanyan is already 15. Madame Su does not want Huanyan to marry too early, but she can start looking for a suitable match for her daughter. Luonin had already told her aunt not to let her cousin marry too soon and suggested they could arrange a betrothal first. Especially, she emphasized that it is important not to have children too early, as a girl's body is not fully developed and early childbirth can have significant effects on her health. Luonin wanted to explain to her aunt that, from physiological, psychological, and sociological perspectives, the best age for women to have children is between 22 and 29. However, she feared her aunt might dismiss her idea, given the different times they live in. So, she finally mustered the courage to say that it would be best not to let her cousin have a baby before the age of 18, as advised by her teacher. When Madame Su heard that it was the famous doctor Bai Lao who said this, she immediately agreed, not wanting to put her daughter at any risk. She herself had given birth to Lu Huanping at 17 and had some health issues related to childbirth, which Bai Lao had diagnosed as lingering effects. Now that she was feeling better, she didn't want her daughter to face the same problems. Madame Su prepared several large carts of items for Lu Yu. In the end, Lu Yu reduced the load significantly, as the Duke of Rong did not allow too many things to be taken, fearing it would attract unwanted attention. Luonan suggested that their mother should stay at Taohua village for a few days before leaving quietly. Everyone thought this was a good idea. So, the next morning, several carriages left the Duke of Rong's residence, and a servant loudly announced, "Madam, you and the young lady should stay at the village for a few days. The household matters will be taken care of by the old servants, so you can rest easy." Madame Su, Huan Yan, and Lu Yu all got into the carriage. Those watching the Duke of Rong's residence wondered why there were so many carriages, realizing they were going to stay at a village outside the city. Indeed, the carriages left the city and headed to Princess Annel's Taohua village. However, no one knew that 2 nights later, a carriage quietly left the village with Lu Yu inside, accompanied by the Jin and Yin siblings and Zi. After a few days, the carriages from the Duke of Rong's residence returned, and Madame Su and Lu Yu's group got off and entered the residence. However, Lu Yu was now disguised as Xiaoyao, who looked very similar to her. Thus, Lu Yu left the capital safely. With their mother gone, Luonan and her father felt no pressure and continued to focus on their own matters. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and her companions traveled at night toward Kaoshan village. Luonan had already sent a message to Heir Yu in Dawang Valley, who knew that Madame Su was returning. Lu Yu first needs to return to the village to take care of family matters before deciding when to go to the valley. Aunt Hua and Grandpa Feng, who stayed at home, also received the news, and Grandpa Feng already knows about the Li family's scheme against Lu Yu. So, she asked Heir Yu to prepare the guards for the Lu residence in advance. Kaoshan village has its own guard team, made up of local men who patrol in shifts during the day and night, along with some hired martial artists. The team leader is Huzi's father. As for Qingyu Town, it is under Luonan's jurisdiction, and Lord Fan is very concerned about its security. Although Ling County is large, it only has about 100 soldiers. Fortunately, Ling County is not on the border. In the Great Qi territory, the people are not all well off, but they can at least have enough to eat. Especially in Ling County and the neighboring Qi County, the people's lives have improved a lot, leading to better social order. With the current officers, daily security in Ling County is also ensured. Moreover, since Captain Xiao has a close relationship with Luonan, he will pay extra attention to Qingyu Town. After half a month of travel, Lu Yu finally returned to Kaoshan village. Seeing the familiar surroundings brought tears to her eyes. She truly cannot let go of everything in Kaoshan village. The friendly neighbors gave her hope during her toughest days. Aunt Hua and her team had already cleaned the Lu residence inside and out. Although the lady, young miss, and young master were not home, the yard and house were still cleaned daily. Once Lu Yu sat down inside, she let out a sigh of relief and said, "It's still better here. The capital is bustling, but it feels like something is missing." Aunt Hua laughed and replied, "It must be the lack of some local charm." Lu Yu smiled and said, "Sister Hua is right. I still prefer the mountains and waters of Kaoshan village." "Where is Uncle Wu, Grandpa Feng?" Mr. Wu went to the farm early this morning. Today is his day to inspect the farm, but he'll be back in the afternoon. In the evening, village head Zhou and Taohua will come to visit, so it will be lively at home then. Zi arranged accommodations for the Jin Shi and Yin Shi siblings to help them get familiar with the environment. On her way back to the ladies' courtyard, she met the guard captain, Chong Feng, and they went to the main hall together. The Lu residence now has 20 guards, with Chong Feng as the captain. These young men arrived home 10 days ago. Chong Feng and Zi knew each other from the secret guard valley, but Chong Feng had not yet met the lady. Now that she is back, he naturally wanted to pay his respects. Once inside, Zi introduced Chong Feng to the lady. Upon seeing this tall and sturdy young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, Lu Yu immediately took a liking to him. With a smile, she said, "Chong Feng, Don't be shy. Just treat this place like your own home. If you need anything, just ask Manhwa. Thank you for your hard work. Changfeng noticed that the lady was very kind and spoke to him as if he were her own child, which warmed his heart.
Thank you, ma'am.
Don't worry, I will protect the house as if it were a fortress. Not even a fly will get in. Everyone in the room laughed, and Changfeng shyly scratched the back of his head. After dinner, the village head, Zhou Chang, along with Taohua, Yingzi, and Shuisheng, all came to visit. They hadn't seen each other for months, so there was a lot to talk about. The men chatted with the old man, while the women gathered with Lu Yu. They didn't leave until late at night. Lu Yu noticed that with Changfeng and the others, there were now 20 young men in the house, which made cooking a challenge. For the past few days, Aunt Hua had asked a few women from the village to help with the cooking, or else she would have been overwhelmed. She decided to send Zi to the county to hire some help. With fewer people in the house before, it was manageable, but now it was too much. So, they added a few young servants and strong women, and brought in 2 young girls from Xiangyang Mountain Villa, which made things much easier for Aunt Hua. Aunt Hua managed the inner courtyard and kitchen, while Zi had 2 young girls to assist her. A few young servants were assigned to the outer courtyard, and an older servant named Shunfeng, who was reliable and experienced, was appointed as the housekeeper. Suehua continued to manage the household accounts, and Baozi was responsible for running errands. Although the Lu residence was small, it was well organized, with everyone fulfilling their roles, creating a harmonious environment. After Lu Yu returned, she took over the household affairs, and with Shunfeng as the housekeeper, the old man was finally free to focus on other matters. Seeing this, Zi realized that the lady did not intend to go to Dawang Valley, so she privately informed Changfeng about the lady being targeted in the capital and urged him to ensure the safety of the household. Changfeng nodded in agreement. The old man also approached the village head, asking the village's guard team to increase their patrols, especially to watch out for unfamiliar faces. He mentioned that someone in the capital had previously tried to threaten Anan. Upon hearing this, the village head became anxious and quickly inquired if Anan was safe. The old man said, "It's good that we prepared in advance at home, which prevented the thief from succeeding. I'm worried they might not give up and come after us, so the guard team needs to stay alert and protect our first line of defense." Village Chief Zhou was naturally more concerned. Everything today is thanks to Anan. Qingyu Town is her territory, and Kaoshan Village is her home. How can so many people not protect their village girl? What are we even living for? So, he immediately called a meeting for the village guard team. Tiger's father pounded his chest and shouted, "Anyone who tries to harm our village girl will face consequences." As a result, not just the Lu family, but the whole village heightened their alertness. Those who seek trouble will not escape retribution. Li Zhongchuan was truly foolish, stubbornly sticking to his path. Last time, he lost many of his carefully trained assassins, which made him very angry. He vowed to redeem himself. So, without telling his father, Li Rennie, he rushed off on his quest for revenge, unstoppable. Not finding Lu Yu at the Duke's residence, Li Zhongchuan, being clever, thought of Kaoshan Village and decided to bet on both sides. However, this time he was smarter. Instead of using his own men, he hired an assassin organization. This organization was quite structured. The leader categorized targets based on the size of animals, sending a low-level assassin for a woman in a household. They underestimated the women of the household. The mouse assassin, true to his name, ran swiftly and actually reached Kaoshan Village. Perhaps he was too confident, as he didn't take a woman or the village seriously. He waited outside the village for 3 days, finally getting the chance to sneak in. What he didn't know was that this opportunity was given to him. On his first day scouting, he was spotted by a lookout, but the lookout didn't act and reported to Tiger's father, Futian, after he left. Futian discussed with the guards and decided to take action. The mouse assassin was cautious, scouting for 3 days. On the 4th night, he made his move. Since there were resting areas for patrols at both village entrances, he dared not go that way and chose to approach from the side. The village was dark, and most villagers were asleep, with only the occasional sound of a dog barking. The mouse assassin bent down, carefully lifting his toes, and quietly made his way in. Suddenly, a figure in white flashed by, startling the mouse hunter. He rubbed his eyes and found no one there. Looking around carefully, he confirmed that he was alone. The mouse hunter patted his chest, mumbling to himself. He was heading to the village entrance where the Liu family lived, the first house at the entrance. He had already scouted the area. So, crouching down, the mouse hunter quickly ran toward the village entrance. Suddenly, he tripped over something and fell, landing with his hands in a pile of something soft. His hands felt sticky and a bit yellow. As a hunter, his eyesight was still sharp. With a cloth covering his face, he wiped it away with his arm, leaned in to smell his hands, and immediately felt nauseous. It was a pile of warm dog waste. The mouse hunter wanted to scream but was afraid of being discovered, so he wiped the dog waste on the ground, but before he could clean it off, he heard the sound of a gong. Help! Catch the thief! Soon, chaotic footsteps surrounded him. The mouse hunter's expression changed. This was bad. He thought it seemed like tonight was a bust. He needed to retreat and wait for another chance. He looked around and chose a direction to run. Quickly, he turned back because there were people in that direction. He found another path, and luckily, there was no one on this small road in the village. The mouse hunter crouched low and sprinted. After a while, it seemed like someone was chasing him. Ahead, there was a yard, and the mouse hunter leaped in. The ground felt soft beneath him, and he felt a sense of dread. Looking down, he realized he had jumped into a pig pen. Just as he was about to climb out, torches lit up outside, and lights flickered on in the house. Someone knocked on the yard door, shouting, "Brother Ning, open the door quickly."
Coming.
With a loud voice, a man rushed out, dressed in a robe. "Brother Futian, what's going on?" "Ning-san, a thief has entered your yard, and we have him cornered." It was Futian speaking. Ning-san shouted into the house. Li Hua quickly blocked the door. "We have a thief." "Where's the thief?" "I'll take care of him." As she spoke, a woman came out with a kitchen knife, and the children inside pushed the door shut. The yard was brightly lit, and Futian left half of his group at the village entrances to guard against any accomplices outside. Longfeng also sent people to support 2 village entrances, worried that the opponent might be tough and that the village guard team might not be able to handle it. With Zi and the others at home, Longfeng followed Futian over, while the rest of the guards stayed behind. The mouse killer, hiding in a corner of the pig pen, couldn't get out. There were people both inside and outside the yard. As soon as he showed his head, he would be discovered. What to do? The mouse killer was really about to cry. Why was he so unlucky? This was his 18th mission, and 18 is supposed to be a lucky number, right? Why was he stuck in a pig pen? Holding back his sorrow, the mouse killer carefully inched further into the darkness, praying that he wouldn't be discovered. He had no idea that a mother pig, who had just given birth, was in the pig pen, and he had already crawled right up to her. Could he be hiding in the pig pen? Someone shouted from outside. "Quick, go check." "Oh no, my piglets. If that thief harms my piglets, I'll make him pay." The mouse killer shivered and lost his balance, falling backward. Then, a loud scream echoed from the pig pen. Instantly, everyone rushed over with torches. The small pig pen lit up like daylight, revealing a figure in black rolling on the ground, clutching his rear. No, he was rolling all over the pig pen. At that moment, the pig pen was surrounded by people. Longfeng, worried that the killer might hurt someone, jumped in, disarmed him, and pulled him out. Futian brought a rope, tied the killer up tightly, and tossed him into the yard. It took a while for the mouse killer to catch his breath. "Tell us who you are and why you came to our village," Futian asked. The mouse killer scoffed. "If I hadn't been bitten by that pig, could you country folks have caught me?" Futian chuckled. "No matter what, you're a prisoner now. Speak honestly, or we'll throw you into the mountains to feed the wolves. Let me go, and we can fight one-on-one." The mouse killer protested defiantly. "Oh, we're not strong enough for that. What can you do? Just stay alive, boys, let's go." Futian waved his hand. Then, Several guards came forward and gave the mouse killer a beating until he was nearly unrecognizable. Seeing it was enough, Fu Tian said, "All right, let him breathe. Long Feng, you're better at interrogating. This guy is yours now." Chang Feng nodded and stepped forward, grabbing the mouse killer and striding out of the courtyard. The crowd dispersed, and Fukuda didn't care how Chang Feng interrogated the person. He arranged the patrol team and hurried to the small courtyard at the village entrance. Chang Feng would naturally inform him of the results after finishing the interrogation. Chang Feng took the person directly to a small forest outside the village, where Crazy Grandpa was waiting. The mouse killer was thrown to the ground. "Speak up. Don't be stubborn." "You know I have ways to make you talk," Chang Feng said. He then pulled out a shiny short knife and slid the tip along the inner thigh of the mouse killer's pants. The mouse killer felt a cold breeze and shivered. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said, "I'll talk." Chang Feng smirked, "Speak honestly. Otherwise, I'll cut it off and make you eat it with some wine." The mouse killer realized that this person was much tougher than he was, especially after what he had just done to his arm. "I'm part of an assassin organization. I was sent to kill a woman named Lu Yu. I'm the mouse killer, a level 1 assassin. There are others above me, like the bull killer, tiger killer, and dragon killer. The higher the level, the stronger they are. If I fail, the leader will send someone else until the target is dead." "How do they know if you failed?" Chang Feng asked. The mouse killer took a breath and continued, "I've been scouting for 3 days, and tonight is the official operation. If I succeed or fail, I'll send a coded message at midnight. If they don't receive anything after 10 days, it means I failed or encountered difficulties, and the leader will send someone else." "Do you have a pig killer?" Chang Feng asked casually. The mouse killer's eyes lit up. "How do you know?" "Yes, we have a pig killer. I see you as a pig. Now tell me, who is your employer?" The mouse killer shook his head. "I really don't know. Only the leader might know. We just work for money, not for people. The leader wouldn't ask who the employer is." Chang Feng agreed with this point. These assassin organizations only cared about money, regardless of who the employer was. Every profession has its own rules. "Where is your organization located?" Crazy Grandpa asked, suggesting they should eliminate this assassin organization if they knew where it was, as it would only cause harm. The mouse killer rolled his eyes, and with a firm grip from Chang Feng, the knife tip pressed into his inner thigh.
Ah!
The mouse killer screamed, I'll talk. In the town of Wangnyo, 200 miles outside the capital, the Nyo family serves as our headquarters, and our leader is called Nyo Shibing. Nyo Shibing. Old Mad Grandpa sneered. "I've been looking for you for years. I didn't expect you to become a big deal and start a killer organization." Chang Feng looked at Old Mad Grandpa's expression, wondering if Uncle Wu knew Nyo Shibing. "Uncle Wu, this guy is useless. Let's put him to sleep." Old Mad Grandpa grunted and turned to leave the small grove. Soon, Chang Feng caught up and asked, "Uncle Wu, are we going to take down the Nyo family in?" "We must take Nyo Shibing's head to honor Lord Ho," Old Mad Grandpa said coldly. He didn't tell Chang Feng that Nyo Shibing was once a centurion in the Su family army, but was punished for breaking military rules. Nyo Shibing then harbored a grudge against Lord Ho and incited his men to defect. 2 years ago, when Lord Ho had his incident, Nyo Shibing disappeared. He had sent people to investigate, and Nyo Shibing was indeed unrelated to the Li family. He had been persuaded by a woman from a flower house to defect. That woman was also not connected to the Li family. She just wanted Nyo Shibing to elope with her. That's why Chang Feng was instructed to deal with him directly. Otherwise, they would have left a survivor. Chang Feng took the order and immediately made arrangements. Old Mad Grandpa calculated the time. When Chang Feng's men arrived in Wangnyo, the second batch of killers would also be on their way, hitting them from both sides. Fu Tian learned from the mouse killer about the news and quickly informed the guard team to prepare for the arrival of the second batch of killers. The guards were eager and excitedly welcomed the killers to Kaoshan village. These days, they felt their skills had improved a lot. To boost everyone's combat abilities, Chang Feng arranged for his subordinates to teach them, focusing on direct killing techniques. Even the hired martial artists felt their skills had sharpened, and they walked with a newfound confidence. Lu Yu also heard the news. However, she was not worried at all. The Lu residence had been fortified by Changfeng, making it as secure as a fortress. Especially the young man Jin Shi, who was so diligent that you wouldn't know where he was except when it was mealtime. He was always in the courtyard. Just as old Mad Grandpa expected, the second batch of killers from the organization was already on their way. Niu Shibing, not having received news from the mouse killer, summoned the chicken killer and the rabbit killer to come and see what difficulties the mouse killer had encountered. Changfeng's men had also set off for Wangnyo, and Niu Shibing was unaware that his time was about to run out. Wangnyo town, located 200 miles from the capital, is quite a large town. The main streets run east-west and north-south, bustling with people early in the morning, filled with the sounds of vendors calling out. Today is a big market day. So many people from nearby villages have come. Everyone gathers on this market day to buy essential daily items, and small vendors take the opportunity to sell their goods. The streets are lively with crowds. At a tea stall, a few young men are sitting. Although they wear different clothes, if you look closely, they all have identical silver rings on their left us, each engraved with a wolf's head. In the middle sits a delicate-looking young boy and a girl in green clothes, who seems to be the boy's maid. Indeed, this refined-looking boy is Princess Lu Anin of Anil County. She received a message from her grandfather, and she does not want to miss this chance for revenge, especially since these people dared to harm her mother, which fills her with rage. They gathered early in Wangnyo town. At the end of the West Street is the Niu family inn, where Qingniao had already scouted the area last night. Qingniao is the leader of a small team sent by the Changfeng faction, and he is from the same generation as Qingyi, so they share the same family name. LVY, who is 6 months younger than Qingyi, belongs to the next generation, but they are all quite familiar with each other. Miss, that Niu family inn is doing well. The owner may not be a good person, but he knows how to run a business. What a pity about that inn otherwise. Qingniao raised an eyebrow, and his meaning was clear. When we act, be careful not to startle the guests in the inn. Also, don't break the tables and chairs or the flowers and plants. Otherwise, we will have to spend money to replace them, and that would be a loss, Luanin said sincerely, giving Qingniao a quiet reminder. LVY's eyebrows twitched. She really liked her young lady's personality, but what Luanin said next almost made her want to hide under the table. I plan to use this inn as a dowry for you, LVY. LVY's eyes widened in surprise. Miss, I don't want to get married. I want to stay with you forever. She nearly cried. If you don't marry, what will happen to Changfeng? Are you willing to let him be single forever? Luanin shrugged. She continued, but I don't want you to marry so early. The same goes for Qingyi and Lanyu. Marrying too young is not good, especially having babies too soon. Besides, if you do get married, would you really want to leave me? The girl in the green outfit covered her face with her hands. She didn't want to hear the girls chatter anymore. The group of bluebirds tried hard to hold back their laughter, fearing that the girl in green would get angry and hit them again. Covering her face, she muttered, "Anyway, I will follow the girl for life, and I will help her take care of the young master or young lady." Luanin looked at the bluebirds and said, "Go back and tell Changfeng that I really tried my best." The girl, Changfeng, said, "He will never leave the young master, and we feel the same. Wherever you and the young master are in the future, we will be there too. We will all take care of the children together." Hee. Luanin shot him a glare. "Am I a pig? How many children do I have to have? But I really need to work hard to earn money. Otherwise, when you all get married, how will I manage without money? So, make sure the Niu family inn is not damaged at all, and also, the money hidden in the rat hole needs to be found. Don't worry, girl, this is what we do best." The group said in unison, and even the girl in green's eyes lit up at the mention of money. While they were excitedly discussing the money issue at the Niu family inn, 2 people in a nearby grove were feeling quite distressed. They had rushed to this place day and night, but after several days, they hadn't even entered the Lu residence, let alone the village. As soon as they got close to the village, the dogs started barking. They wanted to give the dogs meat buns, but the dogs wouldn't even look at them. The most annoying was the monkey dressed in clothes. By the way, the book hinted that Luonin had specifically sent Zhuangzhuang back with them. Finally, a dog showed interest in the buns, but that monkey screeched, scaring the dog away. As a result, that dog got beaten by a pack of dogs. Just now, the chicken hunter encountered a pack of dogs at the edge of the village. The dog that sniffed his buns was the first to charge at him, nearly tearing his pants. He barely escaped with his dignity intact and was still trembling. What should we do? Should we wait for headquarters to send someone else? This place feels a bit eerie, especially that monkey in human skin. I feel like it's always watching us. Look at you. Scared of a monkey? The rabbit hunter looked down on the chicken hunter for being so timid. I'm not scared. Who ran away first? The chicken hunter glared at the rabbit hunter. The rabbit hunter swallowed nervously. Would he just lie there and let the dogs bite his pants? How can he go back and explain to Xiaotsue at the Lanxiang Pavilion? It's ridiculous. All right, Aji, stop complaining. Tonight, we must sneak into the village and check out the Lu residence. What about Ashu? We haven't seen him alive or dead. The chicken killer lay on his back with his hands behind his head, his torn pants awkwardly stitched together. I have to say, the assassin organization is quite resourceful. They even carry a sewing kit. Ashu is probably gone. If we can't find his body, he might have been thrown into the mountains to feed the wolves. What a shame. He still owes me 20 taels of silver. The chicken killer kept muttering. By now, it was getting dark, and the two of them were idly chatting.
Suddenly,
Aji, did you hear that sound? The rabbit killer jumped up, looking around. At that moment, a chorus of squeaking filled the air, overwhelming and nerve-wracking. Oh my! Oh, have we disturbed a monkey nest? All around them, trees were filled with monkeys of various sizes, baring their teeth and making sharp, piercing noises. One monkey dressed in bright red jumped out from the crowd, making a few short calls, and the others immediately quieted down. That's the one wearing human skin. The chicken killer clutched his hair tightly. I will definitely take you down. Zhuangzhuang, seeing the chicken killer's crazed expression, contemptuously raised his and suddenly let out a loud shout. The monkeys, hearing this, began to throw the stones they had been holding. In an instant, a rain of stones came crashing down. The chicken killer and rabbit killer covered their heads and ran around in chaos. They had intended to kill the monkeys, but the monkeys were too quick, leaving them flustered and unable to catch even a single hair. Instead, they ended up injured by the monkeys. Chasing and retreating, especially that monkey in red, which seemed to have eyes on the back of its head, jumped around on the highest branches, directing the others to attack. The chicken killer and rabbit killer were panting heavily, standing back to back, their clothes torn to shreds, fluttering in the night wind. Before they could catch their breath, dark shadows sprang from the depths of the forest, barking wildly as they charged.
Ah!
The chicken killer screamed and scrambled up the nearest tree. As soon as he got up, he came face to face with a pair of round eyes. Ah! He fell from the tree, and then they saw a strange scene unfold. Around the trees, there were thousands of monkeys quietly watching from above. Two men wearing cloth skirts were running wildly around the trees, their soft, white bellies bouncing up and down. The wind blew their long hair, gently whispering something. On the highest tree branch, Changfeng held onto Zhuangzhuang, standing steadily and coldly observing everything happening in the woods. Fu Tian was also lifted up by Changfeng. He clung tightly to the tree trunk, nearly out of breath from laughing. Brother Changfeng, you really are something. Look at those two useless guys calling themselves killers, huh? This is all thanks to my Zhuangzhuang. Changfeng looked down at Zhuangzhuang, wondering where his girl found this creature. Is this a monkey? Whoever says Zhuangzhuang is a monkey will have to deal with him. If Zhuangzhuang is a monkey, then he is the monkey king. Zhuangzhuang happily clapped his little paws, his big white teeth shining brightly. His little master would surely praise him, give him hugs, and lift him high.
Zhuangzhuang, tell the dogs to stop chasing.
We need to leave some alive to help at home. Upon hearing Changfeng's words, the dogs immediately stopped their attack, but they still formed a circle around the chicken and rabbit killers. At this point, the two killers looked like a mess, crying together like two flowers battered by a storm. Chang Feng jumped down from the tree with Zhuang Zhuang, and Fu Tian quickly followed. The killers looked at the man slowly approaching with the red-clothed monkey, and the chicken killer said, sniffling, "Please let us go home. I miss my mom."
Ha!
Chang Feng laughed. "Let you go?" "Sure, just bring enough money." "How much?" The chicken killer's eyes lit up. "Not much, just 1,000 taels." "Okay, we have it. We'll give it to you. Our bundle is by the edge of the woods, in the crow's nest on the third tree." The rabbit killer said eagerly. Chang Feng scoffed. "I meant gold, not silver." 1,000 taels of gold? The chicken killer's face fell in despair. Chang Feng dug in his ear, clearly unhappy. "Don't shout so loudly. Learn to be a bit more low-key. If you don't have money, you'll work for us until you earn your way home to your mom." Instantly, the two hugged again and started crying. Not long after, in a valley, two smelly men were struggling to water a vegetable garden with buckets of manure. Not too far away, 4 strong monkeys followed them, ready to give a claw if they slacked off. Two men felt lost and hopeless. They had lost their skills and occasionally gazed at the distant mountains, tears in their eyes, realizing they might never escape their burdens. The crisis in Kaoshan village was resolved, and the Niu family inn in Wangniu town was decorated with lights and colors, as the old inn had a new look. People were excitedly sharing the news that the old owner of the inn, known for his beef tongue pancakes, had returned to his grandmother's house. The inn was taken over by a new owner, and all guests staying there received a 30% discount. The innkeeper, with a friendly smile, and the clever young assistant welcomed everyone warmly. The sign read "Welcome again in," and regular customers decided that whenever they traveled to the capital, they would definitely stay here. Green Clothes was busy with the accounts, smiling widely. "Miss, those beef tongue pancakes are quite profitable. I actually found a bundle of banknotes in a rat hole. Luckily, they were in a metal box. If it had been a wooden one, the rats would have chewed through it, and we would have lost a lot." Luanin swung her legs playfully. "You really thought ahead, didn't you?"
Ha.
"By the way, have the bonuses for Qing Miao and the others been given out?" "They have, Mississippi. That guy said the bonus you gave him is enough for him to marry several wives." "Don't be ridiculous. He wouldn't dare." "Miss, you don't need to step in. If he dares, I'll have Chang Feng deal with him. He can't have his cake and eat it too," Green Clothes said through gritted teeth, nearly breaking her pen. Luanin laughed. "Still refusing to marry? Chang Feng is a good guy. Don't miss out on him." Green Clothes' face turned red, and she didn't know where to look. Just then, Chingy walked in and said, "Miss, we are all orphans. Chang Feng and Green Clothes are from the same village and grew up together. They were both in the Dark Guard camp later. Green Clothes is worried that if they marry, she won't be able to stay by your side." After hearing Chingy's words, Green Clothes looked at Luanin with teary eyes, almost crying. "Who said you can't stay by my side if you get married?" Luanin raised an eyebrow, amused. "You girls think too much. I plan to stay with you in your old age. If you get married, do you think you won't follow your master?" Old Jean couldn't listen anymore and had to speak up. Chingy and Green Clothes shook their heads vigorously. They, along with Blue Clothes, had already sworn an oath to never betray their master and to never leave Luanin. "The young lady never treated you as servants. She has long prepared your dowries. When it's time to marry, you should marry. However, the young lady is right. You should marry too early. Having children too soon is indeed a concern. Once married, you will still follow the young lady, and in the future, you will need to help take care of the children." Old Madame Jean began to ramble on. "Why are we talking about taking care of children again?" Luanin felt helpless. "I haven't even reached marriageable age, and they're already thinking about me taking care of kids?" Sigh. What a sweet burden. In the peaceful village of Kaoshan and the Duke's residence in the capital, things were quite different for Li Zhongchuan. 100,000 taels of silver had vanished without a trace, and there was not a single update. "Big brother, what's going on? Why is the beef tongue pancake just taking our money without delivering? It's been days, and we haven't heard anything." Li's second son had arrived again. Li Zhongchuan paced back and forth in his study, unable to figure out what was happening. The beef tongue pancake had never failed before, and their organization was very tight-knit. This wasn't their first collaboration. Something was definitely wrong. Second brother, send someone to the Niu family in Wangniu town. No, you go personally and ask what's going on with the beef tongue pancake. All right, big brother, I'm on my way. With that, Li's second son stood up and quickly left. By now, it was already afternoon. The round trip was 400 miles, and he would need to stay overnight, so he wouldn't be back until tomorrow. No matter how anxious he was, they would have to wait for the second brother to return to find out what was going on. So, Li Zhongchun got back to his own business. Later that night, the door to his bedroom was banged on loudly, startling Li Zhongchun. He was currently with his new concubine, and the sudden noise made him jump. Although the concubine was unhappy, she didn't dare to speak up. "Big brother, something's wrong," came the voice of Li's second son from outside. Li Zhongchun quickly put on his clothes, and the concubine sweetly called out, "Master, can't this wait until tomorrow?"
Get out.
Li Zhongchun snapped, pushing her hand away. The concubine fell back onto the bed, looking at her bruised arm and silently shedding tears. Seeing his brother come out of the bedroom, Li's second son quickly whispered, "Big brother, the Niu family is gone." "What do you mean gone?" Li Zhongchun rubbed his ears, unsure if he had heard correctly. "Big brother, that inn is now the good come in. I noticed the manager and staff are all new faces. I secretly asked the pastry shop across the street, and the manager said that the Niu family has gone back to their grandmother's house, and the inn has been taken over by a new owner, but no one knows who it is." Li Zhongchun's expression darkened. After thinking for a moment, he quietly said, "Second brother, this is bad. The beef tongue pancake is gone, and so is the assassin organization."
What?
"Big brother?" Li Lao Air was stunned. Without discussing how Li Zhongchun felt regretful, he lost both his wife and soldiers. The village continued to live happily, and Luonan was joyfully working on construction in the capital. Li Zhongchun couldn't figure out what was going on, no matter how hard he tried. Anyway, the beef tongue pancakes had disappeared without a trace, as if the person had never existed. During the weekly Grand Assembly, Emperor Renzong was listening to the reports from his ministers while flipping through the submitted documents. However, his expression was not good. A phrase suddenly popped into the emperor's mind, "sitting idle and eating." Looking at the documents, they were full of nonsense, asking him for solutions to everything. "If I had all the answers, why would I need you?" This document was even more annoying, filled with trivial matters written in a long-winded way. Emperor Renzong felt like his head was about to explode. The attending Asan stood nearby, noticing the emperor's displeasure. As a loyal subordinate, he wanted to ease the emperor's worries. Taking the opportunity to serve tea, he leaned closer and whispered, "Your Majesty, it's better to vent your anger than to hold it in." The emperor quickly wrote a few lines on the document and handed it to Asan, saying, "You can scold them for me. I don't want to waste my breath on them." Asan took the document and walked down the steps. "Lord Qiao, your document is full of nonsense and makes no sense at all. Can't you think of solutions yourself? Why do you keep asking the emperor for answers?" With that, he accurately tossed the document at Lord Qiao's head, startling him into kneeling in the hall. Asan glanced at the others, his gaze sharp. "Lord Su, you are even worse. You wrote a long piece for such a trivial matter. Do you want to win a top scholar's title?" With a loud smack, he threw another document. Asan scolded 5 or 6 ministers in one breath, leaving the hall in complete silence, as the ministers who were scolded dared not make a sound. "Father, I have something to say," the Crown Prince spoke up. "What do you want to say, Crown Prince?" Emperor Renzong replied in a deep voice. "Father, I recently came across a saying. Those in power should see the wealth and happiness of the people as their duty, and the poverty and suffering of the people as their shame. This means that those in high positions should take the prosperity and joy of the citizens as their responsibility and view the poverty and hardships of the people as their fault. I feel deeply about this, and would like to share it with the ministers." Emperor Renzong nodded in agreement. The crown prince is absolutely right. If a minister does not care for the people, he is merely occupying a position without purpose. A ruler must regard the heavens and the earth as his parents, and the people as his responsibility. Offering sacrifices to the heavens is not for personal blessings, but for the well-being of all. Both the emperor and his ministers must have the welfare of the people in their hearts. Only then can they create a prosperous era. Your Majesty is a wise ruler of all time. We will diligently serve and govern for the people. Lord Lu Rufeng, the second advisor, took the lead in kneeling, his eyes shining with admiration for the emperor. The other ministers quickly followed suit, shouting, "Long live the emperor." The loyal ministers were naturally pleased, knowing their emperor was wise, while those with ulterior motives felt uneasy. Emperor Renzong smiled, proudly raising his chin. The crown prince, with a hint of a smile, asked, "Father, may I see the memorials from the ministers just now?" Emperor Renzong nodded. He had raised the crown prince himself and sometimes shared memorials with him to help develop his skills. They retrieved the discarded memorials and handed them to the crown prince, who picked one up to read carefully. It was from Lord Xiao. As he read, the crown prince recalled the S words, full of nonsense, utterly ridiculous. Yes, his father's judgment was spot on. "Lord Xiao, you wrote a memorial about a sick tiger in the Imperial Zoo? Do you think my father will treat a tiger? Should you write a memorial every time an animal falls ill? And you, Lord Su, the Empress Dowager celebrates her birthday every year. Is there anything special this year? Why is the Ministry of Rights not aware of this? The Empress Dowager has always been frugal and has said it is inappropriate to be extravagant. If you plan a grand celebration, wouldn't that contradict her wishes? Your writing is quite impressive, though." Upon hearing this, the ministers had nothing to say about Lord Xiao. He was diligent in his work, but he was also timid, always submitting memorials for trivial matters, which often led to reprimands from the emperor without him learning from it. If it weren't for his seriousness, the emperor would have dismissed him long ago. As for Lord Su, was he out of his mind? Who didn't know about the ongoing tension between the emperor and the Empress Dowager? If it weren't for royal customs and the old traditions, the emperor would have already moved the Empress Dowager to another residence. Since ascending the throne, the emperor had established a rule that all royal birthdays should be celebrated modestly, completely abolishing the previous tradition of nationwide celebrations. The Empress Dowager would also insist on a simple celebration for her birthday. The emperor is frugal. How can the Empress Dowager disagree? Of course, she cannot. So, every year, the Empress Dowager's birthday is quite simple. What happened with Minister Su this year? The quick-thinking officials soon understood. The Empress Dowager is turning 59 this year, which is why Minister Su brought it up. But looking at the emperor's reaction, whether it's 9 or 10, he clearly does not intend to celebrate grandly. It seems Minister Su wants to please the Empress Dowager.
Why?
No one knows the reason, not even the emperor. It turns out that the eldest grandson of Prime Minister Li Rini has his eye on Minister Su's granddaughter, Miss Su Wu. Minister Su's eldest granddaughter is already engaged, while Miss Wu just turned 16 and has not yet been promised to anyone. Li Zhongquan's wife is looking for a bride for their eldest son and has taken a liking to Miss Wu. Minister Su has 6 granddaughters, but only the eldest and Miss Wu are legitimate. The others are illegitimate, and those girls cannot be promised to the sons of noble families. This matter was kept secret between the two families and had not leaked out. So when Minister Su saw that the Empress Dowager's birthday was approaching, and it was also her milestone year, he thought it was the perfect time to celebrate according to the custom of not celebrating the 10th year. He proposed a grand celebration, thinking they could no longer be frugal. He never expected that the emperor was so displeased with the Empress Dowager. Although she is not the emperor's biological mother, she is still the Empress Dowager of the nation. Minister Su was shocked by the emperor's response and felt wronged. Now, after being scolded by the crown prince, his temper flared. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager holds a noble position, and next year is her milestone birthday. Our customs say to celebrate the 9th year, but not the 10th. Even if we are being frugal, this is an important birthday for the Empress Dowager. How can your majesty take it lightly? When have I ever taken it lightly? Emperor Renzong extended his hand, and the crown prince immediately presented Minister Su's memorial. I will show you how seriously I take it. With that, Emperor Renzong slammed the memorial down. Do you think my words fall on deaf ears? What do you mean by being frugal? No one is an exception. Our birthdays are celebrated simply, and you dare to oppose me? It seems you, as the Minister of Rights, are not thinking clearly. Ah San, draft an edict. Minister Su is old and has lost his senses, so he is granted permission to return home to care for his grandchildren, and Chu Ruisheng is promoted to the position of Minister of Rights. Your Majesty! Minister Su cried out in despair, but now there was no Minister Su. Emperor Renzong frowned and said, "Too noisy." In an instant, the royal guard swooped down, lifting the crying Minister Su and carrying him out of the hall, leaving everyone else in shock. Yong-ju quickly exchanged a glance with the Duke of Rong's brother-in-law. No wonder the magpies were singing early this morning. It turned out to be a big celebration for Lord Chu. Old Lord Chu was originally the Deputy Minister of Rights and was very grateful to Su Manton, as he has now been promoted to the head of the Ministry of Rights. The hall was silent, and the officials remained quiet, as the emperor was in a rather irritable mood. At that moment, a loud voice from outside the hall announced, "Your Majesty, news from the western border." The mention of news from the western border instantly gave everyone hope. Indeed, Emperor Renzong rubbed his ears and asked, "What did heir just say?" The crown prince quickly replied, "Father, it is news from the western border." Emperor Renzong's mood brightened immediately. The officials felt the pressure ease a bit, silently thanking heir for his timely announcement. Heir appeared cheerful, holding a confidential report with 3 colorful feathers attached, indicating it was urgent and a sign of good fortune. The crown prince hurried over, took the report from heir, and presented it to Emperor Renzong. The emperor quickly opened the report, and a series of joyful sounds erupted from the officials.
Ha ha ha.
Emperor Renzong shrugged his shoulders, his eyes squinting with delight. Even his tongue seemed to be dancing with joy. The officials exchanged puzzled looks, and even the crown prince blinked in confusion, wondering why his father seemed so ecstatic. Gathering his courage, the crown prince asked, "Father, what is the good news?" Emperor Renzong handed the report to the crown prince while continuing to laugh. The crown prince took the report, opened it, and soon started to smile as well, relieved that he could still maintain some composure. "Your son congratulates you, Father, on your mighty power. There will be no more battles in the western border. Ha ha ha. Send a decree to the Chu family lad, instructing him to handle the aftermath well. The western border is the gateway of the court, and after the trade resumes, we must ensure good border defense to provide a safe trading environment and prevent any illegal activities. Also, let Lien Sheng return to the capital to receive his title." Asan quickly noted down the emperor's words. A title? Another title? Seeing the confused expressions on everyone's faces, Emperor Renzong explained. There was infighting among the barbarian tribes. The queen's maternal family was defeated, and the queen committed suicide. The 6th prince, Song Qing, has taken the throne to govern. The other princes who opposed him have all been captured and executed. The old barbarian king is seriously ill, and with the support of a mysterious figure, the 6th prince has ascended to power. This mysterious figure is none other than Lien Shaojiang. No way. Everyone looked bewildered. Your Majesty, why does General Lien support the 6th prince? He is now the new king of the barbarians. Can we trust him to be friendly to the Qi? A minister from Liang raised an objection that many were thinking. Yes, Your Majesty, they have always been ambitious and should not be underestimated. Another official added. The Minister of War, Zhao Gao, who had been silent, stepped forward slowly. Your Majesty, what does General Lien mean by supporting the prince of an enemy nation? Is he inviting trouble? Does he intend to rebel in the future? Lord Zhao, what do you mean? You accuse me of rebellion without any proof, just because your son lacks the ability to achieve success? Are you trying to slander me? Rome Duo immediately became angry. Emperor Renzong had not finished his sentence, but now he fell silent. Seeing the emperor's reaction, Zhao Gao appeared calm and unbothered. Lord Rong, I mean that the barbarian royal court has been at odds with our Qi for many years. Although Tsang Qing has been inconspicuous, he is still of royal blood. What is General Lian's relationship with him, and why support him? Doesn't that raise suspicion? Rong Ju sneered. Lord Zhao, if you can think of this, surely the emperor can too. You interrupted the emperor before he could finish speaking. Please allow him to complete his thoughts. Emperor Renzong frowned. He was already annoyed at being interrupted, and now they were getting more insistent. General Lian supports Tsang Qing because his mother was taken by the old barbarian king from Qi. With this statement, everyone was momentarily stunned. After giving birth to Tsang Qing, she was persecuted by the royal family, disfigured and crippled. The old barbarian king kept her under house arrest to control Tsang Qing. A son who does not avenge his mother does not deserve to live. General Lian met Tsang Qing and learned of his mother's deep hatred for the barbarians, so he devised a plan to support Tsang Qing. The general also brought Tsang Qing's mother back to Qi, to her homeland. With no worries, Tsang Qing quickly began his revenge. Now that he has ascended to power, he has made it clear to the Chu family that he will never go to war with Qi and will come to the capital after settling everything. After hearing the emperor's explanation, everyone finally felt relieved. Zhao Gao was still unconvinced and said, Your Majesty, I suggest keeping the new barbarian king's mother in Qi. With her here, we can prevent him from changing his mind. Several ministers close to Zhao Gao quickly agreed. Emperor Renzong let out a few cold laughs. You all showed up at this time. Good. Usually you have no big ideas, but when others succeed, you suddenly have opinions? Zhao Gao, your son is also in the army. Why don't we see him with such skills? Oh, right. Your son has never been on the battlefield. Chu Rui didn't take any credit from the little general's achievements. He didn't even mention himself in the secret letter. How can you have the face to criticize here? With a loud bang, the emperor slammed the table. The word rebellion has even come up. Zhao Gao, I see you're tired of living. Your Majesty. Zhao Gao quickly knelt down. Your Majesty, I am loyal. I worry that the little general, eager for achievements, might be deceived. Please investigate this matter thoroughly. Please investigate this matter thoroughly. The other ministers who followed Zhao Gao also knelt down. Just as Rong Guogong and the others were about to speak, a few were already furious, and Rong Ju gently shook his head.
Ha ha.
Emperor Renzong laughed. It's too noisy. In an instant, the imperial guards descended and quickly restrained Zhao Gao and the others. Your Majesty, we refuse to accept this. Zhao Gao said angrily. Refuse? Then come and fight me. Everyone was shocked. Who would dare to fight the emperor? Were they trying to get themselves killed? Even Zhao Gao was silenced by the emperor's retort. Chu Rui received a secret letter from Lian Sheng on the way back to the capital, and I knew the details. I sent a C to quickly assist Lian Sheng in the west, also to silence people like you in the future. Is there anyone who disagrees? Everyone shook their heads. The emperor was too cunning, quietly handling the matter. With the 4 great weapons in action, who would dare question it? I didn't say anything just to see who would jump out and bite first. Haha, am I not wise? Your Majesty is wise and powerful. We admire you. Rong Guogong and the others immediately knelt down. The emperor raised his chin. You don't need to admire me. I have always been wise and powerful. Besides, I must protect that child. He has no parents or background. He risks his life on the battlefield, and yet you small-minded people try to tarnish his name. Zhao Gao and the others were sweating profusely. They had no idea about the 4 great weapons. If they had known, they wouldn't have dared to show up. Zhao Gao, do you know your crime? Emperor Renzong asked again. I know my crime, Your Majesty. I shouldn't have questioned General Lian, but I was confused. After all, General Lian is young, and I was worried he might be deceived, so I acted hastily. Please forgive me. Zhao Gao quickly bowed his head. Hee, what a moment of confusion. Do you not realize that you have been leaving the Li residence at midnight for 3 consecutive nights? Is that also a mistake in recognizing the wrong door? Huh? Your Majesty. Zhao Gao's face turned pale instantly. Zhao Gao, you have hidden yourself well. Normally, you are diligent in the Ministry of War. If I said you lack ability, you would surely disagree. But you shouldn't have boarded the wrong ship. Take him away and interrogate him. With a wave of his hand, the Imperial Guards swiftly took several people away from the hall. The Emperor's action made the hall quiet immediately. The loyal ministers were not afraid, but those with questionable backgrounds were starting to feel nervous, fearing that the Imperial Guards would descend upon them next. In truth, Emperor Renzong was not a cruel or tyrannical ruler. He understood the character of his subordinates well. Those who were slightly corrupt or unable to see the situation clearly, or even those who chose the wrong side, would be given a chance to reform if they showed promise. Only those who knowingly did wrong and refused to repent would be completely eliminated. Thus, he had been observing Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao had wavered several times, and the emperor had not acted against him, recognizing his capabilities in the Ministry of War. The emperor wanted to give him a chance, but he did not value it. In the end, he succumbed to temptation and agreed to the Li family's demands. Emperor Renzong did not favor either civil or military matters. Both were equally important in a dynasty. In times of war, one relies on strength, but strategy is essential. Governing a country requires intelligence, but without a strong military background, one lacks influence. During the Warring States period, Zhang Yi used his eloquence to persuade 6 states to ally with Qin. Once, after being beaten, he returned home to ask his wife if his tongue was still intact. For Zhang Yi, having a tongue meant having a future. Thus, Emperor Renzong understood how to balance the relationship between civil officials and military generals. At this moment you, Zhao Gao, have emerged to ally with the Li family, attempting to make the Ministry of War theirs. How could Emperor Renzong not remove you? Several officials who usually associated closely with Zhao Gao were also implicated, and the vacant positions were quickly filled. The Grand Court meeting today lasted until evening before concluding. What an intense day it was. Rong-heir and the Crown Prince were kept by the Emperor, who had not eaten or drunk all day. Now, Emperor Renzong was also hungry. He arranged for some food to be brought in so that Rong-heir and the Crown Prince could eat as well. Rong-ju did not hold back. He has been used to life at the border for many years, sometimes fighting for days without sleep, and even having a warm meal is unrealistic. He admires the Crown Prince, who managed to endure for a whole day, while the Emperor at least had some ginseng tea. Soon, they brought 3 bowls of silver noodles, and the king and his ministers quickly finished their bowls. After cleaning up, Emperor Renzong said, "Heir, Lianqing is your brother-in-law. I want to keep him in the capital. Do you have any objections?" When Rong-ju heard this, he replied, "Lianqing is a military general and should defend the territory for the court. I have spent many years stationed at the border, and Lianqing is still young. He should gain more experience." Emperor Renzong nodded in satisfaction. If it were someone else, they might have already knelt down to express gratitude. With a daughter in the capital and a brother-in-law at the border, they would be eager for him to return. I am not bringing him back to enjoy a comfortable life. On the contrary, I have a heavy task for him, and he will need to travel a lot. Rong-ju was a bit confused. "Let me explain," Emperor Renzong said, setting down his ginseng tea. "This young man Lianqing may be young, but he is clever. With his own strength, he has changed the situation with the barbarian tribes, and his special troops are exactly what I need." Rong-ju began to understand. The emperor wanted Lianqing to be his tool, or his eyes. "I want him back to establish an office of embroidery, responsible for military and civil affairs. It will be my eyes, and I have always wanted a clear and just world. The office will report directly to me, so Lianqing's position will not be easy. He must root out hidden problems and clean up the mess, facing not just one person but several powerful families, and even threats to his life. Are you willing to let him take on this burden?" Rong-ju stood up and knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, if Lianqing cannot bear this responsibility, I will not give my daughter to him. My daughter will not marry someone useless. Good, I knew it. You brothers have taken on a great responsibility for me, and the safety of the capital relies on you. Especially you in the future, when I pass the burden to the crown prince, I can rest easy knowing you good ministers are there. Hearing this, the crown prince also knelt down, saying, Father, why are we talking about such things? I wish for your long life. His eyes were a bit misty. He had been with his father since childhood, and their bond was very deep. His father was first an emperor, and then a father. Usually, the emperor is strict, but only he knows that when the emperor is with him, his younger siblings and their mother, they are just like any ordinary family, sharing daily life and playful banter. So, he hopes for his parents' good health. Emperor Renzong laughed. This responsibility will eventually fall on you. The embroidery office will be a great help to you in the future, cleaning up the corruption in the court and clearing the world's troubles. Your future burden will be heavy too. I am not afraid. With you guiding me and loyal officials like Lord Rome by my side, I have confidence. I will work hard and not disappoint your expectations, he replied. Emperor Renzong nodded in satisfaction. He had taught the crown prince to listen, observe, and think for himself, rather than relying on others' thoughts. He emphasized the importance of considering others' opinions and analyzing their value. He encouraged his son not to fear capable subordinates. The more capable they are, the easier it will be for him, as long as he learns to manage them. His son is talented, and he will teach him step by step to build a solid foundation. After returning from the study, Rong-ju went back to the estate. Once there, he quickly took his brother Rong-yu to their father's courtyard and sent someone to invite their uncle, Lu Rafeng, to the estate. Even Lu Enin was called to their grandfather's courtyard, and of course, their meals were served there as well. Everyone knew Rong-ju had something important to discuss, so they hurried to finish their meals. Rong-ju then shared the emperor's plans for Lien Sheng with everyone. The elder Rong listened and slowly said, The emperor has a keen eye for talent and must have seen that Lien Sheng supported Songqing's rise to power, which led to this decision. However, Lien Sheng's position is not easy to hold. A loyal minister will not harm him, but the key is those around him. He is a sharp tool for the emperor, which can hurt others as well as himself. The emperor's decision will not change. It seems the embroidery office, alongside the imperial guards, will be another safeguard for the crown prince in the future. Your responsibilities will be significant, but with our support, the family will thrive, and we will surely assist Lien Sheng. Duke Rong analyzed the situation, naturally wanting to protect his own children. Rong-yu shared the same sentiment. As the eldest son of the Rong family, he felt responsible for protecting his family. Lu Enin chimed in, Grandfather, with Lien Sheng back in the capital overseeing the embroidery office, he can better uncover the truth behind the Su family case. Elder Rong nodded in appreciation. The girl is absolutely right. This is indeed an opportunity for Lien Sheng to clean up the corrupt officials in the court and clear away the dirt in the world. With the right timing, he can bring Su Ho's case to light. Lien Sheng's plan to establish the embroidery office in the capital was confirmed. Xi took the imperial decree to the western region, while Rong-ju's secret letter to Master Chu was also sent out. Without discussing how Master Chu and his group arranged things, on this day, San Lei escorted Madame Yen and her party to Lin County. Madame Yen knew that Lien Sheng's mother-in-law, Lu Yu, lived in Kaoshan village, so she decided to visit her and sent the Yen family ahead to Dawang Valley. San Lei arranged for some hidden guards to the Yen family, while he led the remaining guards to accompany Madame Yen to Kaoshan village first. One of the young guards ran back home to inform Madame Yen. The courtyard where Madame Yen's family would stay was already prepared, and they told everyone that Madame Yen was Lien Sheng's long-lost aunt. This explanation was safer for Madame Yen. When Lu Yu heard that Madame Yen was arriving, she was very happy and immediately sent Aunt Hua to make arrangements. At the same time, she asked Chong Feng to send someone to the county to invite Dr. Fong to their home, so that when Madame Yen arrived, he could check on her health and prescribe some medicine after her long journey. As for the scar on Madame Yen's face and her leg issues, Lu Yu discussed with Old Madman and decided to wait for Dr. Fong to arrive before figuring out what to do. Old Bai was in the capital and couldn't return quickly. After everything was arranged at home, Sam Lei escorted Madame Yen and her servants back. Along the way, Sam Lei took great care of Madame Yan's family, and they did not rush. With Gui Xiang by Madame Yan's side, she was able to enjoy the scenery of Dichi once again after 26 years, which lifted her spirits. When Lu Yu saw the white-haired Madame Yen, she felt a pang of sadness. Sister Yen, you must have had a tough journey. Seeing the beautiful lady before her, Madame Yen, who had learned about Lu Yu's family from Lianqing, felt deep sympathy for them. She took Lu Yu's hand and gently said, Sister Yu, I thank you on behalf of Lianqing's parents. It is a blessing for him to meet you, and, Anan, I hope I won't trouble you too much by coming here. Sister Yen, we are family. How can you say it's a trouble when you're at your own home? Come, let's go inside. With that, Lu Yu stepped forward to help Madame Yen into the courtyard. Old Madman also met Madame Yen. Lu Yu introduced him, saying, This is Lianqing's grandfather. We are all family. Madame Yen was very excited to see Grandpa Feng, and at that moment, there was no one else in the room, as Zi and Gui Xiang were busy. She said, Mr. Wu, thank you for saving Liansheng and allowing my sister and Lord Ho to have a descendant. Grandpa Feng replied, Madam, since we are family, we should not be polite. Lu Yu and Grandpa Feng chatted with Madame Yen for a while before suggesting she take some time to rest, assuring her there would be plenty of time later. Madame Yen accepted this and Gui Xiang helped her freshen up. Lu Yu, concerned that Madame Yen might not have enough clothes, returned to take her measurements, so Zi could prepare some outfits at home. Gui Xiang was also included in this. The embroidery workshop now not only made scented sachets, but also created women's clothing and fabric handbags, although these were not sold in the capital but rather in various counties and cities. Madame Yen felt warm inside. At that moment, she truly considered this place her home. By evening, Tao Hua and Yingzi arrived. Knowing that Liansheng's long-lost aunt had been found, they came to visit. Everyone enjoyed a meal at Lu Yu's place and chatted for a while before leaving. Madame Yen asked Gui Xiang to invite San Lei. When he arrived, she said, Captain Lei, I don't want to go to Da Wang Mountain anymore. With Shizi's family there, I feel at ease. Can I stay in Kuaishan village? In less than a day, Madame Yen had grown fond of this place and had no desire to go anywhere else, especially not back to the royal court. San Lei thought for a moment and replied, As you wish, madam. This place is very safe. Kuaishan village is under the jurisdiction of Qingyu town, which is my young lady's territory. The village has its own guard team, and there are also secret guards led by Chongfeng at home, so you need not worry. Madame Yen smiled and said, I'm not worried. What is there to worry about in my own home? I like it here, and even if things are stable in Songqing, I won't go back. San Lei understood her feelings well. For Madame Yen, that place was a nightmare with no good memories, and she strongly rejected it. San Lei escorted Madame Yen home before returning to the western region. He instructed Chongfeng to ensure her safety, and Chongfeng nodded in agreement. The next morning, shortly after breakfast, Dr. Fong arrived at the house. He had been out on a house call the day before and, upon returning, learned from Manager Li about Madame Lu sending someone, so he hurried over that morning. Thank you, Dr. Fong. Madame Yen expressed her gratitude for his visit. Madam, please don't be polite. This is my duty. Please extend your hand so I can check your pulse. Madame Yen then stretched out her hand and placed it on the pulse pillow. Dr. Fong placed his fingers on Madame Yan's wrist and began to examine her closely, but Lu Yu and the others noticed that Dr. Fong's expression was quite serious. Doctor, how is my lady's health? Gui Xiang asked anxiously as she saw Dr. Fong withdraw his hand. She knew that the lady had not had an easy time in recent years. Gui Xiang, at my age, I am not as strong as the younger ones. Illness and aging are part of life. One cannot avoid being sick forever. Please don't worry too much. Seeing Gui Xiang's anxious expression, Madame Yen wanted to ease Dr. Fong's burden and comforted her. Dr. Fong, I appreciate your care for my sister. She has faced many difficulties outside these years. Please help her recover. Lu Yu added from the side. Dr. Fong understood the situation from Madame Yan's demeanor. It was clear that her face had been injured by a sharp object, and it seemed that it was not self-inflicted. What kind of grudge could cause such harm? He had not yet examined her leg, which appeared to be injured as well, but it was evident that her health was quite poor. Madam, I apologize for the trouble. Let me take a look at your old leg injury. As Madame Yen prepared to remove her shoes and socks to show her leg, Dr. Fong covered his eyes with a silk cloth. Though he was over 40, he was considerate since she was a woman. He had also used a cloth when checking her pulse earlier. Madame Yen was grateful for Dr. Fong's thoughtfulness and smiled, saying, Dr. Fong, if my son had married earlier, he would have children running around by now. If we all followed these strict rules, how would women manage their health? Wouldn't they suffer and die from illness? Dr. Fong smiled in response. If everyone thought like you, we would avoid many troubles. However, Anan, that child, is establishing a medical school. I hear that women can attend as well. That's truly a good thing. It will make it much easier for women to get medical care in the future. That child just loves to stir things up, and the family supports her completely. Especially Lian Sheng, they just indulge her. She does whatever she wants. When Lu Yu mentioned Lu, Anan, she also looked pleased. Although there was some complaint in her words, her smile was bright and clear. Gui Xiong, at Madame Yan's gesture, helped her remove her shoes and socks, revealing her calves, which she placed on a small stool. Madam, I apologize for the trouble. Dr. Fong, guided by Gui Xiong, accurately found the injury, and he was taken aback. I've gotten used to it. It's just a bit uncomfortable when it rains. I don't walk fast, and with Gui Xiong by my side, I don't need to do much. Madame Yen also reassured Dr. Fong, not wanting to put too much pressure on him. Moreover, Lu Yu had told her yesterday that an An's master, the renowned healer Bai Lao, was in the capital, and a letter had already been sent. For now, let Dr. Fong help with her recovery, and Bai Lao can treat the injuries on her leg and face when he arrives. In fact, Madame Yen was not in a hurry about these injuries. She had managed for many years. Besides, her wish had already been fulfilled, and she didn't mind the old wounds anymore. After finishing the examination, Dr. Fong thought for a moment and said, Madam, the old ailment in your leg has been there for a long time. To recover fully, you will need to break and reshape the bone. Since you are not in a hurry, I suggest waiting for Anan's master, the healer Bai Lao, to come personally. That would be the safest option. As for the scars on your face, Anan sent a recipe for a special ointment a while ago. After returning, I will prepare the ointment for you, and if you use it consistently, the scars will gradually fade. For now, focus on your recovery. Otherwise, your body may not withstand the bone reshaping. Madam, that's wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Fong. Gui Xiong quickly bowed to Dr. Fong. Dr. Fong did not elaborate on the old injury to the leg, but Madame Yen and Lu Yu understood. Bone reshaping? That meant the bone was improperly set or misaligned. Surely, a doctor from the esteemed barbarian royal court wouldn't mishandle a bone? Someone must have tampered with it behind the scenes, and it could only be the queen. All right, I will listen to Dr. Fong, Madame Yen said gently. Sister, don't worry. Let's focus on recovering your health. It's more important than anything else. Lu Yu suppressed her sadness and comforted Madame Yen softly. After the examination, Dr. Fong quickly wrote a prescription. Madame Yen needed to prioritize her health. Otherwise, such severe deficiencies would surely affect her lifespan in the future. Lu Yu arranged for Zi to accompany Dr. Fong to gather the medicine. Seeing Lu Yu's anxious expression, Madame Yen said, Sister, there's no need to rush. The child has grown up, and I'm going home now, so there's nothing I can't let go of. Every extra year I live is a blessing from heaven. Lu Yu wiped her eyes and said, Sister, while that's true, you've suffered for so many years. The child also hopes for you to be healthy, otherwise, he will feel guilty for a lifetime. Yes, we will all work hard to live. When they feel troubled, hee hee. Madame Yen laughed happily. The two mothers decided not to go to Dawang Valley, and Crazy Grandpa agreed. With such tight security here, if they couldn't protect even two people, then those secret guards were truly useless. Chong Feng adjusted the defenses of the Lu residence again. The people of Kaoshan village learned that even a long-lost aunt had been found. With more people in the family, Madame Yen and Guixiang couldn't just stay inside the house. The villagers would eventually find out. So, Grandma Yingzi and the older women in the village came to chat with Madame Yen. Madame Yen enjoyed talking with them. These simple villagers didn't use fancy words. They talked about their own children, family matters, or interesting stories from the countryside. It was these conversations that truly made Madame Yen very happy. Dr. Fong sent over scar ointment, in both black and white. The black one was for removing decay, and the white one was for promoting healing. Since Madame Yan's scars were old, they needed to be softened and the outer layer removed before healing could begin. Guixiang was a bit worried, afraid that Madame Yen couldn't handle it. But Madame Yen didn't care at all. Could any pain compare to the suffering she had endured for 26 years? So, when Dr. Fong came to the house, he personally asked for Madame Yan's opinion, saying if it was too much, they could find another way. Madame Yen replied, "Thank you, Dr. Fong. Let's do as you say. I've endured all kinds of suffering. I can handle this pain." Dr. Fong sighed lightly upon hearing this. He wouldn't pry into other secrets, but it was clear from her old wounds that Madame Yen had indeed suffered greatly. Although Dr. Fong's medical skills couldn't compare to Old Man Bai's, he was still very good in Lin County. In the past few days, after taking Dr. Fong's medicine, Madame Yen clearly felt her sleep had improved a lot, and her complexion was looking much healthier. Guixiang was so happy that she cried. Madame Yen had just turned 40, but the women of the same age in the village looked much healthier and younger. Madame Yen had truly suffered a lot. One day, old Madame Chu came to visit. She had been away from Lin County for a while, staying with her brothers, but when she heard that Lu Yu had returned, she couldn't wait to come back. Lu Yu had originally gone to the Chu family in the county to visit old Madame Chu, but she wasn't there at the time. As soon as old Madame Chu returned, the housekeeper informed her that Madame Lu had come, and she immediately rushed to Kaoshan village. Three women create a lively scene. The old lady Chu has a cheerful personality and was once a female general on the battlefield. Madame Yen is also straightforward. Lu Yu has changed a lot over the past year. Grandpa Feng says Lu Yu is now a qualified head of the household. So, the home is quite lively now. Plus, the little shadow guard, Zhuang, often shows off, filling the courtyard with laughter. Yun Shu, your fortune is coming. Next time I see you, I might have to call you Empress. The old lady Chu joked. Yun Shu is Madame Yan's given name, and Madame Yen laughed heartily. Old lady, you can tease me all you want, but I don't want to be any kind of empress. I have no plans to go back there. That place sounds impressive, but living there is like being in prison. Once you enter the palace, it's like sinking into the sea. Some people grow old and die inside, and still can't get out. I won't put myself through that. Are you really not going back? Old Lady Chu asked with a smile. Empress, do you really plan to live in the village forever? Our village will need to be extraordinary then, huh? Everyone in the room laughed continuously. I'm definitely not going back. I'll stay with Sister Yu from now on. Wherever she goes, I'll go too. Besides, Lingxing said he would take care of me in my old age, so I plan to trouble him, and in the future, Madame Yen said, laughing until she had tears in her eyes. Even though her son is in a high position, what does it matter in that palace, a place that devours people without a trace? Even as an empress, she would still be confined to a small space. Here, she has mountains and rivers right outside her door, surrounded by many people, and most importantly, she has true freedom. After being under house arrest for 26 years, returning to that place would be madness. Madame Yen really settled in Kaoshan village, and old lady Chu decided not to return to the Chu family villa in the county since Chu Sanner was not in Lin County. The elder Chu from the capital wrote to say he would send someone to bring her back. According to him, This old lady has had enough fun outside and should settle down at home. So, the old lady decided to stay in Kaoshan village for a while before someone from the capital came to fetch her. Lu Yu naturally welcomed her. Thus, every day at the Lu residence was filled with laughter. Occasionally, a few people would sneak into the village to chat with the local ladies or play some card games, enjoying a very pleasant life. In the capital, Emperor Renzong has been busy these days, swiftly dealing with the corrupt officials in the court. Under his strict rule, the court has become much clearer and more efficient. Many of the corrupt officials have been removed, and those that are still hidden will need to be caught when Lianqing returns. One day, Emperor Renzong summoned Duke Rongjue to the study. Second brother, where is Madame Yan now? Madame Yan was escorted back to Daki by Lianqing, so Emperor Renzong wanted to ask Duke Rongjue about her whereabouts. As her father-in-law, he would know something about the arrangements made by his son-in-law. Duke Rongjue did not hide anything. Your Majesty, Lianqing intended to place Madame Yan in Kaoshan village first. Anan is also in the village, which will make it easier to care for Madame Yan. According to the timeline, she should have arrived by now. Emperor Renzong nodded upon hearing this. This arrangement was excellent. He had heard that Madame Yan's family had few members left, and he was unaware of the situation with Yan Shi. Additionally, in the barbarian royal court, Songqing had just taken the throne, and there were still many hidden dangers. Bringing Madame Yan back was to ensure he could focus on stabilizing the royal court. With Lu Yu there, Madame Yan would feel much more at ease. I want to meet Madame Yan. Please arrange for her to come to the capital. The divine doctor is also in the city, which will make it easier to treat her leg. Afterward, Madame Yan can decide whether to stay in the capital or return to Kaoshan village. My intention is also to show our sincerity to Songqing. Duke Rongjue nodded. Madame Yan would need to come to the capital eventually, and the emperor meeting the barbarian royal court's empress dowager would also demonstrate Daki's stance. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will make the arrangements. The two discussed some matters of the court before Duke Rongjue left the study. After returning to the duke's residence, Lu Anan learned that the emperor wanted to meet Madame Yan, so she went to the Ronghua Gongfu to invite her master, Old Bai. Today, Old Bai happened to be returning to the city with his young disciple, Muyang. Old Bai quickly arrived at the duke's residence with his student. After learning the emperor's wishes, he said, Dr. Fong from Chuanha Hall asked Chongfeng to send a quick message to Anan, detailing the treatment plan for Madame Yan and her condition. Recently, Madame Yan's health has improved, so coming to the capital should not be a problem. Once Madame Yan arrives, I will check her leg to see if her condition allows for bone reconstruction. Everyone knows that in his early years, Mr. Bai had his leg broken by a man in black, and he intentionally misaligned it to become A. Later, he had the broken bone reset, but the process was very painful. As for whether Madame Yan needs to undergo this, it depends on her health and her own wishes. After all, Madame Yan has had her leg issue for a long time, and correcting the bone can be quite painful, which not everyone can endure. Therefore, Mr. Bai needs to see Madame Yan in person and communicate with her in detail before making a final decision. Regarding where Madame Yan will stay after she arrives, it will depend on her choice. She is the queen mother of the barbarian royal court. According to regulations, she should stay at the capital's reception hotel, but before leaving to Qi, she was acquainted with Lian Sheng's mother. Now that Lian Sheng has recognized Madame Yan as his aunt, her choice must be respected. If all goes well, Madame Yan will likely choose to stay with Princess Annal. So, the emperor told Rongju that wherever Madame Yan stays, her choice must be respected. Of course, the emperor still does not know who Lian Sheng's mother is. Since her parents have passed away, the emperor cannot just ask who her parents were. However, before Madame Yan left to Qi, she was the daughter of a pawnshop owner in a town near the western border, so the emperor assumed Lian Sheng's parents were also from the area. This is indeed a beautiful misunderstanding. Rongju took the emperor's order and personally left the capital to head to Kaoshan village. To ensure the safety of the barbarian royal court's queen mother Yan and her party on the way, the emperor sent Duke Dinghua to make the trip himself. Accompanying him was Princess Annal, Luonan. Taking this opportunity, Luonan also returned to Kaoshan village, as she had not been back for a long time. Qing Yi and Lu Yi followed the young lady. This time, the calm Qing Yi took the lead and rushed to Kaoshan village first. Duke Dingwa's visit to Kaoshan village must be communicated to his wife in advance. When Duke Dingwa, Rongju, arrived in Kaoshan village to bring Madame Yan to the capital, the news stunned Lu Yu. What was he doing here? Why was he involved? He always seemed to be around. Seeing Lu Yu's confused reaction, Crazy Grandpa worried that she might misunderstand. And she indeed did. And then, Duke Dingwa is the highest-ranking official in the court, and Madame Yan is the queen mother of the barbarian royal court. Additionally, she is Lian Sheng's aunt, and Lian Sheng is the son-in-law of Duke Rong. With this connection, it is more appropriate than having a stranger come. Furthermore, Duke Rong is the strongest expert in Qi, ensuring the safest journey. Lu Yu finally understood the emperor's intention and said shyly, "Uncle Wu, I misunderstood." Grandpa Feng smiled and added, "The emperor's arrangement also shows respect for Madame Yan. So, it is most appropriate for Lord Rong to personally welcome Madame Yan to the capital." Lu Yu thought this made sense. He might as well go. It would be good for the family, especially since Uncle Wu had not yet met Rongju. Madame Yan learned from Lu Yu about the emperor's invitation to the capital and immediately asked Gui Xiang to pack her things in advance. When Lu Yu arrived at Madame Yan's courtyard, he realized that she could not accompany him back to the capital this time, so he needed to explain. "Sister, I can't go to the capital with you. Anan is here, and with her by your side, I feel at ease. Old Bai is in the capital waiting for you to check on his leg, so I'll wait for you to return home." "That's fine. Given my current status, it's normal for the emperor to want to see me. This also involves the relationship between our two countries. I just didn't expect Duke Dingwa to come in person." When Madame Yan mentioned Duke Dingwa, she covered her mouth and laughed, making Lu Yu feel even more embarrassed. "Sister, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. You both understand each other, so there's no need to avoid it. Just let things happen naturally. Once everything is settled in the capital, I will return." Madame Yan certainly wouldn't stay in the capital for long. She preferred the life in the mountain village. Hearing Madame Yan's words, Lu Yu felt much more relaxed.